46115. The Rise of Endymion by Dan Simmons. Copyright 1997 by Dan Simmons. Read by John Polk. Ray Fouché was unavailable to continue reading of this series.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains a marker allowing direct access to the beginning of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. Aenea comes of age in this sequel to Endymion, RC 45928, BR 11481. The Pax forms an alliance with the TechnoCore and declares war on the threatening Ousters. The Pax is also looking for Aenea, who is currently on Earth, preparing to outwit the Pax and the Core with her lover, Raul Endymion. Strong language and some descriptions of sex, 1997. From the book jacket. In The Rise of Endymion, Dan Simmons brings to a triumphant conclusion one of the most celebrated, compelling, and dramatic science fiction sagas of our time. Brilliant, provocative, unfailingly inventive, the Odyssey began with the Hugo Award-winning Hyperion, continued through the critically acclaimed The Fall of Hyperion and Endymion, and now ascends to its greatest heights yet, The Rise of Endymion. The final chapter of this magnificent saga begins with two momentous events, the death and resurrection of Pope Julius XIV, and the coming of age of the new Messiah. Her name is Aenea, and she is the only person who can counter the Pope and his plan to unleash the Pax Fleet, the Church's military wing, on a final genocidal crusade to gain total dominion over the universe. The Church is allied with the infamous AI Core, which has offered immortality to humankind, or at least to those faithful who pledge total obedience to the Church, but at what terrible price? The Core has its own dark motives and secrets, and only Aenea knows what they are. Aenea, too, has an ally. Her protector, Raul Endymion, one-time shepherd and convicted murderer, finds her in exile undergoing a strange apprenticeship on old Earth. Here she has gained access to an information matrix created by the Others, the same mysterious Others who moved old Earth to save it from the Core. But who are these Others? What has Aenea learned from them, and why has old Earth been turned into a stage upon which cybrids from the past, from John Keats to Frank Lloyd Wright, repeat historical dramas of human genius for purposes known only to the Others? The answers to these questions must wait. Together with the android Abetic, Endymion and his beloved Aenea embark on a final mission to find and comprehend the underlying fabric of the universe. The surprising nature of this medium, and Aenea's ability to instruct her growing army of disciples in its discovery and use, could provide the one weapon powerful enough to thwart their enemies while liberating humanity. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Shrike, monster, angel, killing machine, has followed them on their intergalactic sojourn and now stands ready to complete its own mission, revealing at last the long-held secret of its origin and purpose. In The Rise of Endymion, Dan Simmons masterfully weaves together the complex strands of this extraordinary series. He answers all of the unsolved mysteries posed in the earlier volumes and brings the story full circle to the planet Hyperion where it all began. A work of unparalleled power and vision, The Rise of Endymion is a masterpiece of the imagination by one of our most gifted writers. About the author. Dan Simmons, a full-time public school teacher until 1987, is one of the few writers who consistently work across genres, producing novels described as science fiction, horror, fantasy, and mainstream fiction, while winning major awards in all these fields. His first novel, Song of Kali, won the World Fantasy Award. His first science fiction novel, Hyperion, won the Hugo Award. His other novels and short fiction have been honored with numerous awards, including 9 Locus Awards, 4 Bram Stoker Awards, the French Prix Cosmos 2000, the British SF Association Award, and the Theodore Sturgeon Award. In 1995, Wabash College presented Simmons with an honorary doctorate in humane letters for his work in fiction and education. He lives in Colorado, along the Front Range of the Rockies. Other books by Dan Simmons: Phases of Gravity, Carrion Comfort, Entropy's Bed at Midnight, Prayers to Broken Stones, Summer of Night, The Hollow Man, Children of the Night, Summer Sketches, Fires of Eden. This book is for Jack Vance, our finest creator of worlds. It is also dedicated to the memory of Dr. Carl Sagan, scientist, author, and teacher, who articulated the noblest dreams of humankind. Acknowledgements. The author would like to thank the following people: Kevin Kelly, for his account of the evolution of a life from 80-byte critters in his book Out of Control; Jean-Daniel Breck and Monique Labailly for their personal guided tour through the catacombs of Paris; Jeff Orr, cyber cowboy extraordinaire, for boldly going into cyberspace to retrieve the 40-some pages of this tale kidnapped by the TechnoCore; and my editor, Tom Dupree, for his patience, enthusiasm, and shared good taste for loving Mystery Science Theater 3000. We are not stuff that abides, but patterns that perpetuate themselves. Norbert Wiener, Cybernetics, or Control and Communication in the Animal and the Machine. The universal nature out of the universal substance, as if it were wax, now molds the figure of a horse, and when it has broken this up, it uses the material for a tree, next for a man, next for something else, and each of these things subsists for a very short time. But it is no hardship for the vessel to be broken up, just as there was none in its being fastened together. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations. But here is the finger of God, a flash of the will that can, existent behind all laws that made them, and lo, they are. And I know not if, save in this, such gift be allowed to man, that out of 3 sounds he frame not a 4th sound, but a star. Robert Browning, Opt Folklore. If what I have said should not be plain enough, as I fear it may not be, I will put you in the place where I began in this series of thoughts. I mean, I began by seeing how man was formed by circumstances, and what are circumstances but touchstones of his heart, and what are touchstones but provings of his heart, and what are the provings of his heart but fortifiers and alterers of his nature, and what is his altered nature but his soul, and what was his soul before it came into the world and had these provings and alterations and perfectionings? An intelligence is without identity, and how is this identity to be made? Through the medium of the heart? And how is the heart to become this medium but in a world of circumstances? There now, I think what with poetry and theology, you may thank your stars that my pen is not very long-winded. John Keats, in a letter to his brother. Part 1. 1. The Pope is dead! Long live the Pope! The cry reverberated in and around the Vatican courtyard of San Damaso, where the body of Pope Julius XIV had just been discovered in his papal apartments. The Holy Father had died in his sleep. Within minutes, the word spread through the mismatched cluster of buildings still referred to as the Vatican Palace, and then moved out through the Vatican State with the speed of a circuit fire in a pure oxygen environment. The rumor of the Pope's death burned through the Vatican's office complex, leaped through the crowded St. Anne's Gate to the Apostolic Palace and the adjacent Government Palace, found waiting ears among the faithful in the sacristy of St. Peter's Basilica, to the point that the Archbishop saying Mass actually turned to look over his shoulder at the unprecedented hiss and whispering of the congregation, and then moved out of the basilica with the departing worshippers into the larger crowds of St. Peter's Square, where 80 to 100,000 tourists and visiting PAX functionaries received the rumor like a critical mass of plutonium being slammed inward to full fission. Once out through the main vehicle gate of the Arch of Bells, the news accelerated to the speed of electrons, then leaped to the speed of light, and finally hurtled out and away from the planet Pacem at Hawking Drive velocities thousands of times faster than light. Closer, just beyond the ancient walls of the Vatican, phones and comm logs chimed throughout the hulking, sweating Castel Sant'Angelo, where the offices of the Holy Office of the Inquisition were buried deep in the mountain of stone originally built to be Hadrian's mausoleum. All that morning there was the rattle of beads and rustle of starched cassocks, as Vatican functionaries rushed back to their offices to monitor their encrypted net lines and to wait for memos from above. Personal communicators rang, chimed, and vibrated in the uniforms and implants of thousands of PAX administrators, military commanders, politicians, and mercantilus officials. Within 30 minutes of the discovery of the Pope's lifeless body, news organizations around the world of Pacem were cued to the story. They readied their robotic holocams, brought their full panoply of in-system relay sats online, sent their best human reporters to the Vatican press office, and waited. In an interstellar society, where the Church ruled all but absolutely, news awaited not only independent confirmation, but official permission to exist. 2 hours and 10 minutes after the discovery of Pope Julius XIV's body, the Church confirmed his death via an announcement through the office of the Vatican Secretary of State, Cardinal Ordusimi. Within seconds, the recorded announcement was typecast to every radio and holovision on the teeming world of Pacem. With its population of 1.5 billion souls, all born-again Christians carrying the cruciform, most employed by the Vatican, or the huge civilian military or mercantile bureaucracy of the PAX state, the planet Pacem paused to listen with some interest. Even before the formal announcement, a dozen of the new Archangel-class starships had left their orbital bases and translated across the small human sphere of the galaxy arm, their near-instantaneous drives instantly killing their crews, but carrying their message of the Pope's death secure in computers and coded transponders for the 60-some most important archdiocese worlds and star systems. These Archangel courier ships would carry a few of the voting cardinals back to Pacem in time for the election, but most of the electors would choose to remain on their home worlds, forgoing death even with its sure promise of resurrection, sending instead their encrypted interactive holo-wafers with their eligo for the next supreme pontiff. Another 85 Hawking-class PAX ships, mostly high-acceleration torch ships, made ready to spin up to relativistic velocities and then into jump configurations, their voyage time to be measured in days to months, their relative time debt ranging from weeks to years. These ships would wait in Pacem space the 15 to 20 standard days until the election of the new pope, and then bring the word to the 130-some less critical PAX systems where archbishops tended to billions more of the faithful. Those archdiocese worlds, in turn, would be charged with sending the word of the Pope's death, resurrection, and re-election on to lesser systems, distant worlds, and to the myriad colonies in the outback. A final fleet of more than 200 unmanned courier drones was taken out of storage at the huge PAX asteroid base in Pacem system, their message chips waiting only for the official announcement of Pope Julius's rebirth and re-election before being accelerated into Hawking space to carry the news to elements of the PAX fleet engaged in patrol or combat with the Ousters along the so-called Great Wall defensive sphere, far beyond the boundaries of PAX space. Pope Julius had died 8 times before. The pontiff's heart was weak, and he would allow no repair of it, either by surgery or nanoplasty. It was his contention that a pope should live his natural lifespan, and upon his death that a new pope should be elected. The fact that this same pope had been re-elected 8 times did not dissuade him from his opinion. even now, as Pope Julius's body was being readied for a formal evening of lying in state before being carried to the private resurrection chapel behind St. Peter's. Cardinals and their surrogates were making preparations for the election. The Sistine Chapel was closed to tourists and made ready for the voting that would occur in less than 3 weeks. Ancient canopied stalls were brought in for the 83 cardinals who would be present in the flesh, while holographic projectors and interactive datum plane connections were set in place for the cardinals who would vote by proxy. The table for the scrutineers was set in front of the chapel's high altar. Small cards, needles, thread, a receptacle, a plate, linen cloths, and other objects were carefully placed on the table of the scrutineers, and then covered with a larger linen cloth. The table for the infirmarii and the revisers was set to one side of the altar. The main doors of the Sistine Chapel were closed, bolted, and sealed. Swiss Guard commandos in full battle armor and state-of-the-art energy weapons took their place outside the chapel doors and at the blast-proof portals of St. Peter's Papal Resurrection Annex. Following ancient protocol, the election was scheduled to occur in no fewer than 15 days and no more than 20. Those cardinals who made their permanent home on Pacem or within 3 weeks' timed-at travel canceled their regular agendas and prepared for the enclave. Everything else was in readiness. Some fat men carry their weight like a weakness, a sign of self-indulgence and sloth. Other fat men absorb mass regally, an outward sign of their growing power. Simon Augustino Cardinal Lordusimi was of the latter category. A huge man, a veritable mountain of scarlet in his formal cardinal robes, Lordusimi looked to be in his late 50s standard, and had appeared thus for more than 2 centuries of active life and successful resurrection. Jowled, quite bald, and given to speaking in a soft bass rumble that could rise to a god-roar capable of filling St. Peter's Basilica without the use of a speaker system, Lordusimi remained the epitome of health and vitality in the Vatican. Many in the inner circles of the Church's hierarchy credited Lordusimi, then a young minor functionary in the Vatican diplomatic machine, with guiding the anguished and pain-ridden ex-Hyperion pilgrim Father Lenar Hoyt to finding the secret that tamed the cruciform to an instrument of resurrection. They credited him as much as the newly deceased Pope with bringing the Church back from the brink of extinction. Whatever the truth of that legend, Lordusimi was in fine form this first day after the Holy Father's 9th death in office, and 5 days before His Holiness's resurrection. As Cardinal Secretary of State, President of the Committee overseeing the 12 sacred congregations, and Prefect of that most feared and misunderstood of those agencies, the Sacred Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, now officially known once again after more than 1,000-year interregnum as the Holy Office of the Universal Inquisition, Lordusimi was the most powerful human being in the Curia. At that moment, with His Holiness Pope Julius XIV lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica, the body awaiting removal to the Resurrection Annex as soon as night should fall, Simon Augustino Cardinal Lordusimi was arguably the most powerful human being in the galaxy. The fact was not lost on the Cardinal that morning. "Are they here yet, Lucas?" he rumbled at the man who had been his aide and factotum for more than 200 busy years. Monsignor Lucas Oddi was as thin, bony, aged-looking, and urgent in his movements as Cardinal Lordusimi was huge, fleshy, ageless, and languid. Oddi's full title as Under-Secretary of State for the Vatican was Substitute and Secretary of the Cipher, but he was usually known as the Substitute. Cipher might have been an equally apt nickname for the tall, angular Benedictine administrator, for in the 22 decades of smooth service he had given his master, no one, not even Lordusimi himself, knew the man's private opinions or emotions. Father Lucas Oddi had been Lordusimi's strong right arm for so long that the Secretary-Cardinal had long since ceased to think of him as anything but an extension of his own will. "They have just been seated in the innermost waiting-room," answered Monsignor Oddi. Cardinal Lordusimi nodded. For more than 1,000 years, since long before the Hegira that had sent humankind fleeing the dying earth and colonizing the stars, it had been a custom of the Vatican to hold important meetings in the waiting rooms of important officials, rather than in their private offices. Secretary of State Cardinal Lord Dusamy's innermost waiting room was small, no more than 5 meters square, and unadorned except for a round marble table with no inset comm units, a single window that, if it had not been polarized to opaqueness, would have looked out onto a marvelously frescoed external loggia, and 2 paintings by the 30th century genius Carotan, one showing Christ's agony in Gethsemane, the other showing Pope Julius, in his pre-papal identity of Father Lenar Hoyt, receiving the first cruciform from a powerful but androgynous-looking archangel, while Satan, in the form of the Shrike, looked on powerlessly. The 4 people in the waiting room, 3 men and a woman, represented the Executive Council of the Pan-Capitalist League of Independent Catholic Transstellar Trade Organizations, more commonly known as the Pax Mercantilis. 2 of the men might have been father and son, M. Helvig Aron and M. Kenneth Hay Modino, alike even to their subtle, expensive cape suits, expensive conservative haircuts, subtly biosculpted Old Earth North Euro features, and to the even more subtle red pins showing their membership in the Sovereign Military Order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, of Rhodes, and of Malta, the ancient society popularly known as the Knights of Malta. The 3rd man was of Asian descent, and wore a simple cotton robe. His name was Kenzo Isozaki, and he was this day, after Simon Augustino Cardinal Lordusamy, arguably the 2nd most powerful human in the Pax. The final Pax Mercantilis representative, a woman in her 50s standard, with carelessly cropped dark hair and a pinched face, wearing an inexpensive work suit of combed fiber plastic, was M. Anna Pelle Kognani, reputedly Isozaki's heir apparent, and rumored for years to be the lover of the female Archbishop of Renaissance Vector. The 4 rose and bowed slightly as Cardinal Lordusamy entered and took his place at the table. Monsignor Lucas Odi was the only bystander, and he stood away from the table, his bony hands clasped in front of his cassock, the tortured eyes of Carotan's Christ in Gethsemane peering over his black-frocked shoulder at the small assembly. M's Aron and Hay Modino moved forward to genuflect and kiss the Cardinal's beveled sapphire ring, but Lordusamy waved away further protocol before Kenzo Isozaki or the woman could approach. When the 4 Pax Mercantilis representatives were seated once again, the Cardinal said, "We are all old friends. You know that while I represent the Holy See in this discussion during the Holy Father's temporary absence, any and all things discussed this day shall remain within these walls." Lordusamy smiled. "And these walls, my friends, are the most secure and bug-proof in the Pax." Aron and Hay Modino smiled tightly. M. Isozaki's pleasant expression did not change. M. Anna Pelle Kognani's frown deepened. "Your Eminence," she said, "may I speak freely?" Lordusamy extended a pudgy palm. He had always distrusted people who asked to speak freely, or who vowed to speak candidly, or who used the expression frankly. He said, "Of course, my dear friend. I regret the pressing circumstances of the day allow us so little time." Anna Pelle Kognani nodded tersely. She had understood the command to be precise. "Your Eminence," she said, "we asked for this conference so that we could speak to you not only as loyal members of His Holiness's Pan-Capitalist League, but as friends of the Holy See and of yourself." Lordusamy nodded affably. His thin lips between the jowls were curled in a slight smile. "Of course." M. Helvig Aron cleared his throat. "Your Eminence, the Mercantilis has an understandable interest in the coming papal election." The Cardinal waited. "Our goal today," continued M. Hay Modino, "is to reassure your Eminence, both as Secretary of State and as a potential candidate for the papacy, that the League will continue to carry out the Vatican's policy with the utmost loyalty after the coming election." Cardinal Lourdusamy nodded ever so slightly. He understood perfectly. Somehow the Pax Mercantilis, Isozaki's intelligence network, had sniffed out a possible insurrection in the Vatican hierarchy. Somehow they had overheard the most silent of whispers in whisper-proof rooms, such as this, that it had come time to replace Pope Julius with a new pontiff, and Isozaki knew that Simon Augustino Lourdusamy would be that man. "In this sad interregnum," M. Cognani was continuing, "we felt it our duty to offer private as well as public assurances that the League will continue serving the interests of the Holy See and the Holy Mother Church, just as it has for more than 2 standard centuries." Cardinal Lourdusamy nodded again and waited, but nothing else was forthcoming from the 4 mercantilist leaders. For a moment he allowed himself to speculate on why Isozaki had come in person. To see my reaction, rather than trust the reports of his subordinates, he thought. The old man trusts his senses and insights over anyone and anything else. Lourdusamy smiled. Good policy. He let another minute of silence stretch before speaking. "My friends," he rumbled at last, "you cannot know how it warms my heart to have 4 such busy and important people visit this poor priest in our time of shared sorrow." Isozaki and Cognani remained expressionless, as inert as argon, but the cardinal could see the poorly hidden glint of anticipation in the eyes of the other 2 mercantilist men. If Lourdusamy welcomed their support at this juncture, however subtly, it put the mercantilis on an even level with the Vatican conspirators, made the mercantilis a welcomed conspirator and de facto co-equal to the next pope. Lourdusamy leaned closer to the table. The cardinal noticed that M. Kenzo Isozaki had not blinked during the entire exchange. "My friends," he continued, "as good born-again Christians," he nodded toward M's Aron and Hay Modino, "as Knights Hospitaller, you undoubtedly know the procedure for the election of our next pope. But let me refresh your memory. Once the cardinals and their interactive counterparts are gathered and sealed in the Sistine Chapel, there are 3 ways in which we can elect a pope: by acclamation, by delegation, or by scrutiny. Through acclamation, all of the cardinal electors are moved by the Holy Spirit to proclaim one person as supreme pontiff. We each cry, elego, I elect, in the name of the person we unanimously select. Through delegation, we choose a few of those among us, say a dozen cardinals, to make the choice for all. Through scrutiny, the cardinal electors vote secretly until a candidate receives 2/3 majority plus 1. Then the new pope is elected, and the waiting billions see the sfumata, the puffs of white smoke, which means that the family of the Church once again has a Holy Father. The 4 representatives of the Pax Mercantilis sat in silence. Each of them was intimately aware of the procedure for electing a pope, not only of the antiquated mechanisms, of course, but of the politicking, pressuring, deal-making, bluffing, and outright blackmail that had often accompanied the process over the centuries. And they began to understand why Cardinal Lourdusamy was emphasizing the obvious now. "For the last 9 elections," continued the huge cardinal, his voice a heavy rumble, "the pope has been elected by acclamation, by the direct intercession of the Holy Spirit." Lourdusamy paused for a long, thick moment. Behind him, Monsignor Oddi stood watching, as motionless as the painted Christ behind him, as unblinking as Kenzo Isozaki. "I have no reason to believe," continued Lourdusamy at last, "that this election will be any different." The Pax Mercantilis executives did not move. Finally, M. Isozaki bowed his head ever so slightly. The message had been heard and understood. There would be no insurrection within the Vatican walls. Or if there were, Lord Usumi had it well in hand, and did not need the support of the Pax Mercantilis. If the former were the case, and Cardinal Lord Usumi's time had not yet come, Pope Julius would once again oversee the Church and Pax. Isozaki's group had taken a terrible risk, because of the incalculable rewards and power that would be theirs if they had succeeded in allying themselves with the future pontiff. Now, they faced only the consequences of the terrible risk. A century earlier, Pope Julius had excommunicated Kenzo Isozaki's predecessor for a lesser miscalculation, revoking the sacrament of the cruciform and condemning the mercantilist leader to a life of separation from the Catholic community, which of course was every man, woman, and child on Pacem, and a majority of the Pax worlds, followed by the true death. Now, I regret that pressing duties must take me from your kind company, rumbled the cardinal. Before he could rise, and contrary to standard protocol for leaving the presence of a prince of the Church, M. Isozaki came forward quickly, genuflected, and kissed the cardinal's ring. "Eminence," murmured the old Pax Mercantilis billionaire. This time, Lord Usumi did not rise or leave until each of the powerful CEOs had come forward to show his or her respect. An Archangel-class starship translated into God's Grove space the day after Pope Julius's death. This was the only Archangel not assigned to courier duty. It was smaller than the new ships, and it was called the Raphael. Minutes after the Archangel established orbit around the ash-colored world, a dropship separated and screamed into atmosphere. 2 men and a woman were aboard. The 3 looked like siblings, united by their lean forms, pale complexions, dark, limp, short-cropped hair, hooded gazes, and thin lips. They wore unadorned ship suits of red and black with elaborate wristband comm-logs. Their presence in the dropship was a curiosity. The Archangel-class starships invariably killed human beings during their violent translation through Planck space, and the onboard resurrection crashes usually took 3 days to revive the human crew. These 3 were not human. Morphing wings and smoothing all surfaces into an aerodynamic shell, the dropship crossed the Terminator into daylight at Mach 3. Beneath it turned the former Templar world of God's Grove, a mass of burn scars, ash fields, mud flows, retreating glaciers, and green sequoias struggling to reseed themselves in the shattered landscape. Slowing now to subsonic speeds, the dropship flew above the narrow band of temperate climate and viable vegetation near the planet's equator, and followed a river to the stump of the former World Tree. 83 kilometers across, still a kilometer high, even in its devastated form, the stump rose above the southern horizon like a black mesa. The dropship avoided the world stump and continued to follow the river west, continuing to descend until it landed on a boulder near the point where the river entered a narrow gorge. The 2 men and the woman came down the extruded stairs and reviewed the scene. It was mid-morning on this part of God's Grove. The river made a rushing noise as it entered the rapids. Birds and unseen arboreals chittered in the thick trees farther downriver. The air smelled of pine needles, unclassifiable alien scents, wet soil, and ash. More than 2.5 centuries earlier, this world had been smashed and slashed from orbit. Those 200-meter-high Templar trees that did not flee to space had burned in a conflagration that continued to rage for the better part of a century, extinguished at last only by a nuclear winter. "Careful," said one of the men, as the 3 walked downhill to the river. "The monofilaments she-webbed here should still be in place." The thin woman nodded and removed a weapon laser from the flow foam pack she carried. Setting the beam to widest dispersal, she fanned it over the river. Invisible filaments glowed like a spider's web in morning dew, crisscrossing the river and wrapping around boulders, submerging and re-emerging from the white-frothed river. "None where we have to work," said the woman as she shut off the laser. The three crossed a low area by the river and climbed a rocky slope. Here the granite had been melted and flowed downhill like lava during the slagging of God's Grove, but on one of the terraced rock faces there were even more recent signs of catastrophe. Near the top of a boulder 10 meters above the river, a crater had been burned into solid rock. Perfectly circular, indented 1/2 meter below the level of the boulder, the crater was 5 meters across. On the southeast side, where a waterfall of molten rock had run and splattered and fountained to the river below, a natural staircase of black stone had formed. The rock filling the circular cavity on top of the boulder was darker and smoother than the rest of the stone, looking like polished onyx set in a granite crucible. One of the men stepped into the concavity, lay full length on the smooth stone, and set his ear to the rock. A second later he rose and nodded to the other two. "Stand back," said the woman. She touched her wristband comm log. The three had taken 5 steps back when the lance of pure energy burned from space. Birds and arboreals fled in loud panic through the screening trees. The air ionized and became superheated in seconds, rolling a shock wave in all directions. Branches and leaves burst into flame 50 meters from the beam's point of contact. The cone of pure brilliance exactly matched the diameter of the circular depression in the boulder, turning the smooth stone to a lake of molten fire. The 2 men and the woman did not flinch. Their ship suits smoldered in the open hearth-furnace heat, but the special fabric did not burn. Neither did their flesh. "Time," said the woman over the roar of the energy beam and widening firestorm. The golden beam ceased to exist. Hot air rushed in at gale-force winds to fill the vacuum. The depression in the rock was a circle of bubbling lava. One of the men went to one knee and seemed to be listening. Then he nodded to the others, and phase shifted. 1 second he was flesh and bone and blood and skin and hair. The next he was a chrome-silver sculpture in the form of a man. The blue sky, burning forest, and lake of molten fire reflected perfectly on his shifting silver skin. He plunged one arm into the molten pool, crouched lower, reached deeper, and then pulled back. The silver form of his hand looked as if it had melted onto the surface of another silver human form, this one a woman. The male chrome sculpture pulled the female chrome sculpture out of the hissing, spitting cauldron of lava and carried it 50 meters to a point where the grass was not burning and the stone was cool enough to hold their weight. The other man and woman followed. The man shifted out of his chrome-silver form, and a second later the female he had carried did the same. The woman who emerged from the quicksilver looked like a twin of the short-haired woman in the ship suit. "Where is the bitch child?" asked the rescued female. She had once been known as Radamonth Nemes. "Gone," said the man who rescued her. He and his male sibling could be her brothers or male clones. "They made the final Farcaster." Radamonth Nemes grimaced slightly. She was flexing her fingers and moving her arms as if recovering from cramps in her limbs. "At least I killed the damned android." "No," said the other woman, her twin. She had no name. "They left in the Raphael's dropship. The android lost an arm, but the autosurgeon kept him alive." Nemes nodded and looked back at the rocky hillside where lava still ran. The glow from the fire showed the glistening web of the monofilament over the river. Behind them, the forest burned. That was not pleasant in there. I couldn't move with the full force of the ship's lance burning down on me, and then I could not phase shift with the rock around me. It took immense concentration to power down and still maintain an active phase shift interface. How long was I buried there? 4 Earth years, said the man who had not spoken until now. Rhadamanthnemes raised a thin eyebrow, more in question than surprise. Yet the core knew where I was. The core knew where you were, said the other woman. Her voice and facial expressions were identical to those of the rescued woman. And the core knew that you had failed. Nemes smiled very thinly. So the 4 years were a punishment. A reminder, said the man who had pulled her from the rock. Rhadamanthnemes took 2 steps, as if testing her balance. Her voice was flat. So why have you come for me now? The girl, said the other woman. She is coming back. We are to resume your mission. Nemes nodded. The man who rescued her set his hand on her thin shoulder. And please consider, he said, that 4 years entombed in fire and stone will be nothing to what you may expect if you fail again. Nemes stared at him for a long moment without answering. Then, turning away from the lava and flames, in a precisely choreographed motion, matching stride for stride, all 4 of them moved in perfect unison toward the dropship. On the desert world of Madre de Dios, on the high plateau called the Llano Estacado, because of the atmosphere generator pylons crisscrossing the desert in neat 10-kilometer grid intervals, Father Federico de Soya prepared for early morning mass. The little desert town of Nuevo Atlan held fewer than 300 residents, mostly Pax bauxite miners, waiting to die before traveling home, mixed with a few of the converted Mariaists who scratched out livings as Korger herders in the toxic wastelands. And Father de Soya knew precisely how many would be in chapel for early mass. 4. Old M. Sanchez, the ancient widow who was rumored to have murdered her husband in a dust storm 62 years before. The Perel twins, who, for unknown reasons, preferred the old run-down church to the spotless and air-conditioned company chapel on the mining reservation. And the mysterious old man with the radiation-scarred face, who knelt in the rearmost pew and never took communion. There was a dust storm blowing. There was always a dust storm blowing, and Father de Soya had to run the last 30 meters from his adobe parish house to the church sacristy, a transparent fiber plastic hood over his head and shoulders to protect his cassock and beretta, his breviary tucked deep in his cassock pocket to keep it clean. It did not work. Every evening when he removed his cassock or hung his beretta on a hook, the sand fell out in a red cascade, like dried blood from a broken hourglass. And every morning when he opened his breviary, sand gritted between the pages and soiled his fingers. "Good morning, Father," said Pablo, as the priest hurried into the sacristy and slid the cracked weather seals around the door frame. "Good morning, Pablo, my most faithful altar boy," said Father de Soya. Actually, the priest silently corrected himself. Pablo was his only altar boy. A simple child, simple in the ancient sense of the word as mentally slow, as well as in the sense of being honest, sincere, loyal, and friendly. Pablo was there to help de Soya serve Mass, every weekday morning at 0630 hours and twice on Sunday, although only the same 4 people came to the early morning Sunday Mass, and half a dozen of the bauxite miners to the later Mass. The boy nodded his head and grinned again, the smile disappearing for a moment as he pulled on his clean, starched surplice over his altar boy robes. Father de Soya walked past the child, ruffling his dark hair as he did so, and opened the tall vestment chest. The morning had grown as dark as the high desert night as the dust storm swallowed the sunrise, and the only illumination in the cold, bare room was from the fluttering sacristy lamp. De Soya genuflected, prayed earnestly for a moment, and began donning the vestments of his profession. For 2 decades, as Father Captain de Soya of the Pax fleet, commander of torch ships such as the Balthazar, Federico de Soya had dressed himself in uniforms where the cross and collar were the only signs of his priesthood. He had worn Plaskev battle armor, spacesuits, tactical comm implants, datum plane goggles, god gloves, all of the paraphernalia of a torch-ship captain. But none of those items touched him and moved him as much as these simple vestments of a parish priest. In the 4 years since Father Captain de Soya had been stripped of his rank of captain and removed from fleet service, he had rediscovered his original vocation. De Soya pulled on the amice that slipped over his head like a gown and fell to his ankles. The amice was white linen and immaculate despite the incessant dust storms, as was the alb that slid on next. He set the cincture around his waist, whispering a prayer as he did so. Then he raised the white stole from the vestment chest, held it reverently a moment in both hands, and then placed it around his neck, crossing the 2 strips of silk. Behind him, Pablo was bustling around the little room, putting away his filthy outside boots and pulling on the cheap fiber-plastic running shoes his mother had told him to keep here just for Mass. Father de Soya set his tunable in place, the outer garment showing a T-cross in front. It was white, with a subtle purple piping. He would be saying a Mass of benediction this morning, while quietly administering the sacrament of penance for the presumed widow and murderer in the front pew, and the radiation-scarred cipher in the last pew. Pablo bustled up to him. The boy was grinning and out of breath. Father de Soya set his hand on the boy's head, trying to flatten the thatch of fly-away hair, while also calming and reassuring the lad. De Soya lifted the chalice, removed his right hand from the boy's head to hold it over the veiled cup, and said softly, "All right." Pablo's grin disappeared as the gravity of the moment swept over him, and then the boy led the procession of 2 out of the sacristy door toward the altar. De Soya noticed at once that there were 5 figures in the chapel, not 4. The usual worshippers were there, all kneeling and standing and then kneeling again in their usual places. But there was someone else, someone tall and silent, standing in the deepest shadows where the little foyer entered the nave. All during the renewed Mass, the presence of the stranger pulled at Father de Soya's consciousness, try as he might to block out all but the sacred mystery of which he was part. "Dominus vobiscum," said Father de Soya. For more than 3,000 years, he believed, the Lord had been with them, with all of them. "Et cum spiritu tuo," said Father de Soya. And as Pablo echoed the words, the priest turned his head slightly to see if the light had illuminated the tall, thin form in the dark recess at the front of the nave. It had not. During the canon, Father de Soya forgot the mysterious figure, and succeeded in focusing all of his attention on the host that he raised in his blunt fingers. "Hoc est enim corpus meum," the Jesuit pronounced distinctly, feeling the power of those words, and praying for the 10,000th time that his sins of violence while a fleet captain might be washed away by the blood and mercy of this Savior. At the communion rail, only the Perel twins came forward, as always. De Soya said the words and offered the host to the young men. He resisted the urge to glance up at the figure in the shadows at the back of the church. The Mass ended almost in darkness. The howl of wind drowned out the last prayers and responses. This little church had no electricity. It never had, and the 10 flickering candles on the wall did little to pierce the gloom. Father de Soya gave the final benediction, and then carried the chalice into the dark sacristy, setting it on the smaller altar there. Pablo hurried to shrug out of his surplice and pull on his storm anorak. "See you tomorrow, Father." "Yes, thank you, Pablo. Don't forget." Too late. The boy was out the door and running for the spice mill where he worked with his father and uncles. Red dust filled the air around the faulty weather-stripped door. Normally, Father de Soya would have been pulling off his vestments now, setting them back in the vestment chest. Later in the day, he would take them to the parish house to clean them. But this morning, he stayed in the tunicle and stole, the alb and cincture and amice. For some reason, he felt he needed them, much as he had needed the Plaskev battle armor during boarding operations in the coal sack campaign. The tall figure, still in shadows, stood in the sacristy doorway. Father de Soya waited and watched, resisting the urge to cross himself or to hold the remaining communion wafer up as if to shield against vampires or the devil. Outside, the wind went from a howl to a banshee scream. The figure took a step into the ruby light cast by the sacristy lamp. De Soya recognized Captain Margit Wu, personal aide and liaison for Admiral Marison, commanding officer of Pax Fleet. For the second time that morning, de Soya corrected himself. It was Admiral Margit Wu now, the pips on her collar just visible in the red light. "Father Captain de Soya," said the Admiral. The Jesuit slowly shook his head. It was only 0730 hours on this 23-hour world, but already he felt tired. "Just Father de Soya," he said. "Father Captain de Soya," repeated Admiral Wu, and this time there was no question in her voice. "You are hereby recalled to active service. You will take 10 minutes to gather your belongings and then come with me. The recall is effective now." Federico de Soya sighed and closed his eyes. He felt like crying. "Please, dear Lord, let this cup passeth from me." When he opened his eyes, the chalice was still on the altar, and Admiral Margit Wu was still waiting. "Yes," he said softly, and slowly, carefully, he began removing his sacred vestments. On the third day after the death and entombment of Pope Julius XIV, there was movement in his resurrection creche. The slender umbilicals and subtle machine probes slid back and out of sight. The corpse on the slab at first lay inanimate, except for the rise and fall of a bare chest, then visibly twitched, then moaned, and after many long minutes raised itself to one elbow and eventually sat up, the richly embroidered silk and linen shroud sliding around the naked man's waist. For several minutes the man sat on the edge of the marble slab, his head in his shaking hands. Then he looked up as a secret panel in the Resurrection Chapel wall slid back with less than a hiss. A cardinal in formal red moved across the dimly lit space with a rustle of silk and a rattle of beads. Next to him walked a tall, handsome man with gray hair and gray eyes. This man was dressed in a simple but elegant one-piece suit of gray flannel. 3 steps behind the cardinal and the man in gray came 2 Swiss Guard troopers in medieval orange and black. They carried no weapons. The naked man on the slab blinked as if his eyes were unaccustomed to even the muted light in the dim chapel. Finally, the eyes focused. "Lord Dusamy," said the resurrected man. "Father Duray," said Cardinal Lord Dusamy. He was carrying an oversized silver chalice. The naked man moved his mouth and tongue as if he had awakened with a vile taste in his mouth. He was an older man, with a thin, ascetic face, sad eyes, and old scars across his newly resurrected body. On his chest, 2 cruciforms glowed red and tumescent. "What year is it?" he asked at last. "The year of our Lord 3131, said the cardinal, still standing next to the seated man. Father Paul Duray closed his eyes. 57 years after my last resurrection. 279 years since the fall of the Farcasters. He opened his eyes and looked at the cardinal. 270 years since you poisoned me, killing Pope Teyer I. Cardinal Lord Dusamy rumbled a laugh. You'll recover quickly from resurrection disorientation if you can do your arithmetic so well." Father Duray moved his gaze from the cardinal to the tall man in gray. "Albedo, you come to witness? Or do you have to give courage to your tame Judas?" The tall man said nothing. Cardinal Lordusami's already thin lips tightened to the point of disappearance between florid jowls. "Do you have anything else to say before you return to hell, anti-pope?" "Not to you," murmured Father Duray, and closed his eyes in prayer. The 2 Swiss Guard troopers seized Father Duray's thin arms. The Jesuit did not resist. One of the troopers grabbed the resurrected man by the brow and pulled his head back, stretching the thin neck in a bow. Cardinal Lordusami took a graceful half-step closer. From the folds of his silken sleeve snicked a knife-blade with a horn handle. While the troopers held the still passive Duray, whose Adam's apple seemed to grow more prominent as his head was forced back, Lordusami swept his arm up and around in a fluid casting-away gesture. Blood spurted from Duray's severed carotid artery. Stepping back to avoid staining his robes, Lordusami slid the blade back into his sleeve, raised the broad-mouthed chalice, and caught the pulsing stream of blood. When the chalice was almost filled and the blood had ceased spurting, he nodded to the Swiss Guard trooper, who immediately released Father Duray's head. The resurrected man was a corpse once again, head lolling, eyes still shut, mouth open, the slashed throat gaping like painted lips on a terrible, ragged grin. The 2 Swiss Guard troopers arranged the body on the slab and lifted the shroud away. The naked dead man looked pale and vulnerable, torn throat, scarred chest, long white fingers, pale belly, flaccid genitals, scrawny legs. Death, even in an age of resurrection, leaves little or no dignity, even to those who have lived lives of sustained self-control. While the troopers held the beautiful shroud out of harm's way, Cardinal Lordusami poured the heavy chalice's blood onto the dead man's eyes, into his gaping mouth, into the raw knife wound, and down the chest, belly, and groin of the corpse, the spreading scarlet matching and surpassing the intensity of color in the cardinal's robes. "Sie aber seid nicht fleischlich, sondern geistlich," said Cardinal Lordusami. "You are not made of flesh, but of spirit." The tall man raised an eyebrow. "Bach, isn't it?" "Of course," said the cardinal, setting the now empty chalice next to the corpse. He nodded to the Swiss Guard troopers, and they covered the body with the 2-layered shroud. Blood immediately soaked the beautiful fabrics. "Jesu, meine Freunde," added Lordusami. "I thought so," said the taller man. He gave the cardinal a questioning look. "Yes," agreed Cardinal Lordusami. "Now." The man in gray walked around the bier and stood behind the 2 troopers, who were completing their tucking in of the blood-soaked shroud. When the troopers straightened and stepped back from the marble slab, the man in gray lifted his large hands to the back of each man's neck. The troopers' eyes and mouths opened wide, but they had no time to cry out. Within a second their open eyes and mouths blazed with an incandescent light. Their skin became translucent to the orange flame within their bodies, and then they were gone, volatilized, scattered to particles finer than ash. The man in gray brushed his hands together to rid them of the thin layer of micro-ash. "A pity, Councillor Albedo," murmured Cardinal Lordusami in his thick rumble of a voice. The man in gray looked at the suggestion of airborne dust settling in the dim light, and then back at the cardinal. His eyebrow rose once again in query. "No, no, no," rumbled Lordusami. "I mean the shroud. The stains will never come out. We have to weave a new one after every resurrection." He turned and started toward the secret panel, his robes rustling. "Come, Albedo. We need to talk, and I still have a massive Thanksgiving to say before noon." After the panel slid shut behind the two, the resurrection chamber lay silent and empty, except for the shrouded corpse and the slightest hint of gray fog in the dim light, a shifting, fading mist suggestive of the departing souls of the more recent dead. 2. On the week that Pope Julius died for the 9th time, and Father de Rey was murdered for the 5th time, Aenea and I were 160,000 light-years away, on the kidnapped planet Earth. Old Earth, the real Earth, circling a G-type star that was not the Sun in the Lesser Magellanic Cloud, a galaxy that was not the Earth's home galaxy. It had been a strange week for us. We did not know that the Pope had died, of course, since there was no contact between this relocated Earth and Pax space, except for the dormant Farcaster portals. Actually, I know now Aenea was aware of the Pope's demise, through means we did not suspect then. But she did not mention events in Pax space to us, and no one thought to ask her. Our lives on Earth during those years of exile were simple and peaceful and profound, in ways that are now hard to fathom, and almost painful to recall. At any rate, that particular week had been profound, but not simple or peaceful for us. The old architect with whom Aenea had been studying for the last 4 years had died on Monday, and his funeral had been a sad and hasty affair out on the desert that wintry Tuesday evening. On Wednesday, Aenea had turned 16, but the event was overshadowed by the pall of grief and confusion at the Taliesin Fellowship, and only A. Betic and I had tried to celebrate the day with her. The android had baked a chocolate cake, Aenea's favorite, and I had worked for days to whittle an elaborately carved walking stick out of a sturdy branch we had found during one of the old architect's compulsory picnic expeditions to the nearby mountains. That evening we ate the cake and drank some champagne in Aenea's beautiful little apprentice shelter in the desert. But she was subdued and distracted by the old man's death and the fellowship's panic. I realized now that much of her distraction must have come from her awareness of the Pope's death, of the violent events that were gathering on the future's horizon, and of the end of what would be the most peaceful 4 years we would ever know together. I remember the conversation that evening of Aenea's 16th birthday. It had grown dark early, and the air was chill. Outside the comfortable stone and canvas home she had built 4 years earlier for her apprenticeship challenge, the dust was blowing, and the sagebrush and yucca plants rasped and contorted in the wind's grip. We sat by the hissing lantern, trading our champagne glasses for mugs of warm tea, and talked softly beneath the hiss of sand on canvas. "It's strange," I said. "We knew he was old and ill, but no one seemed to believe that he would die." I was speaking of the old architect, of course, not of the distant Pope who meant so little to us. And, like all of us on the exiled Earth, Aenea's mentor had not carried the cruciform. His death was final in the way the Pope's could not be. "He seemed to know," Aenea said softly. "He's been calling in each of his apprentices for the past month, imparting some last bit of wisdom." "What last bit of wisdom did he share with you?" I asked. "I mean, if it's not a secret or too personal." Aenea smiled over the steaming mug of tea. "He reminded me that the patron will always agree to pay twice what the bid was if you send along the extra expenses bit by bit once construction has started and the structure is taking shape. He said that was beyond the point of no return, so the client was hooked like a trout on a 6-pound line." Both A. Betic and I laughed. It was not a disrespectful laugh. The old architect had been one of those rare creatures, a true genius combined with an overpowering personality. But even when thinking of him with sadness and affection, we could recognize the selfishness and deviousness that had also been part of his personality. And I don't mean to be coy here by referring to him only as the old architect. The Cybrid's personality template had been reconstructed from a pre-Hegira human named Frank Lloyd Wright, who had worked in the 19th and 20th centuries A.D. But while everyone at the Taliesin Fellowship had referred to him respectfully as Mr. Wright, including even those older apprentices who were his age, I had always thought of him as the old architect, because of things Aenea had said about her future mentor before we came here to Old Earth. As if thinking along these same lines, Betic said, "It's odd, isn't it?" "What's that?" said Aenea. The android smiled, and rubbed his left arm where it ended at a smooth stump just below the elbow. It is a habit he had developed over the past few years. The autosurgeon on the dropship that had carried us through the Farcaster from God's Grove had kept the android alive, but his chemistry had been sufficiently different to prevent the ship from growing him a new arm. "I mean," he said, "that despite the ascendancy of the Church in the affairs of humankind, the question of whether human beings have a soul which leaves the body after death has yet to be definitely answered. Yet, in Mr. Wright's case, we know that his Cybrid personality still exists separate from his body, or at least did for some time after the moment of his death." "Do we know that for sure?" I said. The tea was warm and good. Aenea and I bought it, traded for it actually, at the Indian market located in the desert where the city of Scottsdale should have been. It was Aenea who answered my question. "Yes. My father's Cybrid personality survived the destruction of his body and was stored in the Shrone Loop in Mother's skull. Even after that, we know that it had a separate existence in the megasphere, and then resided in the consul ship for a time. A Cybrid's personality survives a sort of holistic wavefront propagated along the matrices of the datum plane or megasphere until it returns to the AI source in the core." I had known this, but never understood it. "Okay," I said. "But where did Mr. Wright's AI-based personality wavefront go? There can't be any connections to the core out here, in the Magellanic Cloud. There are no data spheres here." Aenea set down her empty mug. "There has to be a connection, or Mr. Wright and the other reconstructed Cybrid personalities assembled here on Earth couldn't have existed. Remember, the TechnoCore used the Planck space between the Farcaster portals as their medium and hiding place before the dying hegemony destroyed the Farcaster openings to it." "The void which binds," I said, repeating the phrase from the old poet's cantos. "Yeah," said Aenea, "although I always thought that was a dumb name." "Whatever it's called," I said, "I don't understand how it can reach here. A different galaxy." "The medium the core used for Farcasters reaches everywhere," said Aenea. "It permeates space and time." My young friend frowned. "No, that's not right. Space and time are bound up in it. The void which binds transcends space and time." I looked around. The lantern light was enough to fill the little tent structure, but outside it was dark, and the wind howled. "Then the core can reach here?" Aenea shook her head. We had held this discussion before. I had not understood the concept then. I did not understand it now. "These Cybrids are connected to AIs which aren't really part of the core," she said. "Mr. Wright's persona wasn't. My father, the second Keats Cybrid, wasn't." This was the part I had never understood. "The Cantos said that the Keats Cybrids, including your father, were created by Ummon, a core AI. Ummon told your father that the Cybrids were a core experiment." Aenea stood and walked to the opening of her apprentice shelter. The canvas on either side rippled with the wind, but kept its shape and held the sand outside. She had built it well. "Uncle Martin wrote the Cantos," she said. "He told the truth as best he could. But there were elements he did not understand. "Me too," I said, and dropped the matter. I walked over and put my arm around Aenea, feeling the subtle changes in her back and shoulder and arm since the first time I had hugged her 4 years earlier. "Happy birthday, kiddo." She glanced up at me and then laid her head against my chest. "Thank you, Raul." There had been other changes in my youthful friend since first we met when she was just turning 12 standard. I could say that she had grown to womanhood in the intervening years, but despite the rounding of her hips and obvious breasts beneath the old sweatshirt she wore, I still did not see her as a woman. No longer a child, of course, but not yet a woman. She was Aenea. The luminous dark eyes were the same, intelligent, questioning, a bit sad with some secret knowledge, and the effect of being physically touched when she turned the attention of her gaze on you was as strong as ever. Her brown hair had grown somewhat darker in the past few years. She had cut it the previous spring. Now it was shorter than mine had been when I was in the Home Guard military on Hyperion a dozen years earlier. When I set my hand on her head, the hair was barely long enough to rise between my fingers, but I could see some glints of the old blonde streaks there, brought out by the long days she spent working in the Arizona sunlight. As we stood there, listening to the blowing dust scraping canvas, abetic, a silent shadow behind us, Aenea took my hand in both of hers. She might have been 16 that day, a young woman rather than a girl, but her hands were still tiny in my huge palm. "Raul," she said. I looked at her and waited. "Will you do something for me?" she said softly, very softly. "Yes." I did not hesitate. She squeezed my hand and looked directly into me then. "Will you do something for me tomorrow?" "Yes." Neither her gaze nor the pressure on my hand let up. "Will you do anything for me?" This time I did hesitate. I knew what such a vow might entail, even though this strange and wonderful child had never asked me to do anything for her, had not asked that I come with her on this mad odyssey. That had been a promise I had made to the old poet Martin Silenus before I had even met Aenea. I knew that there were things that I could not, in good conscience or bad, bring myself to do. But foremost among those things I was incapable of doing was denying Aenea. "Yes," I said, "I will do anything you ask." At that moment I knew that I was lost, and resurrected. Aenea did not speak then, but only nodded, squeezed my hand a final time, and turned back to the light, the cake, and our waiting android friend. On the next day, I was to learn what her request truly meant, and how difficult it would be to honor my vow. I will stop for a moment. I realize that you might not know about me unless you have read the first few hundred pages of my tale, which, because I had to recycle the microvellum upon which I wrote them, no longer exist except in the memory of this scriber. I told the truth in those lost pages, or at least the truth as I knew it then, or at least I tried to tell the truth. Mostly. After having recycled the microvellum pages of that first attempt to tell the story of Aenea, and because the scriber has never been out of my sight, I have to assume that no one has read them. The fact that they were written in a Schrödinger catbox execution egg, in exile orbit around the barren world of Armagast, the catbox being little more than a fixed-position energy shell, holding my atmosphere, air and food recycling equipment, bed, table, scriber, and a vial of cyanide gas waiting to be released by a random isotope emission, would seem to have ensured that you have not read those pages. But I am not sure. Strange things were happening then. Strange things have happened since. I will reserve judgment on whether those pages and these could ever have been or ever will be read. In the meantime, I will reintroduce myself. My name is Raul Endymion, my first name rhyming with tall, which I am, and my last name deriving from the abandoned university city of Endymion on the backwater world of Hyperion. I qualify the word abandoned because that quarantine city is where I met the old poet, Martin Silenus, the ancient author of the banned epic poem The Cantos, and that is where my adventure began. I use the word adventure with some irony, and perhaps in the sense that all of life is an adventure. For it is true that while the voyage began as an adventure, an attempt to rescue 12-year-old Aenea from the Pax and to escort her safely to the distant old Earth, it has since become a full lifetime of love, loss, and wonder. Anyway, at the time of this telling, during the week of the Pope's death, the old architect's death, and Aenea's inauspicious 16th birthday in exile, I was 32 years old, still tall, still strong, still trained mostly in hunting, brawling, and watching others lead, still callow, and just teetering on the precipice of falling forever in love with the girl child I had protected like a little sister, and who, overnight it seemed, had become a girl-woman whom I knew now as a friend. I should also say that the other things I write of here, the events in Pax Space, the murder of Paul Duray, the retrieval of the female thing named Rhadamanth Nemes, the thoughts of Father Federico de Soya, are not surmised or extrapolated or made up in the way that the old fiction novels were in Martin Silenus's day. I know these things, down to the level of Father de Soya's thoughts and Councillor Albedo's apparel that day, not because I am omniscient, but because of later events and revelations that gave access to such omniscience. It will make sense later. At least I hope it will. I apologize for this awkward reintroduction. The template for Aenea's hybrid father, a poet named John Keats, said in his last letter of farewell to his friends, "I have always made an awkward bow." In truth, so have I, whether in departure or greeting, or, as is perhaps the case here, in improbable reunion. So I will return to my memories, and ask your indulgence if they do not make perfect sense at my first attempt to share and shape them. The wind howled and the dust blew for 3 days and 3 nights after Aenea's 16th birthday. The girl was gone for all that time. Over the past 4 years I had grown used to her time-outs, as she called them, and I usually did not fret the way I had the first few times she had disappeared for days on end. This time, however, I was more concerned than usual. The death of the old architect had left the 27 apprentices and the 60-some support people at the desert camp, which is what the old architect called Taliesin West, anxious and uneasy. The dust storm added to that anxiety, as dust storms always do. Most of the families and support staff lived close by. In one of the desert masonry dormitories Mr. Wright had his interns build, south of the main buildings, and the camp complex itself was almost fort-like, with its walls and courtyards and covered walkways, good for scuttling between buildings during a dust storm. But each successive day, without either sunlight or Aenea, made me increasingly nervous. Several times each day I went to her apprentice shelter. It was the farthest from the main compound, almost a quarter of a mile north toward the mountains. She was never there. She had left the door untethered and a note telling me not to worry, that it was just one of her excursions and that she was taking plenty of water. But every time I visited, I appreciated her shelter more. 4 years earlier, when she and I had first arrived with a drop ship stolen from a Pax warship, both of us exhausted, battered, and burned, not to mention with an android healing in the ship's autosurgeon, The old architect and the other apprentices had greeted us with warmth and acceptance. Mr. Wright had not seemed surprised that a 12-year-old child had come across world after world via Farcaster to find him and to ask to be his apprentice. I remember that first day when the old architect had asked her what she knew of architecture. "Nothing," Aenea had replied quietly, "except that you are the one I should learn from." Evidently this had been the correct response. Mr. Wright had told her that all of the apprentices who had arrived before her, all 26 others, as it turned out, had been asked to design and build their own shelters in the desert as a sort of entry exam. The old architect had offered some crude materials from the compound, canvas, stone, cement, a bit of cast-off lumber, but the design and effort were up to the girl. Before she set to work, not being an apprentice, I made do with a tent close to the main compound. Aenea and I toured the other apprentice shelters. Most were variations on tent shacks. They were serviceable, and some showed style. One particularly exhibited a nice design flair, but, as Aenea pointed out to me, would not keep the sand or rain out with the slightest wind. But none was particularly memorable. Aenea worked 11 days on her shelter. I helped her do some of the heavy lifting and a bit of the excavating. Abetic was still recovering at that time, first in the autosurgeon, then in the compound's infirmary, but the girl did all of the planning and most of the work. The result was this wonderful shelter that I visited 4 times a day during this her last hiatus in the desert. Aenea had excavated the main sections of the shelter so that most of it was below ground level. Then she had set flagstones in place, making sure that they fit tightly to create a smooth floor. Over the stones she set colorful rugs and blankets she traded for at the Indian market 15 miles away. Around the excavated core of the home she set walls that were about 1 meter high, but with the sunken main room they seemed taller. They were constructed of the same rough desert masonry that Mr. Wright had used in building the walls and superstructure of the main compound buildings, and Aenea had used the same technique, although she had never heard him describe it. First, she gathered stones from the desert and the many arroyos and washes around the hilltop compound. The rocks were of every size and color, purple, black, rusty reds, and deep umbers, and some held petroglyphs or fossils. After gathering the stones, Aenea built wooden forms and set the larger rocks in with their flat sides against the inside face of the form. She then spent days in the broiling sun, shoveling sand from the washes and carting it back to her building site in wheelbarrows, mixing it there with cement to form the concrete that held the stones in place as the mixture hardened. It was a rough concrete stone concoction, desert masonry, Mr. Wright called it, but it was strangely beautiful. The colorful rocks showing through the surface of the concrete, fissures and textures everywhere. Once in place, the walls were about 1 meter high and thick enough to hold out the desert heat in the daytime and hold in the inner heat at night. Her shelter was more complex than it first appeared to the eye. It was months before I appreciated the subtle tricks she had pulled in its design. One duct to enter the vestibule, a stone and canvas porte-cochere, with 3 broad steps leading one down and around to the wood and masonry portal that served as the entrance to the main room. This twisting, descending vestibule acted as a sort of airlock, sealing out the desert sand and harshness, and the way she had rigged the canvas, almost like overlapping jib sails, improved the airlock effect. The main room was only 3 meters across and 5 long, but it seemed much larger. Aenea had used built-in benches around a raised stone table to create a dining and sitting area, and then placed more niches and stone seats near a hearth she had fashioned in the north wall of the shelter. There was an actual stone chimney built into the wall, and it did not touch the canvas or wood at any point. Between the stone walls and the canvas, at about eye height when seated, she had rigged screened windows that ran the length of the north and south sides of the shelter. These panoramic view slits could be battened down by both canvas and sliding wood shutters, operated from the inside. Overhead, she had used old fiberglass rods found in the compound junk heap to shape the canvas in smooth arches, sudden peaks, cathedral vaults, and odd folded niches. She had actually fashioned a bedroom for herself, again removed from the main room by 2 steps twisted at 60-degree angles, the entire niche built into the gently rising slope and set back against a huge boulder she had found on the site. There was no water or plumbing out here. We all shared the communal showers and toilets in the compound annex, but Aenea had built a lovely little rock basin and bath next to her bed, a plywood platform with mattress and blankets, and several times a week she would heat water in the main kitchen and carry it to her shelter, bucket by bucket, for a hot bath. The light through the canvas ceilings and walls was warm at sunrise, buttery at midday, and orange in the evening. In addition, Aenea had deliberately placed the shelter in careful relation to saguaros, prickly pear bushes, and staghorn cactus, so that different shadows would fall on different planes of canvas at different times of day. It was a comfortable, pleasant place, and empty beyond description when my young friend was absent. I mentioned that the apprentices and support staff were anxious after the old architect's death. Distraught might be a better word. I spent most of those 3 days of Aenea's absence listening to the concerned babble of almost 90 people, never together, since even the dinner shifts in the dining hall were spaced apart, because Mr. Wright had not liked huge crowds at dinner, and the level of panic seemed to grow as the days and dust storms went by. Aenea's absence was a big part of the hysteria. She was the youngest apprentice at Taliesin, the youngest person, actually, but the others had grown used to asking advice of her, and of listening when she spoke. In 1 week, they had lost both their mentor and their guide. On the 4th morning after her birthday, the dust storms ended, and Aenea returned. I happened to be out jogging just after sunrise, and saw her coming across the desert from the direction of the McDowell Mountains. She was silhouetted in the morning light, a thin figure with short hair against the corona brilliance, and in that second I thought of the first time I had seen her, in the valley of the Time Tombs on Hyperion. She grinned when she saw me. "Hey, Boo," she called. It was an old joke based on some book she had read as a very young child. "Hey, Scout," I called back, answering in the same in-joke language. We stopped when we were 5 paces apart. My impulse was to hug her and hold her close and beg her not to disappear again. I did not do that. The rich, low light of morning threw long shadows behind the cholla cacti, grease bushes, and sage, and bathed our already sunburned skin in an orange glow. "How are the troops doing?" asked Aenea. I could see that despite her promises to the contrary, she had been fasting during the past 3 days. She had always been thin, but now her ribs almost showed through her thin cotton shirt. Her lips were dry and cracked. "They upset," she said. "They're shitting bricks," I said. For years I'd avoided using my home guard vocabulary around the kid, but she was 16 now. Besides, she had always used a saltier vocabulary than I knew. Aenea grinned. The brilliant light illuminated the sandy streaks in her short hair. "That'd be good for a bunch of architects, I guess." I rubbed my chin, feeling the rough stubble there. "Seriously, kiddo, they're pretty upset." Aenea nodded. "Yeah, they don't know what to do or where to go now that Mr. Wright's gone." She squinted toward the fellowship compound, which showed up as little more than asymmetrical bits of stone and canvas, just visible above the cacti and scrub brush. Sunlight glinted off unseen windows and one of the fountains. "Let's get everybody in the music pavilion and talk," said Aenea, and began striding toward Taliesin. And thus began our last full day together on earth. I am going to interrupt myself here. I hear my own voice on the scriber and remember the pause in the telling at this point. What I wanted to do here was tell all about the 4 years of exile on old earth, all about the apprentices and other people at the Taliesin Fellowship, all about the old architect and his whims and petty cruelties, as well as about his brilliance and childlike enthusiasms. I wanted to describe the many conversations with Aenea over those 48 local months, which, as I never got tired of being amazed by, corresponded perfectly to Hegemony Pact's standard months, and my slow growth of understanding of her incredible insights and abilities. Finally, I wanted to tell of all my excursions during that time, my trip around the earth in the dropship, the long driving adventures in North America, my fleeting contact with the other islands of humanity huddled around cybrid figures from the human past, the gathering in Israel and New Palestine around the cybrid Jesus of Nazareth was a memorable group to visit. But primarily, when I hear the brief silence on the scriber that took the place of these tales, I remember the reason for my omission. As I said before, I scribed these words in the Schrödinger catbox orbiting Armagast, while awaiting the simultaneous emission of an isotopic particle and the activation of the particle detector. When these two events coincided, the cyanide gas built into the static energy field around the recycling equipment would be released. Death would not be instantaneous, but near enough. While protesting earlier that I would take my time in telling our story, Aenea's and mine, I realize now that there was some editing, some attempt to get to the important elements before the particle decayed and the gas flowed. I will not double-guess that decision now, except to say that the 4 years on Earth would be worth telling about at some other point in time. The 90 people of the Fellowship were decent, complex, devious, and interesting, in the way of all intelligent human beings, and their tales should be told. Similarly, my explorations across Earth, both in the dropship and in the 1948 Woody station wagon that the old architect loaned me, might support an epic poem of their own. But I am not a poet. But I was a tracker in my hunting guide days, and my job here is to follow the path of Aenea's growth to womanhood and messiahship, without wandering down too many side tracks. And so I shall. The old architect always referred to the Fellowship compound as Desert Camp. Most of the apprentices referred to it as Taliesin, which means shining brow in Welsh. Mr. Wright was of Welsh distraction. I spent weeks trying to remember a Pax or Outback world named Welsh, before I remembered that the old architect had lived and died before spaceflight. Aenea often referred to the place as Taliesin West, which suggested to even someone as dull as me that there had to be a Taliesin East. When I asked her 3 years earlier, Aenea had explained that the original Mr. Wright had built his first Taliesin Fellowship compound in the early 1930s in Spring Green, Wisconsin being one of the political and geographical subunits of the ancient North American nation-state called the United States of America. When I asked Aenea if the first Taliesin was like this one, she had said, "Not really. There were a series of Wisconsin Taliesins, both homes and fellowship compounds, and most were destroyed by fire. That's one of the reasons Mr. Wright installed so many pools and fountains here at this compound, sources of water to fight the inevitable fires." "And his first Taliesin was built in the 1930s, I said. Aenea shook her head. "He opened his first Taliesin Fellowship in 1932, she said. But that was mostly a way to get slave labor from his apprentices, both for building his dream and raising food for him during the Depression. What was the Depression? Bad economic times in their pure capitalist nation-state, Aenea said. Remember, the economy wasn't really global then, and it depended upon private money institutions called banks, gold reserves, and the value of physical money, actual coins and pieces of paper that were supposed to be worth something. It was all a consensual hallucination, of course, and in the 1930s the hallucination turned nightmare. Jesus, I said. Precisely, said Aenea. Anyway, long before that, in 1909 A.D., the middle-aged Mr. Wright abandoned his wife and 6 children and ran away to Europe with a married woman. I admit that I blinked at this news. The thought of the old architect, a man in his mid-80s when we had met him 4 years ago, with a sex life, and a scandalous one at that, took some getting used to. I also wondered what all this had to do with my question about Taliesin East. Aenea was getting to that. When he returned with the other woman, she said, smiling at my rapt attention, he began building the first Taliesin, his home in Wisconsin, for Mamaw. His mother? I said, totally confused. Mamaw Borthwick, said Aenea, spelling the first name for me. Mrs. Cheney, the other woman. Oh. The smile fading, she continued. The scandal had destroyed his architectural practice and made him a branded man in the United States. But he built Taliesin and forged ahead, trying to find new patrons. His first wife, Catherine, would not give him a divorce. The newspapers, those were databanks printed on paper and distributed regularly, thrived on such gossip and fanned the flames of the scandal, not letting it die. We had been walking in the courtyard when I asked Aenea the simple question about Taliesin, and I remember pausing by the fountain during this part of her answer. I was always amazed at what this child knew. Then, she said, on August 15th, 1914, a worker at Taliesin went crazy, killed Mamaw Borthwick and her son John and daughter Martha with a hatchet, burned their bodies, set fire to the compound, and then killed 4 of Mr. Wright's friends and apprentices before swallowing acid himself. The entire place burned down. My God, I whispered, looking toward the dining hall, where the cybrid old architect was having lunch with a few of his oldest apprentices, even as we spoke. He never gave up, said Aenea. A few days later, on August 18th, Mr. Wright was touring an artificial lake on the Taliesin property, when the dam he was standing on gave way, and he was swept into a rain-swollen creek. Against all odds, he swam out of the torrent. A few weeks later, he started to rebuild. I thought that I understood then what she was telling me about the old architect. Why aren't we at that Taliesin? I asked as we strolled away from the bubbling fountain in the desert courtyard. Aenea shook her head. Good question. I doubt if it even exists in this rebuilt version of Earth. It was important to Mr. Wright, though. He died here, near Taliesin West, on April 9th, 1959. But he was buried back near the Wisconsin Taliesin. I stopped walking then. The thought of the old architect dying was a new and disturbing thought. Everything about our exile had been steady state, calm and self-renewing. But now, Aenea had reminded me that everything and everyone ends, or had, before the Pax introduced the cruciform and physical resurrection to humanity. But no one at the Fellowship, perhaps no one on this kidnapped earth, had submitted to a cruciform. That conversation had been 3 years earlier. This morning, the week after the cybrid old architect's death and incongruous burial in the small mausoleum he had built out in the desert, we were ready to face the consequences of death without resurrection and the end of things. While Aenea went off to the bath and laundry pavilion to wash up, I found Abe Bettick, and the two of us got busy with spreading the word of the meeting in the music pavilion. The blue-skinned android did not act surprised that Aenea, the youngest of us, was calling and leading the meeting. Both Abe Bettick and I had watched silently over the past few years as the girl became the locus of the fellowship. I jogged from the fields to the dormitories, from the dormitories to the kitchen, where I rang the large bell set in the fanciful bell tower above the stairway to the guest deck. Those apprentices or workers whom I did not contact personally should hear the bell and come to investigate. From the kitchen, where I left cooks and some of the apprentices taking their aprons off and wiping their hands, I announced the meeting to people having coffee in the large fellowship dining room. The view from this beautiful room looked north toward the McDowell Peaks, so some had watched Aenea and me return and knew that something was up. And then I poked my head in Mr. Wright's smaller private dining room, empty, and then jogged over to the drafting room. This was probably the most attractive room in the compound, with its long rows of drafting tables and filing cabinets set under the sloping canvas roof, the morning light flooding in through the 2 rows of offset windows. The sun was high enough now to fall on the roof, and the smell of heated canvas was as pleasant as the butter-rich light. Aenea had once told me that it was this sense of camping out, of working within the confines of light and canvas and stone, that had been the real reason for Mr. Wright coming west to the 2nd Taliesin. There were 10 or 12 of the apprentices in the drafting room, all standing around, none working now that the old architect was no longer around to suggest projects, and I told them that Aenea would like us to gather in the music pavilion. None protested. None grumbled or made any comment about a 16-year-old telling 90 of her elders to come together in the middle of a work-day. If anything, the apprentices looked relieved to hear that she was back and taking charge. From the drafting room, I went to the library, where I had spent so many happy hours, and then checked the conference room, lit only by 4 glowing panels in the floor, and announced the meeting to the people I found in both places. Then I jogged down the concrete path, under the covered walkway of desert masonry, and peered in the cabaret theater, where the old architect had loved to show movies on Saturday nights. This place had always tickled me, its thick stone walls and roof, the long descending space with plywood benches covered with red cushions, the well-worn red carpet on the floor, and the many hundreds of white Christmas lights running back and forth on the ceiling. When we first arrived, Aenea and I were amazed to find that the old architect demanded that his apprentices and their families dress for dinner on Saturdays, ancient tuxedos and black ties, of the sort one sees in the oldest history hollows. The women wore strange dresses out of antiquity. Mr. Wright provided the formal clothes for those who failed to bring them in their flight to Earth through time tombs or Farcaster. That first Saturday, Aenea had shown up dressed in a tuxedo, shirt, and black tie, rather than one of the dresses provided. When I first saw the old architect's shocked expression, I was sure that he was going to throw us out of the fellowship and make us eke out a living in the desert. But then the old face creased into a smile, and within seconds he was laughing. He never asked Aenea to dress in anything else. After the formal Saturday dinners, we would either have a group musical event or assemble in the cabaret theater for a movie, one of the ancient celluloid kinds that had to be projected by a machine. It was rather like learning to enjoy cave art. Both Aenea and I loved the films he chose, ancient 20th century flat things, many in black and white, and for some reason that he never explained, Mr. Wright preferred to watch them with the soundtrack, optical jiggles and wiggles, visible on the screen. Actually, we'd watched films there for a year before one of the other apprentices told us that they had been made to be watched without the soundtrack visible. Today the cabaret theater was empty, the Christmas lights dark. I jogged on, moving from room to room, building to building, rounding up apprentices, workers, and family members, until I met Abe Bettick by the fountain, and we joined the others in the large music pavilion. The pavilion was a large space, with a broad stage and 6 rows of 18 upholstered seats in each row. The walls were of redwood, painted Cherokee red, the old architect's favorite color, and the usual thick desert masonry. A grand piano and a few potted plants were the only things on the red-carpeted stage. Overhead, stretched tight above a gridwork of wood and steel ribs, was the usual white canvas. Aenea had once told me that after the death of the first Mr. Wright, plastic had taken the place of canvas to relieve the necessity of replacing canvas every couple of years. But upon this Mr. Wright's return, the plastic was ripped out, as was the glass above the main drafting room, so that pure light through white canvas would be the rule once again. Abedic and I stood near the rear of the music pavilion, as the murmuring apprentices and other workers took their seats, some of the construction workers standing on the aisle steps or at the back with the android and me, as if worried about tracking mud and dust onto the rich carpet and upholstery. When Aenea entered through the side curtains and jumped to the stage, all the conversation stopped. The acoustics were good in Mr. Wright's music pavilion, but Aenea had always been able to project her voice without seeming to raise it. She spoke softly. "Thank you for gathering. I thought we should talk." Jave Peters, one of the older apprentices, immediately stood up in the 5th row. "You were gone, Aenea. In the desert again." The girl on the stage nodded. "Did you talk to the lions and tigers and bears?" No one in the audience tittered or giggled. The question was asked in deadly seriousness, and the answer was awaited by 90 people just as seriously. I should explain. It all began in the cantos Martin Silenus wrote more than 2 centuries ago. That tale of the Hyperion pilgrims, the Shrike, and the battle between humanity and the TechnoCore explained how the early cyberspace webs had evolved into planetary dataspheres. By the time of the hegemony, the AI TechnoCore had used their secret Farcaster and Fatline technologies to weave hundreds of dataspheres into a single secret interstellar information medium called the Megasphere. But according to the cantos, Aenea's father, the cybrid John Keats, had traveled in disembodied data persona form to the Megasphere's core and discovered that there was a larger datum plane medium, perhaps larger than our galaxy, which even the core AIs were afraid to explore because it was full of lions and tigers and bears. Those were the AI's words. These were the beings, or intelligences, or gods for all we knew, who had kidnapped the Earth and brought it here before the core could destroy it a millennium ago. These lions and tigers and bears were the bugaboo guardians of our world. No one in the Fellowship had ever seen any of these entities, or spoken to them, or had any solid evidence of their existence. No one except Aenea. "No," said the girl on the stage. "I didn't talk to them." She looked down as if embarrassed. She was always reticent to talk about this. "But I think I heard them." "They spoke to you?" said Jave Peters. The pavilion was hushed. "No," said Aenea, "I didn't say that. I just heard them. A bit like when you overhear someone else's conversation through a dormitory wall." There was a rustle of amusement at this. For all the thick stone walls on the Fellowship property, the dorm partitions were notably thin. "All right," said Betts Kimball from the 1st row. Betts was the chief cook and a large, sensible woman. "Tell us what they said." Aenea stepped up to the edge of the red-carpeted stage and looked out at her elders and colleagues. "I can tell you this," she said softly. "There will be no more food and supplies from the Indian market. That's gone." It was as if she had set off a grenade in the music pavilion. When the babble began to subside, one of the biggest of the construction workers, a man named Hussan, shouted over the noise, "What do you mean it's gone? Where do we get our food?" There was good reason for the panic. In Mr. Wright's day, way back in the 20th century, his fellowship desert camp had been about 50 kilometers from a large town called Phoenix. Unlike the Depression-era Wisconsin Taliesin, where apprentices raised crops in the rich soil even while they worked on Mr. Wright's construction plans, this desert camp had never been able to grow its own food. So they drove to Phoenix and bartered or paid out their primitive coins and paper money for basic supplies. The old architect had always depended upon the largesse of patrons, large loans never to be paid back, for such month-to-month survival. Here in our reassembled desert camp, there were no towns. The only road, 2 gravel ruts, led west into hundreds of miles of emptiness. I knew this because I had flown over the area in the dropship and driven it in the old architect's ground car. But about 30 clicks from the compound, there was a weekly Indian market where we had bartered craft items for food and basic materials. It had been there for years before Aenea's and my arrival. Everyone had obviously expected it to be there forever. "What do you mean it's gone?" repeated Husan in a hoarse shout. "Where'd the Indians go? Were they just hybrid illusions like Mr. Wright?" Aenea made a gesture with her hands that I had grown accustomed to over the years, a graceful setting-aside motion that I had come to see as a physical analog of the Zen expression mu, which in the right context can mean unask the question. "The market's gone, because we won't need it any more," said Aenea. "The Indians are real enough, Navajo, Apache, Hopi, and Zuni, but they have their own lives to live, their own experiments to conduct. Their trading with us has been a favor." The crowd became angry at that, but eventually they settled down again. Bets Kimball stood. "What do we do, child?" Aenea sat on the edge of the stage, as if trying to become one with the waiting, expectant audience. "The fellowship is over," she said. "That part of our lives has to end." One of the younger apprentices was shouting from the back of the pavilion. "No, it doesn't. Mr. Wright could still return. He was a cybrid, remember? A construct. The core, or the lions and tigers and bears, whoever shaped him can send him back to us." Aenea shook her head, sadly but firmly. "No. Mr. Wright is gone. The fellowship is over. Without the food and materials the Indians brought from so far away, this desert camp can't last a month. We have to go." It was a young female apprentice named Perrette who spoke quietly into the silence. "Where, Aenea?" Perhaps it was at this moment that I first realized how this entire group had given themselves over to the young woman I had known as a child. When the old architect was around, giving lectures, holding forth in seminars and drafting room bull sessions, leading his flock on picnics and swimming outings in the mountains, demanding solicitude and the best food, the reality of Aenea's leadership had been somewhat masked. But now it was evident. "Yes," someone else called from the center of the rising rows of seats. "Where, Aenea?" My friend opened her hands in another gesture I had learned. Rather than unask the question, this one said, "You must answer your own question." Aloud, she said, "There are 2 choices. Each of you traveled here either by Farcaster or through the time tombs. You can go back by way of Farcaster." "No! How can we? Never! I'd rather die." "No, the Pax will find us and kill us." The cries were immediate and from the heart. It was the sound of terror made verbal. I smelled fear in the room the way I used to smell it on animals caught in leg traps on the moors of Hyperion. Aenea lifted a hand, and the outcries faded. "You can return to Pax space by Farcaster, or you can stay on Earth and try to fend for yourself." There were murmurs, and I could hear relief at the option of not returning. I understood that feeling. The Pax had come to be a boogeyman to me as well. The thought of returning there sent me gasping up out of sleep at least once a week. "But if you stay here," continued the girl, seated on the edge of Mr. Wright's music stage, "you will be outcasts. All of the groups of human beings here are involved in their own projects, their own experiments. You will not fit in there." People shouted questions about that, demanding answers to mysteries not understood during their long stay here. But Aenea continued with what she was saying. "If you stay here, you will waste what Mr. Wright has taught you, and what you came to learn about yourself. The Earth does not need architects and builders. Not now. We have to go back." Jave Peters spoke again. His voice was brittle, but not angry. "And does the Pax need builders and architects? To build its cross-damned churches?" "Yes," said Aenea. Jave pounded the back of the seat in front of him with his large fist. "But they'll capture or kill us if they learn who we are, where we've been." "Yes," said Aenea. Bets Kimball said, "Are you going back, child?" "Yes," said Aenea, and pushed herself away from the stage. Everyone was standing now, shouting or talking to the people next to them. It was Jave Peters who spoke the thoughts of the 90 Fellowship orphans. "Can we go with you, Aenea?" The girl sighed. Her face, as sunburned and alert as it looked this morning, also looked tired. "No," she said. "I think that leaving here is like dying or being born. We each have to do it alone." She smiled. "Or in very small groups." The room fell silent then. When Aenea spoke, it was as if a single instrument were picking up where the orchestra had stopped. "Raul will leave first," she said. "Tonight. One by one, each of you will find the right Farcaster portal. I will help you. I will be the last to leave Earth, but leave I will, and within a few weeks. We all must go." People pushed forward then, still silent, but moving closer to the girl with the short-cropped hair. "But some of us will meet again," said Aenea. "I feel certain that some of us will meet again." I heard the flip side of that reassuring prediction. Some of us would not survive to meet again. "Well," boomed Bets Kimball, standing with one broad arm around Aenea, "we have enough food in the kitchen for one last feast. Lunch today will be a meal you'll remember for years. If you have to travel, as my mum used to say, never travel on an empty stomach. Who's to help me in the kitchen, then?" The groups broke up then, families and friends in clusters, loners standing as if stunned, everyone moving closer to Aenea as we began filing out of the music pavilion. I wanted to grab her at that moment, shake her until her wisdom teeth fell out, and demand, "What the hell do you mean? Raul will leave first tonight. Who the hell are you to tell me to leave you behind, and how do you think you can make me?" But she was too far away, and too many people were pressing around her. The best I could do was stride along behind the crowd as it moved toward the kitchen and dining area, anger written in my face, fists, muscles, and walk. Once I saw Aenea glance back, straining to find me over the heads of the crowd around her, and her eyes pleaded, "Let me explain." I stared back stonily, giving her nothing. It was almost dusk when she joined me in the large garage Mr. Wright had ordered built half a click east of the compound. The structure was open on the sides, except for canvas curtains, but it had thick stone columns supporting a permanent redwood roof. It had been built to shelter the dropship in which Aenea, Abetic, and I had arrived. I had pulled back the main canvas door and was standing in the open hatch of the dropship when I saw Aenea crossing the desert toward me. On my wrist was the comm-log bracelet that I had not worn in more than a year. The thing held much of the memory of our former spaceship, the consul ship from centuries ago, and it had been my liaison and tutor when I had learned to fly the dropship. I did not need it now. The comm-log memory had been downloaded into the dropship, and I had become rather good at piloting the dropship on my own, but it made me feel more secure. The comm-log was also running a systems check on the ship, chatting with itself, you might say. Aenea stood just within the folded canvas. The sunset threw long shadows behind her and painted the canvas red. "How's the dropship?" she said. I glanced at the comm-log readings. "All right," I grunted, not looking her way. "Does it have enough fuel and charge for one more flight?" Still not looking up, fiddling with touch plates on the arm of the pilot's chair inside the hatch, I said, "Depends on where it's flying to." Aenea walked to the dropship stairway and touched my leg. "Raul." This time I had to look at her. "Don't be angry," she said. "We have to do these things." I pulled my leg away. "God damn it, don't keep telling me and everyone else what we have to do. You're just a kid. Maybe there are things some of us don't have to do. Maybe going off on my own and leaving you behind is one of those." I stepped off the ladder and tapped the comm-log. The stairs morphed back into the dropship hull. I left the garage and began walking toward my tent. On the horizon, the sun was a perfect red sphere. In the last low rays of light, the stones and canvas of the main compound looked as if they had caught fire. The old architect's greatest fear. "Raul, wait!" Aenea hurried to catch up to me. One glance in her direction told me how exhausted she was. All afternoon she had been meeting with people, talking to people, explaining to people, reassuring people, hugging people. I had come to think of the Fellowship as a nest of emotional vampires, and Aenea as their only source of energy. "You said that you would—" she began. Yeah, I interrupted. I suddenly had the sense that she was the adult and that I was the petulant child. To hide my confusion, I turned away again and watched the last of the sunset. For a moment or two we were both silent, watching the light fade and the sky darken. I had decided that Earth sunsets were slower and more lovely than the Hyperion sunsets I had known as a child, and that desert sunsets were particularly fine. How many sunsets had this child and I shared in the past 4 years? How many lazy evenings of dinner and conversation under the brilliant desert stars? Could this really be the last sunset we would watch together? The idea made me sick and furious. "Raul," she said again, when the shadows had grown together and the air was cooling, "will you come with me?" I did not say yes, but I followed her across the rocky field, avoiding the bayonet spikes of yucca and the spines of low cacti in the gloom, until we came into the lighted area of the compound. How long, I wondered, until the fuel oil for the generators runs out? This answer I knew. It was part of my job to keep the generators maintained and fueled. We had 6 days' supply in the main tanks, and another 10 days in the reserve tanks that were never to be touched except in emergency. With the Indian market gone, there would be no resupply. Almost 3 weeks of electric lights and refrigeration and power equipment. And then, what? Darkness, decay, and an end to the incessant construction, tearing down and rebuilding that had been the background noise at Taliesin for the last 4 years. I thought perhaps that we were going to the dining hall, but we walked past those lighted windows, Groups of people still sitting at the tables, talking earnestly, glancing up with eyes only for Aenea as we passed. I was invisible to them in their hour of panic. And then we approached Mr. Wright's private drafting studio and his office. But we did not stop there. Nor did we stop in the beautiful little conference room, where a small group sat to watch a final movie. 3 weeks until the movie projectors did not run. Nor did we turn into the main drafting room. Our destination was a stone and canvas workshop set far down the driveway on the south side, a useful outbuilding for working with toxic chemicals or noisy equipment. I had worked here often in the first couple of years at the fellowship, but not in recent months. Aebetic was waiting at the door. The android had a slight smile on his bland blue face, rather like the one he had worn when carrying the birthday cake to Aenea's surprise party. "What?" I said, still irritated, looking from the girl's tired face to the android's smug expression. Aenea stepped into the workshop and turned on the light. On the work table, in the center of the little room, sat a small boat, not much more than 2 meters in length. It was shaped rather like a seed, sharpened on both ends, enclosed except for a single round cockpit opening with a nylon skirt that could obviously be tightened around the occupant's waist. A 2-bladed paddle lay on the table next to the boat. I stepped closer and ran my hand over the hull, a polished fiberglass compound with internal aluminum braces and fittings. Only one other person at the fellowship could do such careful work. I looked at Aebetic almost accusingly. He nodded. "It's called a kayak," said Aenea, running her own hand over the polished hull. "It's an old Earth design." "I've seen variations on it," I said, refusing to be impressed. "The Ice-Claw Ursus rebels used small boats like this." Aenea was still stroking the hull, all of her attention there. It was as if I had not spoken. "I asked Aebetic to make it for you," she said. "He's worked for weeks here." "For me," I said dully. My stomach tightened at the realization of what was coming. Aenea moved closer. She was standing directly under the hanging light, and the shadows under her eyes and cheekbones made her look much older than 16. "We don't have the raft any more, Raul." I knew the raft she meant. The one that had carried us across so many worlds until it was chopped up in the ambush that almost killed us on God's Grove. The raft that had carried us down the river under the ice on Sol Draconi Septem, and through the deserts of Hebron and Qom Riad, and across the world ocean of Mare Infinitus. I knew the raft she meant. And I knew what this boat meant. "So, I'm to take this back the way we came?" I raised a hand as if to touch the thing, but then did not. "Not the way we came," said Aenea, "but down the river Tethys, across different worlds, across as many worlds as it takes to find the ship." "The ship?" I said. We had left the consul's spaceship hiding under a river, repairing itself from damage sustained in our flight from the Pax, on a world whose name and location we did not know. My young friend nodded, and the shadows fled, then regrouped around her tired eyes. "We'll need the ship, Raul. If you would, I'd like you to take this kayak down the river Tethys until you find the ship, then fly back with it to a world where Aebetic and I will be waiting." "A world in Pax space?" I said, my stomach tightening another notch at the danger present in that simple sentence. "Yes." "Why me?" I said, looking significantly at Aebetic. I was ashamed at my thought then. Why send a human being, your best friend, when the android can go? I lowered my gaze. "It will be a dangerous trip," said Aenea. "I believe that you can do it, Raul. I trust you to find the ship, and then find us." I felt my shoulders slump. "All right," I said. "Do we head back to where we came through the Farcaster before?" We had come through from God's Grove on a small stream near the old architect's masterpiece building, Falling Water. It was 2/3 of a continent away. "No," said Aenea. "Closer. On the Mississippi River." "All right," I said again. I had flown over the Mississippi. It was almost 2,000 clicks east of here. "When do I go? Tomorrow?" Aenea touched my wrist. "No," she said, tiredly but firmly. "Tonight. Right now." I did not protest. I did not argue. Without speaking, I took the bow of the kayak, Abetic took the stern, Aenea held the center steady, and we carried the damned thing back to the dropship in the deepening desert night. 3. The Grand Inquisitor was late. Vatican Airspace Traffic Control routed the Inquisitor's EMV across normally closed airspace near the spaceport, shut down all airborne traffic on the east side of the Vatican, and held a 30,000-ton robot freighter in orbital final approach until after the GI's car had flown across the southeastern corner of the landing grid. Inside the specially armored EMV, the Grand Inquisitor, His Eminence John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa, did not glance out the window or at the video monitors at the lovely sight of the approaching Vatican, its walls rosy in the morning light, or at the busy 20-lane highway called the Ponte Vittorio Emanuele beneath them, glimmering like a sunlit river because of sunlight on windshields and bubble tops. The Grand Inquisitor's attention was focused solely on the intelligence update scrolling by on his comlog template. When the last paragraph had scrolled past and was committed to memory and deleted to oblivion, the Grand Inquisitor said to his aide, Father Farrell, "And there have been no more meetings with the Mercantilis?" Father Farrell, a thin man with flat gray eyes, never smiled, but a touch of his cheek muscle conveyed the simulation of humor to the Cardinal. "None." "You're certain?" "Absolutely." The Grand Inquisitor sat back in the EMV's cushions and allowed himself a brief smile. The Mercantilis had made only that one early disastrous approach to any of the papal candidates, the sounding out of Lord Dusamy, and the Inquisitor had heard the complete recording of that meeting. The Cardinal allowed himself another few seconds of smile. Lord Dusamy had been right to think that his conference room was bug-proof, absolutely resistant to taps, bugs, wires, and squirts. Any recording device in the room, even implanted in one of the participants, would have been detected and homed in on. Any attempt to tight beam out would have been detected and blocked. It had been one of the Grand Inquisitor's finest moments, getting the complete visual and auditory recording of that meeting. Monsignor Lucas Odie had gone into the Vatican hospital for a routine eyes, ears, and heart replacement 2 local years ago. The surgeon had been approached by Father Farrell, and the full weight of the Holy Office had been shown ready to descend upon the poor medico's neck if he did not implant certain state-of-the-art devices in the Monsignor's body. The surgeon did so, and died the true death, no resurrection possible, in a car accident far out over the big North Shallow shortly after that. Monsignor Lucas Odie had no electronic or mechanical bugs in his system, but connected to his optic nerve were 7 fully biological nanorecorders. 4 auditory nanorecorders were tapped into his auditory nerve system. These biorecorders did not transmit inside the body, but stored the data in chemical form, and physically carried it through the bloodstream to the squirt transmitter, also fully organic, set into Monsignor Odie's left ventricle. 10 minutes after Odie had left the secured area of Cardinal Lord Dusamy's office, the transmitter had squirted a compressed record of the meeting to one of the Grand Inquisitor's nearby relay transponders. It was not real-time eavesdropping from Lord Dusamy's bug-proof rooms, a fact that still worried Cardinal Mustafa, but it was as close to it as current technology and stealth could get. Isozaki is frightened, said Father Farrell. He thinks— The Grand Inquisitor raised one finger. Farrell stopped in mid-sentence. You do not know that he is frightened, said the Cardinal. You do not know what he thinks. You can only know what he says and does, and infer his thoughts and reactions from that. Never make unsupportable assumptions about your enemies, Martin. It can be a fatal self-indulgence. Father Farrell bowed his head in agreement and submission. The EMV touched down on the landing pad atop Castel Sant'Angelo. The Grand Inquisitor was out the hatch and down the ramp so quickly that Farrell had to trot to catch up to his master. Security commandos, dressed in Holy Office red armor cloth, fell into escort step ahead and behind, but the Grand Inquisitor waved them away. He wanted to finish his conversation with Father Farrell. He touched his aide's left arm, not out of affection, but to close the bone conduction circuits so that he could sub-vocalize, and said, Isozaki and the mercantilist leaders are not frightened. If Lord Usumi wanted them purged, they would be dead by now. Isozaki had to get his message of support to the Cardinal, and he did. It's the Pax Military who are frightened. Farrell frowned and sub-vocalized on the bone circuit. The military? But they haven't played their card yet. They have done nothing disloyal. Precisely, said the Grand Inquisitor. The mercantilist has made its move and knows that Lord Usumi will turn to them when the time comes. Pax Fleet and the rest have been terrified for years that they'll make the wrong choice. Now they're terrified that they've waited too long. Farrell nodded. They had taken a drop shaft deep into the stone bowels of Castel Sant'Angelo, and now they moved past armed guards and through lethal force fields down a dark corridor. At an unmarked door, two red-garbed commandos stood at attention, energy rifles raised. "Leave us," said the Grand Inquisitor, and palmed the door's ID plate. The steel panels slid up and out of sight. The corridor had been stone and shadows. Inside the room, everything was bright light, instruments, and sterile surfaces. Technicians looked up as the Grand Inquisitor and Farrell entered. One wall of the room was taken up by square doors, looking like nothing so much as the multi-tiered human file drawers of an ancient morgue. One of those doors was open, and a naked man lay on a gurney that had been pulled from the cold storage drawer there. The Grand Inquisitor and Farrell stopped on either side of the gurney. "He is reviving well," said the technician who stood at the console. "We're holding him just beneath the surface. We can bring him up in seconds." Father Farrell said, "How long was his last cold sleep?" 16 local months, said the technician. 13.5 standard. "Bring him up," said the Grand Inquisitor. The man's eyelids began to flutter within seconds. He was a small man, muscular but compact, and there were no marks or bruises on his body. His wrists and ankles were bound by stick-tight. A cortical shunt had been implanted just behind his left ear, and an almost invisible bundle of microfibers ran from it to the console. The man on the gurney moaned. "Corporal Basson Key," said the Grand Inquisitor. "Can you hear me?" Corporal Key made an unintelligible sound. The Grand Inquisitor nodded as if satisfied. "Corporal Key," he said pleasantly, conversationally, "shall we pick up where we left off?" "How long?" mumbled Key between dry, stiff lips. "How long have I been—" Father Farrell had moved to the technician's console. Now he nodded to the Grand Inquisitor. Ignoring the corporal's question, John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa said softly, "Why did you and Father Captain de Soya let the girl go?" Corporal Key had opened his eyes, blinking as if the light pained him, but now he closed them again. He did not speak. The Grand Inquisitor nodded to his aide. Father Farrell's hand passed over icons on the console disk key, but did not yet activate any of them. "Once again," said the Grand Inquisitor, "why did you and Desoya allow the girl and her criminal allies to escape on God's Grove? Who were you working for? What was your motivation?" Corporal Key lay on his back, his fists clenched and his eyes shut fast. He did not answer. The Grand Inquisitor tilted his head ever so slightly to the left, and Father Farrell waved 2 fingers over one of the console icons. The icons were as abstract as hieroglyphics to the untutored eye, but Farrell knew them well. The one he had chosen would have translated as crushed testicles. On the gurney, Corporal Key gasped and opened his mouth to scream, but the neural inhibitors blocked that reaction. The short man's jaws opened as wide as they could, and Father Farrell could hear the muscles and tendons stretching. The Grand Inquisitor nodded, and Farrell removed his fingers from the activation zone above the icon. Corporal Key's entire body convulsed on the gurney, his stomach muscles rippling in tension. "It is only virtual pain, Corporal Key," whispered the Grand Inquisitor. "A neural illusion. Your body is not marked." On the slab, Key was straining to raise his head to look down at his body, but the stick-tight band held his head in place. "Or perhaps not," continued the Cardinal. "Perhaps this time we have resorted to older, less refined methods." He took a step closer to the gurney so that the man could see his face. "Again, why did you and Father Captain Desoya let the girl go on God's Grove? Why did you attack your crewmate, Radamonth Nemes?" Corporal Key's mouth worked until his back teeth became visible. Fuck you," he managed, his jaws tight against the shaking that was racking him. "Of course," said the Grand Inquisitor, and nodded to Father Farrell. This time, the icon Farrell activated could be translated as hot wire behind the right eye. Corporal Key opened his mouth in a silent scream. "Again," said the Grand Inquisitor softly, "tell us." "Excuse me, Your Eminence," said Father Farrell, glancing at his comm log, "but the conclave mass begins in 45 minutes. The Grand Inquisitor waved his fingers. "We have time, Martin. We have time." He touched Corporal Key's upper arm. "Tell us these few facts, Corporal, and you will be bathed, dressed, and released. You have sinned against your church and your Lord by this betrayal, but the essence of the church is forgiveness. Explain your betrayal, and all will be forgiven." Amazingly, muscles still rippling with shock, Corporal Key laughed. "Fuck you," he said. "You've already made me tell you everything I know under truth-tell. You know why we killed that bitch thing and let the child go, and you'll never let me go. Fuck you." The Grand Inquisitor shrugged and stepped back. Glancing at his own gold comm log, he said softly, "We have time. Much time." He nodded to Father Farrell. The icon that looked like a double parenthesis on the virtual pain console stood for broad and heated blade down esophagus. With a graceful motion of his fingers, Father Farrell activated it. Father Captain Federico Desoya was returned to life on Pacem, and had spent 2 weeks as a de facto prisoner in the Vatican Rectory of the Legionaries of Christ. The rectory was comfortable and tranquil. The plump little resurrection chaplain who attended to his needs, Father Baggio, was as kindly and solicitous as ever. Desoya hated the place, and the priest. No one told Father Captain Desoya that he could not leave the Legionaries' rectory, but he was made to understand that he should stay there until called. After a week of gaining strength and orientation after his resurrection, he was called to Pax Fleet headquarters, where he met with Admiral Wu and her boss, Admiral Marison. Father Captain DeSoya did little during the meeting except salute, stand at ease, and listen. Admiral Marison explained that a review of the Father Captain DeSoya's court-martial of 4 years earlier had shown several irregularities and inconsistencies in the prosecution's case. Further review of the situation had warranted a reversal of the court-martial board's decision. Father Captain DeSoya was to be reinstated immediately at his former rank of captain in Pax fleet. Arrangements were being made to find him a ship for combat duty. "Your old torch ship, the Balthazar, is in dry dock for a year," said Admiral Marison. "A complete refitting being brought up to Archangel escort standards. Your replacement, Mother Captain Stone, did an excellent job as skipper." "Yes, sir," said DeSoya. "Stone was an excellent exec. I'm sure she's been a good boss." Admiral Marison nodded absently as he thumbed through vellum sheets in his notebook. Yes, he said. "So good, in fact, that we've recommended her as skipper for one of the new planet-class Archangels. We have an Archangel in mind for you as well, Father Captain." DeSoya blinked and tried not to react. "The Raphael, sir?" The Admiral looked up, his tanned and creased face set in a slight smile. "Yes, the Raphael, but not the one you skippered before. We've retired that prototype to courier duty and renamed her. The new Archangel Raphael is— Well, you've heard about the planet-class Archangels, Father Captain?" "No, sir, not really." He had heard rumors on his desert world when bauxite miners had talked loudly in the one cantina in town. 4 standard years, muttered the Admiral, shaking his head. His white hair was combed back behind his ears. "Bring Federico up to speed here, Admiral." Margaret Wu nodded and touched the disk key on a standard tactical console set into Admiral Marison's wall. A hollow of a starship came into existence between her and DeSoya. The Father Captain could see at once that this ship was larger, sleeker, more refined, and deadlier than his old Raphael. "His Holiness has asked each industrial world in the Pax to build, or at least to bankroll, one of these planet-class Archangel battlecruisers, Father Captain," said Admiral Wu in her briefing voice. "In the past 4 years, 21 of them have been completed and have entered active service. Another 60 are nearing completion." The hollow began to rotate and enlarge until suddenly the main deck was shown in cutaway. It was as if a laser lance had sliced the ship in half. "As you see," continued Wu, "the living areas, command decks, and C3 tactical centers are much roomier than on the earlier Raphael, roomier even than your old torch ship. The drives, both the classified C+ instantaneous Gideon drive and the in-system fusion plant, have been reduced in size by 1/3, while gaining in efficiency and ease of maintenance. The new Raphael carries 3 atmospheric dropships and a high-speed scout. There are automated resurrection creches aboard to serve a crew of 28 and up to 22 Marines or passengers." "Defenses?" asked Father Captain DeSoya, still standing at ease, his hands clasped behind him. "Class 10 containment fields," said Wu crisply, "the newest stealth technology, Omega-class ECM and jamming ability, as well as the usual assortment of close-in hyperkinetic and energy defenses." "Attack capabilities?" said DeSoya. He could tell from the apertures and arrays visible on the hollow, but he wanted to hear it. Admiral Marison answered with a tone of pride, as if showing off a new grandchild. "The whole 9 meters, he said. CPBs, of course, but feeding off the C+ drive core rather than the fusion drive. Slag anything within half an AU. New Hawking hyperkinetic missiles, miniaturized, about half the mass and size of the ones you carried on Balthazar. Plasma needles with almost twice the yield of the warheads of 5 years ago. Death beams—" Father Captain DeSoya tried not to react. Death beams had been prohibited in Pax fleet. Marison saw something in the other man's face. "Things have changed, Federico. This fight is to the finish. The Ousters are breeding like fruit flies out there in the dark, and unless we stop them, they'll be slagging Pachem in a year or 2. Father Captain DeSoya nodded. "Do you mind if I ask which world paid for the building of this new Raphael, sir?" Marison smiled and gestured toward the hollow. The hull of the ship seemed to hurtle toward DeSoya as the magnification increased. The view cut through the hull and closed on the tactical bridge, moving to the edge of the tactical center hollow pit until the Father Captain could make out a small bronze plaque with the name HHS Raphael, and beneath that, in smaller script, "Built and commissioned by the people of Heaven's Gate for the defense of all humanity." "Why are you smiling, Father Captain?" asked Admiral Marison. "Well, sir, it's just... Well, I've been to the world of Heaven's Gate, sir. It was, of course, more than 4 standard years ago, but the planet was empty except for a dozen or so prospectors and a Pax garrison in orbit. There's been no real population there since the Ouster invasion 300 years ago, sir. I just couldn't imagine that world financing one of these ships. It seems to me that it would take a planetary G&P of a society like Renaissance Vectors to pay for a single Archangel." Marison's smile had not faltered. "Precisely, Father Captain. Heaven's Gate is a hellhole. Poison atmosphere, acid rain, endless mud, and sulfur flats. It's never recovered from the Ouster attack. But His Holiness thought that the Pax's stewardship of that world might be better transferred to private enterprise. The planet still holds a fortune in heavy metals and chemicals, so we have sold it." This time DeSoya blinked. "Sold it, sir? An entire world?" While Marison openly grinned, Admiral Wu said, "To the Opus Dei, Father Captain." DeSoya did not speak, but neither did he show comprehension. "The Work of God used to be a minor religious organization," said Wu. "It's, I believe, about 1,200 years old, founded in 1920 A.D. In the past few years it has become not only a great ally of the Holy See, but a worthy competitor of the Pax Mercantilis." "Ah, yes," said Father Captain DeSoya. He could imagine the Mercantilis buying up entire worlds, but he could not imagine the trading group allowing a rival to gain such power in the few years he had been out of Pax news. It did not matter. He turned to Admiral Marison. "One last question, sir." The Admiral glanced at his comlog chronometer and nodded curtly. "I have been out of fleet service for 4 years," DeSoya said softly. "I have not worn a uniform or received a tech update in all that time. The world where I served as a priest was so far out of the mainstream that I might as well have been in cryogenic fugue the whole time. How could I possibly take command of a new generation Archangel-class starship, sir?" Marison frowned. "We'll bring you up to speed, Father Captain. Pax Fleet knows what it's doing. Are you saying no to this commission?" Father Captain DeSoya hesitated a visible second. "No, sir," he said. "I appreciate the confidence in me that you and Pax Fleet are showing. I'll do my best, Admiral." DeSoya had been trained to discipline twice, once as a priest and Jesuit, again as an officer in His Holiness's fleet. Marison's stone face softened. "Of course you will, Federico. We're pleased to have you back. We'd like you to stay at the Legionaries' Rectory here on Pacem until we're ready to send you to your ship, if that would be all right." Damn it, thought DeSoya. Still a prisoner with those damned Legionaries. He said, "Of course, sir. It's a pleasant place." Marison glanced at his comm log again. The interview was obviously at an end. "Any requests before the assignment becomes official, Father Captain?" DeSoya hesitated again. He knew that making a request would be bad form. He spoke anyway. "Yes, sir. 1. There were 3 men who served with me on the old Raphael, Swiss Guard commandos whom I brought from Hyperion. Lancer Rettig, well, he died, sir. But Sergeant Gregorius and Corporal Key were with me until the end, and I wondered—" Marison nodded impatiently. "You want the Mon Raphael with you. It sounds reasonable. I used to have a cook that I dragged from ship to ship. Poor bugger was killed during the second coal sack engagement. I don't know about these men." The Admiral looked at Margaret Wu. "By great coincidence," said Admiral Wu, "I ran across their files while reviewing your reinstatement papers, Father Captain. Sergeant Gregorius is currently serving in the Ring territories. I am sure that a transfer can be arranged. Corporal Key, I am afraid—" DeSoya's stomach muscles tightened. Key had been with him around God's Grove. Gregorius had been returned to the creche after an unsuccessful resurrection, and the last he had seen of the lively little corporal had been after their return to Pachem space, when the MPs had taken them away to separate holding cells after their arrest. DeSoya had shaken the corporal's hand and assured him that they would see each other again. "I am afraid that Corporal Key died 2 standard years ago," finished Wu. "He was killed during an ouster attack on the Sagittarius salient. I understand that he received the Silver Star of St. Michael's, posthumously, of course." DeSoya nodded tersely. "Thank you," he said. Admiral Marison gave his paternal politician's smile and extended his hand across the desk to DeSoya. "Good luck, Federico. Give them hell from the Raphael." The headquarters for the Pax Mercantilis was not on Pachem proper, but was located, fittingly, on the L5 Trojan point, trailing behind the planet by some 60 orbital degrees. Between the Vatican world and the huge, hollow Taurus Mercantilis, a carbon-carbon donut 270 meters thick, a full click wide, and 26 kilometers in diameter, its interior webbed with spidery dry docks, comm antennae, and loading bays, floated half of Pax Fleet's total orbital-based firepower. Kenzo Isozaki once calculated that a coup attempt launched from Taurus Mercantilis would last 12.06 nanoseconds before being vaporized. Isozaki's office was in a clear bulb on a whiskered carbon flower stem, raised some 400 meters above the outer rim of the torus. The bulb's curved hull skin could be opaqued or left transparent according to the whim of the CEO inside it. Today it was transparent, except for the section polarized to dim the glare of Pachem's yellow sun. Space seemed black at the moment, but as the torus rotated, the bulb would come into the ring's shadow, and Isozaki could glance up to see stars instantly appear, as if a heavy black curtain had been pulled aside to reveal thousands of brilliant, unflickering candles. "Or the myriad campfires of my enemies," thought Isozaki, as the darkness fell for the 20th time on this working day. With the walls absolutely transparent, his oval office with its modest desk, chairs, and soft lamps seemed to become a carpeted platform, standing alone in the immensity of space, individual stars blazing and the long swath of the Milky Way lighting the interior. But it was not this familiar spectacle that made the Mercantilis CEO look up. Set amid the star field, 3 fusion tails of incoming freighters could be picked out, looking like smudges on an astronomical hollow. Isozaki was so adept at gauging distances and delta V's from fusion tails that he could tell at a glance how long it would be before these freighters docked, and even which ships they were. The PM Moldahar effectuator had refueled by skimming a gas giant in the Epsilon Eridani system and was burning redder than usual. The HHMS Emma Constance skipper was in her usual rush to get her cargo of Pegasus 51 reaction metals to the Taurus, and was decelerating inbound a good 15% above Mercantilis recommendations. Finally, the smallest smudge could only be the HHMS Elemosinaria Apostolica, just passing spin down from its C+ translation point from Renaissance system. Isozaki knew this from a glance, just as he knew the 300-some other optimal translation points visible in his part of the Pachem system's sky. The lift tube rose from the floor and became a transparent cylinder, its passenger lit by starlight. Isozaki knew that the cylinder was transparent only from the outside. In it, the occupants stood in a mirrored interior, seeing nothing of the CEO's office, staring at their own reflection until Isozaki keyed their door open. Anna Pelle Konyani was the only person in the tube. Isozaki nodded, and his personal AI rotated the cube door open. His fellow CEO and protege did not even glance up at the moving star field as she crossed the carpet toward him. "Good afternoon, Kenzo-san." "Good afternoon, Anna." He waved her toward the most comfortable chair, but Konyani shook her head and remained standing. She never took a seat in Isozaki's office. Isozaki never ceased offering her one. "The conclave mass is almost over," said Konyani. Isozaki nodded. At that second, his office AI darkened the bubble walls and projected the Vatican's tight beam broadcast. St. Peter's Basilica was awash in scarlet and purple and black and white this morning, as the 83 cardinals, soon to be sealed in the conclave, bowed, prayed, genuflected, knelt, stood, and sang. Behind this terna, or herd of theoretically possible candidates for the papacy, were the hundreds of bishops and archbishops, deacons and members of the curia, pax military officials and pax civil administrators, pax planetary governors and high elected officials who happened to be on Pacem at the time of the Pope's death, or who were within 3 weeks' time debt, delegates from the Dominicans, the Jesuits, the Benedictines, the Legionaries of Christ, the Mariaists, the Salesians, and a single delegate standing for the few remaining Franciscans. Finally, there were the valued guests in the back rows, honorary delegates from the Pax Mercantilis, the Opus Dei, the Istituto per Opere di Religione, also known as the Vatican Bank, delegates from the Vatican administrative wings of the Prefettura, the Servizio Assistenziale del Santo Padre, the Holy Father's welfare service, from the APSA, the administration of the Patrimony of the Holy See, as well as from Cardinal Camerlenio's own apostolic chamber. Also in the rear pews were honored guests from the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, the Papal Commission on Interstellar Peace and Justice, many papal academies such as the Pontifical Ecclesiastical Academy, and other quasi-theological organizations necessary to the running of the vast Pax state. Finally, there were the bright uniforms of the Corps Helvetica, the Swiss Guard, as well as commanders of the Palatine Guard, reconstituted by Pope Julius, and the first appearance of the commander of the hitherto secret Noble Guard, a pale, dark-haired man in a solid red uniform. Isozaki and Konyani watched this pageant with knowledgeable eyes. Each of them had been invited to the Mass, but it had become a tradition in recent centuries for the Pax Mercantilis CEOs to honor major church ceremonies by their absence, sending only their official Vatican delegates. Both watched Cardinal Cusnongle celebrate this Mass of the Holy Spirit, and saw Cardinal Camerlenio as the powerless figurehead he was. Their eyes were on Cardinal Lordusimi, Cardinal Mustafa, and half a dozen other power brokers in the front pews. With the final benediction, the Mass ended, and the voting cardinals filed out in solemn procession to the Sistine Chapel, where the holocams lingered while the doors were sealed, the entrance to the conclave was closed, and that door bolted on the inside and padlocked on the outside, and the sealing of the conclave pronounced official by the commandant of the Swiss Guards and the prefect of the pontifical household. The Vatican coverage then shifted to commentary and speculation, while the image remained of the sealed door. "Enough," said Kenzo Isozaki. The broadcast flashed off. The bubble grew transparent, and sunlight flooded the room under a black sky. Anna Pelle Konyani smiled thinly. "The voting shouldn't take too long." Isozaki had returned to his chair. Now he steepled his fingers and tapped his lower lip. "Anna," he said, "do you think that we, all of us in the chairmanship of the Mercantilis, have any real power?" Konyani's neutral expression showed her surprise. She said, During the last fiscal year, Kenzo-san, my division showed a profit of 36 billion marks. Isozaki held his steepled fingers still. Konyani, he said, would you be so kind as to remove your jacket and shirt? His protege did not blink. In the 28 standard years they had been colleagues, subordinate and master, actually. Isozaki had never done, said, or implied anything that might have been interpreted as a sexual overture. She hesitated only a second, then unsealed her jacket, slipped it off, set it on the chair she never sat in, and unsealed her shirt. She folded it atop her jacket on the back of the chair. Isozaki rose and came around his desk, standing only a meter from her. "Your underthings as well," he said, slipping off his own jacket and unbuttoning his own old-fashioned shirt. His chest was healthy, muscled, but hairless. Konyani slipped off her chemise. Her breasts were small, but perfectly formed, rosy at the tips. Kenzo Isozaki lifted one hand as if he were going to touch her, pointed, and then returned the hand to his own chest and touched the double-barred cruciform that ran from his sternum to just above his navel. "This," he said, "is power." He turned away and began dressing. After a moment, Anna Pelle Konyani hugged her shoulders and then also began dressing. When they were both dressed, Isozaki sat behind his desk again and gestured toward the other chair. To his quiet astonishment, Anna Pelle Konyani sat in it. "What you are saying," began Konyani, "is that no matter how successful we are in making ourselves indispensable to the new pope, if there ever is a new pope, the Church will always have the ultimate leverage of resurrection." "Not quite," said Isozaki, steepling his fingers again as if the previous interlude had not happened. "I am saying that the power controlling the cruciform controls the human universe." "The Church," began Konyani, and stopped. "Of course, the cruciform is just part of the power equation. The TechnoCore provides the Church with the secret of successful resurrection. But they've been in league with the Church for 280 years. "For their own purposes," said Isozaki softly. "What are those purposes, Anna?" The office rotated into night. Stars exploded into existence. Konyani raised her face to the Milky Way to gain a moment to think. "No one knows," she said at last. "Ohm's law." Isozaki smiled. "Very good. Following the path of least resistance here may not lead us through the Church, but via the core." "But Councillor Albedo meets with no one except His Holiness and Lord Dusumi." "No one that we know of," amended Isozaki. "But that is a matter of the core coming to the human universe." Konyani nodded. She understood the implicit suggestion. The illicit core-class AIs that the Mercantilis was developing could find the datum plane avenue and follow it to the core. For almost 300 years, the prime commandment enforced by the Church and Pax had been, "Thou shalt not build a thinking machine equal or superior to humankind." AIs in use within the Pax were more all-purpose instruments than artificial intelligences of the kind that had evolved away from humanity almost a millennium earlier. Idiot-thinking machines like Isozaki's office AI or the Cretinous ship computer on Desoya's old ship, the Raphael. But in the past dozen years, secret research departments of the Pax Mercantilis had recreated the autonomous AIs equal to or surpassing those in common use during the days of the hegemony. The risk and benefits of this project were almost beyond measure. Absolute domination of Pax trade and a breaking of the old balance of power standoff between Pax Fleet and Pax Mercantilis if successful. Excommunication, torture in the dungeons of the Holy Office, and execution if discovered by the Church. And now this prospect. Anna Pelle Konyani stood. "My God," she said softly, "that would be the ultimate end run." Isozaki nodded and smiled again. Do you know where that term originated, Anna? End run? No. Some sport, I imagine. A very ancient warfare surrogate sport called football, said Isozaki. Konyani knew that this irrelevancy was anything but irrelevant. Sooner or later her master would explain why this datum was important. She waited. The church had something that the Core needed, said Isozaki. The taming of the cruciform was their part of the deal. The church had to barter something of equal worth. Konyani thought, equal in worth to the immortality of 1 trillion human beings. She said, I had always assumed that when Lenarhoit and Lord Dusamy contacted the surviving core elements more than 2 centuries ago, that the Church's bartering point was in secretly re-establishing the TechnoCore in human space. Isozaki opened his hands. To what ends, Anna? Where is the benefit to the core? When the core was an integral part of the hegemony, she said, running the world web and the fat line, they were using the neurons in the billions of human brains transiting the Farcasters as a sort of neural net, part of their ultimate intelligence project. Ah, yes, said her mentor, but there are no Farcasters now. If they are using human beings, how? And where? Without meaning to, Anna Pelli-Konyani raised one hand to her breastbone. Isozaki smiled. Irritating, isn't it? Like a word that is on the tip of one's tongue but will not come to mind. A puzzle with a missing piece. But there is one piece that was missing which has just been found. Konyani raised an eyebrow. The girl? Back in Pax space, said the older CEO. Our agents close to Lord Dusamy have confirmed that the Core has revealed this. It happened after the death of His Holiness. Only the Secretary of State, the Grand Inquisitor, and the top people in Pax Fleet know. Where is she? Isozaki shook his head. If the Core knows, they haven't revealed it to the Church or any other human agency. But Pax Fleet has called up that ship's captain, De Soya, because of the news. The Core had predicted that he would be involved in the girl's capture, said Konyani. The beginnings of a smile were working at the corners of her mouth. Yes, said Isozaki, proud of his student. Ohm's law, said Konyani. Precisely. The woman stood and again touched her chest without being aware of doing so. If we find the girl first, we have the leverage to open discussions with the Core, and the means with the new abilities we will have online. None of the CEOs who knew of the secret AI project ever said the words or phrases aloud, despite their bug-proof offices. If we have the girl, and the means of negotiating, continued Konyani, we may have the leverage we need to supplant the Church in the Core's arrangement with humanity. If we can discover what the Core is getting from the Church in return for control of the cruciform, murmured Isozaki, and offer the same, or better. Konyani nodded in a distracted manner. She was seeing how all of this related to her goals and efforts as CEO of Opus Dei. In every way, she realized at once. In the meantime, we have to find the girl before the others do. Pax Fleet must be utilizing resources they would never reveal to the Vatican, and vice versa, said Isozaki. This kind of contest pleased him very much. And we will have to do the same, said Konyani, turning toward the lift tube. Every resource. She smiled at her mentor. It's the ultimate 3-way zero-sum game, isn't it, Kenzo-san? Just so, said Isozaki. Everything to the winner. Power, immortality, and wealth beyond human imagining. To the loser, destruction, the true death, and eternal slavery for one's descendants. He held up one finger. But not a 3-way game, Anna. 6. Konyani paused by the lift door. I see the 4th, she said. The Core has its own imperative to find the girl first, but Isozaki lowered his hand. We must presume that the child has her own goals in this game, mustn't we? And whoever or whatever has introduced her as a playing piece, well, that must be our sixth player. Or one of the other five, said Konyani, smiling. She also enjoyed a high-stakes game. Isozaki nodded and turned his chair to watch the next sunrise above the curving away band of the Taurus Mercantilis. He did not turn back when the lift door closed and Anna Pelle Konyani departed. Above the altar, Jesus Christ, his face stern and unrelenting, divided men into camps of the good and the bad, the rewarded and the damned. There was no third group. Cardinal Lord Ducemy sat in his canopied stall inside the Sistine Chapel and looked at Michelangelo's fresco of the Last Judgment. Lord Ducemy had always thought that this Christ was a bullying, authoritarian, merciless figure, perhaps an icon perfectly suited to oversee this choice of a new vicar of Christ. The little chapel was crowded with the 83 canopied stalls, seating the 83 cardinals present in the flesh. An empty space allowed for activation of the hollows, representing the missing 37 cardinals, one hollow of a canopied stall at a time. This was the first morning after the cardinals had been nailed up in the Vatican Palace. Lord Ducemy had slept and eaten well, his bedroom a cot in his Vatican office, his repast a simple meal cooked by the nuns of the Vatican guest house, simple food and a cheap white wine served in the glorious Borgia apartments. Now all were gathered in the Sistine Chapel, their stall thrones in place, their canopies raised. Lord Ducemy knew that this splendid sight had been missing from the conclave for many centuries, ever since the number of cardinals had grown too large to accommodate the stalls in the small chapel, sometime pre-Hegira, the 19th or 20th century A.D., he thought. But the church had grown so small by the end of the fall of the Farcasters that the 40-some cardinals could once again easily fit. Pope Julius had kept the number small, never more than 120 cardinals, despite the growth of the pax, and with almost 40 of them unable to travel in time to the conclave, the Sistine Chapel could hold the stalls of those cardinals permanently based on Pacem. The moment had come. All of the cardinal electors in the chapel stood as one. In the empty space near the scrutineer's table, near the altar, the hollows of the 37 absent cardinal electors shimmered into existence. Because the space was small, the hollows were small, little more than doll-sized human figures and doll-sized wooden stalls, all of them floating in mid-air like ghosts of conclave electors past. Lord Ducemy smiled, as he always did, at how appropriate the reduced size of these absent electors seemed. Pope Julius had always been elected by acclamation. One of the 3 cardinals acting as scrutineers raised his hand. The Holy Spirit may have been prepared to move these men and women, but some coordination was required. When the scrutineer's hand dropped, the 83 cardinals and 37 hollows were to speak as one. "Eligo, Father Lenarhuit!" cried Cardinal Lord Ducemy, and saw Cardinal Mustafa shouting the same words from beneath the canopy of his stall. The scrutineer in front of the altar paused. The acclamation had been loud and clear, but obviously not unanimous. This was a new wrinkle. For 270 years the acclamation had been immediate. Lord Ducemy was careful not to smile or look around. He knew which of the newer cardinals had not cried out Pope Julius's name for re-election. He knew the wealth it had taken to bribe these men and women. He knew the terrible risk they were running and would almost certainly suffer for. Lord Ducemy knew all this because he had helped to orchestrate it. After a moment of consultation among the scrutineers, the one who had called for acclamation now said, "We shall proceed by scrutiny." There was excited talk among the cardinals as the ballots were prepared and handed out. This had never happened before in the lifetime of most of these princes of the Church. Immediately, the acclamation hollows of the missing cardinal electors had become irrelevant. Although a few of the absent cardinals had prepared their interactive chips for scrutiny, most had not bothered. The masters of ceremonies moved among the stalls, distributing voting cards, 3 to each cardinal elector. The scrutineers moved among the forest of stalls to make sure that each of the cardinals had a pen. When all was in readiness, the cardinal deacon among the scrutineers raised his hand again, this time to signify the moment of voting. Lord Ducemy looked at his ballot. On the upper left, the words "Eligo in summum pontificem" appeared in print. There was room for one name beneath it. Simon Augustino Cardinal Lord Ducemy wrote in Lenar Hoyt, and folded the card and held it up so that it could be seen. Within a minute, all 83 of the cardinals were holding a card aloft, as were half a dozen of the interactive hollows. The scrutineer began calling the cardinals forward in order of precedence. Cardinal Lord Ducemy went first, leaving his stall and walking to the scrutineer's table next to the altar, beneath the gaze of the terrible Christ of the fresco. Genuflecting and then kneeling at the altar, Lord Ducemy bowed his head in silent prayer. Rising, he said aloud, "I call to witness Christ the Lord, who will be my judge, that my vote is given to the one who before God I consider should be elected." Lord Ducemy solemnly set his folded card on the silver plate that sat atop the vote receptacle. Lifting the plate, he dropped his vote into the receptacle. The cardinal deacon among the scrutineers nodded. Lord Ducemy bowed toward the altar and returned to his stall. Cardinal Mustafa, the Grand Inquisitor, moved majestically toward the altar to cast the second vote. It was more than an hour later that the votes were tallied. The first scrutineer shook the receptacle to mix the votes. The second scrutineer counted them, including the 6 votes copied from the interactive hollows, depositing each in a second receptacle. The count equaled the number of voting cardinals in the conclave. The scrutiny proceeded. The first scrutineer unfolded a card, wrote down the name on it, and passed the card to the second scrutineer, who made a note and passed it to the third and final scrutineer. This man, Cardinal Cusnongle, as it turned out, said the name aloud before making a note of it. In each of the stalls, a cardinal jotted the name on a scriber pad provided by the scrutineers. At the end of the conclave, the scribers would be scrambled, their files deleted so that no record of the voting would remain. And so the voting proceeded. For Lord Ducemy, as for the rest of the living cardinals present, the only suspense was whether the dissident cardinal electors from the acclamation would actually put someone else's name into play. As each card was read, the last scrutineer ran a threaded needle through the word "Eligo" and slid the card down the thread. When all of the ballots had been read aloud, knots were tied in each end of the thread. The winning candidate was admitted to the chapel. Standing before the altar in a simple black cassock, the man looked humble and a bit overwhelmed. Standing before him, the senior deacon cardinal said, "Do you accept your canonical election as Supreme Pontiff?" "I do so accept it," said the priest. At this point, a stall was brought out and set behind the priest. The cardinal deacon raised his hands and intoned, "Thus accepting your canonical election, this gathering does, in the sight of God Almighty, acknowledge you as Bishop of the Church of Rome, true Pope, and head of the College of Bishops. May God advise you well as he grants you full and absolute power over the Church of Jesus Christ." "Amen," said Cardinal Lord Ducemy, and pulled the cord that lowered the canopy over his stall. All 83 physical canopies and 37 holographic ones lowered at the same time, until only the new popes remained raised. The priest, now pontiff, sat back in the seat beneath the papal canopy. "What name do you choose as Supreme Pontiff?" asked the deacon cardinal. "I choose the name Urban the 16th, said the seated priest. There was a murmuring and hum from the cardinal's stalls. The cardinal deacon held out his hand, and he and the other scrutineers led the priest from the chapel. The murmuring and whispering rose in volume. Cardinal Mustafa leaned out of his stall and said to Lord Dusamy, "He must be thinking of Urban II. Urban XV was a sniveling little coward in the 29th century who did little but read detective novels and write love letters to his former mistress." "Urban II," mused Lord Dusamy. "Yes, of course." After several minutes, the scrutineers returned with the priest, now the Pope, dressed in pure white, a white caped cassock, a white zucchetto or skull cap, a pectoral cross, and a white fascia sash. Cardinal Lord Dusamy went to his knees on the stone floor of the chapel, as did all the other cardinals, real and holographic, as the new pontiff gave his first benediction. Then the scrutineers and the attending cardinals went to the stove to burn the votes now tethered on black thread, adding enough Bianco chemical to make sure that the sfumata would indeed be white smoke. The cardinals filed out of the Sistine Chapel and walked the ancient paths and corridors to St. Peter's, where the senior cardinal deacon went alone onto the balcony to announce the name of the new pontiff to the waiting multitudes. Among the 500,000 waiting individuals in the multitude squeezed into, out of, and around St. Peter's Square that morning was Father Captain Federico de Soya. He had been released from his de facto imprisonment at the Legionaries' Rectory only hours before. He was to report to Pax Fleet Spaceport later that afternoon for shuttle to his new command. Walking through the Vatican, de Soya had followed the crowds, then had been engulfed by them, as men, women, and children had flowed like a great river toward the square. A great cheer had gone up when the puffs of white smoke first became visible from the stovepipe. The impossibly thick throng beneath the balcony of St. Peter's somehow became thicker, as tens of thousands more flowed around the colonnades and past the statuary. Hundreds of Swiss Guard troopers held the crowd back from the entrance to the basilica and away from private areas. When the senior deacon emerged and announced that the new pope was to be called His Holiness Urban XVI, a great gasp went up from the crowd. De Soya found himself gaping in surprise and shock. Everyone had expected Julius XV. The thought of anyone else as pope was, well, unthinkable. Then the new pontiff stepped onto the balcony, and the gasps turned to cheers that went on and on and on. It was Pope Julius, the familiar face, the high forehead, the sad eyes. Father Lenar Hoyt, the savior of the Church, had once again been elected. His Holiness raised his hand in the familiar benediction and waited for the crowd to stop cheering so that he could speak. But the crowd would not stop cheering. The roar rose from 500,000 throats and went on and on. Why Urban XVI? Wondered Father Captain de Soya. He had read and studied enough history of the Church in his years as a Jesuit. Quickly he thumbed back through his mental notes on the urban popes. Most were forgettable or worse. Why? Damn, Father Captain de Soya said aloud, the soft curse lost under the continuing roar of the faithful filling St. Peter's Square. Damn, he said again. Even before the crowd quieted enough for the new old pontiff to speak, to explain his choice of names, to announce what de Soya knew had to be announced, the Father Captain understood. And his heart sank with that understanding. Urban II had served from A.D. 1088 to 1099. At the synod, the Pope had called in Clermont in November, in the year 1095, de Soya thought. Urban II had made his call for holy war against the Muslims in the Near East, for the rescue of Byzantium, and for the liberation of all Eastern Christian holy places from Muslim domination. That call had led to the First Crusade, the first of many bloody campaigns. The crowd finally quieted. Pope Urban XVI began to speak, the familiar but newly energized voice rising and falling over the heads of the 500,000 faithful listening in person and the billions listening via live broadcast. Father Captain de Soya turned away even before the new pope began to speak. He pushed and elbowed his way back through the unmoving crowd. trying to escape the suddenly claustrophobic confines of St. Peter's Square. It was no use. The crowd was rapt and joyous, and de Soya was trapped in the mob. The words from the new pontiff were also joyous and impassioned. Father Captain de Soya stood, unable to escape, and bowed his head. As the crowd began cheering and crying, "Deus le volt! God wills it!" de Soya began to weep. Crusade, glory, a final resolution of the ouster problem, death beyond imagining, destruction beyond imagining. Father Captain de Soya squeezed his eyes shut as tightly as he could, but the vision of charged particle beams flaring against the blackness of space, of entire worlds burning, of oceans turning to steam and continents into molten rivers of lava, visions of orbital forests exploding into smoke, of charred bodies tumbling in zero-G, of fragile winged creatures flaring and charring and expanding into ash. De Soya wept, while billions cheered. 4. It has been my experience that late-night departures and farewells are the hardest on the spirit. The military was especially good at beginning major voyages in the middle of the night. During my time in the Hyperion Home Guard, it seemed that all important troop movements began in the wee hours. I began to associate that odd blend of fear and excitement, dread and anticipation, with pre-dawn darkness and the smell of lateness. Aenea had said that I would be leaving that night of her announcement to the Fellowship, but it took time to load the kayak, for me to pack my gear and decide what to leave behind forever, and to close up my tent and work area in the compound. So we weren't airborne in the dropship until after 2 a.m., and it was almost sunrise before we reached our destination. I admit that I felt rushed and ordered about by the girl's preemptive announcement. Many people had come to look to Aenea for leadership and advice during the 4 years we spent at Taliesin West, but I wasn't one of those people. I was 32 years old. Aenea was 16. It was my job to watch out for her, to protect her, and if it came to that, to tell her what to do and when to do it. I didn't like this turn of events one bit. I'd assumed that Aebetic would be flying with us to wherever I was supposed to shove off, but Aenea said that the android would be staying behind at the compound, so I wasted another 20 minutes tracking him down and saying goodbye. Aenea says that we will meet up again in due course," said the blue man. "So I am confident that we shall, Endymion." "Raul," I said, for the 500th time. "Call me Raul." "Of course," said Aebetic with that slight smile that suggested insubordination. "Fuck it," I said eloquently, and stuck out my hand. Aebetic shook it. I had the urge then to hug our old traveling companion, but I knew that it would embarrass him. Androids were not literally programmed to be stiff and subservient. They were, after all, living organic beings, not machines. But between RNA training and long practice, they were hopelessly formal creatures. At least this one was. And then we were away, Aenea and I, taxiing the dropship out of its hangar into the desert night, and lifting off with as little noise as possible. I had said goodbye to as many of the other Fellowship apprentices and workers as I had found, but the hour was late and the people were scattered to their dorm cubbies, tents, and apprentice shelters. I hoped that I would run into some of them again, especially some of the construction crewmen and women with whom I'd worked for 4 years, but I had little real belief that I would. The dropship could have flown itself to our destination, just a series of coordinates Aenea had given it, but I left the controls on semi-annual so I could pretend I had something to do during the flight. I knew from the coordinates that we would be traveling about 1,500 clicks, somewhere along the Mississippi River, Aenea had said. The dropship could have done that distance in 10 suborbital minutes, but we had been conserving its dwindling energy and fuel reserves, so once we had extended the wings to maximum, we kept our velocity subsonic our altitude set at a comfortable 10,000 meters, and avoided morphing the ship again until landing. We ordered the consul's starship's persona, which I'd long ago loaded from my comm log into the dropship's AI core, to keep quiet unless it had something important to tell us, and then we settled back in the red instrument glow to talk and watch the dark continent pass between us. "Kiddo," I said, "why this galloping hurry?" Aenea made the self-conscious throwing-away gesture I had first seen her use almost 5 years earlier. "It seemed important to get things going." Her voice was soft, almost lifeless, drained of the vitality and energy that had moved the entire fellowship to her will. Perhaps I was the only living person who could identify the tone, but she sounded close to tears. "It can't be that important," I said, "to make me leave in the middle of the night." Aenea shook her head and looked out the dark windscreen for a moment. I realized that she was crying. When she finally turned back, the glow from the instruments made her eyes look very moist and red. "If you don't leave tonight, I'll lose my nerve and ask you not to go. If you don't go, I'll lose my nerve again and stay on Earth. Never go back." I had the urge to take her hand then, but I kept my big paw on the omnicontroller instead. "Hey," I said, "we can go back together. This doesn't make any sense for me to go off one way and you another." "Yes, it does," said Aenea so quietly that I had to lean to my right to hear her. "Aebetic could go fetch the ship," I said. "You and I can stay on Earth until we're ready to return." Aenea shook her head. "I'll never be ready to go back, Raul. The thought scares me to death." I thought of the wild chase that had sent us fleeing through Pax space from Hyperion, barely eluding Pax starships, torch ships, fighter aircraft, Marines, Swiss Guard, and God knows what else, including that bitch thing from hell that had almost killed us on God's Grove. And I said, "I feel the same way, kiddo. Maybe we should stay on Earth. They can't reach us here." Aenea looked at me, and I recognized the expression. It was not mere stubbornness. It was a closing of all discussion on a matter that was settled. "All right," I said, "but I still haven't heard why Aebetic couldn't take this kayak and go get the ship while I farcast back with you." "Yes, you have," said Aenea. "You weren't listening." She shifted sideways in the big seat. "Raul, if you leave and we agree to meet at a certain time in a certain place in Pax space, I have to go through the Farcaster and do what I have to do. And what I have to do next, I have to do on my own." "Aenea," I said. "Yes, that's really stupid. Do you know that?" The 16-year-old said nothing. Below and to the left, somewhere in western Kansas, a circle of campfires became visible. I looked out at the lights amid all that darkness. "Any idea what experiment your alien friends are doing down there?" I said. "No," said Aenea, "and they aren't my alien friends." "Which aren't they?" I said. "Aliens or friends?" "Neither," said Aenea. I realized that this was the most specific she had ever been about the godlike intelligences that had kidnapped old Earth. And us, it seemed to me at times, as if we had been harried and driven through the Farcasters like cattle. "Care to tell me anything else about these non-alien, non-friends?" I said. "After all, something could go wrong. I might not make it to our rendezvous. I'd like to know the secret of our hosts before I go." I regretted saying that as soon as the words were out. Aenea pulled back as if I had slapped her. "Sorry, kiddo," I said. This time I did put my hand on hers. "I didn't mean that. I'm just angry." Aenea nodded, and I could see the tears in her eyes again. Still mentally kicking myself, I said, Everyone in the fellowship was sure that the aliens were benevolent, godlike creatures. People said lions and tigers and bears, but what they were thinking was Jesus and Yahweh and E.T., from that old flat film that Mr. W. showed us. Everyone was sure that when it came time to fold up the fellowship, the aliens would appear and lead us back to the packs in a big mothership. No danger, no muss, no fuss. Aenea smiled, but her eyes still glistened. Humans have been waiting for Jesus and Yahweh and E.T. to save their asses since before they covered those asses with bearskins and came out of the cave, she said. They'll have to keep waiting. This is our business, our fight, and we have to take care of it ourselves. Ourselves being you and me and Abe Bettick against 800 billion or so of the born-again faithful, I said softly. Aenea made the graceful gesture with her hand again. Yeah, she said. For now. When we arrived, it was not only still dark, but raining hard. A cold, sleety end-of-autumn rain. The Mississippi was a big river, one of old Earth's largest, and the dropship circled over it once before landing in a small town on the west bank. I saw all this on the view screen under image enhancement. The view out the actual windscreen was blackness and rain. We came in over a high hill covered with bare trees, crossed an empty highway that spanned the Mississippi on a narrow bridge, and landed in an open paved area about 50 meters from the river. The town ran back from the river here in a valley between wooded hills, and on the view screen I could make out small wooden buildings, larger brick warehouses, and a few taller structures near the river that might have been grain silos. Those kind of structures had been common in the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries in this part of old Earth. I had no idea why this city had been spared the earthquakes and fires of the tribulations, or why the lions and tigers and bears had rebuilt it, if they had. There had been no sign of people in the narrow streets, nor of heat signatures on the infrared bands, neither living creatures nor ground cars with their overheated internal combustion drive systems. But then again, it was almost 4:30 in the morning on a cold, rainy night. No one with an ounce of sense would be out in that lousy, stinking weather. We both pulled on ponchos. I hefted my small backpack and said, "So long, ship. Don't do anything I wouldn't do." And we were down the morphed stairs and into the rain. Aenea helped me tug the kayak out of the storage area in the belly of the dropship, and we headed down the slick street toward the river. On our previous river adventure, I had carried night vision goggles, an assortment of weapons, and a raft full of fancy gadgets. This night, I had the flashlight laser that was our only memento of the trip out to Earth. Set to its weakest, most energy-conserving setting, it illuminated about 2 meters of rain-slick street, a Navajo hunting knife in my backpack, and some sandwiches and dried fruit packed away. I was ready to take on the packs. "What is this place?" I said. "Hannibal," said Aenea, struggling to hold the slick kayak as we stumbled down the street. By this point I had to shift the slim flashlight laser in my teeth, keeping both hands on the bow of the stupid little boat. When we reached the point where the street became a loading ramp, running into the black torrent of the Mississippi, I set the kayak down, removed the flashlight, and said, "St. Petersburg." I had spent hundreds and hundreds of hours reading in the Fellowship compound's rich library of print books. I saw Aenea's hooded figure nod in the reflected glow of the flashlight beam. "This is crazy," I said, swinging the flashlight beam around the empty street, against the wall of the brick warehouses, out to the dark river. The rush of dark water was frightening. Any thought of setting off on that was insane. "Yes," said Aenea, "crazy." The cold rain beat on the hood of her poncho. I went around the kayak and took her by the arm. "You see the future," I said. "When are we going to see each other again?" Her head was bowed. I could make out only the barest gleam of her pale cheek in the reflected beam. The arm I gripped through the sleeve of the poncho might as well have been the branch of a dead tree, for all the life I felt there. She said something too softly for me to make it out over the sound of the rain and the river. "What?" I said. "I said I don't see the future," she said. "I remember parts of it." "What's the difference?" Aenea sighed and stepped closer. It was cold enough that our breaths actually mingled in the air. I felt the adrenaline rush from anxiety, fear, and anticipation. "The difference is," she said, "that seeing is a form of clarity. Remembering is something else." I shook my head. Rain dripped in my eyes. "I don't understand. Raul, do you remember Betts Kimball's birthday party? When Jave played the piano and Kiki got falling down drunk?" "Yeah," I said, irritated at this discussion in the middle of the night, in the middle of the storm, in the middle of our departure. "When was it?" "What?" "When was it?" she repeated. Behind us, the Mississippi flowed out of the darkness and back into darkness with the speed of a maglev train. "April," I said. "Early May. I don't know." The hooded figure before me nodded. "And what did Mr. Wright wear that night?" I had never had the impulse to hit or spank or scream at Aenea, not until this minute. How should I know? Why should I remember that? "Try to." I let out my breath and looked away at the dark hills and the black night. Shit. I don't know. His gray wool suit. Yeah, I remember him standing by the piano in it. That gray suit with the big buttons. Aenea nodded again. "Bet's birthday party was in mid-March," she said over the patter of rain on our hoods. "Mr. Wright didn't come because he had a cold." "So?" I said, knowing very well what point she had just made. "So I remember bits of the future," she said again, her voice sounding close to tears. "I'm afraid to trust those memories. If I say when we will see each other again, it may be like Mr. Wright's gray suit." For a long minute I said nothing. Rain pounded like tiny fists on closed coffins. Finally I said, "Yeah." Aenea took 2 steps and put her arms around me. Our ponchos crinkled against each other. I could feel the tightness of her back and the new softness of her chest as we hugged clumsily. She stepped back. "Can I have the flashlight a moment?" I handed it to her. She pulled back the nylon apron in the tiny cockpit of the kayak and shined the light on the narrow strip of polished wood there beneath the fiberglass. A single red button under its clear protective panel gleamed in the rain. "See that?" "Yeah." "Don't touch it, whatever you do." I admit that I barked a laugh at that. Among the things I had read in the Taliesin library were plays of the absurd, like Waiting for Godot. I had the feeling that we had flown into some latitude of the absurd and surreal here. "I'm serious," said Aenea. "Why put a button in if it's not to be touched?" I said, wiping the dripping moisture out of my face. The hooded figure shook its head. "I mean, don't touch it until you absolutely have to." "How will I know when I absolutely have to, kiddo?" "You'll know," she said, and gave me another hug. "We'd better get this into the river." I bent to kiss her forehead then. I had done this dozens of times over the past few years, wishing her well before one of her retreats, tucking her in, kissing her clammy forehead when she was sick with fever or half dead from fatigue. But as I bent to kiss her, Aenea raised her face, and for the first time since we had met in the midst of dust and confusion in the valley of the time tombs, I kissed her on the lips. I believe that I have mentioned before how Aenea's gaze is more powerful and intimate than most people's physical touches, how her touch is like a jolt of electricity. This kiss was beyond all that. I was 32 years old that night in Hannibal, on the west bank of the river known as the Mississippi, on the world once known as Earth, lost now somewhere in the lesser Magellanic Cloud, in the dark and rain, and I had never experienced a jolt of sensation like that first kiss. I pulled back in shock. The flashlight laser had tilted up between us, and I could see the glint of her dark eyes, looking mischievous, perhaps, relieved, perhaps, as if a long wait had ended, and something else. "Goodbye, Raul," she said, and lifted her end of the kayak. My mind reeling, I placed the bow in the dark water at the bottom of the ramp and leveraged myself down and into the cockpit. Abetic had fashioned it for me like a well-tailored suit of clothes. I made sure not to depress the red button in my flailing around. Aenea shoved, and the kayak was floating in 20 centimeters of water. She handed me the double-bladed paddle, then my backpack, and then the flashlight laser. I aimed the beam at the dark water between us. "Where's the Farcaster portal?" I said. I heard the words from a distance, as if some third party had spoken. My mind and emotions were still dealing with the kiss. I was 32 years old. This child had just turned 16. My job was to protect her, and to keep her alive until we could return to Hyperion and the old poet someday. This was madness. "You'll see it," she said, "sometime after daylight." Hours away, then. This was theater of the absurd. "And what do I do after I find the ship?" I said. "Where do we meet?" "There is a world named Tien Shan," said Aenea. "It means mountains of heaven. The ship will know how to find it." "It's in the packs?" I said. "Just barely," she said, her breath hanging in the cold air. "It was in the hegemony outback. The Pax has incorporated it into the Protectorate and promised to send missionaries, but it hasn't been tamed yet." "Tien Shan," I repeated. "All right. How do I find you? Planets are big things." I could see her dark eyes in the bouncing flashlight beam. They were moist with rain, or tears, or both. "Find a mountain called Hung Shan, the sacred mountain of the north. Near it there will be a place called Hasuan Kung Su," she said. "It means temple hanging in air." I made a rude gesture with my fist. "Great, so all I have to do is stop at a local Pax garrison and ask directions to the temple hanging in air, and you'll be hanging there waiting for me." "There are only a few thousand mountains on Tien Shan," she said, her voice flat and unhappy, "and only a few cities. The ship can find Hung Shan and Hasuan Kung Su from orbit. You won't be able to land there, but you'll be able to disembark." "Why won't I be able to land there?" I said, irritated by all of these puzzles within enigmas within codes. "You'll see, Raul," she said, her voice as filled with tears as her eyes had been. "Please, go." The current was trying to carry me away, but I paddled the buoyant little kayak back into place. Aenea walked along the river's edge to keep pace with me. The sky seemed to be lightening a bit in the east. "Are you certain we'll see each other there?" I shouted through the thinning rain. "I'm not certain of anything, Raul." "Not even that we'll survive this?" I'm not sure what I meant by this. I'm not even sure what I meant when I said survive. "Especially not of that," said the girl. And I saw the old smile, full of mischief and anticipation, and something like sadness mixed with involuntary wisdom. The current was pulling me away. "How long will it take me to get to the ship?" "I think only a few days," she called. We were several meters apart now, and the current was pulling me out into the Mississippi. "And when I find the ship, how long to get to Tien Shan?" I called. Aenea shouted back the answer, but it was lost in the lapping of waves against the hull of my little kayak. "What?" I yelled. "I couldn't hear you." "I love you," called Aenea, and her voice was clear and bright across the dark water. The river pulled me out into it. I could not speak. My arms did not work when I thought to paddle against the powerful current. "Aenea!" I aimed the flashlight toward the shore, caught a glimpse of her poncho gleaming in the light, the pale oval of her face in the shadow of the hood. "Aenea!" She shouted something, waved. I waved back. The current was very strong for a moment. I paddled violently to avoid being pulled into an entire tree that had snagged on a sandbar, and then I was out in the central current and hurtling south. I looked back, but the walls of the last buildings in Hannibal hid my dear girl from view. A minute later, I heard a hum, like the dropship's EM repulsors, but when I looked up I saw only shadow. It could have been her circling. It could have been a low cloud in the night. The river pulled me south. 5. Father Captain de Soya, dead-headed from Pachem system on the HHS Raguel, an Archangel-class cruiser similar to the ship he had been ordered to command. Killed by the terrible vortex of the classified instantaneous drive, known to Pax Fleet now as the Gideon Drive, de Soya was resurrected in 2 days rather than the usual 3, the resurrection chaplains taking the added risk of unsuccessful resurrection because of the urgency of the Father Captain's orders, and found himself at the Omicron 2 Epsilon 3 Pax Fleet Strategic Positioning Station, orbiting a lifeless, rocky world, spinning in the darkness beyond Epsilon Eridani in the old neighborhood, only a handful of light-years from where old Earth had once existed. De Soya was given 1 day to recover his faculties, and was then shuttled to the Omicron 2 Epsilon 3 fleet staging area, 100,000 clicks out from the military base. The midshipman piloting the WASP shuttle went out of his way to give Father Captain de Soya a good look at his new command, and, despite himself, de Soya was thrilled with what he saw. The HHS Raphael was obviously state-of-the-art technology. No longer derivative, as all of the previous Pax ships de Soya had seen had been, of rediscovered hegemony designs from before the fall. The overall design seemed too lean for practical vacuum work, and too complicated for atmosphere, but the overall effect was one of streamlined lethality. The hull was a composite of morphable alloys and areas of pure fixed energy, allowing rapid shape and function changes that would have been impossible a few years before. As the shuttle passed the Raphael in a long, slow ballistic arc, de Soya watched the exterior of the long ship go from chrome silver to a stealth matte black, essentially disappearing from view. At the same time, several of the instrument booms and living cubbies were swallowed by the smooth central hull, until only weapons blisters and containment field probes remained. Either the ship was preparing for out-system translation checks, or the officers aboard knew very well that the passing WASP carried their new commander, and they were showing off a bit. De Soya knew that both assumptions were almost certainly true. Before the cruiser blacked into oblivion, de Soya noticed how the fusion drive spheres had been clustered like pearls around the central ship's axis, rather than concentrated in a single swelling, such as on his old torch ship, the Balthazar. He also noticed how much smaller the hexagonal Gideon drive array was on this ship than on the prototype Raphael. His last glimpse before the ship became invisible was of the lights glowing from the retracted translucent living cubbies and the clear dome of the command deck. During combat, de Soya knew from his reading on Pachem and the RNA instructional injections he had received at Pax Fleet headquarters that these clear areas would morph thicker armored epidermises. But de Soya had always enjoyed a view and would appreciate the window into space. "Coming up on the Uriel, sir," said the midshipman pilot. De Soya nodded. The HHS Uriel seemed a near clone of the new Raphael. But as the WASP shuttle decelerated closer, the Father Captain could pick out the extra Omega knife generators, the added glowing conference cubbies, and the more elaborate comm antennae that made this vessel the flagship of the task force. "Docking warning, sir," said the midshipman. DeSoya nodded and took his seat on the number 2 acceleration couch. The mating was smooth enough that he felt no jolt whatsoever as the connection clamps closed and the ship's skin and umbilicals morphed around the shuttle. DeSoya was tempted to praise the young midshipman, but old habits of command reasserted themselves. "Next time," he said, "try the final approach without the last-second flare. It's showing off, and the brass on a flagship frown on it." The young pilot's face fell. DeSoya set his hand on her shoulder. "Other than that, good job. I'd have you aboard my ship as a dropship pilot any day." The crestfallen midshipman brightened. "I could only wish, sir. This station duty—" She stopped, realizing that she had gone too far. "I know," said DeSoya, standing by the cycling lock. "I know. But for now, be glad that you're not part of this crusade." The lock cycled open, and an honor guard whistled him aboard the HHS Uriel. The Archangel, if Father Captain DeSoya remembered correctly, that the Old Testament had described as the leader of the heavenly hosts of angels. 90 light-years away, in a star system only 3 light-years from Pachem, the original Raphael, translated into real space, with a violence that would have spit marrow from human bones, sliced through human cells like a hot blade through radiant gossamers, and scrambled human neurons like loose marbles on a steep hillside. Rhadamonth Nemes and her clone siblings did not enjoy the sensation, but neither did they cry out nor grimace. "Where is this place?" said Nemes, watching a brown planet grow in the view screen. Raphael was decelerating under 230 gravities. Nemes did not sit in the acceleration couch, but she did hang on to a stanchion with the casual ease of a commuter on her way to work in a crowded ground bus. "Svoboda," said one of her 2 male siblings. Nemes nodded. None of the 4 spoke again until the Archangel was in orbit and the dropship detached and howling through thin air. "He'll be here?" asked Nemes. Microfilaments ran from her temples directly into the dropship console. "Oh, yes," said Nemes's twin sister. A few humans lived on Svoboda, but since the fall they had huddled in force field domes in the Twilight Zone and did not have the technology to track the Archangel or its dropship. There were no pack spaces in this system. Meanwhile, the sunward side of the rocky world boiled until lead ran like water, and on the dark side the thin atmosphere hovered on the edge of freezing. Beneath the useless planet, however, ran more than 800,000 kilometers of tunnels, each corridor a perfect 30 meters square. Svoboda was one of 9 labyrinthine worlds discovered in the early days of the Hegira and explored during the hegemony. Hyperion had been another of the 9 worlds. No human, alive or dead, knew the secret of the labyrinths or their creators. Nemes piloted the dropship through a pelting ammonia storm on the dark side, hovering an instant before an ice cliff visible only on infrared and amplification screens, and then folding the ship's wings in and guiding it forward into the square opening of the labyrinth entrance. This tunnel turned once and then stretched straight on for kilometers. Deep radar showed a honeycomb of other passages beneath it. Nemes flew forward 3 clicks, turned left at the first junction of tunnels, dropped half a kilometer from the surface while traveling 5 clicks south, and then landed the ship. Here, the infrared showed only trace heat from lava vents, and the amplifier showed nothing on the view screen. Frowning at the return on the radar displays, Nemes flipped on the dropship's exterior lights. For as far as she could see down the infinitely straight corridor, the walls of the tunnel had been carved into a row of horizontal stone slabs. On each slab was a naked human body. The slabs and bodies continued on into darkness. Nemes glanced at the deep radar display. The lower levels were also striated with slabs and bodies. "Outside," said the male sibling who had pulled Nemes from the lava on God's Grove. Nemes did not bother with the airlock. Atmosphere rushed out of the dropship with a dying roar. There was a hint of pressure in the cavern, enough that she would not have to phase shift to survive, but the air was thinner than Mars had been before it was terraformed. Nemes's personal sensors indicated that the temperature was steady at a minus 162 degrees centigrade. A human figure was outside, waiting in the dropship's floodlights. "Good evening," said Counselor Albedo. The tall man was impeccably dressed, in a gray suit tailored to Pachem tastes. He communicated directly on the 75 megahertz band. Albedo's mouth did not move, but his perfect teeth were visible in a smile. Nemes and her siblings waited. She knew that there would be no further reprimands or punishment. The 3 sectors wanted her alive and functioning. "The girl, Aenea, has returned to Pax Space," said Albedo. "Where?" said Nemes's female sibling. There was something like eagerness between the flat tones of her voice. Counselor Albedo opened his hands. "The portal," began Nemes. "Tells us nothing this time," said Counselor Albedo. His smile had not wavered. Nemes frowned at this. During all the centuries of the hegemony's world web, the 3 sectors of consciousness of the core had not found a way to use the void portal, that instantaneous interface that humans had known as Farcasters, without leaving a record of modulated neutrinos in the fold matrix. "The something else," she said. "Of course," said Albedo. He flicked his hand as if discarding the useless segment of this conversation. "But we can still register the connection. We feel sure that the girl is among those returning from old Earth via the old Farcaster network." "There are others," said one of the males. Albedo nodded. "A few at first, more now. At least 50 activations at last count." Nemes folded her arms. "Do you think the something else is terminating the old Earth experiment?" "No," said Albedo. He walked over to the nearest slab and looked down at the naked human body on it. It had been a young woman, no more than 17 or 18 standard years old. She had red hair. White frost lay on her pale skin and open eyes. "No," he said again. "The sectors agree that it is just Aenea's group returning." "How do we find her?" said Nemes's female sibling, obviously musing aloud on the 75 megahertz band. "We can translate to every world that had a Farcaster during hegemony and interrogate the Farcaster portals in person." Albedo nodded. "The something else can conceal the Farcast destinations," he said, "but the core is almost certain that it cannot hide the fact of the matrix fold itself." "Almost certain." Nemes noted the unusual modifier of TechnoCore perceptions. "We want you," began Albedo, pointing at the female sibling. "The stable sector did not give you a name, did it?" "No," said Nemes's twin. Limp, dark bangs fell over the pale forehead. No smile touched the thin lips. Albedo chuckled on the 75 megahertz band. "Rhodamonth Nemes needed a name to pass as a human crewmate on the Raphael. I think that the rest of you should be named, if just for my convenience." He pointed at the female. "Scylla." Stabbing his finger at each of the males in turn, he said, "Gyges, Briareus." None of the 3 responded to their christenings, but Nemes folded her arms and said, "Does this amuse you, Counselor?" "Yes," said Albedo. Around them, the atmosphere vented from the dropship curled and broiled like a wicked fog. The male now named Briareus said, "We'll keep this Archangel for transport and begin searching all the old web worlds, beginning, I assume, with the River Tethys planets." "Yes," said Albedo. Scylla tapped her nails on the frozen fabric of her jumpsuit. 4 ships. The search would go 4 times as fast." "Obviously," said Albedo. "There are several reasons we have decided against that. The first being that the Pax has few of these Archangel ships free to loan. Nemes raised an eyebrow. And when has the Corps asked the Pax for loans? Since we need their money and their factories and their human resources to build the ships, said Albedo without emphasis. The second and final reason is that we want the four of you together, in case you encounter someone or something impossible for one of you to handle. Nemes's eyebrow stayed up. She expected some reference to her failure on God's Grove, but it was Gyges who spoke. What in the Pax could we not handle, Counselor? Again the man in gray opened his hands. Behind him, the curling vapors of fog first obscured and then revealed the pale bodies on slabs. The Shrike, he said. Nemes made a rude noise on the 75 megahertz band. I beat the thing single-handedly, she said. Albedo shook his head. The maddening smile stayed fixed. No, he said, you did not. You used the hyperentropic device with which we supplied you to send it 5 minutes into the future. That is not the same as beating it. Briareus said, The Shrike is no longer under the control of the UI. Albedo opened his hands a final time. The gods of the future no longer whisper to us, my expensive friend. They war among themselves, and the clamor of their battle echoes back through time. If our gods' work is to be done in our time, we must do it ourselves. He looked at the 4 clone siblings. Are we clear on instructions? Find the girl, said Scylla. And, said the counselor. Kill her at once, said Gyges. No hesitation. And if her disciples intervene, said Albedo, smiling more broadly now, his voice the caricature of a human schoolteacher's. Kill them, said Briareus. And if the Shrike appears, he said, the smile suddenly fading. Destroy it, said Nemes. Albedo nodded. Any final questions before we go our separate ways? Scylla said, How many humans are here? She gestured toward the slabs and bodies. Counselor Albedo touched his chin. A few tens of millions on this labyrinthine world, in this section of tunnels. But there are many more tunnels here. He smiled again. And 8 more labyrinth worlds. Nemes slowly turned her head, viewing the swirling fog and receding line of stone slabs on various levels of the spectrum. None of the bodies showed any sign of heat above the ambient temperature of the tunnel. And this is the Pax's work, she said. Albedo chuckled on the 75 megahertz band. Of course, he said. Why would the 3 sectors of consciousness, or our future UI, want to stockpile human bodies? He walked over to the body of the young woman and tapped her frozen breast. The air in the cavern was far too thin to carry sound, but Nemes imagined the noise of cold marble being tapped by fingernails. Any more questions? Said Albedo. I have an important meeting. Without a word on the 75 megahertz band or any other band, the 4 siblings turned and re-entered the dropship. Gathered on the circular tactical conference center blister of the HHS Uriel were 20 Pax Fleet officers, including all of the captains and executive officers of Task Force Gideon. Among those executive officers was Commander Hogan Hoag Liebler, 36 standard years old, born again since his baptism on Renaissance Minor, the scion of the once great Liebler freehold family, whose estate covered some 2 million hectares, and whose current debt ran to almost 5 marks per hectare. Liebler had dedicated his private life to serving the Church, and given his professional life to Pax Fleet. He was also a spy, and a potential assassin. Liebler had looked up with interest as his new commanding officer was piped aboard the Uriel. Everyone in the task force, almost everyone in Pack's fleet, had heard of Father Captain de Soya. The former torch ship CO had been granted a papal disk key, meaning almost unlimited authority, for some secret project 5 standard years earlier, and then had failed at his mission. No one was sure what that mission had been, but de Soya's use of that disk key had made enemies among fleet officers across the Packs. The Father Captain's subsequent failure and disappearance had been cause for more rumor in the wardrooms and fleet staff rooms. The most accepted theory was that de Soya had been turned over to the Holy Office, had been quietly excommunicated, and probably executed. But now here he was, given command of one of the most treasured assets in Pax Fleet's arsenal, one of the 21 operational Archangel cruisers. Liebler was surprised at de Soya's appearance. The Father Captain was short, dark-haired, with large, sad eyes, more appropriate to the icon of a martyred saint than to the skipper of a battle cruiser. Introductions were made quickly by Admiral Aldecalde, the stocky Lusian in charge of both this meeting and the task force. "Father Captain de Soya," said Aldecalde, as de Soya took his place at the gray circular table within the gray circular room. "I believe you know some of these officers." The Admiral was famous for her lack of tact, as well as for her ferocity in battle. "Mother Captain Stone is an old friend," said de Soya, nodding toward his former executive officer. "Captain Hearn was a member of my last task force, and I have met Captain Satie and Captain Lempriere. I have also had the privilege of working with Commanders Uchikawa and Barnes-Avna." Admiral Aldecalde grunted. "Commander Barnes-Avna is here representing the Marine and Swiss Guard presence on Task Force Gideon," she said. "Have you met your exec, Father Captain de Soya?" The priest captain shook his head, and Aldecalde introduced Liebler. The commander was surprised at the firmness in the diminutive Father Captain's grip, and the authority in the other man's gaze. Eyes of a martyr or no, thought Hogue Liebler, this man is used to command. "All right," growled Admiral Aldecalde. "Let's get started. Captain Satie will present the briefing." For the next 20 minutes, the conference blister was fogged with hollows and trajectory overlays. Com logs and scribers filled with data and scribbled notes. Satie's soft voice was the only sound, except for the rare question or request for clarification. Liebler jotted his own notes, surprised at the scope of Task Force Gideon's mission, and busy at the work of any executive officer, getting down all the salient facts and details that the captain might want to review later. Gideon was the first task force made up completely of Archangel-class cruisers. 7 of the Archangels had been tasked to this mission. Conventional Hawking-class torch ships had been dispatched months earlier to rendezvous with them at their first sally point in the outback, some 20 light-years beyond the Great Wall defensive sphere, so as to participate in a mock battle. But after that first jump, the task force of 7 ships would be operating independently. A good metaphor would be General Sherman's march through Georgia in the pre-Hejira North American Civil War in the 19th century, said Captain Satie, sending half the officers at the table tapping at their comlog disk keys to bring up that arcane bit of military history. "Previously," continued Satie, "our battles with the Ousters have either been in the Great Wall no-man's land, or on the fringes of either Pax or Ouster space. There have been very few deep penetration raids into Ouster territory." Satie paused in his briefing. "Father Captain de Soya's Task Force Magi, some 5 standard years ago, was one of the deepest of those raids." "Any comments about it, Father Captain?" said Admiral Aldecalde. De Soya hesitated a moment. "We burned an orbital forest ring," he said at last. "There was no resistance." Hogue Liebler thought that the Father Captain's voice sounded vaguely ashamed. Satie nodded, as if satisfied. "That's what we hope will be the case for this entire mission. Our intelligence suggests that the Ousters have deployed the vast bulk of their defensive forces along the sphere of the Great Wall, leaving very little in the way of armed resistance through the heart of their colonized areas beyond the Pax. For almost 3 centuries they have positioned their forces, their bases, and their home systems with the limitations of Hawking Drive technology as the primary determining factor. Tactical hollows filled the conference blister. The grand cliché, continued Sati, is that the Pax has had the advantage of interior lines of transport and communication, while the Ousters have had the defensive strength of concealment and distance. Penetration deep into Ouster space has been all but impossible due to the vulnerability of our supply lines and their willingness to cut and run before our superior strength, attacking later, often with devastating effect, when our task forces venture too far from the Great Wall. Sati paused and looked at the officers around the table. Gentlemen and ladies, those days are over. More hollows misted into solidity, the red line of Task Force Gideon's trajectory out from and back to the Pax sphere, slicing between suns like a laser knife. Our mission is to destroy every in-system Ouster supply base and deep space colony we encounter, said Sati, his soft voice taking on strength. Comet farms, can cities, boondoggles, tourist bases, L-point clusters, orbital forest rings, birthing asteroids, bubble hives, everything. Including civilian angels? Asked Father Captain de Soya. Hogue Liebler blinked at his CO's question. Pax Fleet informally referred to the space-tailored, DNA-altered mutants as Lucifer's angels, usually shortened to angels, in an irony bordering on blasphemy, but the phrase was rarely used before the high brass. Admiral Aldecocte answered, "Especially angels, Father Captain. His Holiness Pope Urban has declared this a crusade against the inhuman travesties the Ousters are breeding out there in the darkness. His Holiness has stated in his crusade encyclical that these unholy mutations are to be eliminated from God's universe. There are no civilian Ousters. Do you have a problem understanding this directive, Father Captain de Soya?" Officers around the table seemed to hold their breaths until de Soya finally answered. "No, Admiral Aldecocte. I understand His Holiness's encyclical." The briefing continued. "These Archangel-class cruisers will be involved," said Sati. "His Holiness's ship Uriel is flagship, the Raphael, the Michael, the Gabriel, the Raguel, the Ramiel, and the Sariel. In each case, the ships will use their Gideon drives to make the instantaneous jump to the next system, will take 2 days or more to decelerate in system, thus allowing time for crew resurrection. His Holiness has granted us dispensation to use the new 2-day resurrection cycle creches, which offer a 92% probability of resurrection. After regrouping the attack force, we will do maximum damage to all Ouster forces and installations before translating to the next system. Any Pax ship damaged beyond repair will be abandoned, the crew transferred to other ships in the task force, and the cruiser destroyed. No chances will be taken with the Ousters capturing Gideon Drive technology, even though it would be useless to them without the sacrament of resurrection. The mission should extend some 3 standard months. Any questions?" Father Captain de Soya raised his hand. "I have to apologize," he said. "I've been out of touch for several standard years, but I notice that this task force is made up of Archangel-class ships, named after archangels referred to by name in the Old Testament." "Yes, Father Captain," prompted Admiral Aldecocte. "Your question?" "Just this, Admiral. I seem to remember that there were only 7 archangels referred to by name in the Bible. What about the rest of the Archangel-class ships that have come online?" There was chuckling around the long table, and de Soya could see that he had cut the tension much as he had planned. Smiling, Admiral Aldecocte said, We welcome our prodigal captain back and inform him that the Vatican theologians have searched the Book of Enoch and the rest of pseudepigrapha to find these other angels which might be promoted to honorary archangel, and the Holy Office itself has authorized dispensation to Pax Fleet's use of their names. We found it, appropriate that the first 7 planet-class archangels built be named after those listed in the Bible and should carry their sacred fire to the enemy. The chuckling turned to sounds of approval, and finally to soft applause among the commanders and their execs. There were no other questions. Admiral Aldecocte said, "Oh, one other detail. If you see this ship—" A hollow of a strange-looking starship floated above the center of the table. The thing was small by Pax Fleet standards, was streamlined as if built to enter atmosphere, and had fins near the fusion ports. "What is it?" said Mother Captain Stone, still smiling from the good feeling in the room. "Some ouster joke?" "No," said Father Captain de Soya in a soft monotone. "It's Web-era technology. A private starship, owned by an individual." A few executive officers chuckled again. Admiral Aldecocte stopped the laughter by waving her thick hand through the hollow. "The Father Captain is correct," rumbled the Lusian admiral. "It's an old Web-era ship, once owned by a diplomat of the hegemony." She shook her head. "They had the wealth to make such gestures, then. Anyway, it has a hawking drive, modified by ouster technicians, may well be armed, and must be considered as dangerous." "What do we do if we encounter it?" asked Mother Captain Stone. "Take it as a prize?" "No," said Admiral Aldecocte. "Destroy it on sight. Slag it to vapor. Any questions?" There were none. The officers dispersed to their ships to prepare for the initial translation. On the Wasp shuttle ride back to the Raphael, Exo Hoag-Liebler chatted pleasantly with his new captain about the ship's readiness and crew's high morale, all the while thinking, "I hope I don't have to kill this man." 6. It has been my experience that immediately after certain traumatic separations, leaving one's family to go to war, for instance, or upon the death of a family member, or after parting from one's beloved with no assurances of reunion, there is a strange calmness, almost a sense of relief, as if the worst has happened and nothing else need be dreaded. So it was with the rainy pre-dawn morning on which I left Aenea on old Earth. The kayak that I paddled was small, and the Mississippi River was large. At first, in the darkness, I paddled with an intense alertness that was close to fear, adrenaline-driven, eyes straining to make out snags and sandbars and drifting flotsam on the raging current. The river was very wide there, the better part of a mile, I guessed. The old architect had used the archaic English units of length and distance, feet, yards, miles, and most of us at Taliesin had fallen into the habit of imitating him. And the banks of the river looked flooded, with dead trees showing where the waters had risen hundreds of meters from the original banks, pushing the river to high bluffs on both sides. An hour or so after I had parted from my friend, the light came up slowly, first showing the separation of gray cloud and black-gray bluff to my left, then casting a flat, cold light on the surface of the river itself. I had been right to be afraid in the dark. The river was snarled with snags and long fingers of sandbars. Large waterlogged trees with hydra heads of roots raged past me on the center currents, smashing anything in their way with the force of giant battering rams. I selected what I hoped was the most forgiving current, paddled strongly to stay out of the way of floating debris, and tried to enjoy the sunrise. All that morning I paddled south, seeing no sign of human habitation on either bank, except for a single parting glimpse of ancient, once-white buildings, drowned amid the dead trees and brackish waters, in what had once been the western bank, and was now a swamp at the base of the bluffs there. Twice I put ashore on islands, once to relieve myself, and the second time to store away the small backpack that was my only luggage. During this second stop, late in the morning with the sun warming the river and me, I sat on a log on the sandy bank and ate one of the cold meat and mustard sandwiches that Aenea had made for me during the night. I had brought 2 water bottles, one to fit on my belt, the other to stay in my pack, and I drank with moderation, not knowing if the water of the Mississippi was fit to drink, and also not knowing when I would find a safe supply. It was afternoon when I saw the city and the arch ahead of me. Some time before, a second river had joined the Mississippi on my right, widening the channel significantly. I was sure that it must be the Missouri, and when I queried the comm log, the ship's memory confirmed my hunch. It was not long after that when I saw the arch. This Farcaster portal looked different than the ones we had transited during our trip out to old Earth. Larger, older, duller, more rust-streaked. It may have once been high and dry on the west bank of the river, but now the metal of the arch rose out of waters hundreds of meters from shore. Skeletal remnants of drowned buildings, low skyscrapers from pre-Hegira days according to my newly informed architectural sensibilities, also rose from the sluggish waters. "St. Louis," said the comlog bracelet when I queried the ship's AI. "Destroyed even before the tribulations, abandoned before the big mistake of '08. "Destroyed," I said, aiming the kayak toward the giant hoop of the arch, and seeing for the first time how the west bank behind it curved around in a perfect semicircle, forming a shallow lake. Ancient trees lined the sharp arc of the shore. An impact crater, I thought, although meteor crater or bomb crater or power source meltdown or some other variety of violent event I could not tell. "How destroyed?" I said to the comlog. "No information," said the bracelet. "However, I do have a data entry which correlates with the arch ahead of us." "It's a Farcaster portal, isn't it?" I said, fighting the strong current here on the west side of the main channel to aim the kayak at the east-facing arch. "Not originally," said the soft voice on my wrist. "The size and orientation of the artifact coincide with position and dimensions of the so-called Gateway Arch, an architectural oddity built in the city of St. Louis during the time of the United States of America nation-state in the mid-20th century A.D. It was meant to symbolize Western expansion of the hegemonic Euro-descended proto-nationalist pioneers who migrated through here in their effort to displace the original pre-preserved North Am indigenes." "The Indians," I said, panting as I paddled the bobbing kayak through the last conflicting current and got us lined up with the huge arch. There had been an hour or two of rich sunlight, but now the cold wind and gray clouds had returned. Raindrops pattered on the fiberglass of the kayak and rippled the wave-tops on either side. The current now carried the kayak toward the center of the arch, and I rested the paddle a moment, making sure not to hit the mysterious red button by accident. "So this Farcaster portal was built to honor the people who killed the Indians," I said, leaning forward on my elbows. "The original Gateway Arch had no Farcaster function," the ship's voice said primly. "Did it survive the disaster that did this?" I said, pointing the paddle at the impact crater lake and its assortment of flooded buildings. "No information," said the comlog. "And you don't know if it's a Farcaster?" I said, panting again as I paddled hard. The arch loomed high above us now, at least 100 meters to its apex. The winterish sunlight glinted dully on its rusted sides. "No," said the ship's memory. "There is no record of any Farcaster on old Earth." Of course there would be no such record. Old Earth had collapsed into the big mistake black hole, or been kidnapped by the lions and tigers and bears, at least a century and a half before the TechnoCore had given the old hegemony Farcaster technology. But there had been a small but very functional Farcaster arch over that river creek, actually, in western Pennsylvania, where Aenea and I had cast from God's Grove 4 years earlier, and I had seen others in my travels. "Well," I said, more to myself than to the idiot Comlog AI, "if this isn't it, we'll just continue on downriver. Aenea had a reason for launching us where she did." I was not so sure. There was no telltale Farcaster shimmer under this arch, no glimpse of sunlight or starlight beyond, just the darkening sky and the black band of forest on the shoreline beyond the lake. I leaned back and looked up at the arch, shocked to see panels missing, steel ribs showing. The kayak had already passed beneath it, and there was no transition, no sudden shift of light and gravity and alien sense. This was nothing more than a broken-down old architectural freak that just happened to resemble a... Everything changed. 1 second the kayak and I were bobbing on the windswept Mississippi, heading into the shallow crater lake that had been the city of St. Louis, and the next instant it was night, and the little fiberglass boat and I were sliding along a narrow canal, between canyons of lighted buildings, under a dark skylight 1/2 kilometer or more above my head. "Jesus," I whispered. "An ancient Messiah figure," said the Comlog. "Religions based on his purported teachings include Christianity, Zen Christianity, ancient and modern Catholicism, and such Protestant sects as—" "Shut up," I said. "Good child mode." This command had the Comlog speak only when spoken to. There were other people boating on this canal, if canal it was. Scores of rowboats and tiny sailboats and other kayaks moved upriver and down. Close by, on river walks and esplanades, on skyways crisscrossing above the well-lighted waters, hundreds more walked in pairs and small groups. Stocky individuals in bright garments jogged alone. I felt the gravity weigh my arms as I tried to lift the kayak paddle. At least half again Earth's was my immediate impression, and I slowly lifted my face to the view of those hundreds, thousands of lighted windows and turrets, walkways and balconies and landing pads, of more lights as chrome-silver trains hummed softly through clear tubes above the river, as EMVs sliced through the air overhead, as levitation platforms and sky ferries carried people back and forth across this incredible canyon. And I knew. Lucis. This had to be Lucis. I had met Lusians before, rich hunters come to Hyperion to shoot ducks or demigyres, richer off-world gamblers slumming in the Nine Tails casinos where I had worked as a bouncer, even a few expatriates in our Home Guard unit, felons, fleeing Pax Justice most likely. They all had the high-G, low-profile look of these short, stocky, prominently muscled joggers who chugged by on the river walks and esplanades like some primitive but powerful steam machines. No one seemed to be paying any attention to my kayak or me. This surprised me. From these natives' perspectives, I must have appeared from nowhere, materializing under the Farcaster portal behind me. I looked back and understood why my appearance might have gone unnoticed. The Farcaster portal was old, of course, part of the fallen hegemony and of the former river Tethys, and the arch had been built into the hive city walls, platforms and walkways studding and overhanging the slender portal, so that the segment of canal or river directly under the arch was the only visible section of this indoor city that lay in deep shadow. Even as I glanced back, a small motorboat glided out of that shadow, caught the glow of the sodium vapor lights that overhung the river walkway, and seemed to pop into existence just as I had half a moment earlier. Bulked up as I was in sweater and jacket, tightly tucked into the nylon skirt of my little kayak cockpit, I probably looked as stocky as the Lusians I saw on either side of me. A man and woman on jet skis waved as they hissed past. I waved back. "Jesus," I whispered again, more in prayer than blasphemy. This time the Comlog made no comment. I will interrupt myself here. My temptation at this point in the telling, despite the hurry-up incentive of cyanide gas hissing into the Schrödinger cat box at any moment, was to describe my interworld odyssey in great detail. It was, in truth, as close as I had come to true adventure, since Aenea and I had arrived at the safety of old Earth 4 standard years earlier. In the 30-some standard hours since Aenea had peremptorily announced my imminent departure by Farcaster, I had naturally assumed that the voyage would be similar to our former trip, from Renaissance Vector to old Earth. Our voyage had been through empty or abandoned landscapes via worlds such as Hebron, New Mecca, God's Grove, and unnamed worlds such as the jungle planet on which we had left the consul's ship in hiding. On one of the few planets where we had encountered inhabitants, ironically on Mare Infinitus, the sparsely settled ocean world, the contact had been catastrophic for everyone involved. I had blown up most of their floating platform. They had captured me, stabbed me, shot me, and almost drowned me. In the process, I had lost some of the most valuable things we had taken on the trip, including the ancient hawking mat that had been handed down since the days of the Syrian marine legend, and the equally ancient 45-caliber handgun that I had wanted to believe once belonged to Aenea's mother, Braun Lamia. But for the majority of our voyage, the river Tethys had carried Aenea, Abetic, and me through empty landscapes, ominously empty on Hebron and New Mecca, as if some terror had carried away the populations, and we had been left alone, not here. Lucis was alive and seething. For the first time I understood why these planetary honeycombs were called hives. Traveling together through unpopulated regions, the girl, the android, and I had been left to our own devices. Now, alone and essentially unarmed in my little kayak, I found myself waving to Pax police and born-again Lusian priests who strolled by. The canal was no more than 30 meters wide here, concrete and plastic-lined, with no tributaries or hiding places. There were shadows under the bridges and overpasses, just as under the Farcaster portal upriver, but river traffic moved through these shadowy places in a constant flow. No place to hide. For the first time, I considered the insanity of Farcaster travel. My clothes would be out of place, drawing immediate attention as soon as I stepped out of the kayak. My body type was wrong. My Hyperion-bred dialect would be strange. I had no money, no identity chip, no EMV license or credit cards, no Pax Parish papers or place of residence. Stopping the kayak for a minute by a riverside bar, the smell of grilled steak or similar fare wafting out on fans and making me salivate with hunger, the yeast tang hinting of brewery vats and cold beer on the same breeze, I realized that I would almost certainly be arrested 2 minutes after going into such a place. People traveled between worlds in the Pax, millionaires mostly, business people and adventurers willing to spend months in cryogenic sleep and years of time debt traveling by mercantilist transport between the stars, smug in their cruciform certainty that job and home and family would be waiting in their steady-state Christian universe when they returned. But it was rare, and no one traveled between worlds without money and Pax permission. 2 minutes after I sauntered into this cafe or bar or restaurant or whatever it was, someone would probably call the local police or the Pax military. Their first search would show me crossless, a heathen in a born-again Christian universe. Licking my lips, my stomach growling, arms weary from fatigue and the extra gravity there, eyes tearing from lack of sleep and deep frustration, I paddled away from the riverside cafe and continued downriver, hoping that the next Farcaster would be nearer rather than far. And here I resist the temptation to tell of all the marvelous sights and sounds, the strange people glimpsed and close encounters chanced. I had never been on a world as settled, as crowded, as interior as Lucis, and I could have easily spent a month exploring the bustling hive I glimpsed from the concrete-channeled river. After 6 hours traveling downstream in the canal on Lucis, I paddled under the welcomed arch and emerged on Freuda, a bustling, heavily populated world that I knew little about and could not even have identified if it had not been for the Comlog's navigational files. Here I finally slept, the kayak hidden in a 5-meter-high sewer pipe, me curled up under tendrils of industrial fiber plastic caught in a wire fence. I slept a full standard day and night around on Freuda, but there the days were 39 standard hours long, and it was only evening of the day I arrived when I found the next arch, less than 5 clicks downriver, and translated again. From sunny Freuda, populated by packed citizens in elaborate harlequin fabrics and bright capes, the river took me to Nevermore, with its brooding villages carved into rock, and its stone castles perched on canyon sides under perpetually gloomy skies. At night on Nevermore, comets streaked the heavens, and crow-like flying creatures, more giant bats than birds, flapped leathery wings low above the river and blotted out the comet's glow with their black bodies. I was hailed by commercial rafters there, and hailed them back, all the while paddling away toward a stretch of white water that almost flipped my kayak and certainly taxed all of my fledgling kayaker's skills. Sirens were hooting from the gimlet-eyed castles on Nevermore when I paddled furiously under the next Farcaster portal and found myself sweltering in the desert sunshine of a busy little world the Comlog told me was called Vitus Grey Balianus B. I had never heard of it, not even in the old hegemony-era atlases that Grandam had kept in her travel caravan, and which I had crept in to study by glow-wand whenever I could. The river Tethys had taken Aenea, Abetic, and me through desert planets on the way out to old Earth, but these had been the oddly empty worlds of Hebron and New Mecca, their deserts devoid of life, their cities abandoned. But here on Vitus Grey Balianus B, adobe-style houses huddled by the river's edge, and every click or so I would encounter a levee or lock, where most of the water was being siphoned away for irrigation to the green fields that followed the river's course. Luckily, the river served as the main street and central highway here, and I had emerged from the ancient Farcaster Arch's shadow in the lee of a massive barge, so I continued paddling blandly on in the midst of bustling river traffic, skiffs, rafts, barges, tugs, electric powerboats, houseboats, and even the occasional EM levitation barge moving 3 or 4 meters above the river's surface. The gravity was light here, probably less than 2/3 of old Earth's or Hyperion's, and at times I thought that my paddle strokes were going to lift the kayak and me right out of the water. But if the gravity was light, the light, sunlight, was as heavy on me as a giant sweaty palm. Within half an hour of paddling, I had depleted the last of my second water bottle, and knew that I would have to set in to find a drink. One would think, on a world of lesser gravity, that the denizens would be bean poles, the vertical antithesis of the Lusian barrel shape, but most of the men, women, and children I saw in the busy lanes and towpaths along the river were almost as short and stocky as Lusians. Their clothing was as bright as the harlequin motley on the residents of Freuda, but here each person wore a single brilliant hue, tight body-suits of head-to-toe crimson, cloaks and capes of intense cerulean, gowns and suits of eye-piercing emerald with elaborate emerald hats and scarves, flowing trains of yellow chiffon and bright amber turbans. I realized that the doors and shutters of the adobe homes, shops, and inns were also painted in these distinctive colors, and wondered what the significance might be. Caste? Political preference? Social or economic status? Some sort of kinship signal? Whatever it was, I would not blend in when I went ashore to find a drink, dressed as I was, all in dull khaki and weathered cotton. But it was either put ashore or die of thirst. Just past one of the many self-serve locks, I paddled to a pier, tied my bobbing kayak in place as a heavy barge exited the lock behind me, and walked toward a circular wood and adobe structure that I hoped was an artesian well. I had seen several of the women in saffron robes carrying what may have been water jugs from the thing, so I felt fairly safe in my guess as to function. What I had no confidence in was the odds that I could draw water there myself without violating some law, coda, caste rule, religious commandment, or local custom. I had seen no visible PAX presence on the towpath or lanes, neither the black of priest nor the red and black of the standardized PAX police uniform, but that meant little. There were very few worlds, even in the outback, where the comm log informed me that Vitus Grey Balianus B lay, where the PAX did not have some definitive presence. I had covertly slipped the scabbard with my hunting knife from pack to back pocket under my vest, and my only plan was to use the blade to bluster an exit back to my boat if a mob formed. If PAX police arrived, with stunners or fléchette pistols, my journey would be over. It would soon be over, at least for a while, for vastly different reasons. But I had no warning, except for a backache that had been with me since before leaving Lucis, of that as I diffidently approached the well, if well it was. It was a well. No one reacted to my tall build or drab colors. No one, not even the children dressed in brilliant red and bright blue who paused in their game to give me a glance and then look away, interfered or seemed to notice the obvious stranger in their midst. As I drank deeply and then refilled both water bottles, I had the impression, from what source I do not know, that the inhabitants of Vitus Grey Balianus B, or at least of this village along this stretch of the long-abandoned river Tethys Farcaster Way, were simply too polite to point and stare or ask me my business. My feeling at that moment, as I capped the second bottle and turned to return to my kayak, was that a three-headed mutant alien, or, to speak in the realm of the more real bizarre, that the Shrike itself could have drunk from that artesian well on that pleasant desert afternoon and not have been accosted or questioned by the citizens. I had taken 3 steps on the dusty lane when the pain struck. First I doubled over, gasping in pain, unable to take a breath, and then I went to one knee, then onto my side. I curled up in agony. I would have screamed if the terrible pain had allowed me the breath and energy. It did not. Gasping like a river fish tossed to this dusty bank, I curled tighter in a fetal position and rode waves of agony. I should say here that I was not a total stranger to pain and discomfort. When I was in the Home Guard, a study by the Hyperion military showed that most of the conscripts sent south to fight the Ice Claw rebels had little stomach for pain. The city folks of the northern Aquila cities and the fancier Nine Tails towns had rarely, if ever, experienced any pain that they couldn't banish by popping a pill or dialing up an autosurgeon or driving to their nearest dock-in-the-box. As a shepherd and country boy, I had a bit more experience with tolerating pain. Accidental knife cuts, a broken foot from a pack brid stepping on me, bruises and contusions from falls far out in rock country, a concussion once while wrestling in the caravan rendezvous, boils from riding, even the fat lips and black eyes from campfire brawls during the men's convocation. And on the ice shelf I had been hurt 3 times, twice cut from shrapnel after white mines had killed buddies, once lanced from a long-range sniper, that final wound serious enough to bring in a priest, who all but demanded that I accept the cruciform before it was too late. But I had never experienced pain like this. Moaning, gasping, the polite citizenry finally falling back from this flopping apparition and being forced to take notice of the stranger, I lifted my wrist and demanded that the comlog tell me what was happening to me. It did not answer. Between waves of unbearable pain, I asked again. Still no answer. Then I remembered that I had the damn thing in good child mode. I called it by name and repeated the query. "May I activate the dormant biosensor function, M. Endymion?" asked the idiot AI. I had not known that the device had a biosensor function, dormant or otherwise. I made a rude noise of assent and doubled into a tighter fetal curl. It felt as if someone had stabbed me in the upper back and was twisting the hooked blade. pain poured through me like current through a hot wire. I vomited into the dust. A beautiful woman in pure white robes took another step back and lifted one white sandal. "What is it?" I gasped again, in the briefest of intervals between the stabbing pains. "What's happening?" I demanded of the comm log. With my other hand I felt my back, seeking out blood or an entrance wound. I expected to find an arrow or spear, but there was nothing. "You are going into shock, Endymion," said the lobotomized bit of the console ship's AI. "Blood pressure, skin resistance, heart rate, and atropine count all support this." "Why?" I said again, and drew the single syllable out into a long moan, as the pain rolled from my back out and through my entire body. I retched again. My stomach was empty, but the vomiting continued. The brightly clad citizens stayed their distance, never drawing into a curious crowd, never showing the bad manners of staring or murmuring, but obviously tarrying in their rounds. "What's wrong?" I gasped again, trying to whisper to the comm log bracelet. "What would cause this?" "Gunshot," returned the tiny, tinny voice. "Stab wound, spear, knife, arrow, throwing dart, energy weapon wound, lance, laser, omega knife, pulse blade, concentrated fléchette strike, perhaps a long, thin needle inserted through the upper kidney, liver, and spleen." Writhing in pain, I felt my back again, pulling my own knife scabbard out and casting it away. The outer vest and shirt under it felt unburned or blasted. No sharp objects protruded from my flesh. The pain burned its way through me again, and I moaned aloud. I had not done that when the sniper had lanced me on the ice shelf, or when Uncle Vanya's brid had broken my foot. I found it difficult to form complete thoughts, but the direction of my thinking was the Vitus Grey Balianus B natives. Somehow. Mind power. Poison. The water. Invisible rays. Punishing me for... I gave up the effort and moaned again. Someone in a bright blue skirt or toga and immaculate sandals, toenails painted blue, stepped closer. "Excuse me, sir," said a soft voice, in thickly accented Old Web English, "but are you in difficulty? Are ye in difficulty?" "Argh," I said in response, punctuating the noise with more dry retching. "May I then be of assistance?" said the same soft voice from above the blue toga. "Assistance? Oh, argh, nrugh," I said, and half swooned from the agony. Black dots danced in my vision until I could no longer see the sandals or blue toenails, but the terrible pain would not let go of me. I could not escape into unconsciousness. Robes and togas rustled around me. I smelled perfume, cologne, soap, felt strong hands on my arms and legs and sides. Their attempt to lift me made the heated wire rip through my back and into the base of my skull. 7. The Grand Inquisitor had been ordered to appear with his aide for a papal audience at 0800 hours Vatican time. At 0752 hours, his black EMV arrived at the Via del Belvedere checkpoint entrance to the papal apartments. The Inquisitor and his aide, Father Farrell, were passed through detector portals and handheld sensors, first at the Swiss Guard checkpoint, then at the Palatine Guard station, and finally at the new Noble Guard post. John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa, the Grand Inquisitor, gave the most subtle of looks to his aide as they were passed by this final checkpoint. The Noble Guard at this point seemed to consist of cloned twins, all thin men and women with lank hair, sallow complexions, and dead gazes. A millennium ago, Mustafa knew, the Swiss Guard had been the paid mercenary force for the Pope. The Palatine Guard had consisted of trusted locals, always of Roman birth, who provided an honor guard for His Holiness's public appearances, and the Noble Guard had been chosen from aristocracy as a form of papal reward for loyalty. Today, the Swiss Guard was the most elite of Pax Fleet's regular forces. The Palatines had been reinstated only a year earlier by Pope Julius XIV, and now Pope Urban appeared to be relying upon this strange brotherhood of the new noble guard for his personal safety. The Grand Inquisitor knew that the noble guard twins were indeed clones, early prototypes of the secret legion in building, and vanguards of a new fighting force requested by the Pope and his Secretary of State, and designed by the Corps. The Inquisitor had paid dearly for this information, and he knew that his position, if not his life, might be forfeit if Lord Dussumy or His Holiness discovered that he knew of it. Past the lower guard posts, with Father Farrell straightening his cassock after the search, Cardinal Mustafa waved away the papal assistant who offered to guide them upstairs. The cardinal personally opened the door to the ancient lift that would take them to the papal apartments. This private way to the Pope's quarters actually began in the basement, since the reconstructed Vatican was built on a hill with the Via del Belvedere entrance beneath the usual ground floor. Rising in the creaking cage, Father Farrell nervously fidgeting with his scriber and folder of papers, the Grand Inquisitor relaxed as they passed the ground-floor courtyard of San Damaso. They passed the second floor with the fantastic Borgia apartments and the Sistine Chapel. They creaked and groaned their way past the second floor with the Papal State apartments, the consistorial hall, the library, the audience suite, and the beautiful Raphael rooms. On the third floor they stopped, and the cage doors slammed open. Cardinal Lord Dussumy and his aide, Monsignor Lucas Odi, nodded and smiled. "Domenico," said Lord Dussumy, taking the Grand Inquisitor's hand and squeezing it tightly. "Simon Augustino," said the Grand Inquisitor with a bow. So the Secretary of State was to be in this meeting. Mustafa had suspected and feared as much. Stepping out of the lift and walking with the others toward the papal private apartments, the Grand Inquisitor glanced down the hallway toward the offices of the Secretariat of State, and, for the 10,000th time, envied this man's access to the Pope. The Pope met the party in the wide, brilliantly lit gallery that connected the Secretariat of State offices with the 2 stories of rooms that were the private domain of His Holiness. The usually serious pontiff was smiling. This day he was dressed in a white-caped cassock with a white zucchetto on his head and a white fascia tied around his waist. His white shoes made only the slightest of whispering noises on the tiled floors. "Ah, Domenico," said Pope Urban XVI, as he extended his ring hand to be kissed. "Simon, how good of you to come." Father Farrell and Monsignor Odi waited on one knee for the Holy Father to turn to them so that they could kiss the ring of St. Peter. His Holiness looked well, thought the Grand Inquisitor, definitely younger and more rested than before his most recent death. The high forehead and burning eyes were the same, but Mustafa thought that there was something simultaneously more urgent and satisfied-looking about the resurrected Pope's appearance this morning. "We were just about to take our morning stroll in the garden," said His Holiness. "Would you care to join us?" The 4 men nodded and fell in with the Pope's quick pace as he walked the length of the gallery and then climbed smooth, broad stairs to the roof. His Holiness's personal aides kept their distance. The Swiss Guard troopers at the entrance to the garden stood at rigid attention while staring straight ahead. Lord Dussumy and the Grand Inquisitor walked only a pace behind the Holy Father, while Monsignor Odi and Father Farrell kept pace 2 steps back. The papal gardens consisted of a maze of flowered trellises, trickling fountains, perfectly trimmed hedges, and topiaried trees from 300 Pax worlds, stone walkways, and fantastic flowering shrubs. Above all this, a Force 10 containment field, transparent from this side, opaque to outside observers, provided both privacy and protection. Pachem's sky was a brilliant, unclouded blue this morning. "Do either of you remember," began His Holiness, his cassock rustling as they walked briskly down the garden path, "when our sky here was yellow?" Cardinal Lordusamy produced the deep rumble that passed for a chuckle with him. "Oh, yes," he said. "I remember when the sky was a sick yellow. The air was all but unbreathable. It was cold all the time, and the rain never ended. A marginal world then, Pacem. The only reason the old hegemony ever allowed the Church to settle here." Pope Urban XVI smiled thinly and gestured toward the blue sky and warm sunlight. "So there has been some improvement during our time of service here, eh, Simon Augustino?" Both cardinals laughed softly. They had made a quick circuit of the rooftop, and now His Holiness took another route through the center of the garden. Stepping from stone to stone on the narrow path, the two cardinals and their aides followed the white-cassocked pontiff in single file. Suddenly His Holiness stopped and turned. A fountain burbled softly behind him. "You have heard," he said, all jesting gone from his tone, "that Admiral Aldecalde's task force has translated beyond the Great Wall?" Both cardinals nodded. "It is but the first of what will be many such incursions," said the Holy Father. "We do not hope this. We do not predict this. We know this." The head of the Holy Office and the Secretary of State and their aides waited. The Pope looked at each man in turn. "This afternoon, my friends, we plan to travel to Castel Gandolfo." The Grand Inquisitor stopped himself from glancing upward, knowing that the Papal asteroid could not be seen during the daytime. He knew that the pontiff was speaking in the royal we, and not inviting Lordusamy and him to come along. "Where we will pray and meditate for several days while composing our next encyclical," continued the Pope. "It will be entitled Redemptor Hominis, and it will be the most important document of our tenure as shepherd of our Holy Mother Church." The Grand Inquisitor bowed his head. "The Redeemer of mankind," he thought. It could be about anything. When Cardinal Mustafa looked up, His Holiness was smiling as if reading his thoughts. "It will be about our sacred obligation to keep humanity human, Domenico," said the Pope. "It will extend, clarify, and broaden what has become known as our Crusade encyclical. It will define our Lord's wish, nay, commandment, that mankind remain in the form and visage of mankind, and not be defiled by deliberate mutation and mutilation." "The final solution to the ouster problem," murmured Cardinal Lordusamy. His Holiness nodded impatiently. "That and more. Redemptor Hominis will look at the Church's role in defining the future, dear friends. In a sense, it will lay out a blueprint for the next 1,000 years. Mother of mercy, thought the Grand Inquisitor. "The Pax has been a useful instrument," continued the Holy Father, "but in the days and months and years ahead, we will be laying the groundwork for the way in which the Church shall become more active in the daily lives of all Christians." "Bringing the Pax worlds more closely under control," interpreted the Grand Inquisitor, his eyes still lowered in thoughtful attention to the Pope's words. "But how? With what mechanism?" Pope Urban XVI smiled again. Cardinal Mustafa noticed, not for the first time, that the Holy Father's smiles never reached his pained and wary eyes. "Upon the release of the encyclical," said His Holiness, "you may more clearly perceive the role we see for the Holy Office, for our diplomatic service, and for such underused entities and institutions as Opus Dei, the Pontifical Commission for Justice and Peace, and Cor Unum." The Grand Inquisitor tried to conceal his surprise. "Cor Unum?" "The Pontifical Commission, officially known as Pontificum Concilium Cor Unum de Humana et Christiana Progressione Fovenda, had been little more than a powerless committee for centuries. Mustafa had to think to remember its president. Cardinal Dunoyer, he believed, a minor Vatican bureaucrat, an old woman who had never figured in Vatican politics before. What in hell is going on here? "It is an exciting time," said Cardinal Lordusamy. "Indeed," said the Grand Inquisitor, recalling the ancient Chinese curse to that effect. The Pope began walking again, and the four hurried to keep up. A breeze came through the containment field and fluttered the golden blossoms on a sculpted holyoke. "Our new encyclical shall also deal with the growing problem of usury in our new age," said His Holiness. The Grand Inquisitor almost stopped in his tracks. As it was, he had to take a quick half-step to keep pace. It was a greater effort to keep his expression neutral. He could all but feel the shock of Father Farrell behind him. Usury, thought the Grand Inquisitor. The Church has been strict in regulating Pax and Pax Mercantilis trade for 3 centuries. No return to the days of pure capitalism was desired or allowed, but the hand of control has been light. Is this a move to consolidate all political and economic life directly under Church control? Would Julius Urban make the move to abolish Pax civil autonomy and mercantilist trade freedoms at this late date? And where does the military stand in all this? His Holiness paused by a beautiful shrub of white blossoms and bright blue leaves. "Our Illyrian gentian is doing well here," he said softly. "It was a present from Archbishop Posky on Gelabia Pescasus." Usury, thought the Grand Inquisitor in wild confusion. A penalty of excommunication, losing the cruciform upon violation of strict trade and profit controls, direct intervention from the Vatican. Mother of Christ! "But that is not why we asked you here," said Pope Urban XVI. "Simon Augustino, would you be so kind as to share with Cardinal Mustafa the disturbing intelligence you received yesterday?" They know about our bile spies, thought Mustafa in panic. His heart was pounding. They know about the agents in place, about the Holy Office's attempt to contact the Corps directly, about sounding out the cardinals before the election, everything. He kept his expression appropriate, alert, interested, alarmed only in a professional sense at the Holy Father's use of the word disturbing. The great mass of Cardinal Lordusamy seemed to draw itself up. The heavy rumble of words seemed to come from the man's chest or belly more than from his mouth. Behind him, the figure of Monsignor Odie reminded Mustafa of the scarecrows in the fields of his youth on the agricultural world of Renaissance Minor. "The Shrike has reappeared," began the Cardinal. "The Shrike? What does that have to do with—" Mustafa's usually sharp mind was reeling, unable to catch up with all of the shifts and revelations. He still suspected a trap. Realizing that the Secretary of State had paused for response, the Grand Inquisitor said softly, "Can the military authorities on Hyperion deal with it, Simon Augustino?" Cardinal Lordusamy's jowls vibrated as the great head moved back and forth. "It is not on Hyperion that the demon has reappeared, Domenico." Mustafa registered appropriate shock. "I know through the interrogation of Corporal Key that the monster appeared on God's Grove 4 standard years ago, apparently in an attempt to foil the murder of the child named Aenea. To get that, I had to arrange for the false death and kidnapping of Key after his reassignment to Pax Fleet. Do they know? And why tell me now?" The Grand Inquisitor was still waiting for the metaphorical blade to drop on his very real neck. 8 standard days ago," continued Lordusamy, "a monstrous creature, which could only be the Shrike, appeared on Mars. The death toll, true death, for the creature takes the cruciforms from its victims' bodies, has been very high." "Mars?" Cardinal Mustafa repeated stupidly. He looked to the Holy Father for an explanation, guidance, even the condemnation he feared, but the pontiff was examining buds on a rose bush. Behind him, Father Farrell took a step forward, but the Grand Inquisitor waved his aide back. "Mars," he said again. He had not felt so stupid and ill-informed for decades, perhaps centuries. Lord Usamy smiled. "Yes, one of the terraformed worlds in old Earth's system. Force used to have its command center there before the fall, but the world is of little use or importance in the Pax. Too far away. There is no reason for you to know about it, Domenico." "I know where Mars is," said the Grand Inquisitor, his tone more sharp than he had meant it to be. "I simply do not understand how the Shrike creature could be there. And what in Dante's hell does it have to do with me?" he mentally added. Lord Usamy was nodding. "It is true that to our knowledge the Shrike demon has never left the world of Hyperion before this. But there can be no doubt. This terror on Mars. The governor has declared a state of emergency, and Archbishop Robeson has personally petitioned His Holiness for help." The Grand Inquisitor rubbed his cheek and nodded in concern. "Pax fleet. Elements of the fleet already positioned in the old neighborhood have been dispatched, of course," said the Secretary of State. The Supreme Pontiff was bent over a bonsai tree, his hand over the tiny, twisted branch as if he were bestowing a blessing. He seemed not to be listening. "The ships will have a complement of Marines and Swiss Guard," continued Lord Usamy. "We hope that they will subdue and/or destroy the creature." "My mother taught me never to trust anyone who uses the expression and/or," thought Mustafa. "Of course," he said aloud, "I shall say a mass with that prayer in mind." Lord Usamy smiled. The Holy Father glanced up from where he was bent over the stunted little tree. "Precisely," said Lord Usamy, and in those 3 syllables Mustafa heard the sound of the overfed cat pouncing on the hapless mouse of the Grand Inquisitor. "We agree that it is more a matter of faith than of the fleet. The Shrike, as it was revealed to the Holy Father more than 2 centuries ago, is truly a demon, perhaps the principal agent of the Dark One." Mustafa could only nod. "We feel that only the Holy Office is properly trained, equipped, and prepared, both spiritually and materially, to investigate this appearance properly, and to save the hapless men, women, and children of Mars." "Well, fuck me," thought John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa, Grand Inquisitor and Prefect for the Sacred Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, otherwise known as the Supreme Congregation for the Holy Inquisition of Heretical Error. He automatically offered up a mental act of contrition for his obscenity. "I see," the Grand Inquisitor said aloud, not seeing at all, but almost smiling at the ingenuity of his enemies. "I will immediately appoint a commission." "No, no, Domenico," said His Holiness, moving close to touch the Grand Inquisitor's arm. "You must go at once. This materialization of the demon threatens the entire body of Christ." "Go," said Mustafa stupidly. "An Archangel-class starship, one of our newest, has been requisitioned from Pax Fleet," Lord Usamy said briskly. "It will have a crew of 28, but you may still bring up to 21 members of your own staff and security service. 21 and yourself, of course." "Of course," said Cardinal Mustafa, and he did smile. "Of course. Pax Fleet is doing battle with the corporeal agents of Satan, the Ousters, even as we speak," rumbled Lord Usamy. "But this demonic threat must be confronted and defeated by the sacred power of the Church itself." "Of course," said the Grand Inquisitor. Mars, he thought. The most distant pimple on the ass end of the civilized universe. 3 centuries ago I could have called on the fat line, but now I will be out of touch as long as they keep me there. No intelligence, no way to direct my people. And the Shrike. If the monster is still controlled by the Core's blasphemous ultimate intelligence, it may well be programmed to kill me as soon as I arrive. Brilliant. Of course, he said again. Holy Father, when do I leave? If there could be a few days or weeks to set the current affairs of the Holy Office in proper— The Pope smiled and squeezed Mustafa's upper arm. The Archangel is waiting to transport you and your chosen contingent within the day, Domenico. 6 hours from now would be optimum, they tell us. Of course, said Cardinal Mustafa a final time. He went to one knee to kiss the papal ring. God go with you and protect you always, said the Holy Father, touching the Cardinal's bowed head as he pronounced the more formal benediction in Latin. Kissing the ring, tasting the sour cold of stone and metal in his mouth, the Grand Inquisitor mentally smiled again at the cleverness of those whom he had thought to outsmart and outmaneuver. Father Captain de Soya did not get a chance to talk to Sergeant Gregorius until the last minutes of Raphael's first beyond-the-outback jump. The first jump was a practice hop to an uncharted system 20 light-years beyond the Great Wall. Like Epsilon Eridani, the star in this system was a K-type sun. Unlike the Eridani orange dwarf, this K-type was an Arcturus-like giant. Task Force Gideon translated without incident. The new 2-day automated resurrection creches functioned without glitch, and the third day found the 7 Archangels decelerating into the giant's system, playing tactical cat-and-mouse with the 9 Hawking-class torch ships that had preceded them after months of time-debt travel. The torch ships had been ordered to hide within the system. The Archangel's task was to sniff them out and destroy them. 3 of the torch ships were far out in the Oort cloud, floating amid the proto-comets there, their drives off, their comms silenced, their internal systems at lowest ebb. The Uriel picked them up at a distance of 0.86 light-years and launched 3 virtual Hawking hyperkinetics. De Soya stood with the other 6 captains in tactical space, the system's sun at their belt level, the 200-kilometer flame tails of 7 Archangel fusion drives like chest-high diamond scratches on black glass, and he watched as hollows misted, formed, and dematerialized in the Oort cloud, tracking the theoretical hyperkinetic seeker missiles as they shifted out of Hawking space, sought out the dormant torch ships, and registered 2 virtual kills and 1 severe damage certain high probability of a kill on the tactical tote board. This system had no planets as such, but 4 of the remaining torch ships were found lurking in ambush within the planetary accretion disk along the plane of the ecliptic. The Ramiel, the Gabriel, and the Raphael engaged at long distance and registered kills before the torch ship sensors could register the presence of the Archangel intruders. The final 2 torch ships were hiding in the heliosphere of the giant K-type star, shielding themselves with Class 10 containment fields and venting heat via trailing monofilaments 500,000 kilometers long. Pax Fleet more than frowned on this sort of maneuver during simulated engagements, but de Soya had to smile at the audacity of the 2 ships' commanders. It was the sort of thing he might have done a standard decade earlier. These final torch ships came ripping out of the K-star at high boost, their fields venting heat on the visible spectrum, 2 blazing white-hot protostars spit out from their massive parent, both ships trying to close on the task force that even now was ripping through the system at 3/4 light speed. The closest Archangel, Sariel, killed them both without diverting an erg of power from the Class 30 bus field the Archangel had to maintain 100 clicks beyond its bow just to clear a path through the molecule-cluttered system. Such terrible velocities demanded a terrible price if the fields failed for an instant. Then, with Admiral Aldecalti grumbling about the probable in the Oort cloud, the task force decelerated hard in one great arc around the K-type giant, so that all of the commanders and execs could meet in tactical space to discuss the simulation before the Gideon ships translated into Ouster space. DeSoya always found these conferences hubris-making. 30-some men and women in PAX uniforms, standing like giants, or in this case, sitting like giants, since they used the plane of the ecliptic as a virtual tabletop, discussing kills and strategies and equipment failures and acquisition rates, while the K-type sun burned brightly in the center of the space, and the magnified ships moved in their slow Newtonian ellipses like embers burning through black velvet. During the 3-hour conference, it was decided that the probable kill was unacceptable, and that they should have fired a spread of at least 5 AI-piloted Hyper-Ks at such difficult targets, retrieving any unused missiles after all 3 kills were certain. There followed a discussion of expendables, fire rates, and the kill-conserve-reserve equations on a mission such as this, where there could be no resupply. A strategy was decided, whereupon one of the Archangels would enter each system 30 light minutes ahead of the others, serving as point to draw all sensor and ECM queries, while another would trail half a light hour behind, mopping up any probables. After a 22-hour day spent mostly at battle stations, and with all hands fighting post-resurrection emotional jags, jump coordinates for a system known to be Ouster-infested came over the tight beam from the Uriel. The 7 Archangels accelerated toward their translation point, and Father Captain DeSoya made the rounds to chat with his new crew and to tuck everyone in. He saved Sergeant Gregorius and his 5 Swiss Guard troopers for last. Once, during their long chase across the spiral arm after the girl-child named Aenea, and after spending months together on the old Raphael, Father Captain DeSoya had decided that he was tired of calling Sergeant Gregorius, and called up the man's records to discover his first name. To his surprise, DeSoya discovered that the sergeant had no first name. The huge non-com had come of age on the northern continent of the swamp world of Ptolemy, in a warrior culture where everyone was born with 8 names, 7 of them weakness names, and where only survivors of the 7 trials were privileged to discard the weakness names and be known by only their strength name. The ship's AI had told the Father Captain that only 1 warrior out of approximately 3,000 attempting the 7 trials survived and succeeded in discarding all weakness names. The computer had no information as to the nature of the trials. In addition, the records had shown Gregorius had been the first Ptolemy Scott Maori to become a decorated Marine and then be chosen to join the elite Swiss Guard. DeSoya had always meant to ask the sergeant what the 7 trials were, but had never worked up the nerve. This day, when DeSoya kicked down the drop shaft in 0G and passed through the irising wardroom soft spot, Sergeant Gregorius appeared so happy to see him that he looked as if he were about to give the Father Captain a bear hug. Instead, the sergeant hooked his bare feet under a bar, snapped to attention, and shouted, "Tenant in the wardroom!" His 5 troopers dropped what they were doing, reading, cleaning, or field stripping, and tried to put Bulkhead under their toes. For a moment the wardroom was littered with floating scribers, magazines, pulse knives, impact armor, and stripped-down energy lances. Father Captain DeSoya nodded to the sergeant and inspected the 5 commandos, 3 men, 2 women, all terribly, terribly young. They were also lean, muscular, perfectly adapted to 0G, and obviously honed for battle. All of them were combat veterans. Each of them had distinguished himself or herself adequately to be chosen for this mission. DeSoya saw their eagerness for combat, and was saddened by it. After a few minutes of inspection, introductions, and commander-to-commando chatting, DeSoya beckoned for Gregorius to follow, and kicked off through the aft soft spot into the launch tube room. When they were alone, Father Captain DeSoya extended his hand. "Damned good to see you, Sergeant." Gregorius shook hands and grinned. The big man's square, scarred face and short-cropped hair were the same, and his grin was as broad and bright as DeSoya remembered. "Damned good to see you, Father Captain, and when did the priesty side of you begin using profanity, sir?" "When I was promoted to commanding this ship, Sergeant," said DeSoya. "How have you been?" "Fair, sir. Fair and better." "You saw action in the St. Anthony incursion and the Sagittarius salient," said DeSoya. "Were you with Corporal Key before he died?" Sergeant Gregorius rubbed his chin. "Negative, sir. I was at the salient 2 years ago, but I never saw Key. Heard about his transport being slagged, but never saw him. Had a couple of other friends aboard it, too, sir." "I'm sorry," said DeSoya. The two were floating awkwardly near one of the Hyper-K storage nacelles. The Father Captain grabbed a hold tight and oriented himself so that he could look Gregorius in the eye. "Did you get through the interrogation all right, Sergeant?" Gregorius shrugged. "They kept me on Pachem a few weeks, sir. Kept asking the same questions in different ways. Didn't seem to believe me about what happened on God's Grove. The woman devil, the Shrike thingy. Eventually, they seemed to get tired of asking me things and busted me back down to corporal and shipped me out." DeSoya sighed. "I'm sorry, Sergeant. I had recommended you for a promotion and commendation." He chuckled ruefully. "A lot of good that did you. We're lucky we weren't both excommunicated and then executed." "Aye, sir," said Gregorius, glancing out the port at the shifting star field. "They weren't happy with us, that's so sure." He looked at DeSoya. "And you, sir? I heard they took away your commission and all." Father Captain DeSoya smiled. "Busted me back to parish priest. On a dirty desert, no-water world, I heard tell, sir. A place where piss sells for 10 marks a bootful." "That was true," said DeSoya, still smiling. "Madre de Dios. It was my home world." "Aw, shit, sir," said Sergeant Gregorius, his huge hands clenching in embarrassment. "No disrespect meant, sir. I mean, I wouldn't." DeSoya touched the big man's shoulder. "No disrespect taken, Sergeant. You're right. Piss does sell there. Only for 15 marks a bootful, not 10. "Aye, sir," said Gregorius, his dark skin darker with flush. "And, Sergeant." "Aye, sir." "That will be 15 Hail Marys and 10 Our Fathers for the scatological outburst. I'm still your confessor, you know." "Aye, sir." DeSoya's implant tingled at the same instant chimes came over the ship's communicators. 30 minutes until translation," said the Father Captain. "Get your chicks tucked in their creches, Sergeant. This next jump is for real." "Aye, aye, sir." The sergeant kicked for the soft spot, but stopped just as the circle irised open. "Father Captain." "Yes, Sergeant." "It's just a feelin', sir," said the Swiss guardsman, his brow furrowed. "But I've learned to trust my feelings, sir." "I've learned to trust your feelings as well, Sergeant." "What is it?" "Watch your back, sir," said Gregorius. "I mean, nothing definite, sir, but watch your back." "Aye, aye," said Father Captain DeSoya. He waited until Gregorius was back in his wardroom and the soft spot sealed, before he kicked off for the main drop shaft and his own death couch and resurrection creche. Pachem's system was crowded with mercantilist traffic, Pax Fleet warships, large array habitats such as the Taurus Mercantilis, Pax military bases and listening posts, herded and terraformed asteroids such as Castel Gandolfo, low-rent orbital can cities for the millions eager to be close to humanity's center of power, but too poor to pay Pachem's exorbitant rates, and the highest concentration of private in-system spacecraft in the known universe. Thus it was that when M. Kenzo Isozaki, CEO and chairman of the Executive Council of the Pan-Capitalist League of Independent Catholic Transtellar Trade Organizations, wished to be absolutely alone, he had to commandeer a private ship and burn high G for 32 hours into the outer ring of darkness far from Pachem's star. Even choosing a ship had been a problem. The Pax Mercantilis maintained a small fleet of expensive in-system executive shuttles, but Isozaki had to assume that despite their best attempts to debug the ships, they were all compromised. For this rendezvous, he had considered rerouting one of the Mercantilis freighters that plied the trade lanes between orbital clusters, but he did not put it past his enemies, the Vatican, the Holy Office, Pax Fleet Intelligence Services, Opus Dei, rivals within the Mercantilis, countless others, to bug every ship in the Mercantilis's vast trade fleet. In the end, Kenzo Isozaki had disguised himself, gone to the Taurus public docks, bought an ancient asteroid hopper on the spot, and ordered his illegal comlog AI to pilot the thing out beyond the campfire zone of the ecliptic. On the trip out, his ship was challenged 6 times by Pax security patrols and stations, but the hopper was licensed. There were rocks where he was headed, mined and remined, to be sure, but still legitimate destinations for a desperate prospector, and he was passed on without personal interrogation. Isozaki found all this melodramatic, and a waste of his valuable time. He would have met his contact in his office on the Taurus, if the contact had agreed. The contact had not agreed, and Isozaki had to admit that he would have crawled to Aldebaran for this meeting. 32 hours after leaving the Taurus, the hopper dropped his internal containment field, drained his high-G tank, and brought him up out of sleep. The ship's computer was too stupid to do anything but give him coordinates and readouts on the local rocks, but the illicit AI comlog interface scanned the entire region for ships, powered down or active, and pronounced this sphere of Pachem system space empty. "So how does he get here if there is no ship?" muttered Isozaki. "There is no way other than by ship, sir," said the AI, "unless he is here already, which seems unlikely since—" "Silence," ordered Kenzo Isozaki. He sat in the lubricant-smelling dimness of the hopper command blister and watched the asteroid half a click distant. Hopper and rock had matched tumble rates, so it was the familiar Pachem system starfield beyond the heavily mined and cratered stone that seemed to be spinning. Other than the asteroid, there was nothing out there except hard vacuum, hard radiation, and cold silence. Suddenly, there was a knock on the outer airlock door. 8. At the time that all these troop movements were under way, at the same time that great armadas of matte black starships were tearing holes in the time and space continuum of the cosmos, at the precise moment when the Church's Grand Inquisitor was sent packing to Shrike-ridden Mars, and the CEO of the Pax Mercantilis was traveling alone to a secret rendezvous in deep space with a non-human interlocutor, I was lying helpless in bed, with a tremendous pain in my back and belly. Pain is an interesting and off-putting thing. Few, if any, things in life concentrate our attention so completely and terribly, and few things are more boring to listen to or read about. This pain was all-absorbing. I was amazed by the relentless, mind-controlling quality of it. During the hours of agony that I had already endured and was yet to endure, I attempted to concentrate on my surroundings, to think of other things, to interact with the people around me, even to do simple multiplication tables in my head. But the pain flowed into all the compartments of my consciousness like molten steel into the fissures on a cracked crucible. These things I was dimly aware of at the time. That I had been on a world my comlog had identified as Vitus Grey Balianus B, and in the process of dipping water from a well when the pain had felled me. That a woman swathed in a blue robe, her toenails visibly blue in her open sandals as I lay writhing in the dust, had called others in blue robes and gowns, and these people had carried me to the adobe house, where I continued battling the pain in a soft bed. That there were several other people in the house, another woman in a blue gown and headscarf, a younger man who wore a blue robe and turban, at least 2 children, also dressed in blue, and that these generous people, not only put up with my moaned apologies, and less articulate moans as I curled and uncurled in pain, but constantly spoke to me, patted me, placed wet compresses on my forehead, removed my boots and socks and vest, and generally continued whispering reassurances in their soft dialect as I tried to fight to keep my dignity against the onslaught of agony in my back and abdomen. It was several hours after they brought me to their home — the blue sky had faded to rose evening outside the window — when the woman who had found me near the well said, "Citizen, we have asked the local missionary priest for help, and he has gone for the doctor at the Pax base at Bombasino. For some reason, the Pax skimmers and other aircraft are all busy now, so the priest and the doctor, if the doctor comes, must travel 50 pulls down the river. But with luck they should be here before sunrise." I did not know how long a pull was, or how much time it would take to travel 50, or even how long the night was on this world, but the thought that there might be an end point to my agony was enough to bring tears to my eyes. Nonetheless, I whispered, "Please, ma'am, no Pax doctor." The woman set cool fingers against my brow. "We must. There is no longer a medic here in Loch Lomond. We are afraid you might die without medical help." I moaned and rolled away. The pain roiled through me like a hot wire being pulled through 2 narrow capillaries. I realized that a Pax doctor would know immediately that I was from off-world, would report me to the Pax police or military, if the missionary priest had not already done so, and that I was all but certain to be interrogated and detained. My mission for Aenea was ending early and in failure. When the old poet Martin Silenus had sent me on this odyssey 4.5 standard years earlier, he had drunk a champagne toast to me. "To heroes." If only he had known how far from reality that toast had been. Perhaps he had. The night passed with glacial slowness. Several times the 2 women looked in on me, and at other times the children, in blue gowns that may have been sleeping apparel, peered in from the darkened hallway. They wore no headdress then, and I saw that the girl had blonde hair worn much the way Aenea had when we first met, when she was almost 12 and I 28 standard. The little boy, younger than the girl I assumed to be his sister, looked especially pale. His head was shaved quite bald. Each time he looked in, his fingers fluttered at me in a shy wave. Between rolls of pain, I would feebly wave back, but each time I opened my eyes to look again, the child would be gone. Sunrise came and went without a doctor. Hopelessness surged in me like an outgoing tide. I could not resist this terrible pain another hour. I knew instinctively that if the kind people in this household had any painkiller, they would have long since given it to me. I had spent the night trying to think of anything I had brought with me in the kayak, but the only medicine in my stowed kit was disinfectant and some aspirin. I knew that the latter would do nothing against this tidal wave of pain. I decided that I could hold out another 10 minutes. They had removed my comlog bracelet and set it within sight on an adobe ledge near the bed, but I had not thought to measure the hours of the night with it. Now I struggled to reach it, the pain twisting in me like a hot wire, and I slipped the bracelet back on my wrist. I whispered to the ship's AI in it, "Is the biomonitor function still activated?" "Yes," said the bracelet. "Am I dying?" "Life signs are not critical," said the ship in its usual flat tones, "but you appear to be in shock. Blood pressure is—" It continued to rattle off technical information until I told it to shut up. "Have you figured out what's doing this to me?" I gasped. Waves of nausea followed the pain. I had long since vomited anything in my stomach, but the retching doubled me over. "It is not inconsistent with an appendicitis attack," said the comm log. Appendicitis. Those useless artifacts had long since been gene-tailored out of humanity. "Do I have an appendix?" I whispered to the bracelet. With the sunrise had come the rustle of robes in the quiet house, and several visits from the women. "Negative," said the comm log. "It would be very unlikely, unless you are a genetic sport. The odds against that would be—" "Silence!" I hissed. The two women in blue robes bustled in with another woman, taller, thinner, obviously off-world born. She wore a dark jumpsuit with the cross and caduceus patch of the Pax Fleet Medical Corps on her left shoulder. "I'm Dr. Molina," said the woman, unpacking a small black valise. "All the base skimmers are on war game maneuvers, and I had to come by Fitz's boat with the young man who fetched me." She set one sticky diagnostic patch on my bare chest and another on my belly. "And don't flatter yourself that I came all this way for you. One of the base skimmers crashed near Karoa Tombot, 80 clicks south of here, and I have to tend to the injured Pax crew while they wait for medevac. Nothing serious, just bruises and a broken leg. They didn't want to pull a skimmer out of the games just for that." She removed a palm-sized device from the valise and checked to see that it was receiving from the patches. "And if you're one of those mercantilist spacers who jumped ship at the port a few weeks ago," she continued, "don't get any ideas about robbing me for drugs or money. I'm traveling with 2 security guards, and they're right outside." She slipped earphones on. "Now, what's wrong with you, young man?" I shook my head, gritting my teeth against the surge of pain that was ripping through my back at that second. When I could, I said, "I don't know, Doctor. My back. And nausea." She ignored me while checking the palm device. Suddenly, she leaned over and probed my abdomen on the left side. "Does that hurt?" I almost screamed. "Yes," I said when I could speak. She nodded and turned to the woman in blue who had saved me. "Tell the priest who fetched me to bring in the larger bag. This man is completely dehydrated. We need to set up an IV. I'll administer the ultramorph after I get that going." I realized then what I had known since I was a child watching my mother die of cancer. Namely, that beyond ideology and ambition, beyond thought and emotion, there was only pain. And salvation from it. I would have done anything for that rough-edged, talkative Pax Fleet doctor right then. "What is it?" I asked her as she was setting up a bottle and tubes. "Where is this pain coming from?" She had an old-fashioned needle syringe in her hand and was filling it from a small vial of ultramorph. If she told me that I had contracted a fatal disease and would be dead before nightfall, it would be all right as long as she gave me that shot of painkiller first. "Kidney stone," said Dr. Molina. I must have shown my incomprehension, because she went on. "A little rock in your kidney. Too large to pass. Probably made of calcium. Have you had trouble urinating in recent days?" I thought back to the beginning of the trip, and before. I had not been drinking enough water, and had attributed the occasional pain and difficulty to that fact. "Yes, but kidney stone," she said, swabbing my left wrist. "Little sting here." She inserted the intravenous needle and dermplasted it in place. The sting of the needle was totally lost in the cacophony of pain from my back. There was a moment of fiddling with the intravenous tube and attaching the syringe to an offshoot of it. "This will take about a minute to act," she said, "but it should eliminate the discomfort." Discomfort. I closed my eyes so that no one would see the tears of relief there. The woman who had found me by the well took my hand in hers. A minute later, the pain began to ebb. Nothing had ever been so welcome by its absence. It was as if a great and terrible noise had finally been turned down so that I could think. I became me again, as the agony dropped to the levels I had known from knife wounds and broken bones. This I could handle and still retain my dignity and sense of self. The woman in blue was touching my wrist as the ultramorph took effect. "Thank you," I said through parched, cracked lips, squeezing the hand of the woman in blue. "And thank you, Dr. Molina," I said to the PAX medic. Dr. Molina leaned over me, tapping my cheek softly. "You're going to sleep for a while, but I need some answers first. Don't sleep until you talk to me." I nodded groggily. "What's your name?" "Raul Endymion." I realized that I could not lie to her. She must have put Truth-Tel or another drug in the IV drip. "Where are you from, Raul Endymion?" She was holding the palm-sized diagnostic device like a recorder. "Hyperion. The continent of Aquila. My clan was—" "How did you get to Lockchild Lomond on Vitus Grey-Balianus B, Raul? Are you one of the spacers who jumped ship from the Mercantilus freighter last month?" "Kayak," I heard myself say as everything began to feel distant. A great warmth filled me, almost indistinguishable from the sense of relief that surged within me. "Paddled down river in the kayak," I babbled, "through the Farcaster. No, I'm not one of the spacers." "Farcaster?" I heard the doctor repeat, her voice puzzled. "What do you mean you came through the Farcaster, Raul Endymion? Do you mean you paddled under it the way we did? Just passed by it on your trip down river?" "No," I said. "I came through it. From off-world." The doctor glanced at the woman in blue, and then turned back to me. "You came through the Farcaster from off-world? You mean it functioned? Farcast you here?" "Yeah." "From where?" said the doctor, checking my pulse with her left hand. "Old Earth," I said. "I came from Earth." For a moment I floated, blissfully free from pain, while the doctor stepped out into the hall to talk to the ladies. I heard snatches of conversation. "Obviously mentally unbalanced," the doctor's voice was saying. "Could not have possibly come through the delusions of old Earth. Possibly one of the spacers on drugs. Happy to have him stay," the woman in the blue robe was saying. "Take care of him until—" "The priest and one of the guards will stay here," the doctor's voice said. "When the medevac skimmer comes to Koroa Tombat, we'll stop by here to fetch him on the way back to the base. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Don't let him leave. Military police will probably want to—" Buoyed up on the rising crest of bliss at the absence of pain, I quit fighting the current and allowed myself to drift downstream to the waiting arms of Morphia. I dreamed of a conversation Aenea and I had shared a few months earlier. It was a cool, high-desert summer night, and we were sitting in the vestibule of her shelter, drinking mugs of tea and watching the stars come out. We had been discussing the PAX, but for everything negative I had said about it, Aenea had responded with something positive. Finally, I got angry. "Look," I said, "you're talking about the PAX as if it hadn't tried to capture you and kill you. As if PAX ships hadn't chased us halfway across the spiral arm and shot us down on Renaissance Vector. If it hadn't been for the Farcaster there—" "The PAX didn't chase us and shoot at us and try to kill us," the girl said softly. "Just elements of it. Men and women following orders from the Vatican or elsewhere." "Well," I said, still exasperated and irritated, "it only takes elements of it to shoot us and kill—" I paused a second. "What do you mean, from the Vatican or elsewhere? Do you think there are others giving orders? Other than the Vatican, I mean?" Aenea shrugged. It was a graceful motion, but irritating in the extreme. One of the least endearing of her less-than-endearing teenage traits. "Are there others?" I demanded, more sharply than I was used to speaking to my young friend. "There are always others," Aenea said quietly. "They were right to try to capture me, Raul, or kill me." In my dream, as in reality, I set my mug of tea on the stone foundation of the vestibule and stared at her. "You're saying that you and I should be captured or killed like animals? That they have that right?" "Of course not," said the girl, crossing her arms in front of her chest, the tea steaming into the cool night air. "I'm saying that the Pax is correct, from its perspective, in using extraordinary measures to try to stop me." I shook my head. "I haven't heard you say anything so subversive that they should send squadrons of starships after you, kiddo. In fact, the most subversive and heretical thing I've heard you say is that love is a basic force of the universe, like gravity or electromagnetism. But that's just bullshit," said Aenea. "Double talk," I said. Aenea smiled and ran her fingers through her short hair. "Raul, my friend, it's not what I say that's a danger to them. It's what I do. What I teach by doing, by touching." I looked at her. I had almost forgotten all that one who teaches stuff that her uncle Martin Silenus had woven into his Cantos epic. Aenea was to be the Messiah that the old poet had prophesied in his long, confused poem some 2 centuries earlier, or so he had told me. So far, I had seen very little from the girl that suggested messiahhood, unless one counted her trip forward through the Sphinx time tomb, and the obsession of the Pax to capture or kill her, and me, since I was her guardian during the rough trip out to old Earth. "I haven't heard you teach much that's heretical or dangerous," I said again, my tone almost sullen, "or seen you do anything that's a threat to the Pax either." I gestured to the night, the desert, and to the distant lighted buildings of the Taliesin Fellowship. And now, in my ultramorph dream that was more memory than dream, I watched myself make that gesture as if I were observing from the darkness outside the lighted shelter. Aenea shook her head and sipped her tea. "You don't see, Raul, but they do. Already they've referred to me as a virus. They're right. That's exactly what I could be to the Church. A virus, like the ancient HIV strain on old Earth, or the Red Death that raked through the outback after the fall. A virus that invades every cell of the organism and reprograms the DNA in those cells, or at least infects enough cells that the organism breaks down, fails, dies." In my dream, I swooped above Aenea's canvas and stone shelter like a hawk in the night, whirling high among the alien stars above old Earth, seeing us, the girl and the man, sitting in the kerosene lantern light of the vestibule like lost souls on a lost world. Which is precisely what we were. For the next 2 days, I drifted in and out of pain and consciousness the way a skiff cut loose on the ocean would float through rain squalls and patches of sunlight. I drank great volumes of water that the women in blue brought me in glass goblets. I hobbled to the toilet cubby and urinated through a filter, trying to catch the stone that was causing my intermittent agony. No stone. Each time I would hobble back to the bed and wait for the pain to start up again. It never failed to do so. Even at the time, I was aware that this was not the stuff of heroic adventure. Before the doctor left to continue downriver to the site of the skimmer crash, I was made to understand that both the Pax Guard and the local priest had comm units and would radio the base if I caused any trouble whatsoever. Dr. Molina let me know exactly how bad it would be for me if the Pax Fleet commander had to pull a skimmer out of the war games just to fetch a prisoner prematurely. Meanwhile, she said, keep drinking lots of water and peeing every time I could. If the stone didn't pass, she would get me into the jail infirmary at the base and break it up with sound waves. She left 4 more shots of ultramorph with the woman in blue, and left without a goodbye. The guard, a middle-aged Lusian twice my weight, with a fléchette pistol in his holster and a come-along neural prod on his belt, peered in, glowered at me, and went back outside to stand by the front door. I will stop referring to the head of the household as the woman in blue. For the first few hours of agony, that had been all she had been to me, other than my savior, of course. But by the afternoon of the first full day in her home, I knew that she was named Dem Rhea, that her primary marriage partner was the other woman, Dem Loa, that the third member of their tripartite marriage was the much younger man, Alaim Mikhail Dem Alaim, that the teenaged girl in the house was Chase Ombre, Alaim's daughter by a previous triune, that the pale boy with no hair, who looked to be about 8 standard years old, was named Bin Rhea Dem Loa Alaim, was the child of the current partnership, although the biological child of which woman I never discovered, and that he was dying of... Our village medic elder, he died last month and has not been replaced, sent Bin to our own hospital in Karoa Tambat last winter, but they could only administer radiation and chemotherapy and hope for the best, said Dem Rhea, as she sat by my bedside that afternoon. Dem Loa sat nearby on another straight-backed chair. I had asked about the boy to shift the subject of conversation away from my own problems. The women's elaborate robes glowed a deep cobalt blue, even as the sunlight behind them lay as thick and red as blood on the interior adobe walls. Lace curtains cut the light and shadows into complex negative spaces. We were chatting in the intervals between the pain. My back hurt then as if someone had struck me there with a heavy club. But this was a dull ache compared to the hot agony when the stone moved. The doctor had said that the pain was a good sign, that the stone was moving when it hurt the most, and the agony did seem to be centered lower in my abdomen. But the doctor had also said that it might take months to pass the stone, if it was small enough to be passed naturally. Many stones, she said, had to be pulverized or removed surgically. I brought my mind back to the health of the child we were discussing. Radiation and chemotherapy, I repeated, mouthing the words with distaste. It was as if Dem Rhea had said that the medic had prescribed leeches and drafts of mercury for the boy. The hegemony had known how to treat cancer, but most of the gene-tailoring knowledge and technology had been lost after the fall, and what had not been lost had been made too expensive to share with the masses after the World Web went away forever. The Pax Mercantilis carried goods and commodities between the stars, but the process was slow, expensive, and limited. Medicine had slipped back several centuries. My own mother had died of cancer, after refusing radiation and chemotherapy after the diagnosis at the Pax Moors Clinic. But why cure a fatal disease when one could recover from it by dying and being resurrected by the cruciform? Even some genetically derived diseases were cured by the cruciform during its restructuring of the body during resurrection. And death, as the Church was constantly pointing out, was as much a sacrament as resurrection itself. It could be offered up like a prayer. The average person could now transform the pain and hopelessness of disease and death into the glory of Christ's redemptive sacrifice, as long as the average person carried a cruciform. I cleared my throat. Ben hasn't... When the boy had waved at me in the night, his loose robe had shown a pale and crossless chest. Dem Loa shook her head. The blue cowl of her robe was made of a translucent silk-like fabric. None of us have yet accepted the cross, but Father Clifton has been convincing us. I could only nod. The pain in my back and groin was returning like an electric current through my nerves. I should explain the different-colored robes worn by the citizens of Lochchild Lomond on the world of Vitus Grey Balianus B. Dem Rhea had explained in her melodic whisper that a little over a century ago most of the people now living along the long river had migrated here from the nearby star system, Lacaia 9352. The world there, originally called Sibiatu's Bitterness, had been recolonized by Pax religious zealots, who had renamed it Inevitable Grace, and begun proselytizing the indigene cultures that had survived the fall. Dem Rhea's culture, a gentle philosophical one stressing cooperation, decided to migrate again rather than convert. 27,000 of her people had expended their fortunes and risked their lives to refit an ancient Hejira seed ship and transport everyone, men, women, children, pets, livestock, in a 49-year cold sleep voyage to nearby Vitus Grey Balianus B, where the World Web era inhabitants had died out after the fall. Dem Rhea's people called themselves the Amoit Spectrum Helix, after the epic philosophical Symphony Hollow poem by Halpul Amoit. In his poem, Amoit had used colors of the spectrum as a metaphor for positive human values, and shown the helical juxtapositions, interactions, synergies, and collisions created by these values. The Amoit Spectrum Helix Symphony was meant to be performed with the symphony, the poetry, and the hollow show all representing the philosophical interplay. Dem Rhea and Dem Loa explained how their culture had borrowed the color meanings from Amoit: white for the purity of intellectual honesty and physical love, red for the passion of art, political conviction, and physical courage, blue for the introspective revelations of music, mathematics, personal therapy to help others, and for the design of fabrics and textures, emerald green for resonance with nature, comfort with technology, and the preservation of threatened life forms, ebony for the creation of human mysteries, and so forth. The triune marriages, nonviolence, and other cultural peculiarities grew partially from Amoit's philosophies, and largely from the rich cooperative culture the Spectrum people had created on Sibiatu's Bitterness. "So Father Clifton is convincing you to join the church," I said, as the pain subsided into a lull where I could think and speak once again. "Yes," said Dem Loa. Their tri-partner, Alaim Mikhail Dem Alaim, had come in to sit on the adobe windowsill. He listened to the conversation, but rarely spoke. "How do you feel about that?" I asked, shifting slightly to distribute the ache in my back. I had not asked for ultramorph for several hours. I was very aware of the desire to ask for it now. Dem Rhea lifted her hand in a complex motion that reminded me of Aenea's favorite gesture. "If all of us accept the cross, little Ben Rhea Dem Loa Alaim will be entitled to full medical care at the Pax base at Bombasino. Even if they do not cure the cancer, Ben will return to us after." She lowered her gaze and hid her expressive hands in the folds of her robe. "They won't allow just Ben to accept the cross?" I said. "Oh, no," said Dem Loa. "It is always their position that the entire family must convert. We see their point. Father Clifton is very sad about that, but very hopeful that we will accept Jesus Christ's sacraments before it is too late for Ben." "How does your girl, Chase Sombre, feel about becoming a born-again Christian?" I asked, realizing how personal these questions were. But I was intrigued, and the thought of the painful decision they faced took my mind off my very real but much less important pain. "Chase Ombre loves the idea of joining the church and becoming a full citizen of the Pax," said Dem Loa, raising her face under the cowl of her soft blue hood. "She would then be allowed to attend the church academy in Bombasino or Koroa Tombat, and she thinks that the girls and boys there would make much more interesting marriage prospects." I started to speak, stopped myself, and then spoke anyway. "But the triune marriage wouldn't be... would the Pax allow?" "No," said Alaim from his place by the window. He frowned, and I could see the sadness behind his gray eyes. The Church does not allow same-sex or multiple-partner marriages. Our family would be destroyed. I noticed the three exchange glances for a second, and the love and sense of loss I saw in those looks would stay with me for years. Demria sighed. But this is inevitable anyway. I think that Father Clifton is right, that we must do this now for Ben, rather than wait until he dies the true death and is lost to us forever, and then join the Church. I would rather take our boy to Mass on Sunday and laugh with him in the sunlight after than go to the cathedral to light a candle in his memory. Why is it inevitable? I asked softly. Demloa made the graceful gesture once again. Our Spectrum Helix Society depends upon all members of it. All steps and components of the helix must be in place for the interplay to work toward human progress and moral good. More and more of the Spectrum people are abandoning their colors and joining the packs. The center will not hold. Demria touched my forearm, as if to emphasize her next words. The Pax has not coerced us in any way, she said softly, her lovely dialect rising and falling like the sound of the wind through the lace curtains behind her. We respect the fact that they reserve their medicines and their miracle of resurrection for those who join them. She stopped. But it is hard, said Demloa, her smooth voice suddenly ragged. Alain Mikhail Dem Alain got up from the window ledge and came over to kneel between the two women. He touched Demloa's wrist with infinite gentleness. He put his arm around Demria. For a moment the three were lost to the world and me, encircled by their own love and sorrow. And then the pain came back like a fiery lance in my back and lower groin, searing through me like a laser. I moaned, despite myself. The three separated with graceful, purposeful movements. Demria went to get the next ultramorph syringe. The dream began the same as before. I was flying at night above the Arizona desert, looking down at Aenea and me as we drank tea and chatted in the vestibule of her shelter. But this time the talk went far beyond the memory of our real conversation that night. How are you a virus? I was asking the teenager next to me. How could anything you teach be a threat to someone as large and powerful as the Pax? Aenea was looking out into the desert night, breathing in the fragrance of night-blooming blossoms. She did not look at me when she spoke. Do you know the major error in Uncle Martin's cantos, Raul? No, I said. She had shown me several mistakes, omissions, or wrong-headed guesses in the past few years, and together we had discovered a few during our voyage to Old Earth. It was twofold, she said softly. Somewhere in the desert night, a hawk called. First, he believed what the TechnoCore told my father. About how they were the ones who had hijacked Earth, I said. About everything, said Aenea. Uman was lying to the John Keats hybrid. Why, I said. They were just planning to destroy it. The girl looked at me. But my mother was there to record the conversation, she said, and the Core knew that she could tell the old poet. I nodded slowly. And that he would put it as a fact in the epic poem he was writing, I said. But why would they want to lie about his second mistake was more subtle and serious, she said, interrupting me without raising her voice. A pale glow still hung behind the mountains to the north and west. Uncle Martin believed that the TechnoCore was humanity's enemy, she continued. I set my mug of tea down on stone. Why is that a mistake? I said. Aren't they our enemy? When the girl did not answer, I held up my hand, 5 fingers splayed. 1. According to the cantos, the Core was the real force behind the attack on the hegemony that led to the fall of the Farcasters. Not the Ousters, the Core. The Church has denied that, made the Ousters responsible. Are you saying that the Church is right, and the old poet was wrong? No, said Aenea. It was the core that orchestrated the attack. Billions dead, I said, almost spluttering in outrage. The hegemony toppled, the web destroyed. The fat line cut. The TechnoCore did not cut the fat line, she said softly. All right, I said, taking a breath. That was some mysterious entity. Your lions and tigers and bears say. But it was still the core behind the attack. Aenea nodded and poured more tea for herself. I folded my thumb against my palm and touched the first finger with my other hand. Second, did or did not the TechnoCore use the Farcasters as a sort of cosmic leech to suck up human neural networks for their damned ultimate intelligence project? Every time someone Farcast, they were being used by those damned autonomous intelligences, right or wrong? Correct, said Aenea. 3, I said, folding the first finger away and tapping the next one in line. The poem has Rachel, the pilgrim Saul Weintraub's child, who has come backward with the time tombs from the future. Tell about a time to come when, I shifted the tone of my voice as I quoted, the final war raged between the core-spawned UI and the human spirit. Was this a mistake? No, said Aenea. 4, I said, beginning to feel foolish with my little finger exercise, but angry enough to continue. Didn't the core admit to your father that it created him, created the John Keats hybrid of him, just as a trap for the, what did they call it, the empathy component of the human ultimate intelligence that's supposed to come into existence sometime in the future? That's what they said, agreed Aenea, sipping her tea. She looked almost amused. This made me angrier. 5, I said, folding the last finger back so that my right hand was a fist. Wasn't it the core as well as the Pax? Hell, the core ordering the Pax that tried to have you caught and killed on Hyperion, on Renaissance Vector, on God's Grove, halfway across the spiral arm? Yes, she said softly. And wasn't it the core, I continued angrily, forgetting my fingered checklist, and the fact that we were talking about the old poet's errors, that created that female thing that arranged to have poor Abe Beddock's arm sliced off on God's Grove, and would have had your head in a bag if it hadn't been for the Shrike's intervention? I actually shook my fist, I was so angry. Wasn't it the fucking core that's been trying to kill me as well as you, and probably will kill us if we're ever stupid enough to go back into Pax space? Aenea nodded. I was close to panting, feeling as if I had run a 50-meter dash. So, I said lamely, unclenching my fist. Aenea touched my knee. As contact with her always did, I felt a thrill of electric shock run through me. Raul, I didn't say that the core hadn't been up to no good. I simply said that Uncle Martin had made a mistake in portraying them as humanity's enemy. But if all those facts are true, I shook my head, befuddled. Elements of the core attacked the web before the fall, said Aenea. We know from my father's visit with Uman that the core was not in agreement about many of its decisions. But, I began. Aenea held her hand up, palm out. I fell silent. They used our neural networks for their UI project, she said, but there's no evidence that it did humans any harm. My jaw almost dropped open at that comment. The thought of those damned AIs using human brains like neural bubbles in their fucking project made me want to throw up. They had no right, I began. Of course not, said Aenea. They should have asked permission. What would you have said? I would have told them to go fuck themselves, I said, realizing the absurdity of the phrase as applied to autonomous intelligences, even as I uttered it. Aenea smiled again. And you might remember that we've been using their mental power for our own purposes for more than 1,000 years. I don't think that we asked permission of their ancestors when we created the first silicon AIs, or the first magnetic bubble and DNA entities, for that matter. I made an angry gesture. That's different. Of course, said Aenea. The group of AIs called the Ultimates have created problems for humanity in the past and will in the future, including trying to kill you and me. But they're only one part of the core. I shook my head. I don't understand, kiddo, I said, my voice softer now. Are you really saying that there are good AIs and bad AIs? Don't you remember that they actually considered destroying the human race? And that they may do it yet if we get in their way? That would make them an enemy of humanity in my book. Aenea touched my knee again. Her dark eyes were serious. Don't forget, Raul, that humanity has also come close to destroying the human race. Capitalists and communists were ready to blow up Earth when that was the only planet we lived on, and for what? Yeah, I said lamely, and the Church is ready to destroy the Ousters even as we speak. Genocide, on a scale our race has never seen before. The Church, and a lot of others, don't consider the Ousters human beings, I said. Nonsense, snapped Aenea. Of course they are. They evolved from common Earth-human origins, just as the AI TechnoCore did. All three races are orphans in the storm. All three races, I repeated. Jesus Christ, Aenea, are you including the core in your definition of humanity? We created them, she said softly. Early on, we used human DNA to increase their computing power, their intelligence. We used to have robots. They created cybrids out of human DNA and AI personae. Right now, we have a human institution in power which gives all glory and demands all power because of its allegiance to and connection with God, the human ultimate intelligence. Perhaps the core has a similar situation with the ultimates in control. I could only stare at the girl. I did not understand. Aenea set her other hand on my knee. I could feel her strong fingers through the whipcord of my trousers. Raul, do you remember what the AI Amun said to the second Keats hybrid? That was recorded accurately in the cantos. Amun talked in sort of Zen koans, or at least that's the way Uncle Martin translated the conversation. I closed my eyes to remember that part of the epic poem. It had been a long time since Grandam and I took turns reciting the tale around the caravan campfire. Aenea spoke the words, even as they began to form in my memory. Amun said to the second Keats hybrid, "You must understand, Keats, our only chance was to create a hybrid, son of man, son of machine, and make that refuge so attractive that the fleeing empathy would consider no other home. A consciousness already as near divine as humankind has offered in 30 generations, an imagination which can span space and time, and in so offering and joining, form a bond between worlds which might allow that world to exist for both." I rubbed my cheek and thought. The night wind stirred the canvas folds of Aenea's shelter entrance and brought sweet scents from the desert. Strange stars hung above Earth's old mountains on the horizon. Empathy was supposedly the fleeing component of the human UI, I said slowly, as if working out a word puzzle. Part of our evolved human consciousness in the future come back in time. Aenea looked at me. The hybrid was the John Keats hybrid, I continued, son of man and machine. No, said Aenea softly. That was Uncle Martin's second misunderstanding. The Keats hybrids were not created to be the refuge for empathy in this age. They were created to be the instrument of that fusion between the core and humankind. To have a child, in other words. I looked at the teenaged girl's hands on my leg. So you're the consciousness, as near divine as humankind has offered in 30 generations? Aenea shrugged. And you have an imagination which can span space and time? All human beings have that, said Aenea. It's just that when I dream and imagine, I can see things that truly will be. Remember when I told you that I remember the future? Yeah? Well, right now, I'm remembering that you will dream this conversation some months hence, while you're lying in bed, in terrible pain, I'm afraid, on a world with a complicated name, in a home where people dress all in blue. What? Never mind. It will make sense when it comes about. All improbabilities do, when probability waves collapse into event. Aenea, I heard myself say, as I flew in ever higher circles above the desert shelter, watching myself and the girl dwindle below. Tell me what your secret is. The secret that makes you this Messiah, this bond between two worlds. All right, Raul, my love, she said, suddenly appearing as a grown woman in the instant before I circled too high to make out details or hear distinct words above the rush of the air on my dream wings. I will tell you. Listen. 9. By the time they translated into their 5th Ousters system, Task Force Gideon had slaughtered down to a science. Father Captain de Soya knew from his courses in military history at Pax Fleet Command School that almost all space engagements fought more than half an AU from a planet, moon, asteroid, or strategic point source in space were entered into by mutual agreement. He remembered that the same had been true of primitive ocean navies on pre-Hejira Old Earth, where most great naval battles had been fought in sight of land in the same aquatic killing grounds, with only the technology of the surface ships changing slowly, Greek trireme to steel-hulled battleship. Aircraft carriers with their long-range attack planes had changed that forever, allowing armadas to strike at each other far out to sea and at great distances. But these battles were far different from the legendary naval engagements where capital ships had slugged it out within visible range of one another. Even before cruise missiles, tactical nuclear warheads, and crude charged particle weapons had forever ended the era of the ocean-going surface combatant, the sea navies of old Earth had grown nostalgic for the days of blazing broadsides and crossing the T. Space war had brought a return to such mutually agreed-upon engagements. The great battles of the hegemony days, whether the ancient internecine wars with General Horace Glennon and his ilk, or the centuries of warfare between web worlds and ouster swarms, had usually been waged close to a planet or spaceborne Farcaster portal, and distances between the combatants were absurdly short. Hundreds of thousands of clicks, often tens of thousands, frequently less than that, given the light years and parsecs traveled by the warring parties. But this closing on the enemy was necessary, given the time it took a fusion-powered laser lance, a CPB, or ordinary attack missiles to cross even one AU. 7 minutes for light to crawl the distance between would-be killer and target. Much longer for even the highest boost missile, where the hunt, chase, and kill could take days of seek and countermeasure, attack and parry. Ships with C+ capability had no incentive to hang around in enemy space, waiting for these seeker missiles, and the Church-sponsored restriction on AIs in warheads made the effectiveness of these weapons problematic at best. So the shape of space battles over the centuries of the hegemony had been simple. Fleets translating into disputed space, and finding other translating fleets, or more static in-system defenses, a quick closing to more lethal distances, a brief but terrible exchange of energies, and the inevitable retreat of the more savaged forces, or total destruction if the defending forces had nowhere to retreat, followed by consolidation of gains by the winning fleet. Technically, the slower ships de Soya had served in previously had a powerful tactical advantage over the instantaneous drive Archangel cruisers. Revival from cryogenic fugue state took only hours at worst, minutes at best, so the captain and crew of a Hawking Drive ship could be ready to fight shortly after translating from C+. With the Archangels, and even with papal dispensation for the accelerated and risky 2-day resurrection cycles, it was 50 standard hours or more before the human elements of the ships were ready to do battle. Theoretically, this gave a great advantage to the defenders. Theoretically, the Pax could have optimized the use of Gideon drive ships by having uncrewed craft piloted by AIs flick into enemy space, wreak havoc, and flick out again before the defenders knew that they were under attack. But such theory did not apply here. Autonomous intelligences capable of such advanced fuzzy logic would never be allowed by the Church. More importantly, Pax Fleet had designed attack strategies to meet the requirements of resurrection, so that no advantage would be surrendered to defenders. Simply put, no battles were to be fought by mutual agreement. The 7 Archangels had been designed to descend upon the enemy like the mailed fist of God, and that was precisely what they were doing now. In the first 3 Task Force Gideon incursions into Ousters space, Mother Captain Stone's ship, the Gabriel, translated first and decelerated hard in system, drawing all long-range electromagnetic, neutrino, and other sensor probes. The restricted AIs aboard Gabriel were sufficient to catalog the position and identity of all defensive positions and population centers in the system, while simultaneously monitoring the sluggish in-system movement of all Ouster attack and merchant vehicles. 30 minutes later, the Uriel, Raphael, Ramiel, Sariel, Michael, and Raguel would translate in system. Dropping to only 3/4 light speed, the task force would be moving like bullets compared to the tortoise velocities of the accelerating Ouster torch ships. Receiving Gabriel's intelligence and targeting data via tight beam burst, the task force would open fire with weaponry that held no respect for the limitations of light speed. The improved Hawking Drive Hyper-K missiles would wink into existence among enemy ships and above population centers, some using velocity and precise aiming to destroy targets, others detonating in carefully shaped but promiscuous plasma or thermonuclear blasts. At the same instant, recoverable Hawking Drive high-velocity probes would jump to target points and translate into real space, radiating conventional lance beams and CPBs like so many lethal sea urchins, destroying anything and everything within 100,000 click radius. Most terribly, the shipborne death beams would slice outward from the task force Archangels like invisible scythes, propagating along the Hawking Drive wakes of probes and missiles and translating into real space as surely as the terrible swift sword of God. Countless trillions of synapses were fried and scrambled in an instant. Tens of thousands of Ousters died without knowing that they were under attack. And then the Gideon task force would come back in system on 1,000-kilometer tails of flame, closing in for the final kill. Each of the 7 star systems to be attacked had been probed by instantaneous drive drones, the presence of Ousters confirmed, preliminary targets assigned. Each of the 7 star systems had a name, usually just a new, revised General Catalog alphanumerical designation, but the command team aboard HHS Uriel had given the 7 systems target names coded after the 7 archdemons mentioned in the Old Testament. Father Captain de Soya thought it a bit much, all this Kabbalistic numerology. 7 archangels, 7 target systems, 7 archdemons, 7 deadly sins. But he soon fell into the habit of talking about the targets in this shorthand. The target systems were Belphegor, sloth, Leviathan, envy, Beelzebub, gluttony, Satan, anger, Asmodeus, lechery, Mammon, avarice, and Lucifer, pride. Belphegor had been a red dwarf system that reminded de Soya of Barnard's star system, but instead of the lovely, fully terraformed Barnard's world floating close to the sun, Belphegor's only planet was a gas giant resembling Barnard Starr's forgotten child, Whirl. There were true military targets around this unnamed gas giant, refueling stations for the Ouster swarm torch ships en route to attack the Pax's Great Wall, gigantic dipships that shuttled the gases from the world to orbit, repair docks and orbital shipyards by the dozen. Desoya had Raphael attack these without hesitation, slagging them to orbital lava. Gideon found most of the true Ouster population centers floating in the Trojan points beyond the gas giant, scores of small orbital forests filled with tens of thousands of space-adapted angels, most opening their force field wings to the weak red sunlight in panic at the task force's approach. The 7 archangels laid waste to these delicate ecostructures, destroying all of the forests and shepherd asteroids and watering comets, burning the fleeing space-adapted Ouster angels like putting so many moths to a flame, and all without slowing significantly between entrance and exit translation points. The second system, Leviathan, despite its impressive name, had been a serious B-type white dwarf with only a dozen or so Ouster asteroids huddled close to its pale fire. Here there were none of the obvious military targets that Desoya had attacked so willingly in the Belphegor system. The asteroids were undefended, probably birthing rocks, and hollowed-out pressurized environments for Ousters who had not chosen to adapt to vacuum and hard radiation. Task Force Gideon swept them with death beams and passed on. The third system, Beelzebub, was an Alpha Centauri sea-like red dwarf, devoid of worlds or colonies, with only a single Ouster military base swinging in the darkness some 30 AUs out, and 57 swarm ships caught in the act of refueling or refitting. 39 of these warships, ranging in size and armament from tiny ram scouts to an Orion-class attack carrier, were fit to fight, and flung themselves at Task Force Gideon. The battle lasted 2 minutes and 18 seconds. All 57 Ouster ships and the base complex were turned to gas molecules or lifeless sarcophagi. No archangels were damaged in the exchange. The task force moved on. The fourth system, Satan, held no ships, only breeding colonies scattered as far out as the Oort cloud. Gideon spent 11 days in this system, putting Lucifer's angels to the torch. The fifth system, Asmodeus, centered by a pleasant little K-type orange dwarf not unlike Epsilon Eridani, sent waves of in-system torch ships to the defense of its populated asteroid belt. The waves were burned and blasted away with an economy born of practice. The Gabriel reported 82 inhabited rocks in the belt, harboring a population estimated at 1.5 million adapted and unadapted Ousters. 81 of the asteroids were destroyed or death-beamed from a great distance. Then Admiral Aldecalti ordered prisoners taken. Task Force Gideon decelerated in a long 4-day ellipse that brought them back to the belt and its sole remaining inhabited rock, a potato-shaped asteroid less than 4 clicks long and a click across at its widest cratered point. Doppler radar showed that it was orbiting and tumbling in random patterns understood only by the gods of chaos, but that it was turning on its axis in a carefully orchestrated 1/10 G rotisserie mode. Deep radar showed that it was hollow. Probes told that it was inhabited by as many as 10,000 Ousters. Analysis suggested that it was a birthing rock. 6 unarmed rockhoppers flung themselves at the task force. Uriel turned them into plasma at a distance of 86,000 clicks. 1,000 Ouster angels, some of them armed with low-yield energy weapons or recoilless rifles, opened force field wings and flew toward the distant packed ships in long tacking ellipses along the crest of the solar wind. Their velocity was so slow that it would have taken days to cover the distance. The Gabriel was given the task of burning them away with 1,000 winks of coherent light. Tight beams flicked on between the archangels. Raphael and Gabriel acknowledged orders and closed to within 1,000 clicks of the silent asteroid. Sally ports opened, and 12 tiny figures, 6 from each ship, caught the light from the orange dwarf star as Swiss Guard commandos, Marines, and troopers jetted toward the rock. There was no resistance. The troopers found 2 shielded airlock portals. With precise timing, they blasted the outer doors open and entered in teams of 3. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been 2 standard months since my last confession." "Go ahead." "Father, today's action, it bothers me, Father." "Yes?" "It feels wrong." Father Captain DeSoya was silent. He had watched Sergeant Gregorius's attack on the virtual tactical channels. He had debriefed the men after the mission. Now he knew he was going to hear it again in the darkness of the confessional. "Go ahead, Sergeant," he said softly. "Aye, sir," said the sergeant on the other side of the partition. "Aye, Father." Father Captain DeSoya heard the big man take a breath. "We came onto the rock with no opposition," began Sergeant Gregorius. "Me and the 5 young ones, I mean. We were in tight beam contact with Sergeant Kluka's squad from the Gabriel, and of course with Commanders Barnes, Avna, and Uchikawa." DeSoya remained silent in his part of the confessional booth. The booth was sectional, meant to be stored away when the Raphael was under boost or combat stations, which was most of the time. But now it smelled of wood and sweat and velvet and sin, as all real confessionals did. The Father Captain had found this half-hour during the last stage of their climb toward translation point for the 6th Ouster system Mammon, and offered the crew time for confession, but only Sergeant Gregorius had come forward. "So, when we landed, sir, Father, I had the laddies in my squad take the South Polar airlock, just like in the Sims. We blew the doors as easily as you please, Father, and then activated our own fields for the tunnel fighting." DeSoya nodded. Swiss Guard fighting suits had always been the best in the human universe, capable of surviving, moving, and fighting in air, water, hard vacuum, hard radiation, slug assault, energy lance assault, and high explosive environment up to the kiloton yield range. But the new commando suits carried their own Class 4 containment fields, and were able to piggyback on the ship's more formidable shields. "The Ousters hit us in there, Father, fighting in the dark maze of the access tunnels. Some of them were space-adapted creatures, sir. Angels without their wings extended. But most of them were just low-G adepts in skin suits. Hardly any armor to speak of at all, Father. They tried using lance and rifle and ray on us, but they were using basic night goggles to amplify the dim glow from the rock, sir, and we saw 'em first with our filters. Saw 'em first and shot 'em first." Sergeant Gregorius took another breath. "It only took us a few minutes to fight our way to the inner locks, Father. All the Ousters who tried to stop us in the tunnels ended up floating there." Father Captain DeSoya waited. "Inside, Father. Well," Gregorius cleared his throat. "Both squads blew the inner doors at the same instant, sir. North and South Poles at once. The repeater globes we left behind in the tunnels relayed the tight beam transmissions just fine, so we were never out of touch with Kluga's squad, nor with the ships, as you know, Father. There were fail-safes on the inner doors, just as we figured, but those we blew as well, and the emergency membranes a second later. The inside of the rock was all hollow, Father. Well, we knew that, of course, but I'd never been inside a Berthan asteroid before, Father. Many a military rock, aye, but never a pregnancy one." DeSoya waited. "It was about 1 click across, with lots of their spidery low-G bamboo towers taking up much of the center space, Father. The inner shell wasn't spherical or smooth. but more or less followed the shape of the outside of the rock, you know." "Potato," said Father Captain de Soya. "Yes, sir. And all pitted and cratered on the inside, too, Father. Lots of caves and grottos everywhere. Like dens for the pregnant Ousters, I suppose." De Soya nodded in the darkness and glanced at his chronometer, wondering if the usually concise sergeant was going to get to the perceived sins in this account before they had to stow the confessional for C-plus translation. "It must have been pure chaos for the Ousters, Father. What with the cyclone howling as the place depressurized, all the atmosphere flowing out of the two blasted airlocks like water out of a bathtub drain, the air all full of dirt and debris, and Ousters blowing away like so many leaves in the storm. We had our external suit phones on, Father, and the noise was unbelievable till the air got too thin to carry it. Wind roaring, Ousters screaming, their lances and our lances crackling like so many lightning rods, plasma grenades going off, and the sound bouncing back at us in that big rock cavern, the echoes going on for minutes. It was loud, Father." "Yes," said Father Captain de Soya in the darkness. Sergeant Gregorius took another breath. "Anyway, Father, the orders had been to bring in 2 samples of everything. Adult males, space-adapted, unadapted. Adult females, pregnant and not pregnant. A couple of Ouster kids, pre-puberty. And infants, both sexes. So Kluge's team and ours got busy, stunning and bagging them. There was just enough gravity on the inner surface of the rock, 1/10 G, to keep the bags in place where we left them." There was a moment of silence. Father Captain de Soya was just about to speak, to bring this confession to a close, when Sergeant Gregorius whispered through the screen and darkness separating them. "Sorry, Father. I know you know all this. It's hard to... Anyway, this was the bad part, Father. Most of the Ousters who weren't modified, space-adapted, were dead or dying at this point, from decompression or lance fire or grenades. We didn't use the death beam wands issued to us. Neither Kluge nor I said anything to the lads. Just none of us used the things. Now those adapted Ousters went angel, their bodies turning all shiny as they activated their personal force fields. They couldn't fully extend their wings in there, of course, and it wouldn't have done any good if they had. No sunlight to catch, and the 1/10 G was too much for them to overcome if there had been any solar wind. But they went angel anyway. Some of them tried to use their wings as weapons against us." Sergeant Gregorius made a rough sound that might have been a parody of a chuckle. "We had Class 4 fields, Father, and they were batting at us with those gossamer wings. Anyway, we burned them away, sent 3 from each squad out with the bagged specimens, and Kluge and I each took our remaining 2 lads to clear out the caverns as ordered." De Soya waited. There was less than a minute before he would have to end confession. "We knew it was a birthen rock, Father. We knew, everybody knows, that the Ousters, even the ones who've turned the machines loose in their cells and blood and who don't look anything like human, they haven't learned how to have their females carry and bear children in pure 0G and hard radiation, Father. We knew it was a birthen rock when we went in the goddamned asteroid." "I'm sorry, Father." De Soya stayed silent. "But even so, Father, those caverns were like homes. Beds and cubbies and flat-screen vid sets and kitchens. Not things we're used to thinking Ousters have, Father. But most of those caves were—" "Nurseries," said Father Captain de Soya. "Aye, sir, nurseries. Wee beds with wee babies in 'em. Not Ouster monsters, Father, not those pale, shiny things we fight against. Not those damned Lucifer's angels with wings 100 clicks across in the starlight. Just babies. By the hundreds, Father, by the thousands, cavern after cavern. Most of the rooms there had depressurized already, killing the little ones where they lay. Some of the little bodies had been blown out in the depressurization, but most of them were tucked in tight. Some of the rooms were still airtight, though, Father. We blew our way in. Mothers, women in robes, pregnant women with wild hair flying in the 1/10 G. They attacked us with their fingernails and teeth, Father. We ignored them until the windstorms blew them out or they died of choking. But some of the infants, scores of them, Father, were in those little plastic respirator cases. Incubators, said Father Captain de Soya. Aye, whispered Sergeant Gregorius, his voice tiring at last. And we tight-beamed back. What did they want us to do with them? With all the scores and scores of baby Ousters in those incubators? And Commander Barnes-Ovna beamed back. To continue on, whispered Father Captain de Soya. Aye, Father. So we followed orders, Sergeant. So we used the last of our grenades in those nurseries, Father. And when the plasma grenades were gone, we lanced those incubators. Room after room, cavern after cavern. The plastic melted around the babes, covered them. Blankets ignited. The boxes must have been fed with pure O2, Father, because a lot of them went up like grenades themselves. We had to activate our suit fields, Father, and even so, it took me 2 hours to clean my combat armor. But most of the incubators didn't explode, Father. They just burned like dry tinder, burned like torches. Everything in 'em burning bright like little furnaces. And by now all the rooms and caverns were in vacuum. But the boxes, the little incubators, they still had atmosphere while they burned, and we turned off our outside phones, sir. All of us did. But somehow we could still hear the crying and the screams through the containment fields and our helmets. I can still hear them, Father. Sergeant, said de Soya, his voice hard and flat with command. Aye, sir. You were following orders, Sergeant. We were all following orders. His Holiness has long since decreed that Ousters have surrendered their humanity to nanodevices they release in their blood, to the changes they have made with their chromosomes. But the screams, Father! Sergeant, the Vatican Council and the Holy Father have decreed that this crusade is necessary if the human family is to be saved from the Ouster threat. You were given orders, you obeyed them. We are soldiers. Aye, sir, whispered the sergeant in the darkness. We have no more time, Sergeant. We will talk about this at a later time. For now, I want you to do penance, not for being a soldier and following orders, but for doubting those orders. 50 Hail Marys, Sergeant, and 100 Our Fathers, and I want you to pray about this. Pray very hard for understanding. Aye, Father. Now say a sincere act of contrition. Quickly now. When the whispered words began to come through the screen, Father Captain de Soya lifted his hand in benediction as he gave absolution. Ego te absolvo. 8 minutes later, the Father Captain and his crew all lay back in their acceleration couches' resurrection creches, as Raphael's Gideon drive activated, carrying them instantaneously to target system Mammon by way of terrible death and slow, painful rebirth. The Grand Inquisitor had died and gone to hell. It was only his second death and resurrection, and he had enjoyed neither experience. And Mars was hell. John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa and his contingent of 21 Holy Office administrators and security people, including his indispensable aide Father Farrell, had traveled to Old Earth System in the new Archangel ship Jibril, and had been given a generous 4 days after resurrection to recover and regroup mentally before beginning their work on the surface of Mars itself. The Grand Inquisitor had read and been briefed enough on the Red Planet to form an unassailable opinion. Mars was hell. Actually, Father Farrell responded the first time the Grand Inquisitor had mentioned his conclusion aloud about Mars being hell, one of the other planets in this system, Venus, better fits that description, Your Excellency. Boiling temperatures, crushing pressures, lakes of liquid metal, winds like rocket exhausts. Shut up, the Grand Inquisitor said with a tired turn of his hand. Mars. The first world ever colonized by the human race, despite its low rating of 2.5 on the old Solmev scale. The first attempted terraforming, the first failed terraforming. A world bypassed after the black hole death of old Earth because of the Hawking drive, because of the imperatives of the Hegira, because no one wanted to live on the rusty sphere of permafrost when the galaxy offered a near infinite number of prettier, healthier, more viable worlds. For centuries after the death of old Earth, Mars had been such a backwater planet that the World Web had not established Farcaster portals there. A desert planet, of interest only to the orphans of New Palestine, the legendary Colonel Fedman Kassad had been born in the Palestinian relocation camps there, Mustafa was surprised to learn, and to Zen Christians returning to Hellas Basin to reenact Master Shrouder's enlightenment at the Zen Massif. For a century or so it had looked as if the huge terraforming project would work. Seas filled giant impact basins, and cichlid ferns proliferated along River Marineris. But then the setbacks came. There were no funds to fight the entropy, and the next 60,000-year-long ice age arrived. At the height of the World Web civilization, the hegemony's military wing, Force, had brought Farcasters to the Red World, and honeycombed habitats into much of the huge volcano Mons Olympus for their Olympic command school. Mars's isolation from web, trade, and culture served Force well, and the planet had remained a military base until the fall of the Farcasters. In the century after the fall, remnants of Force had formed a vicious military dictatorship, the so-called Martian war machine, which extended its rule as far as the Centauri and Tau Cetus systems, and might well have become the seed crystal for a second interstellar empire, if the Pax had not arrived, quickly subduing the Martian fleets, driving the war machine back to old Earth system, sending the dispossessed warlords into hiding among the ruins of Force orbital bases and in the old tunnels under Mons Olympus, replacing the war machine's presence in old Earth system with Pax fleet bases in the asteroid belt and among the Jovian moons, and finally sending missionaries and Pax governors to pacified Mars. There was little left on the Rust world for the missionaries to convert, or the Pax administrators to govern. The air had grown thin and cold. The large cities had been plundered and abandoned. The great simoom pole-to-pole dust storms had reappeared. Plague and pestilence stalked the icy deserts, decimating, or worse, the last bands of nomads descended from the once noble race of Martians, and little more than spindly brandy cactus now grew where the great apple orchards and fields of bradberries had long ago flourished. Oddly, it was the downtrodden and much-abused Palestinians on the frozen Tharsis Plateau whose society had survived and thrived. The orphans of the ancient nuclear diaspora of AD 2038 had adapted to Mars's rough ways and extended their Islamic culture to many of the planet's surviving nomad tribes and free city-states by the time the Pax missionaries arrived. Refusing to submit to the ruthless Martian war machine for more than a century, the new Palestinians showed no interest now in surrendering autonomy to the Church. It was precisely in the Palestinian capital of Arafat Kafia that the Shrike had appeared and slaughtered hundreds, perhaps thousands, of people. The Grand Inquisitor conferred with his aides, met with Pax fleet commanders in orbit, and landed in Force. The main spaceport in the capital of St. Malachi was shut down to all but military traffic. No great loss, since no merchant or passenger dropships were scheduled in for a Martian week. 6 assault boats preceded the Grand Inquisitor's dropship, and by the time Cardinal Mustafa set foot to Martian soil, or Pax tarmac to be precise, 100 Swiss Guard and Holy Office commandos had ringed the spaceport. The official Martian welcoming delegation, including Archbishop Robeson and Governor Claire Paulo, were searched and sonic probed before being allowed clearance. From the spaceport, the Holy Office group was whisked via ground car shuttles through decaying streets to the new Pax-built Governor's Palace on the outskirts of St. Malachi. Security was heavy. Besides the Grand Inquisitor's personal security force, the Pax Fleet Marines, the Governor's troopers, and the Archbishop's contingent of Swiss Guards, there was a battle regiment of Home Guard armored infantry encamped around the palace. There, the Grand Inquisitor was shown evidence of the Shrike's presence 2 standard weeks earlier on the Tharsis Plateau. "This is absurd," said the Grand Inquisitor on the night before flying to the scene of the Shrike attack. "All these hollows and vid images are 2 standard weeks old, or taken from high altitude. I see these few hollows of what must be the Shrike, and some blurred scenes of carnage. I see photos of the Pax bodies the militiamen found when first entering the town. But where are the local people? Where are the eyewitnesses? Where are the 2,700 citizens of Arafat Kafia?" "We don't know," said Governor Claire Paulo. "We reported to the Vatican via Archangel drone, and when the drone returned, we were told not to tamper with the evidence," said Archbishop Robeson. "We were told to await your arrival." The Grand Inquisitor shook his head and held up a flat photo image. "And what is this?" he said. "A Pax Fleet base on the outskirts of Arafat Kafia? This spaceport is newer than St. Malachi's." "It is not Pax Fleet," said Captain Woolmack, captain of the Gibral and new commander of the Old Earth System Task Force. "Although we estimate that 30 to 50 dropships a day were using this facility during the week previous to the Shrike's appearance." 30 to 50 dropships a day, repeated the Grand Inquisitor, and not Pax Fleet. Who then? He scowled at Archbishop Robeson and the governor. "Mercantilus?" pressed the Grand Inquisitor when no one spoke. "No," said the Archbishop after another moment, "not Mercantilus." The Grand Inquisitor folded his arms and waited. "The dropships were chartered by Opus Dei," said Governor Paulo in a tiny voice. "For what purpose?" demanded the Grand Inquisitor. Only Holy Office guards were allowed in this suite of the palace, and they stood at 6-meter intervals along the stone wall. The governor opened her hands. "We do not know, Your Excellency." "Domenico," said the Archbishop, his voice quavering slightly, "we were told not to inquire." The Grand Inquisitor took an angry step forward. "Told not to? By whom? Who has the authority to order the presiding Archbishop and the Pax Governor of a world not to interfere?" His anger boiled through. "In the name of Christ, who has such power?" The Archbishop raised pained but defiant eyes toward Cardinal Mustafa. "In the name of Christ, precisely, Your Excellency. Those representing Opus Dei held official diskeys from the Pontifical Commission for Justice and Peace," he said. "We were told that it was a security matter in Arafat Kafia. We were told that it was not our business. We were told not to interfere." The Grand Inquisitor felt his face flushing with barely subdued rage. "Security matters on Mars or anywhere else in the Pax are the responsibility of the Holy Office," he said flatly. "The Pontifical Commission for Justice and Peace has no charter here. Where are the representatives of the Commission? Why aren't they here for this meeting?" Governor Claire Paulo raised a thin hand and pointed at the flat photo in the Grand Inquisitor's hand. "There, Your Excellency. There are the Commission authorities." Cardinal Mustafa looked down at the glossy photograph. Forms of white-clad bodies could be seen in the dusty red streets of Arafat Kafia. Even through the grain of the images, it was obvious that the bodies were mauled into grotesque forms and swollen from decomposition. The Grand Inquisitor spoke softly, fighting the urge to scream and then order these imbeciles tortured and shot. "Why," he asked softly, "haven't these people been resurrected and questioned?" Archbishop Robeson actually attempted a smile. "You will see that tomorrow, Your Excellency. It will be abundantly clear tomorrow." EMVs were useless on Mars. They used armored pack security skimmers for their flight to Tharsis Plateau. Torch ships in the Gibral monitored their progress. Scorpion fighters flew space-air combat patrol. 200 clicks from the plateau, 5 squads of Marines dropped from the skimmers and flew ahead at low altitude, raking the area with acoustic probes and setting up firing positions. Nothing but the shifting sand moved in Arafat Kafia. The Holy Office security skimmers set down first, their landing legs settling into sand where grass had once grown on the oval city commons, the outer ships establishing and linking a Class 6 containment field that made the buildings around the plaza seem to shimmer in heat haze. The Marines had dropped into a defensive circle with the commons as their locus. Now the governor's packs and home guard troops moved out to establish a second perimeter in the streets and alleys around the plaza. The Archbishop's 8 Swiss guardsmen secured the circle just outside the containment field. Finally, the Grand Inquisitor's Holy Office security force exploded down the skimmer ramps and established the inner perimeter of kneeling figures in black combat armor. "Clear," came the leading Marine sergeant's voice on the tactical channel. "Nothing moving or alive within a kilometer of Site 1, rasped the lieutenant of the Home Guard. "Bodies in the street." "Clear here," said the captain of the Swiss Guard. "Confirm nothing moving in Arafat Kafia except your people," came the voice of the captain of the Gibral. "Affirmative," said Holy Office Security Commander Browning. Feeling foolish and disgruntled, the Grand Inquisitor swept down the ramp and across the sandy commons. His mood was not lifted by the silly osmosis mask he had to wear, its circular boosterator slung over his shoulder like a loose medallion. Father Farrell, Archbishop Robeson, Governor Paulo, and a host of functionaries ran to keep up as Cardinal Mustafa strode by the kneeling security forms and, with an imperious wave of his hand, ordered a portal cut in the containment field. He passed through over the protests of Commander Browning and the other forms in black armor who were scuttling to catch up. "Where is the first of—" began the Grand Inquisitor as he bounced down the narrow alley opposite the commons. He still was not used to the light gravity here. "Right around this corner," panted the Archbishop. "We should really wait for the outer fields to be—" said Governor Paulo. "Here," said Father Farrell, pointing down the street onto which they had emerged. The group of 15 stopped so quickly that those aides and security people in the rear had to catch themselves before bumping into the VIPs in front. "Dear Lord," whispered Archbishop Robeson, and crossed himself. Through the clear osmosis mask, his face was visibly white. "Christ," muttered Governor Claire Paulo. "I've seen the hollows and photos for 2 weeks, but Christ." "Ah," said Father Farrell, taking a step closer to the first body. The Grand Inquisitor joined him. He went to one knee in the red sand. The contorted form in the dirt looked as if someone had fashioned an abstract sculpture out of flesh, bone, and gristle. It would not have been recognizably human had it not been for the teeth gleaming in the wide-stretched mouth, and one hand lying nearby in the shifting Martian dust. After a moment, the Grand Inquisitor said, "Did scavengers do some or most of this? Carrion birds, perhaps? Rats?" "Negative," said Major Piet, the governor's Pax Fleet Ground Force commander. "No birds on the Tharsis Plateau since the atmosphere started thinning 2 centuries ago. No rats, or any other moving thing, have been picked up by motion detectors since this happened." "The Shrike did this," said the Grand Inquisitor. He did not sound convinced. He stood and moved to the second body. It might have been a woman. It looked as if it had been turned inside out and shredded. "And this?" "We think so," said Governor Paulo. "The militia that found all this brought out the security camera, which had that 38-second holo we've shown you." "That looked like a dozen shrikes killing a dozen people," said Father Farrell. "It was hazy." "There was a sandstorm," said Major Piet, "and there was only one shrike. We've studied the individual images. It simply moved through the crowd so quickly that it appeared to be multiple creatures." "Moved through the crowd," murmured the Grand Inquisitor. He stepped over a third body that might have been a child or a small female. Doing this," said Governor Paulo. She glanced at Archbishop Robeson, who had moved to a wall for support. There were 20 to 30 bodies in this section of the street. Father Farrell knelt and ran his gloved hand across the chest and into the chest cavity of the first cadaver. The flesh was frozen, as was the blood that fell in a black ice fall. "And there was no sign of the cruciform," he said softly. Governor Paulo shook her head. "Not in the 2 bodies the militia returned for resurrection. No sign of the cruciform whatsoever. If there had been any remnant at all, even a millimeter of node or bit of fiber in the brainstem, or—" "We know that," snapped the Grand Inquisitor, ending the explanation. "Very strange," said Bishop Ertl, the Holy Office's expert on resurrection technique. "To my knowledge, there has never been an instance where the body was left so intact where we could not find remnant of the cruciform in the corpse. Governor Paulo is correct, of course. Even the slightest bit of cruciform is all that is necessary for the sacrament of resurrection." The Grand Inquisitor stopped to inspect a body that had been thrown against an iron railing hard enough to impale it at a dozen points. "It looks as if the shrike was after the cruciforms. It tore every shred of them out of the bodies." "Not possible," said Bishop Ertl. "Simply not possible. There are over 500 meters of microfiber in the cellular node extensions of—" "Not possible," agreed the Grand Inquisitor. "But when we ship these bodies back, I'll wager that none are recoverable. The shrike may have torn their hearts and lungs and throats out, but it was after their cruciforms." Security Commander Browning came around the corner with 5 troopers in black armor. "Your Excellency," he said on the tactical channel only the Grand Inquisitor could hear, "the worst is a block over. This way." The entourage followed the man in black armor, but slowly, reluctantly. They catalogued 362 bodies. Many were in the streets, but the majority were in buildings in the city or inside the sheds, hangars, and spacecraft at the new spaceport on the edge of Arafat Kafia. Hollows were taken, and the Holy Office forensic teams took over, recording each site before taking the bodies back to the Pax Base morgue outside of St. Malachi. It was determined that all of the bodies were off-worlders. That is, there were no local Palestinians or native Martians among them. The spaceport intrigued the Pax Fleet experts the most. 8 dropships serving the field itself, said Major Piet. That's a serious number. St. Malachi's spaceport uses only 2. He glanced up at the purple Martian sky. Assuming that the ships they were shuttling to and from had their own dropships, at least 2 each, if they were freighters, then we're talking about serious logistics here. The Grand Inquisitor looked at Mars's Archbishop, but Robeson merely held his hands up. "We knew nothing of these operations," said the little man. "As I explained before, it was an Opus Dei project." "Well," said the Grand Inquisitor, "as far as we can tell, all of the Opus Dei personnel are dead. Truly irrecoverably dead. So now it's a responsibility of the Holy Office. You don't have any idea what they built this port for? Heavy metals, perhaps? Some sort of mineral mining operation?" Governor Paulo shook her head. This world has been mined for over 1,000 years. There are no heavy metals left worth shipping, no minerals worth a local salvage operation's time, much less Opus Dei's. Major Piet slipped his visor up and rubbed the stubble on his chin. Something was being shipped in quantity here, Your Excellencies. 8 dropships, a sophisticated grid system, automated security. If the Shrike, or whatever it was, had not destroyed the computers and record systems, began Commander Browning. Major Piet shook his head. It wasn't the Shrike. The computers had already been destroyed by shaped charges and tailored DNA viruses. He looked around the empty administrative building. Red sand had already found its way in through portals and seams. It's my guess that these people destroyed their own records before the Shrike arrived. I think they were on the verge of clearing out. That's why the dropships were all in pre-launch mode. Their onboard computers set to go. Father Farrell nodded. But all we have are the orbital coordinates. No records of who or what they were going to rendezvous with there. Major Piet looked out the window at the dust storm blowing there. There are 20 ground car buses in that lot, he murmured, as if speaking to himself. Each one can transport up to 80 people. A bit of logistical overkill if the Opus Dei contingent here amounted to just the 360-some people whose bodies we've found. Governor Paulo frowned and crossed her arms. We don't know how many Opus Dei personnel were here, Major. As you pointed out, the records were destroyed. Perhaps there were thousands. Commander Browning stepped into the circle of VIPs. Begging your pardon, Governor, but the barracks within the field perimeter here could house about 400 people. I think that the Major may be right. All of the Opus Dei personnel may be accounted for in the bodies we've found. You can't be sure of that, Commander, said Governor Paulo, her voice sounding displeased. No, ma'am. She gestured toward the dust storm that had all but obscured the parked buses. And we have evidence that they needed transport for many more people. Perhaps they were an advance contingent, said Commander Browning, preparing the way for a much larger population. Then why destroy the records and limited AI, said Major Piet. Why does it look like they were preparing to move out for good? The Grand Inquisitor stepped into the circle and held up one black-gloved hand. We'll end the speculation for now. The Holy Office will begin taking depositions and carrying out interrogations tomorrow. Governor, may we use your office at the palace? Of course, Your Excellency. Paulo lowered her face, either to show deference or to hide her eyes, or both. Very good, said the Grand Inquisitor. Commander, Major, call the skimmers. We'll leave the forensic teams and the morgue workers out here. Cardinal Mustafa peered out at the worsening storm. Its howl could be heard through the 10 layers of window plastic now. What's the local word for this dust storm? Simoom, said Governor Paulo. The storms used to cover the entire world. They're growing in intensity every Martian year. The locals say that it's the old Martian gods, whispered Archbishop Robeson. They're reclaiming their own. Less than 14 light-years out from Old Earth system, above the world called Vitus Grey Balianus B, a starship that had once been named Raphael, but which now held no name, finished its braking run into geosynchronous orbit. The 4 living things on board floated in 0G, their gazes fixed on the image of the desert world on the plot board. How reliable is our reading on perturbations in the Farcaster field these days? Said the female called Scylla. More reliable than most other clues, said her seeming twin, Radamonth Nemes. We'll check it out. Shall we start with one of the pack spaces? Said the male named Gyges. The largest, said Nemes. That would be pack space Bombasino, said Briareus, checking the code on the plot board. Northern Hemisphere, along the Central Canal route. Population of— It doesn't matter what the population is, interrupted Rhadamanth Nemes. It just matters whether the child Aenea and the android and that bastard Endymion have come that way. Drop ships prepped, said Scylla. They screeched into atmosphere, extended wings just as they crossed the Terminator, used the Vatican disk key code via transponder to clear the way for their landing, and set down amid Scorpions, troopship skimmers, and armored EMVs. A flustered lieutenant greeted them and escorted them to the base commander's office. "You say that you're members of the Noble Guard," said Commander Solzhenitsyn, studying their faces and the readout on the disk key interface at the same time. "We have said it," Rhadamanth Nemes replied tonelessly. "Our papers, order chips, and disk key have said it. How many repetitions do you require, Commander?" Solzhenitsyn's face and neck reddened above the high collar of his tunic. He looked down at the interface hollow instead of replying. Technically, these Noble Guard officers, members of one of the Pope's exotic new units, could pull rank on him. Technically, they could have him shot or excommunicated, since their ranks of cohort leaders in the Noble Guard combined the powers of both Pax Fleet and the Vatican. Technically, according to the wording and priority encryption of the disk key, they could pull rank on a planetary governor, or dictate church policy to a world's presiding archbishop. Technically, Solzhenitsyn wished these pale freaks had never shown up on his backwater world. The commander forced a smile. "Our forces here are at your disposal. What can I do for you?" The thin, pale woman named Nemes held a hollow card over the commander's desk and activated it. Suddenly, the life-size heads of 3 people floated in the space between them, or rather 2 people, since the third face was obviously that of a blue-skinned android. "I didn't think that there were any androids left in the Pax," said Solzhenitsyn. "Have you had reports of any of these 3 in your territory, Commander?" said Nemes, ignoring his question. "It is probable they would have been reported along the major river which runs from your North Pole to the equator." "It's actually a canal," began Solzhenitsyn, and stopped. None of the 4 looked as if they had any interest in small talk or extraneous information. He called his aide, Colonel Vinara, into the office. "Their names," said Solzhenitsyn, as Vinara stood poised with his comm log ready. Nemes gave 3 names that meant nothing to the commander. "Those aren't local names," he said, as Colonel Vinara checked records. "Members of the indigenous culture, it's called the Ammoyite spectrum helix, tend to accumulate names the way my hunting dog back on Ptolemy collected ticks. You see, they have this triune marriage arrangement where—" "These are not locals," interrupted Nemes. Her thin lips looked as bloodless as the rest of her pale face above the red uniform collar. "They're off-worlders." "Ah. Well," said Solzhenitsyn, relieved that he would not be dealing with these Noble Guard freaks for more than a minute or 2 more. "Then we can't help you. You see, Bombasino's the only working spaceport on Vitus Gray Balianus B, now that we closed down the Indigene operation at Kiroa Tombat. And except for a few spacers who end up in our brig, there's no immigration at all here. The locals are all spectrum helix, and, well, they like colors, they surely do, but an android would stand out like a— Well, Colonel?" Colonel Vinara looked up from his database search. "Neither the images nor names match anything in our records, except for an all-points bulletin sent through via Pax Fleet about 4.5 standard years ago." He looked questioningly at the Noble Guardsman. Nemes and her siblings stared back without comment. Commander Solzhenitsyn spread his hands. "I'm sorry. We've been busy for the last local 2 weeks on a major training exercise I had running here. But if anyone had come through here who matched these descriptions—" "Sir," said Colonel Vinara, "there were those 4 runaway spacers." "God damn it," thought Solzhenitsyn. To the Noble Guardsman he said, "4 mercantilist spacers who jumped ship rather than face charges for use of illegal drugs. As I remember it, they were all men, all in their 60s, and he turned significantly to Colonel Vinara, trying to tell him to shut the fuck up with his gaze and tone. And we found their bodies in the Big Greasy, didn't we, Colonel? 3 bodies, sir, said Colonel Vinara, oblivious to his commander's signals. He was checking the database again. One of our skimmers went down near Koroa Tombat, and Med dispatched Dr. Abney Molina to go down canal with a missionary to care for the injured crew. What the hell does this have to do with anything, Colonel? Snapped Solzhenitsyn. These officers are searching for a teenager, a man in his 30s, and an android. Yes, sir, said Vinara, looking up startled from his comm log. But Dr. Molina radioed in that she had treated a sick off-worlder in Lochchild Lamond. We assumed that it was the 4th spacer. Radamonth Nemes took a step forward so quickly that Commander Solzhenitsyn flinched involuntarily. There was something about the slim woman's movements that was not quite human. "Where is Lochchild Lamond?" demanded Nemes. "It's just a village along the canal about 80 clicks south of here," said Solzhenitsyn. He turned to Colonel Vinara as if all this commotion were his aide's fault. "When are they flying the prisoner back?" "Tomorrow morning, sir. We have a med skimmer scheduled to pick up the crew in Koroa Tombat at 0600 hours, and they'll stop in—" The colonel stopped speaking as the 4 Noble Guard officers spun on their heels and made for the door. Nemes paused just long enough to say, "Commander, clear our flight path between here and this Lochchild Lamond. We'll be taking the dropship." That's not necessary," said the commander, checking the screen on his desk. "This spacer is under arrest and will be delivered—" "Hey!" The 4 Noble Guard officers had clattered down the steps outside his office and were crossing the tarmac. Solzhenitsyn rushed out onto the landing and shouted after them, "Dropships aren't allowed to operate in atmosphere here except to land at Bombasino. Hey, we'll send a skimmer. Hey, this spacer's almost certainly not one of your— He's under guard. Hey!" The 4 did not look back as they reached their ship, ordered an escalator to morph down to them, and disappeared through the dropship hull. Sirens went off across the base, and personnel ran for shelter as the heavy dropship lifted on thrusters, shifted to EM, and accelerated south across the port perimeter. "Jesus fucking Christ," whispered Commander Solzhenitsyn. "Pardon me, sir?" said Colonel Vinara. Solzhenitsyn gave him a glare that would have melted lead. "Dispatch 2 combat skimmers immediately. No, make that 3. I want a squad of Marines aboard each skimmer. This is our turf, and I don't want these anemic Noble Guard piss ants doing so much as littering without our say-so. I want the skimmers there first, and that fucking spacer taken into custody. Our custody, if it means hairlipping every spectrum helix indigene between here and Lochchild Lamond. Savvy, Colonel?" Vinara could only stare at his commander. "Move!" shouted Commander Solzhenitsyn. Colonel Vinara moved. 10. I was awake all that long night and the next day, writhing in pain, shuttling to the bathroom while carrying my IV drip apparatus, trying painfully to urinate, and then checking the absurd filter I had to urinate through for any sign of the kidney stone that was killing me. Sometime in late morning I passed the thing. For a minute I couldn't believe it. The pain had been less for the past half hour or so, just the echo of pain in my back and groin, actually. But as I stared at the tiny reddish thing in the filter cone, something larger than a grain of sand but much smaller than a pebble, I couldn't believe that it could have caused such agony for so many hours. "Believe it," Aenea said as she sat on the edge of the counter and watched me pull my pajama shirt back in place. "It's often the smallest things in life that cause us the greatest pain." "Yeah," I said. I knew vaguely that Aenea was not there, that I would never have urinated in front of anyone like that, much less in front of this girl. I had been hallucinating her presence ever since the first ultramorph injection. "Congratulations," said the Aenea hallucination. Her smile seemed real enough, that slightly mischievous, slightly teasing turning up of the right side of her mouth that I'd grown accustomed to, and I could see that she was wearing the green denim slacks and white cotton shirt she often wore when working in the desert heat. But I could also see the sink basin and soft towels through her. "Thanks," I said, and shuffled back to collapse in the bed. I could not believe that the pain would not return. In fact, Dr. Molina had said that there might be several stones. Aenea was gone when Dem Ria, Dem Loa, and the trooper on guard came into the room. "Oh, it's wonderful," said Dem Ria. "We're so glad," said Dem Loa. "We hoped that you would not have to go to the Pax Infirmary for surgery." "Put your right hand up here," said the trooper. He handcuffed me to the brass headboard. "I'm a prisoner?" I said groggily. "You always have been," grunted the trooper. His dark skin was sweaty under his helmet visor. "The skimmer'll be by tomorrow morning to pick you up. Wouldn't want you missing the ride." He went back out to the shade of the barrel tree out front. "Ah," said Dem Loa, touching my handcuffed wrist with her cool fingers. "We're sorry, Raul Endymion." "It's not your fault," I said, feeling so tired and drugged that my tongue did not want to work right. "You've been nothing but kind. So kind." The fading pain kept me from sleeping. "Father Clifton would like to come in and speak with you. Would that be all right?" At that moment I would have welcomed spider rats nibbling on my toes about as much as the idea of chatting with a missionary priest. I said, "Sure, why not?" Father Clifton was younger than I, short, but not as short as Dem Ria or Dem Loa or her race, and pudgy, with thinning sandy hair receding from his friendly, flushed face. I thought that I knew his type. There had been a chaplain in the Home Guard a bit like Father Clifton, earnest, mostly inoffensive, a bit of a mama's boy who may have gone into the priesthood so that he would never have to grow up and become really responsible for himself. It was Grandam who had pointed out to me how the parish priests in the various moor-end villages on Hyperion tended to remain somewhat childlike, treated with deference by their parishioners, fussed over by housekeepers and women of all ages, never in real competition with other adult males. I don't think that Grandam was actively anti-clerical, in spite of her refusal to accept the cross, just amused by this tendency of parish priests in the great and powerful Pax Empire. Father Clifton wanted to discuss theology. I think that I moaned then, but it must have been taken for a reaction to the kidney stone, for the good priest merely leaned closer, patted my arm, and murmured, "There, there, my son." Did I mention that he was at least 5 or 6 years younger than me? "Raul, may I call you Raul?" "Sure, Father." I closed my eyes, as if falling asleep. "What is your opinion of the Church, Raul?" Under my eyelids I rolled my eyes. "The Church, Father?" Father Clifton waited. I shrugged, or to be more precise, I tried to shrug. It's not that easy when one wrist is handcuffed above your head and the other arm is on the receiving end of an intravenous drip. Father Clifton must have understood my awkward motion. "You're indifferent to it, then?" he asked softly. As indifferent as one can be to an organization that's tried to capture or kill me, I thought. "Not indifferent, Father," I said. "It's just that the Church, well, it hasn't been relevant to my life in most ways." One of the missionary's sandy eyebrows rose slightly. "Gosh, Raul, the Church is a lot of things. Not all of them spotlessly good, I'm sure, but I hardly think that it could be accused of being irrelevant." I considered shrugging again, but decided one awkward spasm of that sort was enough. "I see what you mean," I said, hoping that the conversation was over. Father Clifton leaned even closer, his elbows on his knees, his hands set together in front of him, but more in the aspect of persuasion and reason than prayer. "Raul, you know that they're taking you back to base Bombasino in the morning." I nodded. My head was still free to move. "You know that the Pax Fleet and Mercantilis punishment for desertion is death." "Yeah," I said, "but only after a fair trial." Father Clifton ignored my sarcasm. His brow was wrinkled with what could only be worry, although for my fate or for my eternal soul I was not sure which. Perhaps for both. "For Christians," he began, and paused a moment. "For Christians, such an execution is punishment, some discomfort, perhaps even momentary terror, but then they mend their ways and go on with their lives. For you—" "Nothingness," I said, helping him end his sentence. The big gulp. "Eternal darkness. Nada-ness. I become a worm's casserole." Father Clifton was not amused. "This does not have to be the case, my son." I sighed and looked out the window. It was early afternoon on Vitus Gray Balianus B. The sunlight was different here than on worlds that I had known well, Hyperion, Old Earth, even Mare Infinitus and other places I had visited briefly but intensely, but the difference was so subtle that I would have found it hard to describe. But it was beautiful. There was no arguing that. I looked at the cobalt sky, streaked with violet clouds, at the butter-rich light falling on pink adobe and the wooden sill. I listened to the sound of children playing in the alley, to the soft conversation of Chase Ombre and her sick brother Bin, to the sudden soft laughter as something in the game they were playing amused them. And I thought, to lose all this forever. And I hallucinated Aenea's voice saying, "To lose all this forever is the essence of being human, my love." Father Clifton cleared his throat. "Have you ever heard of Pascal's wager, Raul?" "Yes." "You have?" Father Clifton sounded surprised. I had the feeling that I had thrown him off stride in his prepared line of argument. "Then you know why it makes sense," he said rather lamely. I sighed again. The pain was steady now, not coming and going in the tidal surges that had overwhelmed me the past few days. I remembered first encountering Blaise Pascal in conversations with Grandom when I was a kid, then discussing him with Aenea in the Arizona twilight, and finally looking up his pensées in the excellent library at Taliesin West. "Pascal was a mathematician," Father Clifton was saying, "pre-Hegira, mid-18th century, I think." "Actually, he lived in the mid-1600s, I said. 1623 to 1662, I think. Actually, I was bluffing a bit on the dates. The numbers seemed right, but I would not have bet my life on them. I remembered the era because Aenea and I had spent a couple of weeks one winter discussing the Enlightenment and its effect on people and institutions pre-Hegira, pre-Pax. "Yes," said Father Clifton, "but the time he lived isn't as important as his so-called wager. Consider it, Raul. On one side, the chance of resurrection, immortality, an eternity in heaven, and benefiting from Christ's light. On the other side, how did you put it?" "The big gulp," I said. "Nada-ness." "Worse than that," said the young priest, his voice thick with earnest conviction. "Nada means nothingness, sleep without dreams. But Pascal realized that the absence of Christ's redemption is worse than that. It's eternal regret, longing, infinite sadness." "And hell?" I said. "Eternal punishment?" Father Clifton squeezed his hands together, obviously uncomfortable at that side of the equation. "Perhaps," he said, "but even if hell were just eternal recognition of the chances one has lost, why risk that? Pascal realized that if the Church was wrong, nothing would be lost by embracing its hope, and if it was right. I smiled. A bit cynical, isn't it, Father? The priest's pale eyes looked directly into mine. Not as cynical as going to your death for no reason, Raul. Not when you can accept Christ as your Lord, do good works among other human beings, serve your community and your brothers and sisters in Christ, and save your physical life and your immortal soul in the process. I nodded. After a minute, I said, Maybe the time he lived was important. Father Clifton blinked, not following me. Blaise Pascal, I mean, I said. He lived through an intellectual revolution the likes of which humanity has rarely seen. On top of that, Copernicus and Kepler and their ilk were opening up the universe 1,000-fold. The sun was becoming, well, just a sun, Father. Everything was being displaced, moved aside, shoved from the center. Pascal once said, I am terrified by the eternal silence of these infinite spaces. Father Clifton leaned closer. I could smell the soap and shaving cream scent on his smooth skin. All the more reason to consider the wisdom of his wager, Raul. I blinked, wanting to move away from the pink and freshly scrubbed moon of a face. I was afraid that I smelled of sweat and pain and fear. I had not brushed my teeth in 24 hours. I don't think that I want to make any wager if it means dealing with a church that has grown so corrupt that it makes obedience and submission the price of its saving the life of someone's child, I said. Father Clifton pulled away as if slapped. His fair skin flushed a deeper red. Then he stood and patted my arm. You get some sleep. We'll speak again before you leave tomorrow. But I did not have until tomorrow. If I had been outside at that moment, looking at just the precise quadrant of the late afternoon sky, I would have seen the scratch of flame across the dome of Cobalt as Nemes's dropship entered the landing pattern for Pax Base Bombasino. When Father Clifton left, I fell asleep. I watched as Aenea and I sat in the vestibule of her shelter in the desert night and continued our conversation. I've had this dream before, I said, looking around and touching the stone beneath the canvas of her shelter. The rock still held some of the day's heat. Yes, said Aenea. She was sipping from a fresh cup of tea. You were going to tell me the secret that makes you the Messiah, I heard myself say. The secret which makes you the bond between two worlds that the AI Uman spoke of. Yes, said my young friend, and nodded again. But first tell me if you think that your reply to Father Clifton was adequate. Adequate? I shrugged. I was angry. Aenea sipped tea. Steam rose from the cup and touched her lashes. But you didn't really respond to his question about Pascal's wager. That was all the response I needed to give, I said, somewhat irritated. Little Ben Ria Demloa Alain is dying of cancer. The Church uses their cruciform as leverage. That's corrupt, foul. I'll have none of it. Aenea looked at me over the steaming cup. But if the Church were not corrupt, Raul, if it offered the cruciform without price or reservation, would you accept it? No. The immediacy of my answer surprised me. The girl smiled. So it is not the corruption of the Church that is at the heart of your objection. You reject resurrection itself. I started to speak, hesitated, frowned, and then rephrased what I was thinking. This kind of resurrection I reject, yes. Still smiling, Aenea said, Is there another kind? The Church used to think so, I said. For almost 3,000 years, the resurrection it offered was of the soul, not the body. And do you believe in that other kind of resurrection? No, I said again, as quickly as I had before. I shook my head. Pascal's wager never appealed to me. It seems logically shallow. Perhaps because it posits only two choices, said Aenea. Somewhere in the desert night, an owl made a short, sharp sound. Spiritual resurrection and immortality, or death and damnation, she said. Those last two aren't the same thing, I said. No, but perhaps to someone like Blaise Pascal they were. Someone terrified of the eternal silence of these infinite spaces. A spiritual agoraphobic, I said. Aenea laughed. The sound was so sincere and spontaneous that I could not help loving it. Her. Religion seems to have always offered us that false duality, she said, setting her cup of tea on a flat stone. The silences of infinite space, or the cozy comfort of inner certainty. I made a rude noise. The Pax Church offers a more pragmatic certainty. Aenea nodded. That may be its only recourse these days. Perhaps our reservoir of spiritual faith has run out. Perhaps it should have run out a long time ago, I said sternly. Superstition has taken a terrible toll on our species. Wars, pogroms, resistance to logic and science and medicine, not to mention gathering power in the hands of people like those who run the Pax. Is all religion superstition, then, Raul? All faith, then, folly? I squinted at her. The dim light from inside the shelter and the dimmer starlight outside played on her sharp cheekbones and the gentle curve of her chin. What do you mean? I said, correctly expecting a trap. If you had faith in me, would that be folly? Faith in you? How? I said, hearing my voice sounding suspicious, almost sullen. As a friend, or as a messiah? What's the difference? Asked Aenea, smiling again in that way that usually meant a challenge was in the offing. Faith in a friend is friendship, I said. Loyalty. I hesitated. Love. And faith in a messiah, said Aenea, her eyes catching the light. I made a brusque throwing-away gesture. That's religion. But what if your friend is the Messiah? She said, smiling openly now. You mean, what if your friend thinks she's the Messiah? I said. I shrugged again. I guess you stay loyal to her and try to keep her out of the asylum. Aenea's smile faded, but I sensed that it was not because of my harsh comment. Her gaze had turned inward. I wish it were that simple, my dear friend. Touched, filled with a wave of anxiety as real as surging nausea, I said, You were going to tell me why you were chosen as this Messiah, kiddo. What makes you the bond between two worlds? The girl, young woman, I realized, nodded solemnly. I was chosen simply because I was that first child of the core and humankind. She had said that earlier. I nodded this time. So those are the two worlds which you connect, the core and us? Two of the worlds, yes, said Aenea, looking up at me again. Not the only two. That's precisely what messiahs do, Raul. Bridge different worlds, different eras, provide the bond between two irreconcilable concepts. And your connection to both these worlds makes you the Messiah, I said again. Aenea shook her head quickly, almost impatiently. Something like anger glinted in her eyes. No, she said sharply. I'm the Messiah because of what I can do. I blinked at her vehemence. What can you do, kiddo? Aenea held out her hand and gently touched me with it. Remember when I said that the church and Pax were right about me, Raul? That I was a virus? Uh-huh. She squeezed my wrist. I can pass that virus, Raul. I can infect others. Geometric progression. A plague of carriers. Carriers of what? I said. Messiahhood? She shook her head. Her expression was so sad that it made me want to console her, put my arms around her. Her grip remained firm on my wrist. No, she said, just the next step in what we are, what we can be. I took a breath. You talked about teaching the physics of love, I said, of understanding love as a basic force of the universe. Is that the virus? Still holding my wrist, she looked at me a long moment. That's the source of the virus, she said softly. What I teach is how to use that energy. How? I whispered. Aenea blinked slowly, as if she were the one dreaming and about to awaken. Let's say there are 4 steps, she said. 4 stages, 4 levels. I waited. Her fingers made a loop around my captured wrist. The first is learning the language of the dead, she said. What does that shh? Aenea had raised the first finger of her free hand to her lips to shush me. The second is learning the language of the living, she said. I nodded, not understanding either phrase. The third is hearing the music of the spheres, she whispered. In my reading at Taliesin West, I had run across this ancient phrase. It was all mixed up with astrology, the pre-scientific age on old Earth, Kepler's little wooden models of a solar system predicated on perfect shapes, shells of stars and planets being moved by angels, volumes of double talk. I had no idea what my friend was talking about, and how it could apply to an age when humanity moved faster than light through the spiral arm of the galaxy. The 4th step, she said, her gaze turned inward again, is learning to take the first step. The first step, I repeated, confused. You mean the first step you mentioned? What was it? Learning the language of the dead? Aenea shook her head, slowly bringing me into focus. It was as if she had been elsewhere for a moment. No, she said. I mean taking the first step. Almost holding my breath, I said, All right, I'm ready, kiddo. Teach me. Aenea smiled again. That's the irony, Raul, my love. If I choose to do this, I'll always be known as the one who teaches. But the silly thing is, I don't have to teach it. I only have to share this virus, to impart each of these stages to those who wish to learn. I looked down at where her slim fingers encircled a part of my wrist. So you've already given me this virus, I said. I felt nothing except the usual electric tingle that her touch always created in me. My friend laughed. No, Raul, you're not ready, and it takes communion to share the virus, not just contact. And I haven't decided what to do. If I should do this. To share with me, I said, thinking communion. To share with everyone, she whispered, serious again, with everyone ready to learn. She looked directly at me again. Somewhere in the desert, a coyote was yipping. These levels, stages, can't coexist with a cruciform, Raul. So the born-again can't learn, I said. this would rule out the vast majority of human beings. She shook her head. They can learn. They just can't stay born again. The cruciform has to go. I let out my breath. I did not understand most of this, but that's because it seemed to be double talk. Don't all would-be messiahs speak double talk? Asked the cynical part of me in Grandham's level voice. Aloud, I said, There's no way to remove a cruciform without killing the person wearing it. The true death. I had always wondered if this fact had been the main reason I had been unwilling to go under the cross. Or perhaps it was just my youthful belief in my own immortality. Aenea did not respond directly. She said, You like the Amoyite spectrum helix people, don't you? Blinking, I tried to understand this. Had I dreamed that phrase, those people, that pain? Wasn't I dreaming now? Or was this a memory of a real conversation? But Aenea knew nothing of Dem Rhea, Dem Loa, and the others. The night and stone and canvas shelter seemed to ripple like a shredding dreamscape. I like them, I said, feeling my friend remove her fingers from my wrist. Wasn't my wrist shackled to the headboard? Aenea nodded and sipped her cooling tea. There's hope for the spectrum helix people, and for all the thousands of other cultures which have reverted or sprung up since the fall. The hegemony meant homogeneity, Raul. The Pax means even more. The human genome, the human soul, distrusts homogeneity, Raul. They are always ready to take a chance, to risk change and diversity. Aenea, I said, reaching for her. We can't. There was a terrible sense of falling, and the dreamscape came apart like thin cardboard in a hard rain. I could not see my friend. Wake up, Raul. They are coming for you. The Pax is coming. I tried to awaken, groping toward consciousness like a sluggish machine crawling uphill, but the weight of fatigue and the painkillers kept dragging me down. I did not understand why Aenea wanted me awake. We were conversing so well in the dream. Wake up, Raul Endymion. Wake up, Raul Endymion. It was not Aenea. Even before I was fully awake and focused, I recognized the soft voice and thick dialect of Dem Rhea. I sat straight up. The woman was undressing me. I realized that she had pulled the loose nightshirt off and was tugging my undershirt on, cleaned and smelling of fresh breezes now, but unmistakably my undershirt. My undershorts were already on. My twill pants, overshirt, and vest were laid across the bottom of the bed. How had she done this with the handcuff on my... I stared at my wrist. The handcuffs were lying open on the bedclothes. My arm tingled painfully as circulation returned. I licked my lips and tried to speak without slurring. The Pax? Coming? Dem Rhea pulled my shirt on as if I were her child Ben, or younger. I motioned her hands away and tried to close the buttons with suddenly awkward fingers. They had used buttons rather than seal tabs at Taliesin West on old Earth. I thought I had grown used to them, but this was taking forever. And we heard on the radio that a dropship had landed at Bombasino. There are 4 people in unknown uniforms, 2 men, 2 women. They were asking the commandant about you. They just lifted off, the dropship and 3 skimmers. They will be here in 4 minutes, perhaps less. Radio, I said stupidly. I thought you said that the radio didn't work. Isn't that why the priest went to the base to get the doctor? Father Clifton's radio was not working, whispered Dem Rhea, pulling me to my feet. She held me steady as I stepped into my trousers. We have radios, tight beam transmitters, satellite relays, all of which the Pax knows nothing about, and spies in place. One has warned us. Hurry, Raul Endymion. The ships will be here in a minute. I came fully awake then, literally flushed with a surge of anger and hopelessness that threatened to wash me away. Why won't these bastards leave me alone? 4 people in unknown uniforms. Packs, obviously. Evidently, their search for Aenea, Abetic, and me had not ended when the priest, Captain de Soya, had let us escape the trap on God's Grove more than 4 years earlier. I looked at the chronometer readout on my comm log. The ships would be landing in a minute or so. There was nowhere I could run in that time where Pax troopers would not find me. "Let me go," I said, pulling away from the short woman in the blue robe. The window was open, the afternoon breeze coming through the curtains. I imagined that I could hear the near-ultrasonic hum of skimmers. "I have to get away from your house." I had images of the Pax torching the home, with young Chase Ombre and Ben still in it. Demria pulled me back from the window. At that moment, the man of the household, young Alaim Mikhail Dem Alaim, came in with Dem Loa. They were carrying the Lusian bulk of the Pax trooper who had been left to guard me. Chase Ombre, her dark eyes bright, was lifting the guard's feet while Ben struggled to pull one of the man's huge boots off. The Lusian was fast asleep, mouth open, drool moistening the high collar of his combat fatigues. I looked at Demria. "Demloa brought him some tea about 15 minutes ago," she said softly. She made a graceful gesture that caused the blue sleeve of her robe to billow. "I am afraid that we used the rest of your ultramorph prescription, Raul Endymion." "I have to go," I began. The ache in my back was bearable, but my legs were shaky. "No," said Demria, "they will catch you within minutes." She pointed to the window. From outside there came the unmistakable subsonic rumble of a dropship on EM Drive, followed by the thud and bark of its thrusters. The thing must be hovering right above the village, seeking a landing site. A second later, the window vibrated to a triple sonic boom, and 2 black skimmers banked above the adobe buildings next door. Alain Mikhail had stripped the Lusian to his thermal weave underwear and had laid him out on the bed. Now he snapped the man's massive right wrist into the handcuffs and snicked the other cuff around the headboard bar. Demloa and Chase Ombre were sweeping up the layers of fatigue clothing, body armor, and huge boots, and stuffing them in a laundry bag. Little Ben Ria Demloa Alaim tossed the guard's helmet in the bag. The thin boy was carrying the heavy fléchette pistol. I stared at the sight. Children and weapons was a mix I learned to avoid even when I was a child myself, learning to handle power weapons while our caravan rumbled its way across the Hyperion moors. But Alaim smiled and took the pistol from the boy, patting him on the back. It was obvious from the way Ben had held the weapon, fingers away from the trigger guard, pointing the muzzle away from himself and his father, checking the safety indicator even as he gave the pistol up, that he had handled such a device before. Ben smiled at me, took the heavy bag with the guard's clothing in it, and ran out of the room. The noise outside rose to a crescendo, and I turned to look out the window. A black skimmer kicked up dust less than 30 meters down the street that ran along the canal. I could see it through a gap between the houses. The larger dropship lowered itself out of sight to the south, probably landing in the grassy open area near the well where I had collapsed in pain from the kidney stone. I had just finished wiggling into my boots and securing my vest when Alaim handed me the fléchette pistol. I checked the safety and propellant charge indicators out of habit, but then shook my head. "No," I said. "It would be suicide to attack Pax troopers with just this. Their armor—" I was not actually thinking about their armor at that moment, but rather about the return fire from assault weapons that would level this house in an instant. I thought of the boy outside with the laundry bag of troopers' armor. "Ben," I said, "if they catch him—" We know," said Demria, pulling me away from the bed and into the narrow hallway. I did not remember this part of the house. My universe for the past 40-some hours had been the bedroom and adjoining lavatory. Come, she said. I pulled away again, handing the pistol to Alaim. "Just let me run," I said, my heart pounding. I gestured toward the snoring Lusian. They won't think that's me for a second. They can tight beam the doctor, if she's not already in one of those skimmers, to ID me. Just tell them. I looked at the friendly faces in their blue robes. Tell them that I overpowered the guard and held you at gunpoint. I stopped then, realizing that the guard would destroy that cover story as soon as he awoke. The family's complicity in my escape would be self-evident. I looked at the fléchette pistol again, half ready to reach for it. One burst of steel needles and the sleeping trooper would never awaken to destroy the cover-up and endanger these good people. Only I could never do it. I might shoot a PAX trooper in a fair fight. Indeed, the adrenaline rush of anger that was burning through my weakness and terror told me that it would be a welcome relief to have that opportunity. But I could never shoot this sleeping man. But there would be no fair fight. PAX troopers in combat armor, much less these mysterious four in the dropship, Swiss Guard, would be immune to fléchettes and anything else short of PAX assault weapons, and the Swiss Guard would be immune to those. I was screwed. These good people who had shown me such kindness were screwed. The rear door slammed open, and Ben slid into the hallway, his robe hiked up to show spindly legs covered with dust. I stared at him, thinking that the boy would not get his cruciform and would die of cancer. The adults might well spend the next standard decade in a PAX prison. "I'm sorry," I said, hunting for words. I could hear the commotion in the street as troopers hurried through the evening rush of pedestrians. "Raul Endymion," said Demloa in her soft voice, handing me the rucksack they had brought from my kayak. "Please shut up and follow us. At once." There was a tunnel entrance beneath the floor of the hallway. I had always thought that hidden passages were the stuff of holodramas, but I followed Demria into this one willingly enough. We were a strange procession, Demria and Demloa sweeping down the steep staircase ahead of me, then me carrying the fléchette pistol and fumbling the rucksack on my back, then little Ben followed by his sister Chase Ombre, then, carefully locking the trapdoor behind him, Alain Mikhail Dem Alaim. No one stayed behind. The house was empty except for the snoring Lusian trooper. The stairway went deeper than a normal basement level, and at first I thought that the walls were adobe like the ones above. Then I realized that the passage was cut from a soft stone, perhaps sandstone. 27 steps, and we reached the bottom of the vertical shaft, and Demria led the way down a narrow passage, illuminated by pale chemical glow globes. I wondered why this average working-class home would have an underground passage. As if reading my mind, Demloa's blue cowl turned, and she whispered, "The Emoid spectrum helix demands discreet entrances to one another's homes, especially during the twice darkness." "Twice darkness?" I whispered back, ducking under one of the globes. We had already gone 20 or 25 meters, away from the canal river, I thought, and the passage still curved out of sight to the right. "The slow dual eclipse of the sun by this world's 2 moons," whispered Demloa. "It lasts precisely 19 minutes. It is the primary reason that we chose this world. Please excuse the pun." "Ah," I said. I did not understand, but it didn't seem to matter at that moment. "PAX troops have sensors to find spider holes like this," I whispered to the women in front of me. "They have deep radar to search through rock. They have—" "Yes, yes," said Alain from behind me. "But they will be held up a few minutes by the mayor and the others." "The mayor?" I repeated rather stupidly. My legs were still weak from the 2 days in bed and pain. My back and groin ached, but it was a minor pain, inconsequential compared to what I passed through and what had passed through me during the last couple of days. "The mayor is challenging the PAX's right to search," whispered Demria. The passage widened and went straight for at least 100 meters. We passed 2 branching tunnels. This wasn't a bolt hole. It was a bloody catacombs. "The Pax recognizes the mayor's authority in Lochchild Lomond," she whispered. The silken robes of the 5 family members in blue were also whispering against the sandstone as we hurried down the passage. "We still have law and courts on Vitus Grey Balianus B, so they are not allowed unlimited search and seizure rights." "But they'll download permission from whatever authority they need," I said, hurrying to keep up with the women. We came to another juncture, and they turned right. "Eventually," said Demloa, "but the streets are now filled with all of the colors of the Lochchild Lomond strand of the helix, reds, whites, greens, ebonies, yellows. Thousands of people from our village, and many more are coming from nearby lochs. No one will volunteer which house is the one where you were kept. Father Clifton has been lured out of town on a ruse, so he can be of no help to the Pax troopers. Dr. Molina has been detained in Karoa Tombat by some of our people and is currently out of touch with her Pax superiors. And your guard will be sleeping for at least another hour. This way." We turned left into a wider passage, stopped at the first door we had seen, waited for Demria to palm lock it open, and then stepped into a large, echoing space carved into the stone. We were standing on a metal stairway, looking down on what appeared to be a subterranean garage. 6 long, slim vehicles with oversized wheels, stern wings, sails, and pedals clustered by primary colors. These things were like buckboards set on spidery suspensions, obviously powered by wind and muscle power, and covered over with wood, bright silky polymer fabrics, and perspex. "Wind cycles," said Chase Ombre. Several men and women in emerald-green robes and high boots were preparing 3 of the wagons for departure. Lashed in the back of one of the long wagon beds was my kayak. Everyone was moving down the clattering staircase, but I stopped at the head of the stairs. My balking was so sudden that poor Ben and Chase Ombre almost crashed into me. "What is it?" said Alain McHale. I had tucked the fléchette pistol in my belt, and now I opened my hands. "Why are you doing this? Why is everyone helping? What's going on?" Demria took a step back up the metal staircase and leaned on the railing. Her eyes were as bright as her daughter's had been. "If they take you, Raul Endymion, they will kill you." "How do you know?" I said. My voice was soft, but the acoustics of the underground garage were such that the men and women in green looked up from where they were working below. "You spoke in your sleep," said Demloa. I cocked my head, not understanding. I had been dreaming of Aenea and our conversation. What would that have told these people? Demria took another step upward and touched my wrist with her cool hand. "The Amoite spectrum helix has foretold this woman, Raul Endymion, this one named Aenea. We call her the one who teaches." I felt goosebumps at that moment, in the chill glow-globe light of this buried place. The old poet Uncle Martin had spoken of my young friend as a messiah, but his cynicism leaked into everything he said or did. The people of Taliesin West had respected Aenea, but to believe that the energetic 16-year-old was actually a world historical figure, it seemed unlikely. And the girl and I had spoken of it in real life and in my ultramorph dreams, but, my God, I was on a world scores of light years away from Hyperion, and an eternal distance from the Lesser Magellanic Cloud where old Earth was hidden. How had these people... "Halpul Amoit knew of the one who teaches when he composed the Helix Symphony," said Demloa. "All of the people of the spectrum were descended from empath stock. The Helix was and is a way to refine that empathic ability." I shook my head. "I'm sorry. I don't understand." "Please understand this, Raul Endymion," said Demria, her fingers squeezing my wrist almost painfully. "If you do not escape this place, the Pax will have your soul and body, and the one who teaches needs both these things." I squinted at the woman, thinking that she was jesting. But her pleasant, unlined face was set and serious. "Please," said little Ben, setting his little hand in my free one and pulling. "Please hurry, Raul." I hurried down the stairs. One of the men in green handed me a red robe. Alain McHale helped me fold and wrap it over my own clothes. He wrapped the red burnous and cowl in a dozen quick strokes. I would never have been able to arrange it properly. I realized with a shock that the entire family, the two older women, teenage Chase Ombre, and little Ben, had stripped naked from their blue robes and were arranging red ones around them. I saw then that I had been wrong, thinking that they were like Lusians. For although their bodies were shorter than Pack Space average and heavily muscled, they were perfectly proportioned. None of the adults had any hair, either on their heads or elsewhere. Somehow this made their compact, perfectly toned bodies more attractive. I looked away, realizing that I was blushing. Chase Ombre laughed and jostled my arm. We were all in red robes now, Alain McHale being the last to pull his on. One glance at his heavily muscled upper torso told me that I would not last 15 seconds in a fight with the shorter man. But then I realized I probably would not last more than 30 seconds with Dem Loa or Dem Rhea either. I offered the fléchette pistol to Alain, but he gestured for me to keep it, and showed me how to tuck it in one of the multiple sashes of the long crimson robe. I thought of my lack of weapons in the little backpack, a Navajo hunting knife, and the little flashlight laser, and nodded my gratitude. The women and children and I were hurried into the back of the windcycle wagon that held my kayak, and red fabric was pulled tight over the stays above us. We had to crouch low as a second layer of fabric, some wooden planks, and various crates and barrels were set in around and above us. I could just make out a glimpse of light between the tailgate and the wagon cover. I listened to footsteps on stone as Alain went up front and crawled onto one of the two pedaling saddles. I listened as one of the other men, also now in a red robe, joined him on the cycling seat on the other side of the central yoke. With the masts still lowered above us, fabric sails reefed, we began rolling up a long ramp out of the garage. "Where are we going?" I whispered to Dem Rhea, who was lying almost next to me. The wood smelled like cedar. "The downstream Farcaster Arch," she whispered back. I blinked. "You know about that?" "They gave you truth-tell," whispered Dem Loa from the other side of a crate, "and you did speak in your sleep." Ben was lying right next to me in the darkness. "We know the one who teaches has sent you on a mission," he said almost happily. "We know you have to get to the next arch." He patted the kayak that curved next to us. "I wish I could go with you." "This is too dangerous," I hissed, feeling the wagon roll out of the tunnel and into open air. Low sunlight illuminated the fabric above us. The windcycle wagon stopped for a second as the two men cranked the mast erect and unfurled the sail. Too dangerous. I meant them taking me to the Farcaster, of course, not the mission that Aenea had sent me on. "If they know who I am," I whispered to Dem Rhea, "they'll be watching the arch." I could see the silhouette of her cowl as she nodded. "They will be watching, Raul Endymion, and it is dangerous. But darkness is almost here. In 14 minutes. I glanced at my comm log. It would be another 90 minutes or more until twilight, according to what I had observed the previous 2 days, and then almost another full hour until true nightfall. "It is only 6 kilometers to the downstream arch," whispered Chase Ombre from her place on the other side of the kayak. "The villages will be filled with the spectrum celebrating." I understood then. "The twice darkness?" I whispered. "Yes," said Dem Rhea. She patted my hand. "We must be silent now. We will be moving into traffic along the Salt Way." "Too dangerous," I whispered one last time as the wagon began creaking and groaning its way into traffic. I could hear the chain drive rumbling beneath the buckboard floor and feel the wind catch the sail. "Too dangerous," I said only to myself. If I had known what was happening a few hundred meters away, I would have realized how truly dangerous this moment was. I peered out through the gap between wagon wood and fabric as we rumbled along the salt way. This vehicle thoroughfare appeared to be a strip of rock-hard salt between the villages, clustered along the raised canal and the reticulated desert stretching as far north as I could see. "Waste Wahhabi," whispered Demria, as we picked up speed and headed south along the Saltway. Other windcycle wagons roared past, heading south, their sails fully engaged, their 2 peddlers working madly. Even more brightly canvassed wagons tacked north, their sails set differently, the peddlers leaning far out for balance as the creaking wagons teetered on 2 wheels, the other 2 spinning uselessly in the air. We covered the 6 kilometers in 10 minutes and turned off the Saltway onto a paved ramp that led through a cluster of homes, white stone this time, not adobe, and then Alaim and the other man furled the sail and pedaled the windcycle slowly along the cobblestone street that ran between the homes and the canal river. High wispy ferns grew along the canal banks there between elaborately fashioned piers, gazebos, and multi-tiered docks to which were tied ornate houseboats. The city seemed to end here, where the canal widened into a waterway much more river-like than artificial, and I raised my head enough to see the huge Farcaster arch a few hundred meters downstream. Through and beyond the rusted arch, I could see only fern forest on the river banks and desert waste to the east and west. Alain guided the windcycle onto a brick loading ramp and pulled under the cover of a copse of tall ferns. I glanced at my comm log. Less than 2 minutes until the twice darkness. At that instant there was a rush of warm air, and a shadow passed over us. We all crouched lower as the black pack skimmer flew out over the river at an altitude of less than 100 meters. The aerodynamic figure-8 shape of the thing clearly visible as it banked more steeply and then swooped low above the ships headed north and south through the arch. River traffic was brisk here where the river widened. Sleek racing sculls, with rowing teams of 4 to 12, gleaming powerboats throwing up glistening wakes, sailboats ranging from single-person jittabouts to wallowing square-sailed junks, canoes and rowboats, some stately houseboats churning against the current, a handful of silent electric hovercraft moving within their halos of spray, and even some rafts that reminded me of my earlier voyage with Aenea and Abetic. The skimmer flew low over these ships, passed over the Farcaster arch headed south, flew back under it headed north, and disappeared in the direction of Lochchild Lomond. "Come," said Alain McHale, folding back the fabric tarp above us and pulling at the kayak. "We must hurry." Suddenly there was a rush of warm air, followed by a cooler breeze that kicked dust off the river bank. The fern heads rustled and shook above us, and the sky grew purple and then black. Stars came out. I glanced upward just long enough to see a beaded corona around one of the moons and the burning disk of the second lower satellite as it moved into place behind the first. From north along the river, back in the direction of the linear city that included Lochchild Lomond, there came the most haunting and mournful sound I had ever heard. A long wailing, more human-throated than siren-caused, followed by a sustained note that grew deeper and deeper until it fell into the subsonic. I realized that I had heard hundreds, perhaps thousands of horns played at the same instant that thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of human voices had joined in chorus. The darkness around us grew deeper. The stars blazed. The disk of the lower moon was like some great backlit dome that threatened to drop on the darkened world at any moment. Suddenly, the many ships on the river to the south and the canal river to the north began wailing with their own sirens and horns. A cacophonous howl, this, nothing like the descending harmony of the opening chorus, and then began firing off flares and fireworks, multicolored star shells, roaring St. Catherine's wheels, red parachute flares, braided strands of yellow, blue, green, red, and white fire, the spectrum helix, and countless aerial bombs. The noise and light were all but overwhelming. "Hurry!" repeated Aleem, pulling the kayak from the wagon bed. I jumped out to help him and pulled off my concealing robe, tossing it into the back of the wagon. The next minute was a flurry of coordinated motion as Demria, Demloa, Chasombre, Bin, and I helped Aleem and the unnamed man carry the kayak down to the river's edge and set it afloat. I went into the warm water up to my knees, stowed my backpack and the fléchette pistol inside the little cockpit, held the kayak steady against the current, and looked at the 2 women, 2 young people, and 2 men in their billowing robes. "What is to happen to you?" I asked. My back ached from the aftermath of the kidney stone, but at the moment the tightening of my throat was the more painful distraction. Demria shook her head. "Nothing bad will happen to us, Raul Endymion. If the Pax authorities attempt to make trouble, we will simply disappear into the tunnels beneath Waste Wahhabi until it is time to rejoin the spectrum elsewhere." She smiled and adjusted her robe on her shoulder. "But make us one promise, Raul Endymion." "Anything," I said. "If I can do it, I will." "If it is possible, ask the one who teaches to return with you to Vitus Grey Balianus B and the people of Amoyet Spectrum Helix. We shall try not to convert to the Pax's Christianity until she comes to speak to us." I nodded, looking at Bin Ria Demloa Aleem's shaven skull, his red cowl flapping around him in the breeze, his cheeks gaunt with chemotherapy, his eyes gleaming more with excitement than reflected fireworks. "Yes," I said. "If it is at all possible, I will do that." They all touched me then, not to shake hands, but merely to touch, fingers against my vest, or arm, or face, or back. I touched them back, turned the bow of the kayak into the current, and stepped into the cockpit. The paddle was in the hull clamp where I had left it. I tightened the cockpit skirt around me as if there were white water ahead, bumped my hand against the clear plastic cover over the red panic button that Aenea had shown me as I set the pistol on the cockpit skirt. If this interlude had not caused me to panic, I was not sure what could. Held the paddle in my left hand and waved farewell with my right. The 6 robed figures blended into the shadows beneath the ferns as the kayak swept out into the middle current. The Farcaster arch grew larger. Overhead, the first moon began to move beyond the disk of the sun, but the second larger moon moved to cover both with its bulk. The fireworks and siren sounds continued, even grew in ferocity. I paddled closer to the right bank as I came close to the Farcaster, trying to stay in the small boat traffic headed downstream, but not too close to anyone. If they are going to intercept me, I thought, they will do it here. Without thinking, I raised the fléchette pistol onto the curve of hull in front of me. The swift current had me now, and I set the paddle in its bracket and waited to pass under the Farcaster. No other ships or small boats would be under the Farcaster when it activated. Above me, the arch was a curve of blackness against the starry sky. Suddenly, there was violent commotion on the riverbank not 20 meters to my right. I raised the pistol and stared, not understanding what I was seeing and hearing. 2 explosions like sonic booms. Strobe flashes of white light. More fireworks? No, these flashes were much brighter. Energy weapons fire? Too bright, too unfocused. It was more like small plasma explosives going off. Then I saw something in a blink of an eye, more a retinal echo than a true vision. 2 figures locked in a violent embrace. Images reversed like a negative of an ancient photograph. Sudden, violent motion. Another sonic boom. A flash of white that blinded me even before the image had registered in my brain. Spikes, thorns, 2 heads butting together, 6 arms flailing, sparks flying, a human form and something larger, the sound of metal rending, the sound of something or someone screaming with a voice louder than the sirens wailing on the river behind me. The shock wave from whatever was happening on the bank rippled out across the river, almost tumbled my kayak, and proceeded across the water like a curtain of white spray. Then I was under the Farcaster arch. There was the flash and instant of vertigo I had known before. A bright light surrounded me through the flashbulb blindness, and the kayak and I were falling. Truly falling, tumbling into space. A section of water that had been Farcast under me fell away into a brief waterfall, but then the kayak was falling free from the water, spinning as it fell, and in my panic I dropped the fléchette pistol into the cockpit and grabbed the hull of the kayak, setting it spinning more wildly as it fell. I blinked through the flash echoes and tried to see how far I had to fall, even as the kayak went bow down and picked up speed. Blue sky above. Clouds all around, huge clouds, stratocumulus, rising thousands of meters above and falling more thousands of meters below. Cirrus many kilometers above me, black thunderstorms many kilometers below. There was nothing but sky, and I was falling into it. Beneath me, the brief waterfall from the river had separated into giant teardrops of moisture, as if someone had taken 100 buckets of water and hurled them into a bottomless chasm. The kayak spun and threatened to go stern over bow. I shifted forward in the little kayak and almost tumbled out, with only my crossed legs and the lashing of the little moisture skirt holding me in. I grabbed the rim of the cockpit in a white-knuckled, hopeless grip. Cold air whipped and roared around me as the kayak and I picked up speed, hurtling toward terminal velocity. Thousands and thousands of meters of empty open air lay between me and the lightning-darted clouds so far below. The two-bladed paddle ripped from its bracket and tumbled away in free fall. I did the only thing I could do under the circumstances. I opened my mouth and screamed. 11. Kenzo Isozaki could say honestly that he had never been afraid before in his life. Raised as a business samurai in the Fern Islands of Fuji, he had been taught and trained since infancy to be disdainful of fear and contemptuous of anyone who felt it. Caution he allowed. It had become an indispensable business tool for him, but fear was alien to his nature and his carefully constructed personality. Until this moment. M. Isozaki stood back, while the inner door of the airlock cycled open. Whatever awaited within had been on the surface of an airless, tumbling asteroid a minute earlier, and it was not wearing a spacesuit. Isozaki had chosen not to bring a weapon on the little asteroid hopper. Neither he nor the ship was armed. At this moment, as ice crystals billowed like fog from the opening airlock, and a humanoid figure stepped through, Kenzo Isozaki wondered if that had been a wise choice. The humanoid figure was human, or at least human in appearance. Tan skin, neatly cut gray hair, a perfectly tailored gray suit, gray eyes under lashes still rimmed with frost, and a white smile. "M. Isozaki," said Counselor Albedo. Isozaki bowed. He had brought his heart rate and breathing under his control, and now he concentrated on keeping his voice flat, level, and emotionless. "It is kind of you to respond to my invitation." Albedo crossed his arms. The smile remained on the tanned, handsome face, but Isozaki was not fooled by it. The seas around the Fern Islands of Fuji were thick with sharks, descended from the DNA recipes and frozen embryos of the early Bassard seed ships. "Invitation," said Counselor Albedo in a rich voice, "or summons?" Isozaki's head remained slightly bowed. His hands hung loosely at his sides. "Never a summons, M. You know my name, I think," said Albedo. "The rumors say that you are the same Counselor Albedo who advised Maina Gladstone almost 3 centuries ago, sir," said the CEO of the Pax Mercantilis. "I was more hologram than substance then," said Albedo, uncrossing his arms. "But the personality is the same. And you need not call me sir." Isozaki bowed slightly. Counselor Albedo stepped deeper into the little hopper. He ran his powerful fingers over consoles and the single pilot's couch and the rim of its empty high-G tank. "A modest ship for such a powerful person, M. Isozaki. I thought it best to exercise discretion, Counselor. May I call you that?" Instead of answering, Albedo took an aggressive step closer to the CEO. Isozaki did not flinch. "Did you feel it an act of discretion to release an AI viral teletaxis into Pachem's crude datasphere so that it could go looking for TechnoCore nodes?" Albedo's voice filled the hopper cabin. Kenzo Isozaki raised his eyes to meet the gray glare of the taller man. "Yes, Counselor. If the core still existed, it was imperative that the Mercantilis make personal contact. The teletaxis was programmed to self-destruct if detected by PAC's antiviral programs, and to inoculate only if it received an unmistakable core response." Counselor Albedo laughed. "Your AI teletaxis was about as subtle as the metaphorical turd in the proverbial punch bowl, Isozaki-san." The Mercantilis CEO blinked in surprise at the crudity. Albedo dropped into the acceleration couch, stretched, and said, "Sit down, my friend. You went to all that trouble to find us. You risked torture, excommunication, real execution, and the loss of your parking privileges in the Vatican skimmer park. You want to talk? Talk." Temporarily off balance, Isozaki looked for another surface on which to sit. He settled on a clear section of the plotting board. He disliked zero-G, so the crude internal containment field kept up a differential simulating one gravity, but the effect was inconsistent enough to keep Isozaki teetering on the edge of vertigo. He took a breath and gathered his thoughts. "You are serving the Vatican," he began. Albedo interrupted at once. "The core serves no one, Mercantilis man." Isozaki took another breath and began again. "Your interests and the Vatican's have overlapped to the point that the TechnoCore provides counsel and technology vital to the survival of the PACs." Counselor Albedo smiled and waited. Thinking, for what I will say next, His Holiness will feed me to the Grand Inquisitor. I will be on the pain machine for 100 lifetimes. Isozaki said, "Some of us within the Executive Council of the Pan-Capitalist League of Independent Catholic Transtellar Trade Organizations feel that the interests of the League and the interests of the TechnoCore may well hold more in common than those of the Core and the Vatican. We feel that an investigation of those common goals and interests would be beneficial to both parties." Counselor Albedo showed more of his perfect teeth. He said nothing. Feeling the hemp-like texture of the noose he was placing around his own neck, Isozaki said, "For 2 3/4 centuries, the Church and the PAC civil authorities have held as official policy that the TechnoCore was destroyed in the fall of the Farcasters. Millions of those close to power on worlds across PAC space know the rumors of the Core's survival. The rumors of our death are greatly exaggerated," said Counselor Albedo. So, continued Isozaki, "with the full understanding that this alliance between Core personalities and the Vatican has been beneficial to both parties, Counselor, the League would like to suggest ways in which a similar direct alliance with our trading organization would bring more immediate and tangible benefits to your, society." "Suggest a way, Isozaki-san," said Counselor Albedo, leaning farther back in the pilot's chair. "One," said Isozaki, his voice growing firmer, "the Pax Mercantilis is expanding in ways which no religious organization can hope to do, however hierarchical or universally accepted it might be. Capitalism is regaining power throughout the Pax. It is the true glue that holds the hundreds of worlds together. 2, the Church continues to carry on its endless war with the Ousters and with rebellious elements within the Pax sphere of influence. The Pax Mercantilis views all such conflicts as a waste of energy and precious human and material resources. More importantly, it involves the TechnoCore in human squabbles that can neither further core interests nor advance core goals. 3. While the Church and the Pax utilize such obviously core-derived technologies as the instantaneous Gideon drive and the resurrection creches, the Church gives the TechnoCore no credit for these inventions. Indeed, the Church still holds the core up as an enemy to its billions of faithful, portraying the core entities as having been destroyed because they were in league with the devil. The Pax Mercantilis has no need for such prejudice and artifice. If the core were to choose continued concealment when allied with us, we should honor that policy, always willing to present the core as visible and appreciated partners when and if you should so decide. In the meantime, however, the League would move to end, for now and forever, the demonization of the TechnoCore in history, lore, and the minds of human beings everywhere. Councillor Albedo looked thoughtful. After a moment of gazing out the port at the tumbling asteroid beyond, he said, "So you will make us rich and respectable?" Kenzo Isozaki said nothing. He felt that his future and the balance of power in human space was teetering on a knife's edge. He could not read Albedo. The cybrid's sarcasm could well be a prelude to negotiation. "What would we do with the Church?" asked Albedo. "More than 2.5 human centuries of silent partnership?" Isozaki willed his heart rate to slow again. "We do not wish to interrupt any relationship which the core has found useful or profitable," he said softly. "As business people, we in the League are trained to see the limitations of any religion-based interstellar society. Dogma and hierarchy are endemic to such structures. Indeed, such are the structures of any theocracy. As business people dedicated to the mutual profit of ourselves and our business associates, we see ways in which a second level of core human cooperation, however secretive or limited, should and would be beneficial to both parties." Councillor Albedo nodded again. "Isozaki-san, do you remember in your private office in the Taurus, when you had your associate, Anna Pelekonyani, remove her clothes?" Isozaki retained a neutral expression, but only by the utmost effort of will. The fact that the core was looking into his private office, recording every transaction, made his blood literally chill. "You asked, then," continued Albedo, "why we had helped the Church refine the cruciform. To what ends, I believe you said. Where is the benefit to the core?" Isozaki watched the man in gray, but more than ever he felt that he was locked in the little asteroid hopper with a cobra that had reared up and opened its hood. "Have you ever owned a dog, Isozaki-san?" asked Albedo. Still thinking about cobras, the Mercantilis CEO could only stare. "A dog?" he said after a moment. "No, not personally. Dogs were not common on my home world." "Ah, that's right," said Albedo, showing his white teeth again. "Sharks were the pet of choice on your island. I believe that you had a baby shark which you tried to tame when you were about 6 standard years old. You named it Kaigo, if I am not mistaken." Isozaki could not have spoken if his life had depended upon it at that second. "And how did you keep your growing baby shark from eating you when you swam together in the Shioko Lagoon, Isozaki-san?" After a moment of trying, Isozaki managed, "Collar." "I beg your pardon?" Councillor Albedo leaned closer. "Collar," said the CEO. Small, perfectly black spots were dancing in the periphery of his vision. "Shock collar. We had to carry the transmitter palm keys, the same devices our fishermen used." "Ah, yes," said Albedo, still smiling. "If your pet did something naughty, you brought it back into line, with just a touch of your finger. He held his hand out, cupping it as if he were cradling an invisible palm key. His tanned finger came down on an invisible button. It was not so much like an electrical shock passing through Kenzo Isozaki's body, more like radiating waves of pure, unadulterated agony, beginning in his chest, beginning in the cruciform embedded under his skin and flesh and bone, and radiating out like telegraph signals of pain, flowing through the hundreds of meters of fibers and nematodes and clustered nodes of cruciform tissue, metastasized through his body like rooted tumors. Isozaki screamed and doubled over in pain. He collapsed to the floor of the hopper. "I believe that your palm keys could give old Kaigo increasing jolts if he got aggressive," mused Counselor Albedo. "Wasn't that the case, Isozaki-san?" His fingers tapped at empty air again, as if cueing a palm key. The pain grew worse. Isozaki urinated in his ship's suit, and would have voided his bowels if they had not been already empty. He tried to scream again, but his jaws clamped tight, as if from violent tetanus. Enamel on his teeth cracked and chipped away. He tasted blood as he bit through a corner of his tongue. "On a scale of 10, that would have been about a 2 for old Kaigo, I think," said Counselor Albedo. He stood and walked to the airlock, tapping the cycling combination in. Writhing on the floor, his body and brain useless appendages to a cruciform of horrific pain radiating through his body, Isozaki tried to scream through his locked jaws. His eyes were swelling out of their sockets. Blood ran from his nose and ears. Finished with cycling the airlock combination, Counselor Albedo tapped at the invisible key in his palm once again. The pain vanished. Isozaki vomited across the deck plates. Every muscle in his body twitched randomly while his nerves seemed to misfire. "I will bring your proposal to the 3 elements of the TechnoCore," Counselor Albedo said formally. "The proposition will be discussed and considered most seriously. In the meantime, my friend, your discretion will be counted upon." Isozaki tried to make an intelligible noise, but he could only curl up and retch on the metal floor. To his horror, his spasming bowels were passing wind in a ripple of flatulence. "And there will be no more AI viral teletaxes released in anyone's data sphere, will there, Isozaki-san?" Albedo stepped into the airlock and cycled the door shut. Outside the port, the slashed rock of the unnamed asteroid tumbled and spun in dynamics known only to the gods of chaos mathematics. It took Rhadamonth Nemes and her 3 siblings only a few minutes to fly the dropship from Pax Base Bombasino to the village of Lockchild Lomond on the slate-dry world of Vitus Grey Balianus B. But the trip was complicated by the presence of 3 military skimmers that meddling fool Commander Solzhenitsyn had sent along in escort. Nemes knew from the secure tight-beam traffic between the base and the skimmers that the base commander had sent his aide, the bumbling Colonel Vinara, to take personal charge of the expedition. More than that, Nemes knew that the colonel would be in charge of nothing. That is, Vinara would be so wired with real-time holosim pickups and tight-beam squirters that Solzhenitsyn would be in actual command of the Pax troopers without showing his jowled face again. By the time they were hovering over the proper village, although village seemed too formal a term for the 4-tiered strip of adobe houses that ran along the west side of the river, just as hundreds of other homes had for almost the entire way between the base and here, the skimmers had caught up and were spiraling in for a landing, while Nemes looked for a site large enough and firm enough to hold the dropship. The doors of the adobe homes were painted bright primary colors. People on the street wore robes of the same hue. Nemes knew the reason for this display of color. She had accessed both their ship's memory and the encrypted Bombasino files on the Spectrum Helix people. The data was interesting only in that it suggested that these human oddities were slow to convert to the cross. slower still to submit to Pax control. Likely, in other words, to help a rebellious child, man, and one-armed android hide from the authorities. The skimmers landed on the dike road bordering the canal. Nemes brought the dropship down in a park, partially destroying an artesian well. Gyges shifted in his co-pilot seat and raised an eyebrow. "Scylla and Briareus will go out to make the formal search," Nemes said aloud. "You stay here with me." She had noted with no pride or vanity that her clone siblings had long since submitted to her authority, despite the death threat they had brought from the three elements, and the certainty of it being carried out if she were to fail again. The other female and male went down the ramp and through the crowd of brightly robed people. Troopers in combat armor, visors sealed, jogged to meet them. Watching on the common optic channel, not via tight beam or vid pickup, Nemes recognized Colonel Vinara's voice through his helmet speaker. "The mayor, a woman named Sesgia, refuses permission for us to search the houses." Nemes could see Briareus's contemptuous smile reflected on the colonel's polished visor. It was like looking at a reflection of herself with slightly stronger bone structure. "And you allow this mayor to dictate to you?" said Briareus. Colonel Vinara raised a gauntleted hand. "The Pax recognizes the indigenous authorities until they have become part of the Pax Protectorate." Scylla said, "You said that Dr. Molina left a Pax trooper as guard." Vinara nodded. His breathing was amplified through the morphic amber helmet. "There is no sign of that trooper. We have attempted to establish communications since we left Bombasino." "Doesn't this trooper have a trace chip surgically implanted?" said Scylla. "No, it is woven into his impact armor." "And?" "We found the armor in a well several streets over," said Colonel Vinara. Scylla's voice remained level. "I presume the trooper was not in the armor." "No," said the colonel, "just the armor and helmet. There was no body in the well." "Pity," said Scylla. She started to turn away, but then looked back at the Pax colonel. "Just armor, you say? No weapon?" "No." Vinara's voice was gloomy. "I've ordered a search of the streets, and we will question the citizens until someone volunteers the location of the house where the missing spacer was put under arrest by Dr. Molina. Then we will surround it and demand the surrender of all inside. I have, requested the civil courts in Bombasino consider our request for a search warrant." Briareus said, "Good plan, Colonel, if the glaciers don't arrive first and cover the village before the warrant is issued." "Glaciers?" said Colonel Vinara. "Never mind," said Scylla. "If it is acceptable to you, we shall help you search the adjoining streets, and await proper authorization for a house-to-house search." To Nemes, she broadcast on the internal band, "Now what?" "Stay with him and do just what you offered," sent Nemes. "Be courteous and law-abiding. We don't want to find Endymion or the girl with these idiots around. Gyges and I will go to fast time." "Good hunting," sent Briareus. Gyges was already waiting at the dropship lock. Nemes said, "I'll take the town. You move downriver to the Farcaster Arch and make sure that nothing gets through, going upriver or down, without your checking it out. Phase down to send a squirt message, and I'll shift periodically to check the band. If you find him or the girl, ping me." It was possible to communicate via common band while phase shifted, but the energy expenditure was so horribly high, above and beyond the unimaginable energy needed just for the phase shift, that it was infinitely more economical to shift down at intervals to check the common band. Even a ping alarm would use the equivalent of this world's entire energy budget for a year. Gyges nodded, and the two phase-shifted in unison, becoming chrome sculptures of a naked male and female. Outside the lock, the air seemed to thicken and the light deepen. Sound ceased. Movement stopped. Human figures became slightly out-of-focus statues, with their wind-rippled robes stiff and frozen like the trappings on bronze sculptures. Nemes did not understand the physics of phase shifting. She did not have to understand it in order to use it. She knew that it was neither the anti-entropic nor the hyper-entropic manipulation of time, although the future UI had both of those seemingly magical technologies at its command, nor some sort of speeding up that would have had sonic booms crashing and the air temperature boiling in their wake, but that phase shifting was a sort of sidestepping into the hollowed-out boundaries of space-time. You will become, in the nicest sense, rats scurrying in the walls of the rooms of time, had said the core entity most responsible for her creation. Nemes was not offended by the comparison. She knew the unimaginable amounts of energy that had to be transferred from the core via the void which binds to her or her siblings when they phase-shifted. The elements had to respect even their own instruments to divert so much energy in their direction. The two reflective figures jogged down the ramp and went opposite directions. Gyges south toward the Farcaster, Nemes past her frozen siblings and the sculptures of Pax troopers and Spectrum citizens, into the Adobe City. It took her literally no time at all to find the house with the handcuffed Pax trooper asleep in the corner bedroom facing the canal. She rummaged through the downloaded Pax-Base Bombasino files to identify the sleeping trooper. A Lusian named Jaron Potts, 38 standard years old, a lazy, initiative-free alcohol addict, 2 years away from retirement, 6 demotions and 3 sentences to brig time in his file, assignments relegated to garrison duty and the most mundane base tasks, and then she deleted the file. The trooper was of no interest to her. Checking once to make sure that the house was empty, Radamonth Nemes dropped out of phase shift and stood a moment in the bedroom. Sound and movement returned. The snoring of the handcuffed trooper, movement of pedestrians along the canal walk, a soft breeze stirring white curtains, the rumble of distant traffic, and even the samurai armor rustles of the Pax troopers jogging through adjoining streets and alleys in their useless search. Standing over the Pax trooper, Nemes extended her hand and first finger, as if pointing at the man's neck. A needle emerged from under her fingernail and extended the 10 centimeters to the sleeping man's neck, sliding under the skin and flesh with only the slightest speck of blood to show the intrusion. The trooper did not wake. Nemes withdrew the needle and examined the blood within. Dangerous levels of C27, H45OH. Lusians frequently were at risk from high cholesterol, as well as a low platelet count, suggesting the presence of incipient immune thrombocytopenic purpura, probably brought about by the trooper's early years in hard radiation environments on any of several garrison worlds. A blood alcohol level of 122 milligrams per 100 milliliters. The trooper was drunk, although his alcoholic past probably allowed him to hide most of the effects. And voila! The presence of the artificial opiate called Ultramorph mixed with heightened levels of caffeine. Nemes smiled. Someone had drugged the trooper with sleep-inducing amounts of Ultramorph mixed with tea or coffee, but had done so while taking care to keep the levels below a dangerous overdose. She sniffed the air. Nemes's ability to detect and identify distinct airborne organic molecules, that is, her sense of smell, was about 3 times more sensitive than a typical gas chromatograph mass spectrometers. In other words, somewhere above that of the old Earth canine called a bloodhound. The room was filled with a distinctive sense of many people. Some of the smells were old, a few were very recent. She identified the Lusian trooper's alcoholic stink, several subtle, musky female scents, the molecular imprint of at least 2 children, one deeply into puberty and the other younger but afflicted with some cancer requiring chemotherapy, and 2 adult males, one bearing the distinct sweat impressions of the diet of this planet, the other being at once familiar and alien. Alien, because the man still carried the scent of a world Nemes had never visited. Familiar, because it was the distinctive human smell she had filed away. Raul Endymion. still carrying the scent of old Earth with him. Nemes walked from room to room, but there was no hint of the peculiar scent she had encountered 4 years earlier of the girl named Aenea, nor the antiseptic android smell of the servant called Abetic. Only Raul Endymion had been here, but he had been here only moments before. Nemes followed the scent trail to the trap door beneath the hall flooring. Ripping the door open despite its multiple locks, she paused before descending the ladder. She squirted the information on the common band, not receiving a responding ping from Gyges, who was probably phase-shifted. It had been only 90 seconds since they had left the ship. Nemes smiled. She could ping Gyges, and he would be here before Raul Endymion and the others in the tunnel below had taken another 10 heartbeats. But Radamonth Nemes would like to settle this score alone. Still smiling, she jumped into the hole and dropped 8 meters to the tunnel floor below. The tunnel was lighted. Nemes sniffed the cool air, separating the adrenaline-rich scent of Raul Endymion from the other human odors. The Hyperion-born fugitive was nervous, and he had been ill or injured. Nemes picked up the underlying smell of sweat tinged with ultramorph. Endymion had certainly been the off-worlder treated by Dr. Molina, and someone had used painkillers prescribed for him on the hapless Lusian trooper. Nemes phase shifted and began jogging down a tunnel now filled with thickened light. No matter how much of a head start Endymion and his allies had on her, she would catch them now. It would have pleased Nemes to slice the troublemaker's head off while she was still phase-shifted, the decapitation seeming supernatural to the real-time onlookers, performed by an invisible executioner. But she needed information from Raul Endymion. She did not need him conscious, however. The simplest plan would be to pluck him away from his Spectrum Helix friends, surrounding him with the same phased field that protected Nemes, drive a needle into his brain to immobilize him, return him to the dropship, stow him in the resurrection creche there, and then go through the charade of thanking Colonel Vinara and Commander Solznikov for their help. They could interrogate Raul Endymion once their ship had left orbit. Nemes would run microfibers into the man's brain, extracting RNA and memories at will. Endymion would never regain consciousness. When she and her siblings had learned what they needed from his memories, she would terminate him and dump the body into space. The goal was to find the child named Aenea. Suddenly, the lights went out. While I am phase-shifted, thought Nemes, impossible. Nothing could happen that quickly. She skidded to a halt. There was no light at all in the tunnel, nothing she could amplify. She switched to infrared, scanning the passageway ahead and behind her. Empty. She opened her mouth and emitted a sonar scream, turning quickly to do the same behind her. Emptiness. The ultrasound shriek, echoing back off the ends of the tunnel. She modified the field around her to blast a deep radar pulse in both directions. The tunnel was empty, but the deep radar recorded mazes of similar tunnels for kilometers in all directions. 30 meters ahead, beyond a thick metal door, there was an underground garage with an assortment of vehicles and human forms in it. Still suspicious, Nemes dropped out of phase shift for an instant to see how the lights could have gone out in a microsecond. The form was directly in front of her. Nemes had less than a 10,000th of a second to phase shift again as 4 bladed fists struck her with the force of 100,000 pile drivers. She was driven back the length of the tunnel, through the splintering ladder, through the tunnel wall of solid rock, and deep into the stone itself. The lights stayed out. In the 20 standard days during which the Grand Inquisitor stayed on Mars, he learned to hate it far more than he thought he could ever hate hell itself. The Simoom planetary dust storm blew every day he was there. Despite the fact that he and his 21-person team had taken over the governor's palace on the outskirts of the city of St. Malachi, and despite the fact that the palace was theoretically as hermetically sealed as a packed spaceship, its air filtered and boosted and refiltered, its windows consisting of 52 layers of high-impact plastic, its entrances more airlock seals than doors, the Martian dust got in. When John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa took his needle shower in the morning, the dust he had accumulated in the night ran in red rivulets of mud into the shower drain. When the Grand Inquisitor's valet helped him pull on his cassock and robes in the morning, all of the clothing fresh cleaned during the night, there were already traces of red grit in the silken folds. As Mustafa ate breakfast, alone in the governor's dining room, grit ground between his molars. During the Holy Office interviews and interrogations held in the echoing great ballroom of the palace, the Grand Inquisitor could feel the dust building up in his ankle hose and collar and hair and under his perfectly manicured fingernails. Outside, it was ridiculous. Skimmers and scorpions were grounded. The spaceport operated only a few hours of the day, during the rare lulls in the simoom. Parked ground vehicles soon became humps and drifts of red sand, and even PAX quality filters could not keep the red particles out of the engines and motors and solid-state modules. A few ancient crawlers and rovers and fusion rocket shuttles kept food and information flowing to and from the capital. But to all intents and purposes, the PAX government and military on Mars had come to a standstill. It was on the 5th day of the simoom that reports came in of Palestinian attacks on PAX bases on the Tharsis Plateau. Major Piet, the governor's laconic ground force commander, took a company of mixed PAX and Home Guard troopers and set out in crawlers and tracked APCs. They were ambushed 100 clicks short of the plateau approach, and only Piet and half his command returned to St. Malachi. By the second week, reports came in of Palestinian attacks on a dozen garrison posts in both hemispheres. All contact was lost with the Hellas contingent, and the South Polar Station radioed the Gibril that it was preparing to surrender to the attacking forces. Governor Claire Paulo, working out of a small office that had belonged to one of her aides, conferred with Archbishop Robeson and the Grand Inquisitor, and released tactical fusion and plasma weapons to the beleaguered garrisons. Cardinal Mustafa agreed to the use of the Gibril as a weapons platform in the struggle against the Palestinians, and South Polar 1 was slagged from orbit. The Home Guard, PAX, Fleet Marines, Swiss Guard, and Holy Office commands concentrated on making sure that the capital of St. Malachi, its cathedral, and the governor's palace were secure from attack. In the relentless dust storm, any indigene that approached within 8 clicks of the city perimeter and who was not wearing a PAX-issued transponder was lanced and the bodies recovered later. A few were Palestinian guerrillas. "The simoom can't last forever," grumbled Commander Browning, the head of the Holy Office Security Forces. "It can last another 3 to 4 standard months," said Major Piet, his upper torso bulky in a burn cast. "Perhaps longer." The work of the Holy Office Inquisition was going nowhere. The militia troopers who had first discovered the massacre in Arafat Kafia were interviewed again under Truth-Tell and Neuroprobe, but their stories remained the same. The Holy Office forensic experts worked with the coroners at St. Malachi's infirmary only to confirm that none of the 362 corpses could be resurrected. The Shrike had ripped out every node and millifiber of their cruciforms. Queries were sent back to Pachem via instantaneous drive drone regarding the identities of the victims and, more importantly, the nature of the Opus Dei operations on Mars and the reasons for the advanced spaceport. But when a drone returned after 14 local days, it brought only the IDs of the murdered and no explanation of their connection to Opus Dei or the motives for that organization's efforts on Mars. After 15 days of dust storm, more reports of continued Palestinian attacks on convoys and garrisons, and long days of interrogation and evidence sifting that led nowhere, the Grand Inquisitor was happy to hear Captain Womack call on secure tight beam from the Gibril to announce that there was an emergency that would require the Grand Inquisitor and his entourage to return to orbit as soon as possible. The Gibral was one of the newest Archangel-class starships, and it looked functional and deadly to Cardinal Mustafa, as their dropships closed the last few kilometers to rendezvous. The Grand Inquisitor knew little about Pax warships, but even he could see that Captain Womack had morphed the starship to battle readiness. The various booms and sensor arrays had been drawn in beneath the starship's skin. The bulge of the Gideon drive had sprouted laser-reflective armor, and the various weapons portals were cleared for action. Behind the Archangel, Mars turned, a dust-shrouded disk the color of dried blood. Cardinal Mustafa hoped that this would be his last view of the place. Father Farrell pointed out that all 8 of the Mars System Task Force's torch ships were within 500 clicks of the Gibral, a tight defensive grouping by space-going standards, and the Grand Inquisitor realized that something serious was in the offing. Mustafa's dropship was the first to dock, and Womack met them in the airlock antechamber. The interior containment field gave them gravity. "My apologies for interrupting your inquisition, Your Excellency," began the captain. "Never mind that," said Cardinal Mustafa, shaking sand from the folds of his robe. "What is so important, Captain?" Womack blinked at the entourage emerging from the airlock behind the Grand Inquisitor. Father Farrell, of course, followed by Security Commander Browning, 3 Holy Office aides, Marine Sergeant Nell Kasner, the Resurrection Chaplain Bishop Ertl, and Major Piet, the former ground force commander whom Cardinal Mustafa had liberated from Governor Paulo's service. The Grand Inquisitor saw the captain's hesitation. "You can speak freely, Captain. All in this group have been cleared by the Holy Office." Womack nodded. "Your Excellency, we have found the ship." Cardinal Mustafa must have stared his incomprehension. "The heavy-duty freighter that must have left Mars orbit the day of the massacre, Your Excellency," continued the captain. "We knew that their dropships had rendezvoused with some ship that day." "Yes," said the Grand Inquisitor, "but we assumed that it would be long gone, translated to whatever star system it was bound for." "Yes, sir," said Womack, "but on the off chance that the ship had never spun up to C+, I had the dropships do an in-system search. We found the freighter in the system's asteroid belt." "Was that its destination?" asked Mustafa. The captain was shaking his head. "I think not, Excellency. The freighter is cold and dead. It's tumbling. Our instruments show no life on board, no systems powered up, not even the fusion drive." "But it is a starship freighter?" questioned Father Farrell. Captain Womack turned toward the tall, thin man. "Yes, Father. The HHMS Saigon Maru, a 3-million-ton ore and bulk freighter that's seen service since the days of the hegemony." "Mercantilus," the Grand Inquisitor said softly. Womack looked grim. "Originally, Your Excellency. But our records show that the Saigon Maru was decommissioned from the Mercantilus fleet and rendered into scrap metal 8 standard years ago." Cardinal Mustafa and Father Farrell exchanged glances. "Have you boarded the ship yet, Captain?" asked Commander Browning. "No," said Womack. "Because of the political implications, I thought it best if His Excellency were aboard and authorized such a search." "Very good," said the Grand Inquisitor. "Also," said Captain Womack, "I wanted the full complement of Marines and Swiss Guard troopers aboard first." "Why is that, sir?" asked Major Piet. His uniform looked bulky over his burn cast. "Something's not right," said the captain, looking at the Major and then at the Grand Inquisitor. "Something's very much not right." More than 200 light-years from Mars System, Task Force Gideon was completing its task of destroying Lucifer. The 7th and final Ousters system in their punitive expedition was the hardest to finish off. A yellow G-type star with 6 worlds, 2 of them inhabitable without terraforming, the system was crawling with Ousters. Military bases out beyond the asteroids, berthing rocks in the asteroid belt, angel environments around the innermost water world, refueling depots in low orbit around the gas giant, and an orbital forest being grown between what would have been the orbits of Venus and old Earth in the old Sol system. It took Gideon 10 standard days to search out and kill a majority of these nodes of Ouster life. When they were done, Admiral Aldecocte called for a physical conference of the 7 captains aboard His Holiness's ship Uriel and revealed that the plans had been changed. The expedition had been so successful that they would seek out new targets and continue the attack. Aldecocte had dispatched a Gideon Drive drone to Pachem system and received permission to extend the mission. The 7 Archangels would translate to the nearest Pax base, Tau Cetai system, where they would be rearmed, refitted, refueled, and joined by 5 new Archangels. Probes had already targeted a dozen new Ouster systems, none of which had yet received news of the massacre along Task Force Gideon's swath of destruction. Counting resurrection time, they would be attacking again within 10 standard days. The 7 captains returned to their 7 ships and prepared for the translation from Target System Lucifer to Tau Cetai Center Base. Aboard HHS Raphael, Commander Hogan Hoag Liebler was uneasy. Besides his official capacity as executive officer of the starship, second in command to Father Captain de Soya, Liebler was paid to spy on the Father Captain and to report any suspicious behavior, first to the Chief of Holy Office Security aboard Admiral Aldecocte's flagship, the Uriel, and then, as far as the executive officer could tell, all the way up the chain of command to the legendary Cardinal Lordusimi. Liebler's problem at the moment was that he was suspicious but could not articulate the cause for his suspicions. The spy could hardly tight-beam the Uriel with the dangerous news that the crew of Father Captain de Soya's Raphael had been going to confession too frequently, but that was precisely one of the causes of Liebler's concern. Of course, Hoag Liebler was not a spy by training or inclination. He was a gentleman of reduced circumstances, forced first by financial constraints to exercise a Renaissance minor gentleman's option of joining the military, and then constrained further by loyalty to his Pax and Church, he convinced himself, more than by the constant need for money to reclaim and restore his estates, into spying on his captain. The confessions were not all that out of the ordinary. The crew was made up of faithful, church and confession-going born-again Christian soldiers, of course, and the circumstances in which they found themselves, the possibility of a true and eternal death if one of the Ouster fusion weapons or K-beams made it through defensive containment fields, certainly added to the urgency of that faith. But Liebler sensed some extra factor at work in all these confessions since Target System Mammon. During the lulls in the vicious fighting here in Target System Lucifer, the entire crew and Swiss Guard complement of the Raphael, some 27 hands in all, not counting the bewildered executive officer, had been cycling through the confessional like spacers at an outback port whorehouse, and the confessional was the one place at which even the ship's executive officer could not linger and eavesdrop. Liebler could not imagine what conspiracy could possibly be afoot. Mutiny made no sense. First, it was unthinkable. No crew in the nearly 3 centuries of Pax fleet had ever mutinied nor come close to mutiny. Second, it was absurd. Mutineers did not flock to the confessional to discuss the sin of a planned mutiny with the captain of the ship. Perhaps Father Captain de Soya was recruiting these men and women for some nefarious deed, but Hoag Liebler could not imagine anything the priest captain could offer that would suborn these loyal Pax spacers and Swiss Guard troopers. The crew did not like Hoag Liebler. He was used to being disliked by classmates and shipmates. It was the curse of his natural-born aristocracy, he knew. But he could not imagine them banding together to plan some evil deed directed his way. If Father Captain de Soya had somehow seduced this crew into treason, the worst they could do was attempt to steal the Archangel. Liebler suspected that this remote possibility was the reason he had been placed aboard as a spy. But to what end? Raphael was never out of touch with the other Archangels in the Gideon task force. except for the instant of C+ translation and the 2 days of hurried resurrection. So if the crew turned traitor and attempted to steal the ship, the other 6 archangels would cut them down in an instant. The thought made Hoag Liebler physically queasy. He disliked dying and did not wish to do so more than necessary. Moreover, it would not help his career as a restored lord of the manor on Renaissance Minor if his service duty was remembered as being a part of the crew that turned treasonous. It was possible, he realized, that Cardinal Lordusamy, or whoever was at the apex of his espionage food chain, might have him tortured, excommunicated, and executed to the true death, along with the rest of the crew, just to conceal the fact that the Vatican had put a spy aboard. This thought made Hoag Liebler more than queasy. He consoled himself with the thought that such an act of treason was not just unlikely, it was insane. It was not like the old days on Old Earth, or some other water world that Liebler had read about, where an ocean-going warship goes rogue and turns pirate, preying on merchant ships and terrorizing ports. There was nowhere for a stolen archangel to run to, nowhere to hide, and nowhere to rearm and refit the ship. Pax's fleet would have their guts for garters. Commander Hoag Liebler continued to feel queasy and uneasy despite all this forced logic. He was on the flight deck 4 hours into their spin-up to the translation point to Tau Cetai system when the priority squirt came in from Uriel. 5 Ouster Torchship-class destroyers had been hiding in the charged particle dust torus of the inner moon of the outer gas giant, and were now making a run toward their own translation points, using the G-type sun as a shield between them and the Gideon task force. The Gabriel and the Raphael were to deviate from their translation arcs enough to find a firing trajectory for their remaining C+ hyperkinetic missiles, destroy the torch ships, and then to resume their exits from Lucifer's system. Uriel estimated that the 2 archangels could spin up to translation about 8 hours after the other 5 ships had departed. Father Captain de Soya acknowledged the squirt and ordered a change of course, and Commander Liebler monitored the tight beam traffic, as Mother Captain Stone aboard Gabriel did likewise. The Admiral isn't leaving Raphael behind alone, thought the executive officer. My masters aren't the only ones that don't trust de Soya. It was not an exciting chase, not actually a chase at all when it came down to it. Given the gravitational dynamics of this system, it would take the old Hawking Drive Ouster torch ships about 14 hours to reach relativistic velocities prior to spin-up. The 2 archangels would be in firing position within 4 hours. The Ousters had no weapons that could reach all the way across this system to hurt the archangels. Both Gabriel and Raphael had enough weaponry in their depleted stock to destroy the torch ships a dozen times over. If all else failed, they would use the hated death beams. Commander Liebler had the con. The priest captain had gone to his cubby to catch a few hours of sleep, when the 2 archangels cleared the sun for a firing solution. The rest of Task Force Gideon had long since translated. Liebler turned in his acceleration chair to buzz the captain, when suddenly the blast portal irised, and Father Captain de Soya and several others stepped in. For a moment Liebler forgot his suspicions, forgot even that he had been paid to be suspicious, as he goggled at the unlikely group. Besides the captain, there was that Swiss Guard sergeant, Gregorius, and 2 of his troopers. Also in attendance were Weapons Systems Officer Wizzo, Whizzo, Commander Karel Shan, Energy Systems Officer Esso, ESSO, Lieutenant Paul Denish, Environmental Systems Officer Viro, VIRO, Commander Betts Argyle, and Propulsion Systems Engineer GoPro, GOPRO, Lieutenant Elijah Hussein Meyer. "What in the hell?" began Executive Officer XO Liebler, and then stopped. The Swiss Guard sergeant was holding a neural stunner, and it was aimed at Liebler's face. Hoag Liebler had been carrying a concealed fléchette pistol in his boot for weeks, but he forgot about it completely at this moment. He had never had a weapon aimed at him before, not even a stunner, and the effect of it made him want to urinate down his own pant leg. He concentrated on not doing that. This left little room to concentrate on anything else. One of the female troopers came over and lifted the pistol out of his boot. Liebler stared at it as if he had never seen it before. "Hogue," said Father Captain de Soya. "I'm sorry about this. We took a vote and decided that there was no time to try to convince you to join us. You're going to have to go away for a while." Summoning up all the dialogue he had ever heard from holodramas, Liebler began blustering. "You'll never get away with this. Gabriel will destroy you. You'll all be tortured and hanged. They'll rip your cruciforms right out of your—" The stunner in the giant sergeant's hand hummed. Hogue Liebler would have gone face down onto the deck if the female trooper had not caught him and lowered him carefully to the deck plates. Father Captain de Soya took his place in the command chair. "Break away from this course," he said to Lieutenant Meyer at the helm. "Set in our translation coordinates. Full emergency acceleration. Go to full combat readiness." The priest captain glanced down at Liebler. "Put him in his resurrection creche and set it to store." The troopers carried out the sleeping man. Even before Father Captain de Soya ordered the ship's internal containment field set to 0G for battle stations, the priest captain had that brief but exhilarating sense of flying one feels in the instant after having jumped off a cliff before gravity reasserts its absolute imperatives. In truth, their ship was now groaning under more than 600 gravities of fusion acceleration, almost 180% of normal high boost. Any interruption in the containment field would kill them in less than an instant. But the translation point was now less than 40 minutes away. De Soya was not sure what he was doing was right. The thought of being a traitor to his church and Pax fleet was the most terrible thing in the world to him. But he knew that if he did indeed have an immortal soul, he had no other choice in the matter. Actually, what made Father Captain de Soya think that a miracle might be involved, or at least that a very improbable stroke of luck had occurred, was the fact that 7 others had agreed to come along with him in this doomed mutiny. 8, including himself, out of a crew of 28. The other 20 were sleeping off neural stuns in their resurrection creches. De Soya knew that the 8 of them could handle Raphael's systems and tasks under most circumstances. He was lucky, or blessed, that several of the essential flight officers had come along. In the beginning, he thought it was going to be Gregorius, his 2 young troopers, and himself. The first suggestion of mutiny had come from the 3 Swiss Guard soldiers after their cleansing of the second berthing asteroid in Lucifer's system. Despite their oaths to the Pax, the Church, and the Swiss Guard, the slaughter of infants had been too much like murder for them. Lancers Donna Fu and Enos Del Reno had first gone to their sergeant, and then come with Gregorius to Father Captain de Soya's confessional with their plan to defect. Originally, they had asked for absolution if they decided to jump ship in the Ousters system. De Soya had asked them to consider an alternate plan. The propulsion systems engineer, Lieutenant Meyer, had come to confession with the same concerns. The wholesale slaughter of the beautiful force-field angels, which he had watched in tactical space, had sickened the young man and made him want to return to his ancestral religions of Judaism and Islam. Instead, he had gone to confession to admit his spiritual weakening. Father Captain de Soya had amazed Meyer by telling him that his concerns were not in conflict with true Christianity. In the days that followed, Environmental Systems Officer Commander Betts Argyle and Energy Systems Officer Lieutenant Paul Denish followed their consciences to the confessional. Denish was among the hardest to convince, but long, whispered conversations with his cubby-mate Lieutenant Meyer brought him along. Wizzo Commander Carl Schahn was the last to join. The weapons system officer could no longer authorize death beam attacks. He had not slept in 3 weeks. De Soya had realized during their last day in Lucifer system that none of the other officers was about to defect. They saw their work as distasteful but necessary. When push came to shove, he realized, the majority of flight officers and the remaining 3 Swiss Guard troopers would have sided with XO Hogue Liebler. Father Captain de Soya and Sergeant Gregorius decided not to give them the chance. "The Gabriel is hailing us, Father Captain," said Lieutenant Denish. The SO was plugged into Comtact as well as into his energy system's console. De Soya nodded. "Everyone make sure your couch creches are active." It was an unnecessary order, he knew. Every crew member went into battle stations or C+ translation in his or her acceleration couch, each rigged as an automated resurrection creche. Before jacking into tactical, de Soya checked their trajectory on the center pit display. They were pulling away from Gabriel, although the other Archangel had gone to 300 gravities of boost and had altered course to parallel Raphael's. Across Lucifer's solar system, the 5 Ouster torch ships were still crawling toward their own translation points. De Soya wished them well, knowing all the while that the only reason the ships still existed was the momentary distraction Raphael's puzzling course change had caused for Gabriel. He plugged in to Command TactSim. Instantly, he was a giant standing in space. The 6 worlds and countless moons and nascent, burning orbital forests of Lucifer spread out at his belt level. Far beyond the burning sun, the 6 Ouster motes balanced on tiny fusion tails. Gabriel's tail was much longer, Raphael's the longest yet, its brilliance rivaling the central stars. Mother Captain Stone stood waiting a few giants' paces from de Soya. "Federico," she said, "what in Christ's name are you doing?" De Soya had considered not answering Gabriel's hail. If it would have offered them a few more minutes, he would have stayed silent. But he knew Stone. She would not hesitate. On a separate tactical channel, he glanced at the translation plot. 36 minutes to shift point. "Captain, 4 missile launches detected. Translating now." It was Wizzo Commander Sean on the secure conduction line. Father Captain de Soya felt sure that he had not visibly jumped or reacted in front of Mother Captain Stone in tactical. On his own bone line, he subvocalized, "It's all right, Caro. I can see them on TAC. They've translated toward the Ouster ships." To Stone, he said on tactical, "You've launched against the Ousters." Stone's face was tight, even in sim light. "Of course. Why haven't you, Federico?" Rather than answer, de Soya stepped closer to the central sun and watched the missiles emerge from Hawking Drive immediately in front of the 6 Ouster torch ships. They detonated within seconds, 2 fusion followed by 2 broader plasma. All of the Ousters had their defensive containment fields to maximum, an orange glow in tactical sim, but the close-range bursts overloaded all of them. The images went from orange to red to white, and then 3 of the ships simply ceased to exist as material objects. 2 became scattered fragments, tumbling toward the now infinitely distant translation points. 1 torch ship remained intact, but its containment field dropped away, and its fusion tail disappeared. If anyone aboard had survived the blast effects, they were now dead of the sleet storm of undeflected radiation that was tearing through the ship. "What are you doing, Federico?" repeated Mother Captain Stone. De Soya knew that Stone's first name was Halen. He chose not to make his part of the conversation personal. "Following orders, Mother Captain." Even in TactSim, Stone's expression was dubious. "What are you talking about, Father Captain de Soya?" Both knew that the conversation was being recorded. Whoever survived the next few minutes would have a record of the exchange. De Soya kept his voice steady. "Admiral Aldecocte's flagship tight-beamed us with a change of orders 10 minutes before the flagship translated. We are carrying out those orders." Stone's expression was impassive, but DeSoya knew that she was sub-vocalizing her XO to confirm that there had been a tight beam transmission between Uriel and Raphael at that time. There had been, but the substance of it had been trivial, updating rendezvous coordinates for the Tau Cetai system. "What were the orders, Father Captain DeSoya?" "They were eyes only, Mother Captain Stone. They do not concern the Gabriel." On the bone circuit, he said to Wizzo Shan, "Lock on death beam coordinates and give me the actuator as discussed." A second later, he felt the TechSim weight of an energy weapon in his right hand. The gun was invisible to Stone, but perfectly tactile to DeSoya. He tried to make his hand on the butt of the weapon look relaxed as his finger curled around the invisible trigger. DeSoya could tell, from the casual way that Mother Captain Stone's arm hung free from her body, that she was also carrying a virtual weapon. They stood about 3 meters apart in TechSim space. Between them, Raphael's long fusion tail and Gabriel's shorter pillar of flame climbed toward chest height from the plane of the ecliptic. "Father Captain DeSoya, your new translation point will not take you to Tau Cetai system as ordered." "Those orders were superseded, Mother Captain." DeSoya was watching his former first officer's eyes. Halen was always good at concealing her emotions and intentions. He had lost to her in poker on more than one occasion on their old torch ship Balthazar. "What is your new destination, Father Captain?" 33 minutes to shift point. "Classified, Mother Captain. I can tell you this. Raphael will be rejoining the task force in Tau Cetai system after our mission is completed." With her left hand, Stone rubbed her cheek. DeSoya watched the curled finger of her right hand. She would not have to raise the invisible handgun to trigger the death beam, but it was human instinct to aim the firearm at one's opponent. DeSoya hated death beams, and he knew that Stone did as well. They were cowardly weapons, banned by Pax Fleet and the Church until this expeditionary force incursion. Unlike the old hegemony-era death wands, they actually cast a scythe-like beam of neural disruption. No coherent projection was involved in the ship to target death beam. Essentially, the powerful Gideon drive accumulators extended a C-plus distortion of space-time within a finite cone. The result was a subtle twisting of the real-time matrix, similar to a failed translation into the old Hawking drive space, but more than enough to destroy the delicate energy dance that was a human brain. But however much Stone held the Pax Fleet officer's hatred of death beams, it made sense for her to use it now. The Raphael represented a staggering investment of Pax funds. Her first goal would be to stop the crew from stealing it without damaging the ship. Her problem, however, was that killing the crew with death beams probably would not stop Raphael from translating, depending upon how much of the spin-up had been pre-programmed by her crew. It was traditional for a captain to make the actual translation manually, or at least to be ready to override the ship's computer with a dead man switch, but Stone had no assurance that DeSoya would follow tradition. "Please let me speak to Commander Liebler," said Mother Captain Stone. DeSoya smiled. "My executive officer is attending to duties." He thought, so Hogue was the spy. This is the confirmation we needed. Gabriel could not catch them now, not even by accelerating to 600 gravities herself. Raphael would have reached translation requirements before the other ship could get within tow range. No. To stop them, Stone would have to kill the crew and then disable the ship by using the last of her physical arsenal to overload Raphael's external containment fields. If she was wrong, if DeSoya was acting under last-minute orders, she would almost certainly be court-martialed and expelled from Pax Fleet. If she did nothing, and DeSoya was stealing one of the Pax's archangels, Stone would be court-martialed, expelled, excommunicated, and almost certainly executed. "Federico," she said softly. "Please reduce thrust so that we can match velocities. You can still follow orders and spin up to your secret coordinates. I ask only that I board the Raphael and confirm that everything is all right before you translate." DeSoya hesitated. He could not use the guise of orders for his precipitous departure under 600 gravities, since wherever Raphael ended up, there would be 2 days of slow resurrection for the crew before the mission could continue. He watched Stone's eyes while also checking the tiny image of Gabriel on its 300-gravity pillar of white fire. She might try overloading his fields with a salvo of her remaining conventional weaponry. DeSoya had no wish to return missile or lance fire. A vaporized Gabriel was not acceptable. He was now a traitor to church and state, but he had no intention of becoming a true death murderer. The death beams it had to be, then. "All right, Halen," he said easily. "I'll tell Hogue to drop to 200 Gs, long enough for you to come alongside." He turned his head, as if concentrating on issuing bone channel orders. His hand must have twitched. Stone's did as well, the invisible handgun rising a bit as her finger tightened on the trigger. In the split second before the disruption struck, Father Captain DeSoya saw the 8 sparks leaving the sim-tacked Gabriel. Stone was taking no chances. She would vaporize Raphael rather than have it escape. The Mother Captain's virtual image flew backward and evaporated as the death beam tore into her ship, severing all comm connections as the humans aboard died. Less than a second later, Father Captain DeSoya felt himself jerked out of sim space as the neurons in his brain literally fried. Blood flew from his eyes, mouth, and ears, but the priest captain was already dead, as was every conscious entity on the Raphael. Sergeant Gregorius and his 2 troopers on sea deck, GoPro Meyer, Viral Argyle, S.O. Denish, and Wizzo Sean on the flight deck. 16 seconds later, the 8 Hawking Drive missiles flashed into real space and detonated on every side of the silent Raphael. Gyges watched in real time as Raul Endymion said goodbye to the family in red robes and paddled his kayak toward the Farcaster Arch. The world was in dual lunar eclipse. Fireworks exploded above the Canal River, and strange ululations came from thousands of throats back in the linear city. Gyges stood and prepared to walk out across the water to pluck the man from his kayak. It had been agreed that if Raul Endymion was alone, that he needed to be kept alive for interrogation in the starship waiting above. Finding the girl Aenea's whereabouts was the goal of this mission, but no one said anything about not making it more difficult for the man to fight or escape. While still phase-shifted, Gyges planned to hamstring Endymion and sever the tendons in his forearms. He could do that instantly, surgically, so that there would be no danger of the human bleeding to death before being stored in the ship's dock-in-the-box before interrogation. Gyges had jogged the 6 clicks to the Farcaster Arch in no time, checking out pedestrians and the strange wind carts as he passed the frozen forms and figures. Once at the arch and concealed in a patch of willows on the canal's high bank, he shifted back to slow time. His job was to guard the back door. Nemesis would ping him when she found the missing spacer. During the 20 minutes of waiting, Gyges communicated with Scylla and Briareus on the internal common band, but heard nothing from Nemesis. This was surprising. They had all assumed that she would find the missing man within the first few seconds of real time after she had shifted up. Gyges was not worried. He was not actually capable of worry in the true sense of the word, but he assumed that Nemesis had been searching in widening arcs, using up real time by frequently shifting down and then back up. He assumed that his common band queries had been made while she was phase-shifted. Added to that was his understanding that while Nemesis was a clone sibling, she had been the first to be devatted. She was less used to common band sharing than Scylla, Briareus, and he. To be truthful, Gyges would not have minded if their orders had been simply to pull Nemesis out of the rock on God's Grove and terminate her then and there. The river was busy. Each time a ship approached the Farcaster Arch from either the east or west, Gyges shifted up and walked across the spongy surface of the river to search it and check on its passengers. Some he had to disrobe to ascertain that it was not Endymion or the android Abetic or the girl Aenea in disguise. To be sure, he sniffed them and took needle biopsies of the robed one's DNA to make sure that they were natives of Vitus Gray Balianus B. All were. After each inspection, he would walk back to the bank and resume his watch. 18 minutes after he had left the ship, a pack skimmer flew around and through the Farcaster Arch. It would have been tiring for Gyges to have to board it in fast time, but Scylla was already aboard with the searching pack's troopers, so he was spared the effort. "This is tiresome," she said on the common band. "Yes," agreed Gyges. "Where is Nemesis?" It was Briareus back in the city. The clumsy troopers had received their radioed search warrant and were going from house to house. "Haven't heard from her," said Gyges. It was during the eclipse and the accompanying ceremonial nonsense that he watched the windcycle wagon pull to a halt and Raul Endymion emerge. Gyges was sure that it was Endymion. Not only did the visuals match perfectly, but he picked up the personal scent that Nemesis had downloaded to them. Gyges could have phase-shifted immediately, walked over to the frozen tableau and taken a DNA needle biopsy, but he did not have to. This was their man. Instead of broadcasting on the common band or pinging Nemesis, Gyges waited another minute. This anticipation was pleasurable to him. He did not want to dilute it by sharing it. Besides, he reasoned, it would be better to abduct Endymion after he had separated from the Spectrum Helix family, who even now were waving goodbye to the man in the kayak. Gyges watched while Raul Endymion paddled the absurd little boat out into the current of the widening canal river. He realized that it would be best to take the kayak as well as Endymion. The watching Spectrum Helix people would be expecting him to disappear if they knew that he was trying to escape via Farcaster. From their point of view, there would be a flash, and Endymion would have Farcast out of sight. In reality, Gyges would still be phase-shifted, now carrying the man and kayak within the expanded phase-shift field. The kayak might also be useful in revealing where the girl Aenea was hiding, telltale planetary scents, methods of manufacture. Along the riverbanks to the north, people cheered and sang. The lunar eclipse was complete. Fireworks exploded above the river and cast baroque shadows on the rusted Farcaster Arch. Endymion turned his attention away from the waving Spectrum Helix family and concentrated on staying in the strongest current as he paddled toward the Farcaster. Gyges stood, stretched languidly, and prepared to phase-shift. Suddenly, the thing was next to him, centimeters away, at least 3 meters tall, towering over him. Impossible, thought Gyges. I would have sensed the phase-shift distortions. Exploding skyrockets spilled blood-red light on the chrome carapace. Metal teeth and chrome spikes twisted the expanding flowers of yellow, white, and red across quicksilver plains. Gyges caught an instant's look at his own reflection, distorted and startled, and then he phase-shifted. It took less than a microsecond for the shift. Somehow, one of the creature's 4 clawed hands made it into the field before it completely formed. Bladed fingers dug through sin flesh and muscle, seeking one of Gyges's hearts. Gyges paid no heed to the attack, but attacked in return, swinging his silvered phase-shifted arm like a horizontal guillotine. It could have cut through whiskered carbon alloy as if it were wet cardboard. It did not cut through the tall form in front of him. Sparks and thunder exploded as his arm bounced away, fingers numbed, metal radius and ulna shattered. The clawed hand within him pulled out ropes of intestine, kilometers of microfiber optics. Gyges realized that he had been opened from navel to breastbone. It did not matter. He could still function. Gyges clenched his right hand into a sharpened bludgeon and thrust it forward into gleaming red eyes. It was a killing blow. But the great steam shovel jaws opened, closed, faster than phase-shifting, and Gyges' right arm suddenly ended above the wrist. Gyges threw himself at the apparition, trying to merge fields, attempting to get his own teeth within tearing distance. Two huge hands seized him, the bladed fingers sinking through shift field and flesh to hold him tight. The chrome skull in front of him slashed forward. Needle spikes pierced Gyges' right eye and penetrated the right frontal lobe of his brain. Gyges screamed then, not out of pain, although he felt something similar for the first time in his short life, but out of pure, relentless rage. His teeth snapped and clacked like steel rendering blades as he sought the creature's throat, but he continued being held at 3 arms' length. Then the monster ripped out both of Gyges' hearts and threw them far out over the water. A nanosecond later it lunged forward, biting through Gyges' throat and severing his carbon alloy spinal cord with a single snap of long teeth. Gyges' head was severed from his body. He tried to shift to telemetric control of the still fighting body, peering through blood and fluid out of his remaining eye and broadcasting over the common band, but the transmitter in his skull had been pierced, and the receiver in his spleen had been ripped away. The world spun. First the corona of the emerging sun around the second moon, then skyrockets, then the color-dappled surface of the river, then the sky again, then darkness. With fading coherence, Gyges realized that his head had been thrown far out into the river. His last retinal image before being submerged in darkness was of his own headless and uselessly spasming body being hugged to the carapace of the creature and being impaled there on spikes and thorns. Then, with a flash, the Shrike phase-shifted out of even fast-time existence, and Gyges' head struck the water and sank beneath the dark waves. Rhadamanth Nemes arrived 5 minutes later. She shifted down. The riverbank was empty except for the headless corpse of her sibling. The windcycle wagon and its red-robed family were gone. No boats were visible on this section of river. The sun was beginning to emerge from behind the second moon. "Gyges is here," she sent on the common band. Briareus and Scylla were still with the troops in the city. The sleeping Pax trooper had been found and released from his handcuffs. None of the citizens queried would say whose home it was. Scylla was urging Colonel Vinara to drop the matter. Nemes felt the discomfort as she left the shift field. All of her ribs, bone and permasteel, were either fractured or bent. Several of her internal organs had been pulped. Her left hand would not function. She had been unconscious for almost 20 standard minutes. Unconscious. She had not lost consciousness for 1 second in the 4 years she had lain in the solidified rock of God's Grove, and all this damage had been done through the impenetrable shift field. It did not matter. She would allow her body to repair itself during the days of inactivity after leaving this core-forsaken world. Nemes knelt next to her sibling's corpse. It had been clawed, decapitated, and eviscerated, almost deboned. It was still twitching, the broken fingers struggling to get a grip on an absent enemy. Nemes shuddered, not out of sympathy for Gyges or revulsion at the damage done. She was professionally evaluating the Shrike's attack pattern and felt admiration, if anything, but out of sheer frustration that she had missed this confrontation. The attack in the tunnel had been too fast for her to react. She had been in mid-phase shift, which she would have thought impossible. "I'll find him," she sent, and shifted up. The air grew thick and sludge-like. Nemes went down the bank, forced her way through the thick resistance of the water's surface, and walked out along the riverbed, calling on the common band and probing with deep radar. She found Gyges' head almost a click downstream. The current was strong here. Freshwater crustaceans had already eaten the lips and the remaining eye and were probing in the eye sockets. Nemes brushed them away and took the head back to the bank of the canal river. Gyges' common band transmitter was smashed, and his vocal cords were gone. Nemes extruded a fiber-optic filament and made the connection directly to his memory center. His skull had been smashed on the left side, and brain matter and bits of DNA processing gel were spilling out. She did not ask him questions. She phased down and downloaded the memory, squirting it to her remaining 2 siblings as she received it. "Shrike," sent Scylla. "No shit, Sherlock," sent Briareus. "Silence," ordered Nemes. "Finish up with those idiots. I'll clean things up here and be waiting in the dropship." The Gyges head, blind, leaking, was trying to speak, using what remained of its tongue to shape sibilant and glottal syllables. Nemes held it close to her ear. Please. Help. Me. Nemes lowered the head and studied the body on the splattered bank. Many organs were missing. Scores of meters of microfiber were spilled in the weeds and mud, some trailing away in the current. Gray intestines and neural gel packs were split and scattered. Bits of bone caught the growing light as the sun emerged from twice darkness. Neither the dropship nor the old Archangel's dock in the boxes could help the vat-born, and Gyges might take standard months to heal himself. Nemes set the head down while she wrapped the body in its own microfilaments, weighting it outside and in with stones. Making sure that the river was still free of ships, she tossed the headless corpse far out into the current. She had seen that the river was alive with tough and indiscriminate scavengers. Even so, there were parts of her sibling that they would not find appetizing. She lifted Gyges' head. The tongue was still clucking. Using the eye sockets as grips for her thumb and forefinger, she threw the head far out over the river in an easy underhand toss. It went under with barely a ripple. Nemes jogged to the Farcaster arch, ripped a hidden access plate free from the rusting and supposedly impenetrable exterior, and extruded a filament from her wrist. She jacked in. "I don't understand," came Briareus's code on the common band. "It opened to nowhere." "Not to nowhere," sent Nemes, reeling in the filament. "Just to nowhere in the old web. Nowhere the core has built a Farcaster." "That's impossible," sent Scylla. "There are no Farcasters except for those the core has built." Nemes sighed. Her siblings were idiots. "Shut up and return to the dropship," she sent. "We have to report this in person. Counselor Albedo will want to download personally." Nemes' phase shifted and jogged back to the dropship through air gone thick and sepia with slow-stirred time. 12. I did not forget that there was a panic button. The problem is simple. When there is real panic, one does not immediately think of buttons. The kayak was falling into an endless depth of air, broken only by clouds, that rose tens of thousands of meters from the bruise-purple depths to the milky ceiling of more clouds thousands of meters above me. I had dropped my paddle and watched it tumble away in free fall. The kayak and I were dropping faster than the paddle for reasons of aerodynamics and terminal velocity that were beyond my powers to calculate at that particular moment. Great oval surges of water from the river I had left behind were falling ahead and behind me, separating and shaping themselves into ovoid spheres I had seen in 0G, but then being whipped apart by the wind. It was as if I were falling in my own localized rainstorm. The fléchette pistol I had liberated from the sleeping trooper in Demloa's bedroom was wedged between the outside of my thigh and the curved inner seal of the cockpit skirt. My arms were raised as if I were a bird preparing to take flight. My fists were clenched in terror. After my original scream, I found my jaws locked shut, my molars grinding. The fall went on and on. I had caught a glimpse of the Farcaster arch above and behind me, although arch was no longer the proper word. The huge device, floating unsupported, was a metal ring, a torus, a rusty donut. For a fleeting second, I saw the sky of Vitus Gray Balianus B through the glowing ring, and then the image faded, and only clouds showed through the receding hoop. It was the only substantial thing in the entire skyscape of clouds, and I had already fallen more than 1,000 meters below it. In a giddy, panicked moment of fantasy, I imagined that if I were a bird, I could fly back up to the Farcaster ring, perch on its broad lower arc, and wait for... Wait for what? I gripped the sides of the kayak as it rotated, turning me almost upside down as it plummeted bow first toward the purple depths, clicks and clicks below. That is when I remembered the panic button. "Don't touch it, whatever you do," Aenea had said when we floated the kayak in Hannibal. "I mean, don't touch it until you absolutely have to." The kayak spun on its longitudinal axis again, almost shaking me out. My butt was no longer touching the padded cushion on the bottom of the hull. I was floating free inside the cramped cockpit, within a free-falling constellation of water, tumbling paddle, and plunging kayak. I decided that this qualified as an absolutely have-to time. I flipped up the plastic cover and depressed the red button with my thumb. Panels popped open in front of the cockpit, near the bow and behind me. I ducked as lines and masses of fabric billowed out. The kayak righted itself, and then braked so hard that I was almost thrown out. I clung fiercely to the sides of the fiberglass boat as it rocked wildly. The shapeless mass over my head seemed to be forming itself into something more complicated than a parachute. Even in the middle of my adrenaline rush and molar-grinding panic, I recognized the fabric. Memory cloth that A. Beddick and I had bought at the Indian market near Taliesin West. The solar-powered piezoelectric material was almost transparent, ultra-light, ultra-strong, and could remember up to a dozen preset configurations. We had considered buying more and using it to replace the canvas over the main architect's studio, since the old cover sagged, rotted, and had to be repaired and replaced regularly. But Mr. Wright had insisted on keeping the old canvas. He preferred the buttery light. A. Beddick had taken the dozen or so meters of memory cloth down to his workshop, and I had thought no more of it. Until now. The fall was stopped. Now the kayak hung under a delta-shaped parasail, supported by a dozen nylon-10 risers that rose from strategic positions along the upper hull. The boat and I were still descending, but in a gradual swoop now rather than a headlong fall. I looked up. The memory cloth was clear enough to see through, but the Farcaster ring was too far behind me and hidden by clouds. The winds and air currents were carrying me away from the Farcaster. I suppose that I should have been grateful to my friends, the girl and the android, for somehow foreseeing this and preparing the kayak appropriately. But my first thought was an overwhelming, "God damn you!" This was too much. Being dropped into a world of clouds and air with no ground was too damned much. If Aenea had known that I was being cast here, why didn't she— No ground? I leaned over the edge of the kayak and looked below. Perhaps the plan was for me to float gently down to some unseen surface. No. There were kilometers of empty air beneath me, and below that the lower layers were purple and black, a darkness relieved only by fierce slashes of lightning. The pressure down there must be terrible. Which brought up another point. If this was a Jovian world, Whirl or Jupiter or one of the others, how was it that I was breathing oxygen? As far as I knew, all of the gas giants that humanity had encountered were made up of unfriendly gases, Methane, ammonia, helium, carbon monoxide, phosphine, hydrogen cyanide, other nasties, with trace amounts of water. I had never heard of a gas giant with breathable oxygen-nitrogen mix, but I was breathing. The air was thinner here than on the other worlds I had traveled through, and it stank a bit of ammonia, but I was definitely breathing air. Then it must not be a gas giant. Where the hell was I? I lifted my wrist and spoke to the comm log. Where the hell am I? There was a hesitation, and for a moment I thought the thing had been broken on Vitus Grabolianus B. Then it spoke in the ship's supercilious voice. Unknown, M. Endymion. I have some data, but it is incomplete. Tell me. There followed a rapid-fire listing of temperatures in Kelvin, atmospheric pressure in millibars, estimated mean density in grams per centimeter cubed, probable escape velocity in kilometers per second, and perceived magnetic field in Gauss, followed by a long list of atmospheric gases and element ratios. Escape velocity of 54.2 clicks per second, I said. That's gas giant territory, isn't it? Most assuredly, said the ship's voice. Jovian baseline is 59.5 kilometers per second, but the atmosphere isn't like a gas giant's. I could see the stratocumulus ahead of me building, like a nature hollow run at accelerated speeds. The towering cloud must have reached 10 clicks above me, its base disappearing in the purple depths below. Lightning flickered at its base. The sunlight on its far side seemed rich and low. Evening light. The atmosphere is unlike anything in my records, said the comm log. Carbon monoxide, ethane, acetylene, and other hydrocarbons violating Solmev equilibrium values can be easily explained by Jovian-style molecular kinetic energy and solar radiation breaking down methane and the presence of carbon monoxide as a standard result of methane and water vapor mixing at deep layers where the temperature exceeds 1200 degrees Kelvin, but the oxygen and nitrogen levels— Yes, I prompted. Indicate life, said the comm log. I turned completely around, inspecting the clouds and sky as if something were sneaking up on me. Life on the surface, I said. Doubtful, came the flat voice. If this world follows Jovian world norms, the pressure at the so-called surface would be under 70 million old Earth atmospheres, with a temperature of some 25,000 degrees Kelvin. How high are we? I said. Uncertain, said the instrument. But with the current atmospheric pressure of 0.76 old Earth standard, on a standard Jovian world I would estimate that we were above the troposphere and tropopause, actually in the lower reaches of the stratosphere. Wouldn't it be colder that high? That's almost outer space. Not on a gas giant, said the comm log in its insufferable professorial voice. The greenhouse effect creates a thermal inversion layer, heating layers of the stratosphere to almost human optimum temperatures. Although the difference of a few thousand meters may show pronounced temperature increases or drops. A few thousand meters, I said softly. How much air is above and below us? Unknown, said the comm log again, but extrapolation would suggest that equatorial radius from the center of this world to its upper atmosphere would be approximately 70,000 kilometers, with this oxygen-nitrogen-carbon dioxide layer extending for some 3,000 to 8,000 kilometers, approximately two-thirds of the distance from the planet's hypothetical center. A 3,000 to 8,000 click layer, I repeated stupidly, some 50,000 clicks above the surface. Approximately, said the comm log, although it should be noted that at near-core pressures, molecular hydrogen becomes a metal. Yeah, I said, that's enough for now. I felt like I was going to be sick over the side of the kayak. I should point out the anomaly that the interesting coloration in the nearby stratocumulus suggests the presence of ammonium monosulfide or polysulfides, although at apotropospheric altitudes one would assume only the presence of ammonia cirrus clouds, with true water clouds not forming until depths reach some 10 standard atmospheres because of— Enough, I said. I only point this out because of the interesting atmospheric paradox involving— Shut up, I said. It got cold after the sun went down. The sunset itself I shall remember until I die. High, high above me, glimpses of what might be blue sky had darkened to a Hyperion-like deep lapis, and then deepened further to dark purple. The clouds all around me grew brighter as the sky far above and the depths far below both grew darker. I say clouds, but the generic term is laughably unequal to conveying the power and grandeur of what I watched. I grew up in a nomadic shepherd caravan on the treeless moors between Hyperion's Great South Sea and the Pinion Plateau. I know clouds. Far above me, feathered cirrus and rippled cirrocumulus caught the twilight in a pastel riot of soft pinks, rose glows, violet tinges, and golden backlighting. It was as if I were in a temple, with a high, rosy ceiling, supported by thousands of irregular columns and pillars. The columns and pillars were towering mountains of cumulus and cumulonimbus, their anvil-shaped bases disappearing in the darkening depths hundreds or thousands of kilometers below my floating kayak, their rounded summits billowing high into the halo-tinged cirrostratus hundreds or thousands of kilometers above me. Each column of cloud caught the low, rich light passing through openings in the cloud many thousands of clicks to the west, and the light seemed to ignite the clouds as if their surfaces were made of wildly flammable material. Monosulfide or polysulfides, the comlog had said. Well, whatever constituted these tawny cumulus in the diffuse daylight, sunset set them afire with rust-red light, brilliant crimson streaks, bloody tractus streaming away from the main cloud masses like crimson pennants, rose-colored fibratus weaving together the cirrus ceiling like muscle strands under the flesh of a living body, billowing masses of cumulus so white that they made me blink as if snow-blinded, golden striated cirriform spilling out from the boiling cumulonimbus towers like masses of blonde hair blowing back from pale, upturned faces. The light deepened, richened, became so intense that it brought tears to my eyes, and then it became even more brilliant. Great, nearly horizontal shafts of godlight burned between the columns, illuminating some here, casting others in shadow there, passing through ice clouds and bands of vertical rain on their way, spilling hundreds of simple rainbows and 1,000 multiple rainbows. Then shadows moved up from the bruise-black depths, shading more and more of the still writhing billows of cumulus and nimbus, finally climbing into the high cirrus and pond-rippled altocumulus. But at first the shadows brought not grayness or darkness, but an infinite palette of subtleties, gleaming gold, dimming to bronze, pure white becoming cream, and then dimming to sepia and shade, crimson with the boldness of spilled blood, slowly darkening to the rust-red of dried blood, then fading to an autumnal tawny russet. The hull of my kayak lost its glint, and the parasail above me quit catching the light as this vertical terminator moved past and above me. Slowly these shadows crept higher. It must have taken at least 30 minutes, although I was too absorbed in watching to check my comlog. And when they reached the cirrus ceiling, it was as if someone had dimmed all the lights in the temple. It was one hell of a sunset. I remember blinking then, overwhelmed by the interplay of light and cloud shadow, and the oddly disturbing kinetic restlessness of all those broiling cloud masses, ready to rest my eyes while true darkness fell, and to gather my thoughts. And that is when the lightning and aurora began playing. There had been no aurora borealis on Hyperion, or if there had been, I had never seen it. But I had seen an example of old Earth's northern lights on a peninsula that had once been the Scandinavian Republic, while on my round-the-world dropship tour of that planet. They had been shimmering and goose-flesh producing, rippling and dancing along the northern horizon like the filmy gown of a ghost dancer. This world's aurora held none of that subtlety. Bands of light, solid striations of light, as discrete and discernible as the keys of a vertical piano, began dancing high in the sky in the direction I thought of as south. Other curtains of green, gold, red, and cobalt began shimmering against the dark world of air beneath me. These grew longer, broader, taller, stretching to meet and blend with other curtains of leaping electrons. It was as if the planet were cutting paper dolls out of shimmering light. Within minutes, every part of the sky was alive and dancing with vertical, slanted, and near-horizontal ribbons of banded color. The cloud towers became visible again, billows and pennants reflecting the strobe of thousands of these cold lights. I could almost hear the hiss and rasp of solar particles being driven along the terrifying lines of magnetic force banding this giant world. I could hear them. Crashes, rumbles, snappings, loud pops, long chains of cracking sounds. I swiveled in my little cockpit and leaned over the hull to look straight down. The lightning and thunder had begun. I had seen enough lightning storms as a child on the moors. On old Earth, Aenea, Abetic, and I regularly used to sit outside her shelter in the evening and watch the great electrical storms move over the mountains to the north. Nothing had prepared me for this. The depths, as I had called them, had been little more than a dark floor, so far below me as to be laughable, a broiling promise of terrible pressures and more terrible heat. But now those depths were alive with light, leaping with lightning storms that moved from one visible horizon to the rest like a chain of nuclear bombs going off. I could imagine entire hemispheres of cities being destroyed in one of those rumbling chain reactions of light. I gripped the side of the kayak and reassured myself that the storms were hundreds of clicks below me. The lightning moved up the towers of cumulonimbus. Flashes of internal white light vied with the shimmers of colored light from the connecting auroras. The thunder noise was subsonic, then sonic, subtly terrifying at first, then not subtle, but even more terrifying. The kayak and its parasail bucked and rocked in sudden downdrafts and elevator-quick lifts of thermals. I gripped the sides with mad strength and wished to God that I were on any other world but this. Then the lightning discharges began flashing from cloud tower to cloud tower. The comm log and my own reasoning had evaluated the scale of this place, an atmosphere tens of thousands of clicks deep, a horizon so far away that I could have dropped scores of old Earths or Hyperions between me and the sunset. But the lightning bolts finally convinced me that this was a world made for giants and gods, not for humankind. The electrical discharges were wider than the Mississippi and longer than the Amazon. I had seen those rivers, and I could see these bolts. I knew. I hunkered down in my little cockpit as if that would help me when one of these bolts caught my little flying kayak. The hairs on my forearms were standing straight up, and I realized that the crawling sensation I felt on my neck and scalp was precisely that. The hair on my head was writhing like a nest of snakes. The comm log was flashing overload alarms on its disk key plate. It was probably shouting at me as well, but I could not have heard a laser cannon firing 10 centimeters from my ear in that maelstrom. The parasail rippled and tore at the risers as heated air and imploding vacuums battered us. At one point, riding the wake of a bolt that blinded me, the kayak swung above horizontal, higher than the parasail. I was sure that the risers were going to collapse. The kayak and I were going to fall into the parasail shroud, and we would fall for minutes, hours, until pressure and heat ended my screaming. The kayak rocked back, then back again, then continued swinging like a maddened pendulum, but under the sail. In addition to the storm of lightning beneath me, in addition to the rising chain of explosions in every tower of cumulus, in addition to the searing bolts that now laced the towers like a web of firing neurons in a brain gone berserk, bundles of ball lightning and chain lightning suddenly began breaking loose from the clouds and floating in the dark spaces where my kayak flew. I watched one of these rippling, surging spheres of electricity drift not 100 meters beneath me. It was the size of a small, round asteroid, an electric moonlet. The noise it made was beyond description, but memories surged unbidden of being caught in a forest fire in the Aquila Fens, of the tornado that skipped over our caravan on the moors when I was 5 years old, of plasma grenades detonating against the Great Blue Glacier on the Claw ice shelf. No combination of these memories could match the energy violence tumbling along beneath the kayak like some runaway boulder made of blue and gold light. The storm lasted more than 8 hours. Darkness lasted another 8. I survived the first. I slept through the last. When I awoke, shaken and thirsty, filled with dreams of light and noise, still partially deafened, badly needing to urinate, and worried about falling out of the cockpit while I knelt to do so, I saw that morning light was painting the opposite side of the cloud pillars that had replaced the temple columns from the night before. Sunrise was simpler than sunset. The brilliant white and gold crawled down from the cirrus ceiling, along the roiling sides of the cumulus and nimbus, down to my lair, where I sat shaking from the cold. My skin and clothes and hair were wet. Sometime during that night's bedlam it had rained on me, and rained hard. I got to my knees on the padded floor of the hull, held tight to the cockpit rim with my left hand, made sure that the kayak's swaying had steadied somewhat, and attended to business. The thin gold stream glinted in morning light as it dropped into infinity. The depths were black, purple, and inscrutable once again. My lower back hurt, and I remembered the kidney stone nightmare of the previous few days. That seemed like another life to me now, long ago and far away. Well, I thought, if there's another tiny stone being passed, I'm not going to catch it today. I was buttoning up and settling back into the cockpit, trying to stretch my aching legs without actually falling out, thinking about the impossibility of finding another Farcaster ring anywhere in this endless sky after that night of being blown off course, as if I had ever had a course, when I suddenly realized that I was not alone. Living things were rising from the depths and circling around me. At first, I saw only one creature, and had no scale with which to judge the size of the visitor. The thing could have been a few centimeters across, and only meters from my floating kayak, or many kilometers across and far, far away. Then the organism swam between a distant cloud pillar and a more distant cumulus tower, and I realized that kilometers was a more reasonable guess of size. As it came closer, I saw the myriad of smaller forms accompanying it through the morning sky. Before I attempt to describe the things, I have to say that little in the history of humankind's expansion in this arm of the galaxy had prepared us to describe large alien organisms. On the hundreds of worlds explored and colonized during and after the Hegira, most of the indigenous life discovered had been plants and a few very simple organisms, such as the radiant gossamers on Hyperion. The few large evolved animal forms, the lantern mouths on Mare Infinitus, say, or the zeppelins of Whirl, tended to be hunted to extinction. The more common result was a world filled with a few indigenous life forms and a myriad of human-adapted species. Humanity had terraformed all these worlds, bringing its bacteria and earthworms and fish and birds and land animals in raw DNA form, defrosting embryos in the early seed ships, building birthing factories in the later expansions. The result had been much as on Hyperion: vital indigenous plants, such as the Tesla trees and chalma and weirwood, and some surviving local insects coexisting with thriving old earth transplants and bio-tailored adapts such as triaspen, everblues, oak trees, mallards, sharks, hummingbirds, and deer. We were not used to alien animals, and these were definitely alien animals rising to meet me. The largest one reminded me of the cuttlefish, again one of the old Earth's adapts, that thrived in the warm shallows of the great South Sea on Hyperion. This creature was squid-like, but almost transparent, its internal organs quite visible, although I admit that it was difficult to determine its exterior from its interior, as it pulsed and throbbed and changed shape from second to second, almost like a starship morphing for battle. The thing had no head as such, not even a flattened squid-like extension that might be considered a head, but I could make out a variety of tentacles, although fronds or filaments might be better words for the constantly swaying, retracting, extending, and quivering appendages. But these filaments were inside the pale, clear body as much as outside, and I was not sure if the creature's movement through the clear air was a result of the swimming motion of the filaments or because of gases expelled as the giant cuttlefish expanded and contracted. As far as I could recall from old books and Grandham's explanations, the Zeppelins on Whirl were much simpler in appearance. Blimp-shaped gas bags, mere Medusa-like cells to hold their mix of hydrogen and methane, storing and metabolizing helium in their crude lift sacks, giant jellyfish floating in the hydrogen-ammonia-methane atmosphere of Whirl. As best I could remember, the Zeppelins ate a sort of atmospheric phytoplankton that floated in the noxious atmosphere like so much airborne manna. There were no predators on Whirl, until humans arrived in their floating bath escapes to harvest the rarer gases. As the cuttlefish creature grew closer, I saw the complexity of its innards. Pale, pulsing outlines of organs and intestine-looking coils, and what might be feeding filaments, and tubes that might be for reproduction or elimination, and there were some appendages that might be sex organs, or perhaps eyes. And all the while it folded in on itself, retracted its curling filaments, then pulsed forward, tentacles extended fully, like a squid swimming through clear water. It was 500 or 600 meters long. I began to notice the other things. Around the cuttlefish swarmed hundreds or thousands of golden disc-shaped creatures, ranging in size from tiny ones perhaps as large as my hand, to others larger than the heavy river mantas used to pull barges on Hyperion's rivers. These things were also nearly transparent, although their insides were clouded by a sort of greenish glow that might have been an inert gas excited to luminescence by the animal's own bioelectrical field. These things swarmed around the cuttlefish, at times appearing to be swallowed or absorbed by some orifice or another, only to reappear outside again. I could not swear that I saw the cuttlefish eating any of the swarming discs, but at one point I thought that I could see a cloud of the green glowing things moving along the inside of the cuttlefish's gut, like ghostly platelets in a clear vein. The monster and its cloud of companions floated closer, rising until the sunlight passed through its body on its way to light my kayak and parasail. I revised its size upward. It must be at least a click long, and a third that in width when it expanded to its widest. The living discs floated to each side of me now. I could see that they were spinning as well as curling like mantas. I tugged out the fléchette pistol Alain had given me and clicked off its safety. If the monster attacked, I would fire half the magazine of slivers into its pale side, hoping that it was as thin as it was transparent. Maybe there was a chance that I could spill whatever lift gases allowed it to float in this band of oxygen atmosphere. At that moment, the thing's hydra-like filaments flashed out in all directions, some missing my parasail by mere meters, and I realized that I could never kill or sink the monster before it destroyed my sail with one thrash of one tentacle. I waited, half expecting to be pulled into the cuttlefish's maw, if it had a maw, at any second. Nothing happened. My kayak floated in the direction I thought of as westward, the parasail rising on thermals and descending on colder downdrafts, the clouds towering around me, and the cuttlefish and its companions, I thought of them as parasites for no good reason, stood off a few 100 meters to the north and 100 meters or so above me. I wondered if the thing was following me out of curiosity or hunger. I wondered if the green platelets drifting around me might attack at any moment. Capable of doing nothing else, I laid the useless fléchette pistol on my lap, nibbled on the last of my biscuits from my pack, and sipped from my water bottle. I had less than another day's supply of water. I cursed myself for not trying to catch rainwater during the night's terrible storm, although I had no idea if this world's water was potable. The long morning grew into a long afternoon. Several times the drifting parasail took me into a cloud tower, and I raised my face to the dripping fog, licking droplets from my lips and chin. The water tasted like water. Each time I emerged from the fog, I expected the cuttlefish to have departed, but each time it remained on station to my right and above me. Once, just after the halo that was the sun above had passed the zenith, the kayak was blown into a particularly rough patch of climbing cloud, and the parasail almost folded in the violent updraft. But it stabilized itself, and when I emerged from the cloud that time, I was some kilometers higher. The air was thinner and colder. The cuttlefish had followed me up. Perhaps it's not hungry yet. Perhaps it feeds after dark. I reassured myself with a series of these thoughts. I kept scanning the empty sky between clouds for another Farcaster ring, but none appeared. It seemed folly to expect to find one. The air currents blew me generally westward, but the vagaries of the jet stream sent me clicks north and south. How could I thread such a small needle after a day and night and day of blowing around like this? It did not seem likely. But still, I searched the sky. In mid-afternoon, I realized that there were other living things visible far below to the south. More cuttlefish moving about the base of an immense cloud tower, the sunlight piercing the depths enough to illuminate their clear bodies against the black of the broiling depths beneath them. There must be scores, no, hundreds of the pulsing, swimming things along the base of that one cloud. I was too far away to make out the platelet parasites around them, but a sense of diffused light there, like dust floating, suggested their presence by the thousands or millions. I wondered if the monsters usually kept to the lower atmospheric levels, and this one, still keeping pace with me within feeding filament range, had ventured up out of curiosity. My muscles were cramping. I pulled myself out of the cockpit and tried stretching along the top of the kayak's hull, hanging on to the parasail risers to keep my balance. It was dangerous, but I had to stretch. I lay on my back and pedaled an imaginary bicycle with my raised legs. I did push-ups, clinging to the rim of the cockpit for balance. When I had worked most of the cramps out, I crawled back into the cockpit and half-dozed. Perhaps it is odd to admit, but my mind wandered all that afternoon, even while the alien cuttlefish swam alongside within swallowing range, and alien platelet creatures danced and hovered within meters of the kayak and parasail. The human mind gets used to strangeness very quickly if it does not exhibit interesting behavior. I began thinking about the past few days, and the past months, and the past years. I thought of Aenea, of leaving her behind, and of all the other people I had left behind, Abetic and the others at Taliesin West, the old poet on Hyperion, Demloa and Demria and their family on Vitus Grey Balianus B, Father Glaucus in the frozen air tunnels of Sol Draconi Septem, Kuchiat and Chiaku and Kuchtu and Chichtaku, and the other Chichituk on that same world. Aenea had been sure that Father Glaucus and our Chichituk friends had been murdered after we left that world, although she had never explained how she could know that. And I thought about others I had left behind, working my way back to my last sight of Grandam and the clan members waving as I left for Home Guard service many years ago. And always, my thoughts returned to leaving Aenea. I've left too many people, and let too many people do my work and fighting for me. From now on, I will fight for myself. If I ever find the girl again, I will stay with Aenea forever. The resolution burned like anger through me, fueled my hopelessness of finding another Farcaster ring in this endless cloudscape. You know the one who teaches. She has touched you." The words were not carried by sound, nor heard by my ears. Rather, they were like blows to the inside of my skull. I literally reeled, gripping the sides of the kayak to keep from falling out. "Have you been touched, changed, learning to hear, see, walk from the one who teaches?" Every word was a migraine blow, each struck with the force of brain hemorrhage. The words were shouted inside my skull in my own voice. Perhaps I was going mad. Wiping away tears, I peered at the giant cuttlefish and its swarm of green platelet parasites. The larger organism pulsed, contracted, extended coiling filaments, and swam through the chilly air. I could not believe that these words were coming from that creature. It was too biological, and I did not believe in telepathy. I looked at the swarming disks, but their behavior showed no more sense of higher consciousness than dust motes in a shaft of light, less than the synchronized shifting of a school of fish or flocking of bats. Feeling foolish, I shouted, "Who are you? Who is speaking?" I squinted in preparation for the blast of words against my brain, but there was no response from the giant organism or its companions. "Who spoke?" I shouted into a rising wind. There was no answering sound, except for the slap of the risers against the canvas of the parasail. The kayak slewed to the right, righted itself, and slewed again. I swiveled to my left, half expecting to see another cuttlefish monster attacking me, but instead saw something infinitely more malevolent approaching. While I had been focusing on the alien creature to the north, a billowing black cumulus had all but surrounded me to the south. Wind-tattered streamers of black whirled out from the heat-driven storm cloud and roiled under me like ebony rivers. I could see lightning flashing in the depths below, and surging spheres of ball lightning being spit from the black column of storm. Closer, much closer, hanging from the river of black cloud flowing above me, curled a dozen or more tornadoes, their funnel clouds striking toward me like scorpion tails. Each funnel was the size of the cuttlefish monster or larger, vertical kilometers of whirling madness, and each was spawning its own cluster of smaller tornadoes. There was no way that my flimsy parasail could withstand even a close miss by one of these vortexes, and there was no way that the funnels were going to miss me. I stood up in the pitching, rolling cockpit, holding my place in the boat only by grasping a riser with my left hand. With my right hand I made a fist, raised it, and shook it toward the tornadoes, toward the roiling storm beyond them, and toward the invisible sky beyond. "Well, God damn you, then!" I shouted. My words were lost in the wind howl. My vest flapped around me. A gust nearly blew me into the maelstrom. Leaning far out over the hull of the kayak, bracing myself into the wind, like a ski jumper I had seen once on the ice shelf, caught in a moment of mad, poised balance before the inevitable descent, I shook my fist again and screamed, "Do your worst, God damn you! I defy you, gods!" As if in answer, one of the tornado funnels came sidewinding closer, the lowest tip of its whirling cone stabbing downward as if seeking a hard surface to destroy. It missed me by a distance of hundreds of meters, but the vacuum of its passing whirled the kayak and parasail around like a toy boat in a draining bathtub. Relieved of the opposition of the wind, I fell forward onto the slippery kayak hull and would have slid into oblivion if my scrabbling hands had not found a riser to grip. My feet were fully out of the cockpit at that moment. There was a hailstorm traveling with the passing funnel. Ice pellets, some the size of my fist, smashed through the parasail, pounded the kayak with a noise like flechette clouds slamming home, and hit me in the leg, shoulder, and lower back. The pain almost made me release my grip. That mattered little, I realized, as I clung to the pitching, dipping kayak, because the sail had been torn in 100 places. Only its canopy had saved me from being shot to bits by the hail, but now the delta-shaped foil had been riddled. It lost lift as suddenly as it had first gained it, and the kayak pitched forward toward the darkness so many thousands of clicks below. Tornadoes filled the sky around me. I gripped the now useless riser where it entered the battered hull and hung on, determined to complete that one act, hanging on, until the boat, furled sail, and I were all crushed by pressure or shredded by the winds. I realized that I was screaming again, but the sound was different in my ears, almost gleeful. I had fallen less than a kilometer, the kayak and me gaining speed far beyond Hyperion's or old Earth's terminal velocity, when the cuttlefish, forgotten behind and above me, made its lunge. It must have moved with blinding speed, propelling itself through the air like a squid jetting after its prey. The first I knew that it was hungry and determined not to lose its dinner was when the long feeding tendrils surged around me like so many huge tentacles, coiling and probing and wrapping. If the thing had tugged me to an immediate stop at the speeds the boat and I were falling, both kayak and I would have been snapped into small pieces. But the cuttlefish fell with us, surrounding the boat, sail, risers, and me with the smallest of its tendrils, each still 2 to 5 meters thick, and then braked itself against the fall, jetting ammonia-smelling gases like a dropship on final approach. Then it began ascending again, up toward the storm, where tornadoes still raged, and the central stratocumulus rotated with its own black intensity. Only half conscious, I realized that the cuttlefish was flying into that roiling cloud, even as it reeled the bashed kayak and me toward an opening in its immense transparent body. Well, I thought groggily, I found its mouth. Risers and shreds of parasail lay around me and over me like an oversized shroud. The kayak seemed to be draped in drab bunting as the cuttlefish pulled us in closer. I tried to turn, thought of crawling back toward the cockpit and finding the fléchette gun, of cutting my way out of the thing. The fléchette gun was gone, of course, shaken out of the cockpit in all the violent tumbling and the fall. Also gone were the cockpit cushions, and my backpack with the clothes, food, water, and flashlight laser. Everything was gone. I tried to chuckle, but the sound was not quite successful, as the tendrils pulled the kayak and its clinging passenger the last 50 meters to the gaping orifice on the underside of the cuttlefish's body. I could see the internal organs more clearly now, pulsing and absorbing, moving in peristaltic waves, some of them filled with the green platelet creatures. As I was pulled closer, there came an almost overwhelming stench of cleaning fluid. Ammonia, I realized, that made my eyes water and throat burn. I thought of Aenea. It was not a prolonged or eloquent thought, just a mental glimpse of how she had looked on her 16th birthday, all short hair, sweat, and sunburn from her desert meditations, and I formed the single message, "Sorry, kiddo. I did my best to get to the ship and bring it to you. Sorry." Then the long feeding tendrils curled and folded and pulled the boat and me up into a lipless mouth that I realized must be 30 or 40 meters across. I thought of the fiberglass and ultra-nylon parasail fabric and the carbon fiber risers that were entering with me, and had time for a last thought. I hope some of this gives you a bellyache. And then I was pulled into the ammonia and fish smell, was vaguely aware that the air here in the creature's gut was not really breathable, decided to jump from the kayak rather than be digested, but lost consciousness before I could act or frame another coherent thought. Without my knowledge or observation, the cuttlefish continued to rise through cloud blacker than a moonless night, its lipless mouth closing and disappearing on its seamless flesh, the kayak and sail and me nothing more than a shadow in the fluid contents of its lower tract.